During the entrance examination of the sect, while others were preoccupied with testing their spiritual roots, I was busy deceiving them. Miao had traversed the realm of cultivation for a decade, bound to a system known as the survival system, which could only be unlocked after 100 successful deceptions. This system promised her an existence of unparalleled strength in the ages to come. She had initially envisioned a transformation into a virtuous individual, yet the allure of mischief proved irresistible, leading her further down a path of no return where misfortune breeds more misfortune. Before meeting Miao, the holy son of the Sword Sect, cold and indifferent, drove countless maidens across the land into a frenzy. The holy son of the Buddhist sect, radiating an abundance of merit, shone with the light of 1,000 Buddhas. The young master of the Qin family, wealthy enough to rival nations, exuded an air of nobility that captivated all. The young master of the Qin sect, with melodies unmatched, resembled a celestial being descended to earth. After encountering Miao, the holy son of the Sword Sect declared, amongst the myriad of swords, only the worthless remain unbroken. The holy son of the Buddhist sect remarked, chanting scriptures pales in comparison to rapping. Incantations are no match for the rhythm of society. The young master of the Qin sect lamented, recently, the subject 3, that junior sister Miao sent was truly ear-splitting. I have mastered it, capable of breaking through the heavens and earth. Even the saintess of the Hahuan sect, devoted to finding love, found herself colliding with walls due to Miao's antics. Chapter 1. The Good Girl, Miao. Clang, clang, clang. Fortune-telling, fortune-telling. Ask 100 questions, know 100 truths, guaranteed to be accurate. Let me calculate your esteemed father's name. Let me determine your mother's age. Let me count the number of members in your family. One calculation for a low-grade spirit stone. If incorrect, the second attempt is half price. At the Nine-Sword Mountain, Miao donned a mask that obscured the upper half of her face, wearing the distinctive gray robe of an outer disciple, setting up her mobile stall. With great fanfare, today marked the grand recruitment ceremony of the Nine-Sword Mountain, the foremost sword sect in the realm of cultivation and one of the top 10 sections. The place was bustling with activity. Miao had meticulously planned to set up her stall 2 weeks in advance, even incapacitating a solitary outer disciple of Nine-Sword Mountain to procure their robe for this very day. Malicious? Well, not entirely. She had seen that disciple alive and well, cursing about how a certain scoundrel had stripped him of his clothing. As for the identity of that scoundrel, she remained unaware. She knew only that she had entered this world as an orphan a decade ago. Despite the initial warning about a survival system she possessed, she had no other advantages. Due to its lengthy name, she affectionately referred to it as the survival system. The first task of this survival system was as daunting as reaching the heavens. Task: Introduction to Deception. Task description: The most profound deception lies in the depths of cunning, forsake personal integrity, and revel in a life devoid of morals. Task objective: Successfully deceive 100 times without being discovered by the victims within an hour. Task progress: 99100. Task reward: Unlock the system and receive a novice gift pack X1. 10 years. Can you fathom the despair of a mere orphan in a world filled with immortals? Now, with only one deception left to unlock the system, she had to temporarily cast aside her conscience. Once the system was unlocked, she vowed to transform into a beautiful, kind-hearted girl, purifying the sins accumulated over the years. At that moment, someone chuckled. You are quite amusing, setting up a fortune-telling stall and offering such absurd predictions, demanding a spirit stone as payment. Do you take people for fools? Miao awaited inquiries, ready with her retort. But you are mistaken. Do observe what I am wearing. This is the garb of an outer disciple of Nine-Sword Mountain. If I lacked any profound ability, how could I don this attire and conduct business here? A hush fell over the crowd, all gazing at her with skepticism, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Though her face was masked, her voice was clear and melodious. Most importantly, her gaze was sincere and innocent, radiating the essence of a good girl. People exchanged glances, contemplating before engaging in discussion. She might indeed be a disciple of Nine-Sword Mountain if she truly lacked ability. How could she be here? Perhaps this is a part of the Nine-Sword Mountain's trials, testing our intellect. That makes sense. But if it is a test of wits, should we approach her to inquire? Miao remained silent, merely observing the crowd with amusement. At that moment, a voice emerged from the throng. Isn't it obvious whether to ask or not? The crowd turned to see a striking figure clad in golden attire, his handsome visage radiating brilliance, adorned with various magical artifacts that shimmered luxuriously. Qi Miao's eyes lit up. With her extensive experience in deception, she was absolutely certain a significant client had arrived. Feigning an air of mystery, she replied with a smirk, "Oh, and what makes it so apparent?" The distinguished client replied, "Your argument is so feeble that no rational person would believe it. Nine Sword Mountain would surely concur. Therefore, I shall act contrary to expectations. You must possess some profundity."
"Is that so?" Qin Miao replied.
"Indeed. I, Qin Xingfei, have traversed the realm of cultivation for many years and have become well acquainted with such matters. I cannot be mistaken." Upon hearing this name, Qi Miao felt a surge of excitement that surpassed that of the onlookers. Qin Xingfei. Hailing from the illustrious Qin family, he was a prodigious talent at merely 18, already at the late stage of Qi refinement and gaining renown within the cultivation community. Speculation abounded regarding which sect he would join during this year's recruitment ceremony, and here he was at Nine Sword Mountain. How fortunate! What a significant client! Qi Miao's heart raced with anticipation, yet she maintained an air of playful restraint. However, before she could utter a word, he interrupted her, casting a spell. With a flourish of his sleeve, a crystal imbued with pure energy materialized on her stall's table. "One upper-grade spirit stone. I wish to see your remarkable abilities." An upper-grade spirit stone. Qin Xingfei truly lives up to his family's reputation. What a generous offer. It is worth noting that one upper-grade spirit stone could purchase an entire mansion in the mortal realm, far more precious than 100 lower-grade spirit stones. Even the seasoned Qi Miao nearly exclaimed, "Wow, you are quite the charmer." She suppressed her inner excitement, delicately stowing the upper-grade spirit stone away. "Since young Master Qin places such trust in me, shall I commence?"
"Yes."
"Extend your hand." Qi Miao grasped Qin Xingfei's hand, took a deep breath, and declared loudly, "Your father's surname is Qin. Is that correct?" Qin Xingfei replied, "Correct." The crowd gasped in surprise. Before anyone could react, Qi Miao continued, "Your mother is a woman. Is that accurate?" Qin Xingfei replied, "Indeed." Qi Miao added, "You are currently at the late stage of Qi refinement, just a step away from foundation establishment." Qin Xingfei exclaimed, "How did you know?" Qi Miao herself was astonished. Wasn't this fellow being overly flattering? Had she not been aware of her own abilities, she might have thought he was an actor hired for the occasion. Fortunately, he was not. His performance was rather lacking. Before she could continue, Qin Xingfei grew enthusiastic, posing several questions in rapid succession. After a series of ambiguous yet profound responses, Qi Miao thoroughly impressed Qin Xingfei. "You truly are a diviner," he exclaimed, fervently grasping her hand. Qi Miao smiled and gently pushed him away, saying, "My task is complete, trust me. You will smoothly enter Nine Sword Mountain today and become a disciple." Qin Xingfei's eyes gleamed with fervor as he laughed heartily. He had always known his wit was sharp, instantly recognizing this as a trial of Nine Sword Mountain. He wished to say more, but just then, Qi Miao tossed down a smoke bomb, and as the crowd coughed, the smoke dispersed, leaving no trace of the young woman behind.
"This."
A bystander murmured, "She just vanished, it feels like." Before the word fraud could escape, Qin Xingfei burst into laughter. "Wonderful. She came and went without a trace. Truly, a disciple of Nine Sword Mountain. Impressive. Truly impressive." The crowd stood in stunned silence. After a moment of contemplation, I decided to remain silent. Young Master Qin appeared to possess an unwavering belief. Just as the crowd found themselves at a loss for words, a radiant sword light erupted from the heavens. Boom. With a single stroke, the heavens were cleaved apart. As the clouds dispersed, several beams of golden light descended, and auspicious clouds rose, revealing a group of ethereal beings standing majestically upon the clouds. Nine Sword Mountain. Commence the opening. The first round of the examination. Test the spiritual roots. Chapter 2. The Talent Test. Qi Miao felt an overwhelming urge to curse. After deploying a smoke bomb and executing a clever escape, she had acquired a substantial gift package and unlocked the system. Quest: survive behind the crowd. Quest description: surviving alone is less effective than surviving with others. The more people standing in front, the greater the chance of one's own survival. Quest objective: successfully join one of the 10 major sects. Quest progress: 0-1. Quest reward: entry-level refining technique. To accomplish this task, whether by proximity or recruitment, the optimal choice would undoubtedly be Jujian Mountain. However, Jujian Mountain boasted over 10,000 steps. making it exceedingly difficult for mere mortals to ascend. The survival history system retorted, "After all these years, the steps remain at 10,000. Do not blame others. Consider whether you have truly endeavored to embody the survival emperor in this cultivation realm." With the system activated, death seemed preferable. Its words were harsh, its actions unyielding. Yet, Qi Miao had never been one to endure grievances. She swiftly drew a dagger, aiming it at her own head. "There's no need to wait for punishment from a failed quest. Either change your attitude and show me some respect, or I shall end my life, and you can seek a more suitable host." The survival history system's demeanor transformed drastically. Had it possessed limbs, it would have been quaking in fear. "My apologies, esteemed host. You still have a novice gift package at your disposal. Would you like to open it before considering self-harm?" Qi Miao paused, closing her eyes. Fine, fine, fine. Did it truly think it could awaken her will to survive after a decade of effort? Qi Miao. Open it. Upon opening the novice gift package, "Congratulations, host, on acquiring a random attribute of exceptional spiritual root 1. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a charm value of 1. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a commendable comprehension ability. Exceptional fire spiritual root. A promising candidate for cultivation, a prime focus. Henceforth, you shall become a coveted figure in the cultivation realm."
Qi Miao.
She could tolerate the exceptional spiritual root, and the charm value of 1 was acceptable. But what on earth did commendable comprehension mean? The survival history system explained. "It may not be extraordinary, yet it surpasses that of the majority. Rest assured, it's beneficial for your intellect." Qi Miao, why does it feel like your reassurance has ulterior motives? After years of deception, I need to enhance my intellect? Nevertheless, she chose to overlook the matter, exuding grace. "Do I possess a personal profile?" The survival history system. "Indeed. Would you like to view it?" Naturally, she was curious. Host, Qi Miao. Talent, exceptional fire spiritual root. Realm, not yet entered. Charm value, 70, dependent on appearance, demeanor, and other persuasive qualities. Evaluation, an insignificant girl with little strength, yet quite audacious. Qi Miao, enough. Speak another word, and I shall flay you alive. Jujian Mountain is one of the 10 major sects in the cultivation realm, renowned as the foremost Sword Sect. Truth be told, with her exceptional fire spiritual root, Qi Miao could undoubtedly shine during the recruitment ceremony, not just entry-level. She might even attract the attention of elders and other esteemed figures. The thought of enjoying a prosperous life, while flaunting her talents, made her eager. Spiritual roots are generally categorized as metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, with fire being the most popular and sought after. To become a weapon refiner or an alchemist, one must possess a fire spiritual root. Of course, there are more than these 5 types. Some mutated spiritual roots are coveted by sects, regarded as prodigies.
Qi Miao.
Inspired by the prospect, was motivated by the survival history system's encouragement. "If you diligently complete tasks, all that you desire shall be yours." Qi Miao shook her head. Qi Miao, do not relish competing. Those who are destined shall attain it. Survival history system. You may deceive your peers, but do not deceive yourself. Qi Miao promptly replied. "However, I believe I am destined to connect with all things." Survival history system. "Very well, your shamelessness surpasses all." Just then, a resplendent figure materialized before Qi Miao, almost blinding her. He seemed familiar. Upon closer inspection, Qi Miao froze. Was this not Qin Xingfei, that unfortunate soul? How did he suddenly appear here? Qin Xingfei was strikingly handsome, exuding an undeniable charm. At that moment, he scrutinized Qi Miao intently. To be honest, Qi Miao was so anxious that she began to sweat profusely. No matter how virtuous Qin Xingfei was, he was still one of the contemporary prodigies. With a lineage and talent that were top tier, he surely realized he had been deceived. His sudden appearance, did it mean he recognized her and intended to confront her? Would she perish before she even began to cultivate? At that moment, Qin Xingfei moved closer. "You seem somewhat familiar?" Oh no! Had he truly recognized her? Qi Miao had prepared her smoke bomb. If worst came to worst, she would abandon the task, for survival was paramount. Familiar?
How could that be?
I am merely a minor character, nowhere near the esteemed reputation of young Master Qin. If I had met you before, I would certainly not have forgotten. Qi Miao feigned calmness while her heart raced. Qin Xingfei stroked his chin, pondering. Yet, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with the person before him. Could it be? Qi Miao chimed in. Could this be fate, a sense of familiarity at first sight.
Buffed.
Qi Miao was at a loss. This person was rather foolish. But it was preferable to being recognized. She quickly agreed. Yes, yes, indeed, this is fate. Jin Xingfei immediately threw an arm around her shoulder. Since we share such a bond, why not form a team? Today, I encountered a diviner who assured me that I would succeed. If you accompany me, victory is guaranteed. Form a team? Absolutely not. Who would be so brazen as to team up with someone they had deceived? That would be utterly shameless. Jin Xingfei, indeed. As long as you can pass the first round, we can team up for the subsequent 2 rounds, with all expenses covered. Covered expenses? Did he realize how tempting that was for a hapless orphan like her? Qi Miao, deal. I am at your service, boss. Jin Xingfei, haha. Calling me boss is too formal. I only see potential in you. I have a keen eye and have never misjudged anyone. Those I find to be destined are undoubtedly extraordinary talents and exceptional individuals. Qi Miao fell silent. Jin Xingfei, truly, I could weep. The testing of spiritual roots progressed rapidly. As soon as one placed their hand on the testing stone, results appeared instantaneously. Bone age 17, with 4 spiritual roots of metal, wood, water, and earth, 2 diverse and low in root value, disqualified. Next, bone age 80, with dual water and wood spiritual roots, water 60. Wood 70, one must build a foundation from a young age in cultivation. Do not settle for mediocrity. Your physique cannot withstand it. Next, those with overly diverse roots and low values were all disqualified. With 7,000 already tested, fewer than 100 had passed, making the process exceedingly harsh. Jujian Mountain's entrance requirements remained exceedingly high. Soon it was Jin Xingfei and Qi Miao's turn. Next, from the Jiangling Jin family, Jin Xingfei. Jin Xingfei smiled broadly, eager to demonstrate. Qi Miao, just wait and watch as I amaze everyone. Qi Miao enthusiastically responded. All right. She was indeed curious to see what extraordinary talents Jin Xingfei possessed, which would also give her a glimpse of the threshold of the cultivation realm. Jin Xingfei was not without fame. Both the Jiang family and his own reputation drew considerable attention. The prominent figures above were evidently paying closer attention. Jin Xingfei grasped the testing stone tightly. In an instant, golden light erupted. Chapter 3. History Unprecedented. Upon the testing stone, an extraordinarily pure and sharp force materialized, forming 2 large numbers in midair. Golden spiritual root. Root value 92. As this result emerged, countless individuals present were left in shock, their scalps tingling, even their breaths becoming heavier. Especially those who were previously concerned about Jin Xingfei's intelligence were on the verge of despair upon hearing the root value of 92. How could it be that Jin Xingfei possesses an intelligence quotient of 92? If I recall correctly, the root value of the Saint Sun from Jiujian Mountain is merely 94, isn't it? Several individuals gasped in astonishment. If Jin Xingfei is considered a prodigy, then the one from Jiujian Mountain must be the pinnacle of this era's brilliance. At merely 17, he has already reached the mid-foundation stage and has grasped the undefeated sword intent at an early age. However, it is rumored that he is as aloof as frost and emotionally distant. The revelation of Jin Xingfei's root value of 92 indicates that their innate talents are on the same level. Unfortunately, the Jiang family of Jin has been engaged in commerce for generations, resulting in a lack of resources and experience in cultivation, which has hindered young Master Jin over the years. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover, nor should one underestimate young Master Jin's intellect. In fact, I had noticed early on that young Master Jin possesses extraordinary talent. Perhaps it is merely a matter of intelligence exchanged for such gifts. Qi Miao was taken aback, wondering if they spoke ill of others so loudly. How audacious! Yet, it appeared that Jin Xingfei himself was unconcerned, laughing heartily and waving at her. Sister Qi Miao, look, am I successful? Qi Miao gave him a thumbs up. You are exceedingly successful, brother. Jin Xingfei was in high spirits. However, even more jubilant were the celestial beings above, each of them eyeing Jin Xingfei with predatory intent, as if plotting how to seize him. This was the first sign of activity from them in quite some time. You have successfully caught their attention, Jin Xingfei remarked. Ah, what good does that do? Qi Miao inquired. I am simply curious about the effect of their solitary remark from up high, Jin Xingfei mused. What purpose does it serve? This peculiar focus left Qi Miao in silence for a while before she earnestly replied, perhaps it serves a stylistic purpose. Unbeknownst to them, the celestial beings overheard their dialogue with crystal clarity. One irascible elder nearly flew down to chastise Qi Miao. What does a young girl like you understand? Our presence here is a deterrent. Fortunately, other celestial beings intervened. Otherwise, Qi Miao would have gained notoriety today. Elder Yen, calm down. We still need to maintain this facade. If we exhibit such anger, how will the other sects view us? They will mock Jian Mountain. The admonishment was timely. Jin Xingfei observed the celestial figures, noticing their suddenly grim expressions. Why do those above look as if they have consumed something unpleasant? Qi Miao glanced up and confirmed it was indeed so. How curious. Perhaps they are suddenly constipated? Let me eliminate her. I must eliminate her. The elders from Jian Mountain were once again on the brink of fury, with Elder Yen particularly inclined to teach Qi Miao a lesson on the spot. Fortunately, he was restrained. Elder Yen coldly snorted, twitching his mustache as he glared at her. Qi Miao, was it? I will remember you. I shall see what your talent is. If it proves mediocre, not even reaching the heights of a mountain, I will secretly transmit a message to humiliate you. The other elders were left feeling embarrassed. This was indeed something Elder Yen would do. The next to test their talent was Qi Miao. She was an inconspicuous character. Yet all present noted her close relationship with Jin Xingfei. Having witnessed Jin Xingfei's exceptional talent, they were naturally curious about what sort of talent could catch his eye and foster a friendship. Thus, before Qi Miao even began her test, a crowd began to whisper. This girl is quite lovely. I wonder what her talent is. Perhaps she is also a genius with a root value of 90. Come now, root value of 90? Do you think spiritual roots are as common as cabbage roots? Look at her. She possesses no spiritual energy whatsoever. If she can achieve 70, it would be remarkable. Qi Miao quietly chuckled to herself. Although she was unaware of her own so-called supreme spiritual root's true value, could the gifts bestowed by her system be inferior? At last, the day had come for her to shine and demonstrate her prowess. With encouragement from Jin Xingfei, she stepped forward to the tester. The tester handed her the testing stone, instructing, place the stone in your palm and press down firmly. Just as Qi Miao was about to apply pressure, the system binding her suddenly interjected. Host, I advise you to temper your strength. This system guarantees that if you persevere, you shall become the most formidable entity, achieving eternal life. Could it be that the spiritual root you provided is counterfeit?
Impossible.
Anything produced by this system is of the utmost quality. So, you've accepted your identity as part of the system, have you? Yet she believed that this system would not betray her. Qi Miao gently grasped the testing stone. All eyes were on her in that moment, including those of the celestial beings above. They were eager to see what kind of talent this girl possessed. Elder Yen remarked, I am prepared to mock you, through message. However, the testing stone remained inert. Qi Miao looked at the tester in confusion, displaying her stone. Brother, why isn't the stone reacting? The lack of response could signify one of two things. Either she lacked sufficient strength, or she possessed no spiritual root at all. The tester's expression turned sympathetic. It is impossible for me to lack a spiritual root. Could it be that the stone is defective? Thus, Qi Miao pressed down again. Seeing her persistence, the tester could only sigh, then let me have a look at the stone. Qi Miao obediently handed it over, her expression one of pure curiosity. Just as the onlookers were about to comment on Qi Miao, everyone clearly saw that the testing stone began to display images even before the tester touched it. Flames blazed forth, and numbers began to emerge. 10. A root value of merely 10? No wonder there had been no reaction for so long. It was due to an exceedingly weak talent that failed to manifest. Before the speaker could finish, a strange occurrence transpired.
No.
Before their eyes, amidst the flames, the numbers began to fluctuate. 20, 30, 40. The root value was on the rise. Moreover, the rate of increase was astonishing. 80, 81, 82. The individual quickly amended their statement. Unprecedented. The growth rate began to decelerate, and hearts raced with heightened anticipation. Could it truly reach 90? Surely, it was like a cabbage root. Soon, the root value surpassed 90, and even then, it showed no signs of halting. It even exceeded the threshold of 95, surpassing Jin Xingfei. They gazed at Qi Miao in disbelief. Enveloped in flames, Qi Miao appeared somewhat dazed. Yet she could feel an unceasing flow of power surging into her being, cleansing her of impurities and leaving her invigorated. How delightful! Her body was undergoing a transformation. In the next moment, an astonishingly unprecedented event unfolded. Chapter 4. A heroine, stirring the heavens. The surge of fire element spiritual energy surrounding Qi Miao intensified, enhancing her already mysterious presence amidst the flames. As the cyclone unfurled, a resounding explosion erupted from the testing stone, shattering it in the tester's grasp. Simultaneously, Qi Miao experienced a peculiar sensation, feeling herself empowered tenfold. Everyone lost their composure. Just a moment ago, Qi Miao had been an ordinary person devoid of spiritual energy. And now, at this instant, she was brimming with vitality, her energy as vibrant as an unquenchable flame. Spiraling energy enveloped her. Had she reached the initial stage of Qi refining? What had triggered this breakthrough? Simply a test of her spiritual root? Moreover, the testing stone had exploded. What was her true root value? All were left speechless, grappling with the tumult of emotions within. Throughout the annals of cultivation history, no one had ever achieved a breakthrough merely by testing their spiritual root. This was unfathomably effortless. Qi Miao, absorbing their words, was equally perplexed, staring blankly at the tester. The testing stone recently exploded, and its values had never stabilized, rendering it impossible to ascertain the results. Elder brother, are you alright? The testing stone detonated in his grasp, despite his timely release and the protective barrier of spiritual energy. His hand was left bloodied and bruised.
Alright?
Not at all. However, he now represented the dignity of the Nine-Sword Mountain. How could he admit to being harmed? Furthermore, the young girl had not acted with malice, and it would reflect poorly on his masculinity to display anger. Yet, he felt an overwhelming urge to cry out in pain. Silence. Just as he was about to voice his discomfort, a hand suddenly clamped over his mouth. The tester. What? The others. Huh? Did he just grab the man's mouth? They turned to see a grizzled old man, his hair and beard unkempt, emanating an intimidating aura. This man was one of the elders from earlier in the sky, Elder Yen. The disciples of Nine-Sword Mountain were taken aback and hurriedly knelt on one knee in reverence. It was evident that they held him in great fear. The fact that even an elder had intervened, particularly Elder Yen who presided over a mountain of swords, was remarkable. This was indeed a stroke of misfortune for Chiming. If it were Elder Yen, it could hardly be considered a stroke of luck, more of a calamity. Elder Yen was no ordinary elder. He was a top-tier powerhouse in the realm of cultivation, the punitive elder of Nine-Sword Mountain, the lord of a mountain. His strength was on par with that of the sect leader, if not superior, and his temperament had prevented him from ascending to the position of sect leader.
Indeed.
His appearance did not inspire confidence. Chiming blinked, and Elder Yen strode toward her, thrusting another testing stone into her hands. Test again. These 3 words were like a decree, leaving no room for dissent. Chiming responded with a soft okay, and proceeded with the test once more. The outcome was unchanged. The root values slowly ascended before the testing stone erupted once again with a resounding boom, akin to fireworks, plunging the area into a profound silence. Once was an accident. Twice, however, if the issue lay not with the testing stone, then the truth could only point to one conclusion. Elder Yen scrutinized Chiming, his gaze narrowing as if attempting to pierce through her very being. Chiming, feigning shyness, exclaimed, "Oh, Elder Yen, please don't look at me like that. It makes me blush. How audacious." Elder Yan's face flushed crimson as he pointed at her in indignation. "Your test results are certainly unreliable. If you wish to join Nine-Sword Mountain, I must conduct a soul probe. Do you have any objections?" A soul probe? Chiming was taken aback. This was utterly unacceptable. Jin Xingfei stepped forward, but was swiftly pushed aside by Elder Yen. "What, are you afraid?" Elder Yan's eyes gleamed like those of a hawk, instilling fear. Chiming was not particularly worried about herself. The soul probing technique was an invasive method employed by those with formidable souls against the weaker. The subject would endure excruciating headaches and debilitating weakness, as if their essence had been drained, resulting in a form of mental torment. Furthermore, the probing party would gain access to the subject's memories, leaving nothing hidden. In the realm of cultivation, this was an extremely invasive and offensive technique. While Chiming had yet to embark upon the path of immortality, she had encountered numerous rumors and literature regarding such techniques, and understood them well. Her sole concern was whether the existence of her system would be discovered. Soon enough, the Gosher system reassured her. "Fear not. Even if they strip you bare and hollow you out, my presence will remain undetected. I am a professional." With that, Chiming felt reassured. Her eyes filled with determination. If a soul probe were indeed necessary, she would face it head-on. She wanted to join Nine-Sword Mountain, and would do so in a manner that earned the respect and acknowledgement of all, without relying on luck. Her voice rang out, clear and resolute, imbued with conviction. Jin Xingfei's eyes shimmered with emotion, almost teary. He realized his judgment had been astute. He had never anticipated such depth of character in Qiming. She was indeed a spirited girl, unafraid to speak her mind and take action. He was profoundly moved. The others were equally astonished that Qiming would consent to the soul probe. They understood well that her ability to make the testing stone explode was not due to a lack of talent. Quite the contrary, her potential was extraordinary. Who else could cause a mere assessment of spiritual roots to yield such explosive results? Progress in cultivation was typically gradual and methodical. Thus, even if Qiming had declined Elder Yan's request for a soul probe, she would undoubtedly be accepted and valued by Nine Sword Mountain.
Yet now,
She had agreed to such an audacious request in the name of fairness and justice, seeking the acknowledgement of all. What a remarkable young woman. Truly inspiring. All present felt an increasing admiration for Qiming. Even Elder Yan's demeanor softened somewhat. Though she might have spoken thoughtlessly, her heart was in the right place. Based on her character, regardless of the outcome, he would not make things difficult for her. Nonetheless, the soul probe was unavoidable. For he was curious to uncover the nature of the extraordinary talent that could cause the testing stone to explode. Now that you are prepared, relax your spirit. If you are at ease, it will also facilitate my entry. Qiming, unflustered, closed her eyes and muttered, as if he were about to do something unsavory. I'll be your father. Elder Yan was nearly exasperated to death by her flippancy. However, he proceeded with the soul probe cautiously, striving to minimize her suffering. Qiming felt a cold sensation sweep across her crown, yet it was not overly distressing. Elder Yan was astonished. You don't feel pain? Qiming replied, not at all. Elder Yan insisted, my soul power is formidable. Are you truly unbothered? Qiming retorted, I'm really not, and if you keep babbling nonsense, I might just scream harassment. The others exchanged curious glances, clearly perplexed. Elder Yan's stature had been thoroughly diminished in their eyes. He gritted his teeth in frustration and delved deeper into Qiming's soul. At last, he beheld a vision. Chapter 5. The Curse of Yama. On a verdant hillside stood a peculiar structure. What was this? Elder Yan was bewildered, sensing that this image was not reality, but rather akin to a painting. Suddenly, an ear-splitting sound erupted.
bam, bam, bam. Hi, I'm Peppa Pig.
A pink sow made a flamboyant entrance, adorned with 5 large characters spelling out pink hair dryer.
What?
Elder Yan was flabbergasted. How could such bizarre elements exist within this girl's soul? The pink hair dryer suddenly emitted a pig squeal. This is my brother, George. George appeared, squealing. This is my daddy, Daddy Pig. Daddy Pig emerged, squealing. This is my mummy, Mummy Pig. Mummy Pig appeared, squealing. In an instant, 4 pink hair dryers had gathered together. The cacophony was maddening, a form of mental pollution. What on earth was this peculiar phenomenon? Elder Yan, having lived for centuries, had never encountered such an eccentric and bewitching soul. What chaotic thoughts occupied Qiming's mind? He could no longer endure it. If this continued, he would go mad. Elder Yan intensified his efforts, plunging deeper into Qiming's soul. Finally, he escaped the maddening imagery and found himself in a vast chasm of darkness. There was no light, and hundreds of long, thick chains bound a girl clad in red. Nearby, a colossal hammer formed of souls floated alongside countless iron nails. The hammer struck the nails, which pierced the girl's forehead again and again. In this pitch-black realm, the girl was condemned to endure eternal torment. This vision made even Elder Yan's heart race with trepidation, as waves of anguish washed over him. What is this? Before he could further contemplate, a mysterious and formidable force roared, Intruder, perish. At that moment, Elder Yan felt his soul being forcibly expelled from Qi Miao's body, his internal organs erupting and blood spewing from his mouth. The others, bewildered, watched as Elder Yan alternated between excitement and madness, eventually calming down, only to suddenly explode. Qi Miao paused in contemplation. What does extreme quality's spiritual root signify?
Indeed.
It is so extraordinary that it can cause any detector to explode. The Gosher system excitedly explained. Qi Miao replied, then, that truly is exceptional. She glanced at Elder Yan with a hint of guilt, asking, are you all right? Do I look fine to you? Yet Elder Yan was not concerned about himself at that moment. He was more anxious to uncover the nature of that entity residing deep within Qi Miao's soul. He was a formidable figure in the late stage of divine transformation, and excluding the reclusive ancient ones, There were fewer than 10 in the entire cultivation world who could surpass him. What kind of terrifying force could push him back with just a glance? From Qi Miao's demeanor, it seemed she was unaware of it herself. He had to comprehend what that entity truly was. You have passed the first round. Your mutated fire spiritual root has a root value of 89, he casually stated. This number was indeed remarkable. It allowed Qi Miao to succeed and was reasonable enough to warrant her being valued by the sect without drawing excessive attention. For something to have forced back his late-stage divine transformation strength, the secrets Qi Miao possessed must belong to an unfathomable realm. Most importantly, 89, just 1 point shy of 90, was exceptionally impressive. However, Qi Miao could only remain speechless because the gaucher system had informed her that Elder Yen had not truly grasped her root value. Hence, this score was merely meant to annoy her. How petty! What kind of look is that? Qi Miao averted her gaze and replied, a trusting look. Elder Yen questioned, I feel like something is amiss. Regardless, he decided to inform the other elders about Qi Miao's situation. Perhaps someone would know what was going on. With just a glance, he could sense an endless pain within. Only one elder, a white-haired man, trembled for a long while. What you see are indeed 100 chains and a hammer with numerous nails. Cultivators possess abilities far beyond ordinary people, and Elder Yen, being in the late stage of divine transformation, had an exceptionally keen sense. He could not be mistaken. Upon his affirmation, the elder felt a chill. Elder He, you are well-versed. Do you know anything? His name was He Wanban, the master of Wanji Mountain, responsible for the collection of secret texts within Nine Sword Mountain. In terms of knowledge, he was unmatched in the entire Nine Sword Mountain. Elder He took a deep breath, uncertainly stating, this is likely the Yama curse. Before death, 100 soul chains are used to bind all bones, with the soul-destroying needle piercing the crown, subjecting the soul to eternal torment, never to find peace in death. Each of her lifetimes would end prematurely, and she would be unable to cultivate. Her potent spiritual root may indicate some celestial connection. But such a malicious curse. Who would be so cruel as to cast it upon her? Her information indicated she was born an orphan, lived 15 years in the mortal realm, and had just embarked on her path to immortality. It was likely this curse was not something she acquired in this life. The torment of her soul across lifetimes was naturally beyond any rational comparison. Merely listening to the description sent chills down the spine. The cost of casting such a curse is immense. Who exactly is Qi Miao? What secrets does she harbor? Should they take her in? Elder Yen pondered for a long while before speaking. Everyone understood he had developed an affection for talent and felt pity for Qi Miao's unfortunate fate. While Elder Yen appeared impulsive and stern, he was, in truth, exceedingly compassionate. He was indeed calculative and petty, yet tender-hearted as well. Elder He remarked, all encounters are fated. If destiny has led her here, no matter how mysterious she may be, can she truly cause upheaval? Moreover, you mentioned this child possesses an excellent disposition. If she can pass 3 rounds, what harm is there in accepting her? However, the secret she carries should not be disclosed to her for fear of damaging her character. With this, Elder Yen felt reassured. Since it was fate, he would lend her a hand. If Qi Miao could pass the second round of the Celestial Ladder test, he would present her with a small gift as compensation for his intrusion. However, he was curious about one thing. By the way, do you all know what a pink hairdryer is? The elders collectively asked, what on earth is that? Elder Yen replied, you know that silly thing that starts with hi?
Peppa.
Everyone was left speechless. Those who passed the first round could use their handplates to rest in the guest quarters of Nine Sword Mountain while waiting for the assessment the following day. Early the next morning, before dawn, Qi Miao attempted to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. As everyone else remained asleep, she sat cross-legged, regulating her breath. The fire element spiritual energy sensed a warm attraction and swiftly gravitated towards her. In no time, a small whirlwind of flames formed around Qi Miao, continuously swirling, as if she were a black hole. If anyone were to witness such an occurrence, they would surely be astounded and exclaim about her extraordinary absorption speed. Qi Miao's cultivation stirred a warm breeze in the sweltering summer. While she felt refreshed, the others, still half asleep, suffered. That night, everyone experienced a nightmare. Dreaming of being placed in a steamer by a red-clad female demon. They felt as if they were about to be turned into steamed humans. Damn it! Who is blowing hot air so early in the morning? Have some decency. It's scorching. Qi Miao, unfazed, thought, what hot air? Isn't this quite pleasant? The gaucher system remarked, you might feel cool, but the fire elements around you are nearly suffocating. How can others not feel the heat?
Ah?
So this commotion was caused by me. Should I apologize? No need. They would prefer you to leave.
Cough.
My sincerest apologies. However, Qin Miao was not one to lack awareness, so under the moonlight, she quietly made her way to a small grove. Chapter 6. Yang's Spiritual Root. Young lady? The grove was serene, the rustling of leaves creating a melodious sound. It seemed there was no one around. Qin Miao immediately sat cross-legged, continuing to absorb spiritual energy. She had delayed for far too long. In her past life, she had a brief existence, passing before her 20th birthday. From the day she traversed into this world, becoming a 5-year-old orphan, until now, she had been a helpless and worthless individual. No one understood better than her what she had endured over the past decade. Without support or capability, she could only resort to deception to survive. Once, while attempting to deceive someone, she stumbled upon 2 cultivators fighting, their battle creating chaos in the heavens. An unfortunate incident resulted in the death of the very person she sought to deceive, right before her eyes. The cultivators bore no responsibility, merely leaving with a careless remark about sin. She stood before that corpse for a long time, realizing more acutely than ever that this was a world where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. If she wished to survive and live splendidly, she must grow stronger swiftly. Just then, she suddenly heard the sound of flowing water, sparking her curiosity. Upon investigating, she discovered a faint glow emanating from nearby, shrouded in mist. What could it be? Intrigued, she approached, parting the bushes to hear a man's labored breathing. Upon closer inspection, at the moment when day transitioned to night, a marvelous stone emitted a soft light, illuminating a pool of crystal-clear, warm water that created swirling mist. A man reclined at the edge, his fair chest rising above the water surface, his skin as flawless as jade, with dark hair floating in the spring. This man was exceptionally handsome. With sharp brows and bright eyes, his features chiseled like a sword, exuding an air of aloofness. Oh, a handsome man taking a bath. How delightful to behold. At that moment, a cold glint flashed in the man's eyes. Whoosh! A chilling sword aura surged forth, and although Qin Miao reacted in time, the speed of the sword aura was too swift, leaving her with a cut on her neck.
Damn.
Had she been a moment slower, she might have met her end. Glancing in the direction where the man had been, she found no trace of him. In the next instant, a sword pressed against her throat, poised to pierce. Qin Miao raised her hands. I surrender. The man, clad in a dark blue robe, had long hair tied up in a high ponytail and wore an expression of icy severity. Why were you spying? He scrutinized Qin Miao and discerned that her cultivation level was low, noticing the badge at her waist. He surmised she was merely a novice and not there to assassinate him. I wasn't spying. You were bathing in an open-air hot spring, and I was merely cultivating. You disrupted my practice, so I came to see what was happening, Qin Miao retorted. Did I disturb you? He challenged. Otherwise, why would I have come over? The sound of splashing water drew me in, and besides, I only saw the upper part of you, and you hurt me. As she spoke, she displayed her wound. The man suddenly choked on his words. What did she mean by only saw the upper part? Did she feel regret? What kind of decent girl speaks so bluntly? You have a good physique, but I didn't see anything else. Why are you making such a fuss? Qin Miao remarked nonchalantly, her gaze darting pointedly lower. What else could it be? You have what I don't. The man finally registered her words, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his otherwise handsome face. Throughout his life, apart from swords, nothing had ever stirred his emotions. Yet, her frankness truly pierced through his composure. A flush appeared on his cheeks. How can you, a girl, speak so shamelessly? Qin Miao replied, I'm not embarrassed. Why should you be? What a man's form is not a secret. Calm down. And let us focus on how you're going to compensate me for my medical expenses.
Huh.
The man was taken aback, genuinely surprised. Me compensate you? Why not? Am I to assume the marks on my neck are self-inflicted? You disrupted my cultivation, and I hold it against you. But if you dare to evade your medical bill, I will truly have words with you. Have you no shame? The man prided himself on his emotional stability. Yet Qin Miao was simply too brazen. Qin Miao touched her face. I can't ask for more. I already have a beautiful face. If I were to ask for more skin, it would only get thicker. He fell silent, truly at a loss. He had never encountered someone so audacious. His master taught him about swords, but not how to deal with shamelessness. Faced with such blatant extortion, he found himself at a loss for words. Fine. Let us settle this matter quickly. He would consider it as being bitten by a dog. He touched the space ring on his finger and produced a vibrant red pill. This is a grade 1 blood chi pill. Is this sufficient? A blood chi pill? Such a valuable item. Qi Miao's professional instincts kicked in.
Just one?
Isn't that a bit insufficient? Perhaps it is, considering you can only bathe in an open-air bath. I want to make it hard for you. What a brazen remark. How could she say such a thing?
Fine.
2 pills, take them or leave them. He hastily pressed another into her palm and turned to leave, fearing she might unleash another remark. Feeling satisfied, Qi Miao called after him, Handsome, remember to be careful when bathing next time. Don't wave your sword around. By the way, your chest muscles are quite impressive. If you're worried about being seen, perhaps you should wrap them up. The man stumbled mid-step. Then, with a swift flick of his sword, he took to the skies, fleeing as quickly as he could.
Wow. Miao gazed now.
Having witnessed sword flight for the first time, it was so cool. One day, she too would soar like that. You seem to have had quite the fruitful journey today. Ing Wuhua observed, still sulking. The elder chuckled. Today, the extreme yin energy has erupted. It's considerably milder than before. Ing Wuhua, who had been slightly dizzy with anger, suddenly sensed the truth behind the elder's words. Indeed, it seemed to be the case. How is this possible? He was born with a sword soul and a mutated ice spirit root, making him an extreme yin body. Every month, he would experience an explosion of extreme yin energy that caused him great suffering. If not resolved before his 19th birthday, it would lead to his demise. This had troubled him for a long time, and he had been searching for a solution, but had only discovered one method that was seemingly impossible to achieve, transforming his extreme fire spirit root into a yang spirit root. Only a yang spirit root could dissipate the extreme yin energy. However, the yang spirit root had always existed only in legends, an impossible dream. And how could it be so easily found? With less than a month until his 19th birthday and the extreme yin energy erupting more frequently, he had already resigned himself to his fate. Yet, he was unwilling to accept it. He should have been the brightest star among his peers. Suddenly, Ing Wuhua's body stiffened. A yang spirit root? Could it be that girl? Considering her manifestation of his symptoms easing today, a figure suddenly flashed in his mind. A rather audacious figure. Impossible. Chapter 7. The Innate Ascendant Body. Jin Xingfei proceeded to enlighten her. The second round of the assessment is the Celestial Ladder, which tests the strength of one's soul. The stronger the soul power, the more steps one can ascend. The highest record during the Qi refining stage was set by the Saint Son of the Nine Sword Mountain, who, being born with a sword soul, astonishingly ascended 200 tiers. That is a height achievable only during the foundation establishment stage. Tomorrow, I too shall attempt to reach 200 tiers. Such matters were outside Qi Miao's comprehension, as they were not mentioned in her books. However, she was aware of the Saint Son of Nine Sword Mountain. If one were to rank contemporary prodigies, Jin Xingfei, having lagged behind, would barely qualify for the second tier. While the first tier consisted of the scions of various sects, with the Saint Son of Nine Sword Mountain standing at the pinnacle, possessing a divine sword soul and a mutated ice spirit root. He reached the mid-foundation establishment stage at the tender age of 17 and had even slain half-step golden core experts in battles. Not only was he formidable, but his appearance was also renowned, ranking 9th among the beauties of the cultivation world, described as having the demeanor of a cold plum and the pride of snow. Yet, Qi Miao was more curious. Why not ascend 300 tiers and surpass him to claim the title of first? This was an excellent opportunity to accumulate renown. Renown was a valuable asset. Once acquired, even a mere fart would be deemed a truth worthy of attention. Is it that simple? If it were merely a matter of cultivation level, I could manage, but this tests soul power. If you wish to ascend, you shall do it on your own. I cannot. Soul power is the most challenging to cultivate. Otherwise, professions like artifact refiner and alchemist would not be so scarce. Ascending the celestial ladder was akin to having one's soul sliced with each step. The further one ascended, the more agonizing it became, ultimately leading to a torment akin to soul torture. But Qi Miao was undaunted. Although she was unsure of her soul power's tier, she instinctively believed it was substantial. Not to mention, having lived 2 lives, she felt no discomfort when her soul was probed yesterday. During the soul probing, she sensed her soul power was remarkably robust, rendering it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to attack her soul. I take it from your words that I shall indeed ascend 300 tiers tomorrow. Qi Miao declared confidently. Are you serious? Jin Xingfei exclaimed.
Why not?
Jin Xingfei suddenly burst into laughter, clapping Qi Miao on the back.
Oh my.
Little Qi Miao, you are simply too amusing. So naive and innocent. Once you step onto the celestial ladder, you will understand. 300 tiers. If you truly manage to ascend 300 tiers, I shall gift you a high-grade spirit stone. If you surpass 300 levels and reach an additional one, I shall reward you with a precious spirit stone. Do not leave me in a position where I cannot bestow it upon you. Miao was momentarily taken aback. Was she being mocked by J and SH and GFI? J and SH and GFI using money to ridicule her. How fortunate. She was utterly impoverished. A smile suddenly graced Miao's lips. J and SH and GFI, you truly are my benevolent fortune, my celestial being. Sergei, like a golden retriever, suddenly brightened. Do you genuinely believe I am a deity? What sect do I belong to? Miao replied, the path of the wealth-dispensing child. Sergei. Soon, a large crowd gathered in the square, with disciples from the Nine-Sword Mountain making their appearance. The second round of today's test involved ascending the celestial ladder. The instructions were simple. Each participant merely needed to step-by-step ascend the ladder to reach the 50th level to pass this round and enter the final stage. 50 levels to pass? That seems effortlessly easy. How difficult could climbing stairs be? You are young and arrogant. The celestial ladder is not a challenge for the ordinary. Each step is a trial of the soul. Do not speak without understanding. However, where was the ladder? Just as the crowd was puzzled, a multitude of birds appeared in the sky, and an auspicious golden light tore through the clouds, gradually showering the earth. Where the golden light touched, a translucent, flowing celestial ladder manifested. Majestic and soaring to the heavens, it appeared boundless. The sight left the onlookers awestruck. With the tolling of a bell, several celestial beings appeared amidst the clouds. The second round of the test, ascend the celestial ladder. Let the test commence. Miao and J and SH and GFI gazed skyward. These celestial beings are here to create an atmosphere. The celestial beings remarked, you two are quite loquacious. Hurry. Climb the ladder. The two suddenly felt as though someone had given them a gentle push from behind, and after a moment of stumbling, they stepped onto the first rung of the celestial ladder. The moment Miao stepped on, she felt a distinct sensation. This was surprisingly pleasant. It was as though she had entered a high-end foot massage parlor, where an exceptionally skilled masseur was providing her with a comprehensive massage, elevating her spirit to an entirely new level. She glanced around at her companions, who bore expressions of distress, as if under immense pressure, some even emitting pained monkey-like cries. Was it because she was merely on the first rung? What would happen if she climbed higher? Eager to find out, Miao jumped directly to the fourth rung. Oh, this feels even more delightful. It's as if she were in paradise. Unintentionally, she let out an odd sound. No one had ever mentioned that ascending the celestial ladder was this enjoyable. The system interjected. Tone it down. Others might misinterpret your expression of ecstasy as something else. The peculiar sound coupled with her expression of indulgence left the others in a state of shock. I don't know why, but it feels as if my entire body is being massaged. I feel utterly revitalized. Exclaimed Miao, J and SH and GFI. The crowd, what? Enjoyable? Wait, did they not just ascend a mere 10 rungs? They were already feeling the pressure on their souls and pain throughout their bodies. Could it be that Miao was indeed a connoisseur of such unique experiences? The celestial beings above were equally taken aback. Enjoyable? How can that be? They have all ascended the celestial ladder and are well aware of its true nature. It can only be described in 4 words: excruciating torment. Compared to climbing the celestial ladder, they would rather be whipped. Was there a malfunction with the ladder? Elder Yen, with a shift in his gaze, discreetly descended to step onto the ladder. It was somewhat painful, observing that Miao had already ascended to the 30 or 40 levels. Given her early stage of qi refinement, her soul force, even if stronger than the average person, should have left her drenched in sweat. Yet, she wore a look of sheer enjoyment. Was it possible she had an unusual preference? That was rather bizarre. Would she not fear that the ladder, feigning playfulness, might truly cast her down to her demise? At that moment, HW and BN suddenly considered a possibility. Could it be? Chapter 8. Enjoying the slap. The Yanluo curse that plagued Miao for countless lifetimes, while rendering her a waste and denying her longevity, simultaneously tempered her soul to an extraordinary degree, making her impervious to the agonizing pain it inflicted. The celestial ladder, an ancient divine artifact, when she ascended it, the torment of the Yanluo curse was suppressed. No matter how challenging the celestial ladder became, it could never rival the pain inflicted by the curse. Thus, she felt utterly at ease. The other elders were left in utter disbelief. This can indeed be interpreted this way? HWNBN nodded. In simpler terms, she had been constantly struck with a heavy stick, and today, it was merely a slap. Is that not a significant relief? Elder Yen pondered for a moment. So, she truly finds pleasure in being slapped? HWNBN, that seems to be the case. The elders fell silent. Though the analogy was rather inappropriate, it was, in fact, quite accurate. She had already ascended to 170 levels. What? A female elder exclaimed, and everyone quickly turned to look. Indeed, at that moment, Miao had scaled 170 levels, a truly formidable number, as evidenced by JNSHNGFI, who was barely at the foundation stage beside her. JNSHNGFI's veins bulged, and sweat poured from his body, soaking his attire. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was crawling up the ladder with great effort. The other participants had long ceased their ascent, with the highest only reaching 150 levels, marking the best performance in recent years. Yet, the prowess of the two still climbing was astonishing. JNSHNGFI's struggle was understandable, but why was Miao so extraordinary? She was merely in the early stage of Qi refinement, yet it appeared she was still enjoying herself. This was terrifying. Would she break the record set by Nguhur? Such talent was truly monstrous. It was hard to fathom that she could emerge as such a dark horse, and she had yet to formally begin her cultivation. Her future was boundless. As JNSHNGFI's speed diminished, every step became an agonizing ordeal, the pain multiplying. His vision blurred, and the sweat was increasingly uncontrollable. I must continue climbing. I must ascend. Initially, he felt considerable pressure, but upon seeing Miao effortlessly climbing higher, a competitive spirit ignited within him. He would strive to reach at least 200 levels, proving himself as a top talent. His family had been engaged in commerce for generations, amassing great wealth. And they spent countless treasures each year to invite powerful individuals to support them, a cost that was staggering. Having finally produced someone with a celestial root, the entire family placed their hopes on him, investing substantial resources to ensure he could uphold the family legacy. If he did not become a top talent, he would be unable to command respect and secure his family's position. He was the hope of the entire JN family in GNGLing. 190. 191. He gritted his teeth. Yet, the final 10 levels to reach 200 were not easily traversed. Each step could halt countless individuals. 195. Suddenly, JNSHNGFI's entire being felt as though it was bursting with blood.
Boo.
Pain reverberated through every cell and pore of his body. Crying out in agony, he gazed at the last 5 steps, his vision gradually fading. He could not discern whether it was blood or tears. He yearned to continue climbing, but his legs felt utterly devoid of strength, collapsing like cotton. Must he halt here? At that moment, a youthful and melodious voice rang out. JNSHNGFI. Can you still ascend? He awakened in astonishment, facing Miao, who wore a red garment and extended a hand toward him with earnest eyes. He gritted his teeth and declared, I can. Miao continued, Are you certain? Each step higher will impose a deadly pressure upon you. However, if you wish to ascend, I shall pull you up. Jin Xingfei was well aware of this. He gazed at the stairs above. Yes, he could relinquish his efforts here, mere 5 steps away from his goal. Yet, to ascend 200 steps before establishing his foundation would prove he could stand alongside the unparalleled prodigy, Nguhua. He would become the pride of his family. And even if it were not for his family, he had no desire to concede here. If Miao could venture further, he would not yield. I can do it. Pull me up. I must ascend 200 steps. In that moment, Miao grasped his hand and led him upward. 196. With each step, he felt excruciating pain, yet his heart overflowed with gratitude and excitement. Their actions astonished the onlookers above, who were both exasperated and touched. A female elder smiled. The reckless abandon of youth truly represents the most beautiful moments in this world. The potential of these two individuals suggested they would either meet an untimely end or become formidable figures. This sentiment resonated with all present. Cultivating the Tao is not child's play. Everything must be seized: resources, treasures, and opportunities. Without ambition and a fighting spirit, what is the point of pursuing immortality? You should find a man to marry, was the jest. What about men? They can marry men too. There's no shortage of partners. 199. 200. At the moment Qin Xingfei stepped onto the 200th step, he erupted in exuberant cheers. I did it! I did it! As laughter filled the air, he suddenly choked. It was blood, which he coughed up violently. Chill out, Chao Miao urged. Chill out? How could he remain calm in such a jubilant moment? Breathless, he collapsed onto the 200th step. You can go now. Upon looking, he realized Chao Miao had already moved on. Qin Xingfei, while it is understandable, why must you be so heartless? He never anticipated that Qin Xingfei would indeed reach the 200th step, his talent now comparable to Ing Wuhua. This era truly birthed extraordinary talents. But most importantly, how far could Chao Miao ascend? At this moment, all eyes were fixed on her. Just as He Wanban had said, having endured the torment of the Yama curse for so long, the pressure of the heavenly ladder was trivial for her. Yet how far could she go? And what remarkable record could she set? All held their breath in anticipation. At that instant, Chao Miao suddenly called out, Qin Xingfei. Qin Xingfei, whose eyes had just closed, opened them wide. There stood Chao Miao, strikingly visible in her red attire on the golden heavenly ladder. In a blink, she had reached the 299th step. Her speed was astounding. Pausing, she smiled. Did you not say that for every step I climbed beyond 300, I would receive a high-grade spirit stone? Watch closely now. Upon hearing her words, an ominous feeling crept over him. One step. Chao Miao ascended to the 300th step. Chapter 9. The Heavenly Ladder Incited Ire. Everyone believed Chao Miao would immediately continue to higher steps, yet she came to a halt, standing still as a mischievous smile graced her lips. With an exaggerated tone, she teased, Oh dear, how did I reach 300 steps? Qin Xingfei. Chao Miao retreated a step, landing back on the 299th step. Oh dear, how did I come back down? Qin Xingfei. The crowd. Qin Xingfei. Did you not claim I was too youthful and reckless to reach 300 steps? Look at me now, I went up, I came down, I went up, I came down. The girl laughed gaily, playfully hopping between the 300th and 299th steps. This spectacle left Qin Xingfei utterly dumbfounded. Chao Miao, are you unwell? She twirled her fingers and rolled her eyes. I know nothing. I went up, then came down. At the 200th step, the pressure of the soul did not crush Qin Xingfei, but Chao Miao's antics were truly infuriating. It was then that he finally realized a truth he would deem undeniably correct for many years to come. Never provoke Chao Miao. Enough. Hurry up and ascend, or I shall publicly retract my promise, and you shall receive not a single spirit stone. Hearing this, Chao Miao hastily resumed her ascent, her swift movements inciting further irritation. The crowd murmured, How shameless. The elders above were left speechless. Setting aside their talents, could they truly believe these two would become formidable figures in the future? Silence enveloped them. At least their talents were extraordinary, beyond imagination. Their curiosity about Chao Miao's secrets only intensified. Presently, she possessed another celestial affinity, rekindling her talent. Both her spiritual root and soul power surpassed all expectations. Who was Chao Miao, truly? As she approached the 400th step, fatigue began to weigh on her. No one knew precisely how many steps the entire heavenly ladder contained, but her achievement of 400 steps during the Qi refinement stage was destined to set a record that would remain unbroken for a millennium. The crowd grew increasingly numb. They merely wished to fast forward to see how high Chao Miao could ultimately climb. With each lingering glance, their resolve threatened to shatter, for this was simply too monstrous, too extraordinary. Finally, they beheld Chao Miao standing upon the 500th step, blood seeping from her body. Ouch, that stings. Chao Miao distinctly felt that her bleeding was not due to severe soul damage, but rather the pressure on her physical form. Yet, the heavenly ladder should not impose such physical strain. At that moment, a bold thought crossed her mind. Could it be that the ladder, weary of her climbing, had grown impatient? Just as this thought formed, a voice echoed in her ears, not sounding human but resembling the ancient murmurs of a deity. Deep and archaic, countless prodigies exist in the world, For Qi refiners ascending the heavenly ladder, 100 layers is commendable, 200 layers is exceptional, 300 layers is unparalleled, and 500 layers is peak. Today, the prodigious maiden Chao Miao has ascended 500 layers. Blessings be upon her. As the words fell, streams of radiant light converged into a mysterious and warm force, surging into Chao Miao's being. With a swirling energy enveloping her, Chao Miao felt her strength surge to unprecedented heights. Mid-Qi refinement stage, the crowd was thrown into chaos, staring blankly at the unfolding scene. Blessings? Ascending the heavenly ladder could yield blessings? This was utterly unheard of. Wait, she just broke through? Why does her advancement seem as effortless as drinking water? The elders above were equally astonished. No one had mentioned that ascending the heavenly ladder would bestow blessings. The realm of cultivation was about to undergo a transformation. This young woman was no ordinary talent. If they had previously held a belief based on experience that Chao Miao possessed exceptional talent, now her prowess was certified by the laws of nature as the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Even more disconcerting was the realization that, according to the laws of heaven and earth, 100 layers was merely commendable, 200 layers exceptional, and 300 layers peerless. For many years, those who could reach 200 layers in the Qi refinement stage could be counted on one hand, with only those like Ing Wuhua deemed unparalleled prodigies. Achieving such feats, none had ever reached 300 layers. Did this not imply that their cultivation realm was utterly inept? A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. No wonder the cultivation realm has not witnessed a transcendent for so many years. The revelation is indeed staggering. As the elders exchanged bewildered glances, Qi Miao felt a surge of joy within. If ascending just 500 levels could allow me to break through, what more blessings might await if I were to scale even higher? Could it be that I would directly reach the foundation establishment or even the golden core stage? Excellent. Little ladder, just watch me conquer you. With newfound motivation, Qi Miao eagerly prepared to ascend once more. Before her, a golden luminescence coalesced into a single character, roll. The moment the word manifested, Qi Miao felt an overwhelming force propel her backward, the impact staggering.
Ah!
This is the 500th step. Falling from here could spell disaster. Fortunately, Jin Xingfei swiftly reacted, catching Qi Miao just in time. After expressing her gratitude, Qi Miao shouted at the celestial ladder, "What is wrong with you? I ascend to the purpose of a ladder to be climbed? What harm is there in bestowing some blessings? I've earned it through my own efforts." Such rudeness. How inconsiderate. This left everyone utterly bewildered. What is happening? The elders were at a loss. After a moment of silence, He Wanban slowly spoke. The celestial ladder is an ancient divine artifact, imbued with spiritual essence. After years of temporal transformation, it has likely acquired its own sentience. While we can comprehend the emergence of sentience, the question remains, why did it utter the word roll? He Wanban pondered for a while longer before offering a reasonable explanation. Perhaps the celestial ladder found her demeanor too brazen to tolerate. An impeccable explanation. They glanced again at Qi Miao, who was now surrounded by curious onlookers, clearly having emerged as a star among the new arrivals. No, it was more than that. The blessings of the ladder would soon catapult her into prominence throughout the entire cultivation realm. Elder Yen remarked, "So, my comment yesterday about her talent being worth merely 89 was in vain?" The others fell silent. That was nothing but nonsense. Elder Yen sighed. "Enough. By the way, the next round of testing is the sword tomb, correct?" "Indeed, although the sect master mentioned that the sword seems to have awakened." Upon hearing this, several others' pupils constricted. "Are you referring to that one? The sword of the sect's ancient ancestor, known as the Sword Master during the golden age of flourishing talents, awakened yesterday." Chapter 10. He truly is no good. In the sword tomb of Nine Sword Mountain. Though Nine Sword Mountain ranks lower among the 10 great sects, it is undeniably one of the most formidable sword tombs in existence. Here, the swords possess a degree of sentience. In this domain, swords choose their wielders. Not the other way around. The sect master, Chong Shui, with an ethereal presence, traversed the dim confines of the sword tomb. In the past, all swords would radiate brilliance, resonating with their songs. Yet in recent days silence reigned. Chong Shui arrived at a secluded spot, crouching before a dying sword that barely emitted a flicker of white light. Seemingly on the brink of extinguishment, he channeled his spiritual energy into the sword, but to no avail. "Master, this sword has finally awakened. In the past, You sacrificed countless spiritual swords to nourish it, leading our 9-sword mountain from its zenith to this predicament. What secrets does this sword hold? The energy of countless spiritual swords can only exist under its master. What grandeur must it embody? I long to witness the resurgence of our golden age. Gently, he wiped the blade, and with a mere touch, the light extinguished. In that instant, a multitude of chaotic visions surged through Chong Shuai's mind, and even he, seasoned in grand spectacles, found himself stammering.
No, no.
Please don't do this. This is our 9-sword mountain's future. After nurturing you with so many spiritual swords, you extinguish just like that?
No. Sword, shine.
Illuminate once more. Oh no. The sword has gone out. Elders, come to my aid. She paced around her room, realizing that apart from herself, the other new students were absent. Thus, she perused the manual to glean some insights about 9-sword mountain. For instance, the elder who had tested her spirit was Yen Go, the law elder responsible for the sect's punishments, his strength on par with the sect master. Due to his irascible nature, he had few disciples. Notably, Elder Yen possessed one of the peaks of 9-sword mountain, Thunder Peak. It was said that among the top-tier powers in the current cultivation realm, Elder Yen was one of them. Just then, a commotion caught her ear. Come see. The most comprehensive guide to the 3rd round of 9-sword mountain's assessment is available for just 1 high-grade spirit stone. Limited quantity. First come, first served. A guide to the 3rd round? Miao, intrigued, approached the source of the voice, only to discover an old man with white hair setting up a stall. Unbeknownst to her, this old man was actually Elder Yan's transformation. He had prepared this in advance as a reward for Miao, compensating for the spirit test. However, he was not one to be brazen, hence his current guise to deliver the item in this manner, hoping to derive some benefit from her to soothe his bruised ego after being scolded. Yet Elder Yan thought, this is illogical. Aren't you the one who loves to take advantage of others? Fine, if you don't want it, then I won't give it to you. As if I were begging you. As he saw her about to leave, he suddenly shouted, Miss, wait. Miao halted, looking around to find only herself present. Pointing to herself, me? What's the matter? Elder Yen queried, did you not hear me calling just now? Surely, it was because she didn't hear. Otherwise, how could she have walked away? Miao replied, I heard you. Elder Yen pressed, you heard me, yet remained indifferent? This is the guide to the 3rd round of assessment, guaranteed. Miao smiled. Old man, I see through your ruse. It's a scam, and you're not fooling me. She was no stranger to such tricks. Did they think she could be deceived? I would scam your mother. Elder Yen's face turned ashen as he stifled his inner fury, forcing a smile. How could this be a scam? Look at what I'm wearing. I'm a disciple of 9-sword mountain. Surely, I possess some mystery. Stop. That line was already used a few days ago. As a fellow practitioner, be a bit more original and don't plagiarize, alright? Elder Yen. Used a few days ago? Miao replied, alright, you can't deceive me. I'm leaving. And with that, she genuinely began to walk away. Elder Yen grew furious. A surge of formidable energy erupted from him, blocking Miao's path. Today, you'll take this guide, whether you want it or not.
Miao stood dumbfounded.
Had she truly angered a formidable figure? How could he resort to such coercive tactics? Survival is paramount. She quickly donned an awkward smile. Sir, it's not that I don't want it. I simply cannot afford it. I'm merely speaking frivolously because I cannot buy it. Please have mercy. Elder Yen retorted, it's just a high-grade spirit stone. Didn't Jin Xingfei give you several hundred? I heard it crystal clear when you ascended the celestial ladder today. Miao replied. Hasn't he given it to me yet? Elder Yen continued, then how about 1 medium-grade spirit stone? Miao replied, I don't have any. Elder Yen pressed. What about 1 low-grade spirit stone? Miao responded, I don't have that either. Elder Yen exclaimed, you have nothing at all? Are you joking with me? Haven't your accommodations been quite satisfactory these past few days? He could not believe that from her. He could not extract even a single item. At this point, Miao felt a bit embarrassed and scratched her face. Accommodation is provided by the 9 Swords Mountain, and the food is sponsored by Jin Xingfei. I have not spent a single cent, Yan Go inquired. What about your family? Don't they support you? Miao smiled faintly. I have been an orphan since childhood, abandoned in a small village. Where would I find family? Yan Go felt a pang in his heart. Do you not have any other friends? Miao chuckled softly. No. Their families do not allow them to associate with me, claiming I scavenge for trash. Before she resorted to deceit, she indeed scavenged for refuse. Eventually, the struggle to survive through scavenging led her to a life of trickery. A wave of guilt and sorrow surged within Yan Ge. They knew Qi Miao was an orphan but had never considered the extent of her suffering. His mind went blank. He stared at the strategy guide in his hands. How could he exploit a pitiful child who had lost her parents and friends? He truly felt he was unworthy. Chapter 11. When heaven opens a door for you, it also opens a window. With a sigh, Yan Ge gazed at Qi Miao with compassion, like a benevolent elder. Alas, seeing your plight, I shall gift you this strategy guide. Qi Miao appeared astonished, repeatedly waving her hands. No, 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 I cannot accept this. It feels too shameful to take something for free. It would be worse than killing me. Yan Ge insisted. No, you need not feel guilty. It is I who brought up your painful past. This is something I ought to give you. Qi Miao replied. But this guide would likely be of little use to me. Although I currently possess the mid-stage of Qi refinement, it feels so insubstantial. Everything still relies on luck. Suddenly, Yan Ge realized the truth in her words. He pondered for a moment, then retrieved a pill and a manual from his spatial ring. This technique is called Xianyuan Gong. It is the most suitable for your mid-stage Qi refinement, comprising 3 levels that will adequately prepare you for the dangers of the Sword Tomb. However, time is of the essence. So, I will personally guide you through a portion of it. Your understanding will depend on your own aptitude. Qi Miao was taken aback by his offer. What? Sir, are you a living bodhisattva? A second-tier pill and a mid-grade Xian class technique. Even if I entered the 9 Swords Mountain, I doubt the treatment would be so generous. The system mused. You have indeed encountered a living bodhisattva. Not only is he generous with his gifts, but he also addresses issues with piercing insight. Given your current state, it is evident that you do not resemble a mid-stage Qi refinement practitioner. You are far too weak. If you take this solidifying essence pill and practice the Xianyuan Gong with your innate talent, your combat power in the mid-stage of Qi refinement will surely be exceptional, granting you greater assurance in the trials of the Sword Tomb. Upon hearing this, Qi Miao's gaze became resolute. She immediately knelt on one knee and performed a respectful gesture. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed senior. I am profoundly grateful. Observing Qi Miao finally willing to accept his help, Yan Ge felt an immense sense of pride. Look at you, with all your stubbornness and resolve. You are now obediently accepting my aid. Humph. He continued, now follow my instructions, and I will teach you how to consume the pill for maximum efficacy.
Qi Miao obediently listened.
Following Yan Ji's guidance as she consumed the solidifying essence pill and began to regulate her breathing. Soon, she felt the chaotic spiritual energy within her gradually stabilize, and the discomfort she often experienced vanished, replaced by a refreshing sensation akin to a seed receiving water. Yan Ge was astonished by her rapid transformation. The conversion rate of pills varies for each individual, and Qi Miao's stabilization was unusually swift, attributable both to the solidifying essence pill and her innate qualities. In the realm of cultivation, innate talent, foundation, and comprehension are paramount. Clearly, Qi Miao excelled in the first 2 aspects. Yan Ge, who had reached the transformation stage, knew he possessed considerable talent, but when compared to Qi Miao, he felt utterly outclassed. However, as the saying goes, when heaven opens a door for you, it will also seal a window. He had witnessed too many flawed geniuses. This young girl's comprehension might not be as commendable. Next came the Xianyuan Gong, a technique that emphasizes using softness to overcome hardness, leveraging strength against strength. The first level is transformation strength, the second is conformity strength, and the third is limitless. I will demonstrate it for you. How much you can learn from me will depend on your own understanding. With that, Yan Ge summoned his spiritual energy and began to showcase the Xianyuan Gong before Qi Miao. This technique was acquired after he reached the foundation establishment stage and had accompanied him until the late Golden Core stage, serving as a significant aid in his youth. Though it is classified as mid-grade Xian class, its cultivation difficulty is exceptionally high. Mastering the 3rd level is comparable to high-grade Xian class. He had used this technique to challenge opponents of higher levels countless times.
Now,
passing it on to Qi Miao was a testament to his belief in her talent and his sympathy for the time she had lost. As Yan Ge demonstrated the Xianyuan Gong, Qi Miao observed intently. Although his movements were slow, they created afterimages, forming a purple whirlwind that absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy and foliage. The power was profoundly enigmatic. The first level of Xianyuan Gong is white, the second is blue, and the third is purple. Each level presents a formidable challenge, with many individuals stagnating at the first level for decades. Indeed, it is exceedingly difficult, yet to Qi Miao, each motion seemed broken down into distinct forms, deeply etched in her mind. After completing the demonstration, Yengo looked at Qi Miao with an expression eager for praise. Do you remember? I know it's challenging, but if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I will answer without reservation. Qi Miao replied confidently, I have learned it. Yengo exclaimed, what? Qi Miao reiterated, I said I have learned it. Yengo chuckled, impossible. I have never seen anyone learn the Xianyuan Gong after just one demonstration. Do not boast, child. Qi Miao insisted. Well, today you have witnessed it. Yengo challenged. All right, show me how you learned it. Those with high comprehension were not unfamiliar to him. Who could possibly learn a technique just by watching someone perform it once? If that were the case, what other secrets would remain? If everyone could simply record others' techniques, wouldn't they all master the unique skills of every practitioner? Qi Miao nodded, and slowly began to demonstrate the Xianyuan Gong. Though she was petite, her movements exuded strength. Yengo remarked, quite impressive. Gradually, a white vortex formed in Qi Miao's hands. Yengo was momentarily stunned. Before he could react further, the white vortex in Qi Miao's hands began to transform into blue. Yengo was utterly dumbfounded. Wait. Qi Miao paused, looking at Yengo in confusion. What is it? Yengo questioned. Have you truly never practiced the Xianyuan Gong before? Qi Miao confirmed with a nod. Never. No one has given me the manual. Yengo fell silent for a long time, gazing skyward. Eventually he muttered a curse. Damn it, heaven. I shall no longer refer to you as heaven. Is this how you treat us? Why must some possess extraordinary talent, foundation, and comprehension? Is there no benevolent deity? Perhaps a benevolent deity would treat him better. He suddenly buried his face in his hands, chuckling bitterly, concealing his dark thoughts beneath his sleeves. What has come over me? Concerned, Qi Miao asked, Sir, are you all right? Yengo smiled again. I am fine. I merely reflect that it took me 3 years to cultivate the Xianyuan Gong to the 2nd level, and the world praised my exceptional comprehension. It makes me want to laugh. Oh, I see. It turns out I have inadvertently struck a blow to your pride. Qi Miao muttered. Actually, I feel that I might surpass the 2nd level. Yengo. Chapter 12. Counting money after being sold. You claim you are beyond the 2nd level. Surely you must be telling me that merely by witnessing my demonstration, you ascended directly to the 3rd level? Yengo spoke with an air of challenge, as if daring her to admit it, lest he perish on the spot. Qi Miao scratched her face, offering a sheepish laugh. It's not quite that exaggerated. Yengo let out a sigh of relief. I thought as much. The 3rd level of Xianyuan Gong is no trivial matter. Please, demonstrate the extent of your current capabilities. Nodding, Qi Miao once again performed the Xianyuan Gong. This time, the vortex began as a vibrant blue, gradually shifting to a shade of purple, yet failing to fully manifest. Yan Ji's expression tightened, half a step into the 3rd level. He felt a twinge of helplessness, almost wanting to laugh ruefully. What difference does this make from merely being at the 2nd level? Heaven, how unfair you are. Qi Miao's eyes sparkled with expectation. Sir, if you could demonstrate just once more, and I observe more closely, I believe I could reach the 3rd level. Would you be so kind as to see this through? Qi Miao then blurted out, Is your mother still alive? Yengo was taken aback. Qi Miao quickly covered her mouth. Oh dear, what a slip of the tongue. I've been a mere mortal for so long, I lack an understanding of the lifespans in the cultivation world. You don't seem too young yourself, haha. Yengo was exasperated, chuckling in disbelief. How has this person survived with such a loose tongue? It's no wonder her parents don't allow her to play with others. Exceptional talent paired with such a sharp tongue is indeed a rare combination. Yet, with a heart of gold beneath his sharp words, Yengo demonstrated the Xianyuan Gong once more. He cared not for how much she might learn. Keen to avoid further disappointment, he quickly excused himself. Once he had departed, a realization struck him.
Today,
he not only delivered a strategy but also bestowed upon her a 2nd-grade elixir and a tome of Xianyuan Gong. With Qi Miao's remarkable talent, taking her on as a disciple would spare him from feeling overshadowed. Not only would he be free from discouragement, but he could also let Qi Miao challenge others, allowing them to experience the dismay he felt today. How splendid! Moments later, Yengo straightened abruptly.
Wait.
I've given everything away, and still risk losing myself? Am I not losing both the lady and the army? What a fool. How did I suddenly feel so duped? The irony is, I was just basking in my own pride. I have been sold and am now counting the coins for someone else. Meanwhile, Qi Miao practiced the Xian Yuan Gong within her room. Her commendable comprehension was among the finest in the cultivation realm, yet she found herself just a step shy of the third level, a leap she struggled to make. At that moment, Jin Xingfei knocked on the door. "May I enter?"
Come in.
Upon seeing Jin Xingfei's face, Qi Miao fell into a deep silence. "Have you been beaten?" Jin Xingfei's striking looks were indeed associated with his charm. Yet despite having bathed, he bore bruises and his face resembled that of a swollen pig. Were it not for his voice and ostentatious attire, one might hardly recognize him. "No, I went to climb the heavenly ladder." Qi Miao replied, "Didn't you already pass the test? What are you doing climbing that thing again?" Jin Xingfei explained, "It's all because of you. What does that have to do with me?" After a moment's contemplation, Jin Xingfei continued, "No one has ever climbed so many levels on the heavenly ladder during the Qi refinement period, let alone received a blessing. Now that you have. Who in the cultivation world wouldn't desire a share of that fortune? Not just us ladder climbers, but even those who have long since entered the inner sect, even direct disciples, are attempting it. Some elders are eager to give it a try." Qi Miao asked, "And what came of it?" Jin Xingfei replied, "Then the entire heavenly ladder was filled with whales. No one succeeded." Qi Miao laughed mercilessly. "How pitiful."
Ha ha ha.
Jin Xingfei, "This person is truly something." However, after multiple attempts at the ladder, even without obtaining a blessing, he had reaped considerable benefits. His soul force had been refined. During the assessment, he had managed to climb to the 200th level under Qi Miao's guidance, and after several attempts, he had climbed an additional 30 levels. Perhaps, with a few more climbs, he might indeed have a chance at receiving a blessing, but only a chance.
Qi Miao responded, "Exactly."
She recounted her recent experiences to Jin Xingfei, though she withheld the fact that she was nearing the third level of Xian Yuan Gong. Jin Xingfei was incredulous. A second-grade elixir? A mid-tier Xian-level technique? Have you truly encountered a living bodhisattva? Qi Miao affirmed, "Indeed, a genuine bodhisattva, who taught me one-on-one and even gifted me a manual." Jin Xingfei lamented, "Why is it that the mysterious figures I encounter only offer me fortune-telling, using the same old lines?" Qi Miao froze, a cold sweat breaking over her. "Because the ones you meet are genuine charlatans, my dear brother." Qi Miao pondered how to explain, but before she could, Jin Xingfei slipped away. "Well then, this foolish child is happy, and that's all that matters. Yet, why does it feel as though today's events will only deepen Jin Xingfei's conviction that the person he met that day was not a fraud? Never mind. The sword tomb of Jian Mountain lies within a realm of thunder. Once a place of serene beauty, it became ravaged by the storms brought forth by swords. Within it lie the swords of renowned figures, the blades of fallen greats, and weapons that have claimed countless lives, all interred in this land. After centuries of cleansing, the swords have gradually manifested souls, their natures shaped by the memories of their former masters. A sword that was once a harbinger of bloodshed cannot escape its bloody legacy. The overwhelming bloodlust has rendered their sword souls ferocious, attracting the wrath of thunder. Jian Mountain is heralded as the foremost sword sect in the world, and naturally, its practitioners are inseparable from swords of legendary caliber. Your final trial is to survive 3 days within the sword tomb and obtain a sword that rightfully belongs to you. The sword tomb is fraught with peril, and Jian Mountain assumes no responsibility. Do you have any questions? Generally, there are none. However, at that moment, a girl in red quietly raised her hand. "I have a question." Upon seeing Qi Miao, the senior reciting the lines struggled to maintain composure, rubbing his forehead to prepare himself mentally. It wasn't that he was overly cautious, but rather that Qi Miao was utterly inscrutable. She always managed to provoke unexpected reactions. Yet, one couldn't blame him for feeling somewhat willing to be provoked, as if compelled into a strange, masochistic thrill. After he had completed his mental preparations, he smiled and said, "Please, state your question." Qi Miao raised her hand. "If in the end, the sword does not choose me, can love be forced?" Qi Miao, forcefully binding him with a contract and taking him out of the sword tomb. "Can that be done?" He was unaware. His senior brother immediately cast a pleading glance toward the elders in the sky. The several elders fell into a lengthy silence. He Wanban stroked his beard and transmitted, "Throughout history, none who have entered the sword tomb have ever done such a thing. However, since the sword has gained a soul, a reckless, forcible contract may harm the soul. We certainly do not wish to witness such a scene, but if the young friend insists, we will not obstruct you." Qi Miao pondered for a moment and nodded. So that was it. Why did it feel like her understanding was not genuine, but rather that she intended to give it a try? Yen Ge remarked. I hope she is not foolish enough to forcibly take the sword from the sword tomb. The mountain master of Sword Symbol Mountain, Elder Qing Huan, chuckled, her laughter like silver bells. What is Elder Yen worried about? With her aptitude, it would be difficult for her to enter the sword tomb without being chosen by a sword. How could she possibly have the chance to forcibly take one? Yen Ge replied, that is true. Yet they still underestimated Qi Miao from a distance. What normal act could she accomplish? Are there any other questions?
None.
Since there are no further inquiries, you may enter the sword tomb. In 3 minutes, we will close the entrance. Those who do not enter will be deemed eliminated. As the words fell, countless individuals rushed into the entrance, and Jin Xingfei pulled Qi Miao in quickly. After everyone had entered, a man clad in a white and blue robe, with a face resembling jade, descended upon a sword. He gazed at the empty entrance before him and sighed. It seems I have arrived a step too late. Yen Ge queried in surprise, Wu Hua. What do you mean by a step too late? Wu Hua pursed his lips and replied, my master sensed turmoil within the sword tomb. There may be new entrants who cannot cope with the ensuing dangers. It is possible that they may face total annihilation. Everyone's expressions tightened. Surely it cannot be that coincidental. However, the sword tomb had indeed been tumultuous recently, with various emergencies occurring frequently. Thunder, to cultivators, signifies tribulation, possessing the most lethal force. Although the thunder within the sword tomb is not particularly powerful, it is still easy to strike down an unfortunate cultivator in the qi refining stage. Should we let them out? Yen Ge closed his eyes. We must ensure they all emerge. Jiang Ling's youngest son, Qi Miao, a scion of a wealthy merchant family, an unparalleled prodigy and a fresh influx of talent. They must not perish within. The elders rushed forth. Just then, the entrance mysteriously closed, barring everyone outside. Shall we attempt to open it? The elders pressed their handprints at the entrance, trying to force it open. The formation activated in their hands, channeling spiritual energy to forcibly unlock it. However, there was no result. Wu Hu stated, the formation of the sword tomb was laid down by the ancestor at the founding of the sect. For various considerations, it was specially designed with a 3-day trial period each year. During these 3 days, the sword tomb is immune to any presence of golden core stage or above. Let me give it a try. But the extreme Yin energy on you. Wu Hua's presence had granted Jiujian Mountain considerable reputation among the new generation. He was an absolute genius, and even though plagued by extreme Yin energy, he could still rank among the top. In the past year, they had seldom allowed Wu Hua to appear, for if they did not find a young spiritual root cultivator to dispel his extreme Yin energy soon, Wu Hua would have only 1 month of life left. They had watched him grow up and could not bear to see him perish. Elders need not worry. As the eldest brother of Jiujian Mountain, I must heed the sect's call without hesitation. This is my duty. Moreover, Wu Hua is not a cripple and does not wish to become one. I ask the elders to support this. The elders exchanged glances and ultimately nodded. Since Wu Hua has said so, let safety be our priority. With Wu Hua inside, we can feel considerably reassured. Indeed, before the closing time had passed, upon Wu Hua's entry, the entrance opened once more. After Wu Hua entered the sword tomb, He Wanban remarked, is there still no news regarding the Yang spiritual root? Asked Yen Ge. Didn't he take the initiative to investigate yesterday? Yen Ge replied, me? I didn't inquire. Then, why did you seek out Qi Miao yesterday? Yen Ge's face suddenly flushed. Mind your own business. I have my reasons. He would not admit that he had disguised himself to act as a benefactor. After Qi Miao and the others entered the sword tomb, thunder and lightning entwined with countless restless souls above the soil, which housed innumerable swords. The flashes and roars were exceedingly ferocious. They had been inside for quite some time. Yet no one dared to venture out. Instead, they stood beneath a massive tree hollow. The ferocity of the thunderstorm was such that if it did not cease, who would dare to step outside? Indeed, even the chance of being selected by a sword was overshadowed by the risk of being struck dead by a bolt of lightning. Just then, a girl's voice broke through. I have a solution, do you trust me? The crowd turned to look. The speaker was Qi Miao. Chapter 14, The Handsome Guy Swimming Naked Outdoors. After a moment of hesitation, the crowd began to speak. You say you have a solution. Could you share it with us? They trusted Qi Miao, albeit with a degree of skepticism. Their trust stemmed from her prior performance and her unwavering determination during the soul search. Their skepticism arose from the fact that her thoughts were often inscrutable. One misstep could lead them astray. Miao gazed at the terrifying thunderstorm outside, unavoidably recalling her previous life, lamenting the technological backwardness of the cultivation realm. The lightning that strikes without self-awareness is not entirely random. Most lightning is produced by the friction of various substances in the atmosphere, generating a significant charge. When the charge exceeds a certain threshold, a discharge reaction occurs. Moreover, the upper part of the cloud is predominantly positively charged, while the lower part is negatively charged. When this potential difference reaches a certain level, a discharge reaction will also ensue. Thus, it can be deduced that the portion of the lightning approaching the ground is primarily negatively charged, and as we know, the higher one stands, the more accurately one is struck. In truth, it is not entirely so. To be more scientific, it is the same charge that repels and opposite charges that attract. It is the positive charge from above that draws the lightning strike. Based on this principle, we can construct a lightning rod. The assembled crowd was momentarily stunned. What are positive charges? What are negative charges? What is the difference between the same and opposite charges? What is a lightning rod? What kind of treasure is that? The familiar terms, when combined, rendered them utterly perplexed. However, seeing Miao speak so confidently, they deemed her argument to hold merit. So, how do we construct this lightning rod? Miao smiled. It's simple, just create a taller metal tower. Metal is neutral, and when struck, it becomes electrified, attracting lightning. I see, but in this sword tomb, the surroundings consist of either soil or trees. The only other elements are ghosts and swords. While swords can be considered metal, we cannot even exit to gather materials. Miao blinked and curiously asked, "Aren't you all cultivators?" "Indeed, but what does that have to do with this?" Miao grinned, revealing her little tiger teeth, her innocent and carefree demeanor immensely charming. "Since you are all cultivators, you must carry some treasures or weapons with you, right? If we meld the treasures and weapons together, wouldn't we have metal to create the lightning rod?" The crowd exclaimed. "So that's where your idea comes from?" Miao continued. "Since this is for our lives, isn't it the right time to use them? Either we cannot predict how long this thunderstorm will last, and if we endure for 3 days, none will be able to pass and successfully enter, or a brave warrior must risk their life to navigate through the thunderstorm to seek the sword." Just then, a cold voice rang out from behind. "This thunderstorm will not cease within 3 days." As the crowd lifted their gazes, the ambient temperature seemed to drop several degrees. Before them stood a young man clad in a striking white and blue robe, his beauty so exquisite that it elicited gasps of admiration from those around. Appearing to be around 18 or 19 years of age, he possessed a countenance that seemed almost otherworldly. His hair was tied high, and his gaze was indifferent. No one knew his identity, yet an aura emanated from him that set him apart from everyone else. A formidable presence surrounded him. In the previous 2 rounds of trials, I had not encountered this individual. Did any of you have any recollection of him? With such striking features, it would be impossible for me not to remember him if he had indeed participated in those earlier rounds. The crowd began to speculate about his identity. Although he intended to explain the current situation and reveal his true identity, a voice echoed in his ear at that moment. "Isn't he that handsome guy from the outdoor skinny dipping?" The crowd turned their attention to Miao.
What do you mean by that?
Miao replied, "Outdoor skinny dipping, of course." "Do you know him?" they asked. "Yes," she replied. "I was cultivating at that time and happened to see him bathing. I didn't know his name, but his physique was truly impressive. I couldn't think of what to call him, so I just referred to him as the handsome skinny dipper." Silence. Before she could continue, Wuhua cast a spell, rendering her unable to speak. The crowd looked on, and the once handsome young man, who resembled Frost incarnate, now blushed furiously. "What is the name of that handsome skinny dipper?" Wuhua gritted his teeth in frustration. Since his birth, he had been a genuine prodigy, adored by his elders and revered by his peers. Never had anyone dared to tease him in such a manner, let alone with such an embarrassing nickname. Although he often appeared aloof, he was, after all, still a youth. Young men are often the most sensitive, and now, with the title of outdoor skinny dipper thrust upon him, how could he possibly reveal his true name? Once they exited the sword tomb, wouldn't it become common knowledge that he was Wuhua? Infuriating. "I am called Nameless. You need not concern yourselves with who I am. Simply understand that I have come to assist you." The crowd responded, "All right, skinny dipper." Wuhua retorted, "You are forbidden to use that nickname." The crowd replied, "Very well, bear." It was only when a chilling sword intent hovered at their throats that they immediately ceased their banter. The fury of the skinny dipper was indeed more formidable than his muscular physique. Truly excessive. Ing Wuhua cast a sidelong glance at Qi Miao. Did you comprehend? Qi Miao pointed at her throat, her eyes wide with innocence. Ah ba. Ing Wuhua released the spell, initially filled with anger. He found himself slightly amused by Qi Miao's quick apology, allowing his irritation to dissipate like a passing breeze. He then glanced at Qi Miao with a cold smirk. You are hardly worthy. Qi Miao responded with a slight frown. Jin Xingfei interjected, don't misunderstand. I believe he was suggesting that you are too petite to deserve that title. Qi Miao replied, I didn't expect you, who seems so honest, to have such a sharp tongue. Jin Xingfei added, indeed, I also find his words rather biting. After all, lies do not wound, but the truth is a swift blade. At that moment, both Ing Wuhua and Qi Miao fell silent. Perhaps we should make Jin Xingfei our lightning rod? Whether he can deflect lightning is one matter. We could simply strike him down. After a prolonged silence, Qi Miao finally addressed the matter at hand. Brother Nameless, since you say this storm will not cease within 3 days, does that mean we must confront the tempest before us? Ing Wuhua nodded.
Qi Miao sighed.
What is the matter with your sighing? She queried. I lament that you claim to come to our aid, yet offer no assistance. We must face this tempest alone. Ing Wuhua couldn't help but chuckle at her frustration. Can I eliminate this girl? I am waiting for a response. Quite urgently. Chapter 15. Let us use Jin Xingfei's, for I am impoverished. The group had been seated in the tree hollow for quite some time, observing numerous bolts of lightning strike down, showing no signs of relenting, and indeed growing fiercer than before. Jin Xingfei remarked, what if we end up being struck while sitting in this tree hollow? No sooner had he spoken than a deafening crack of thunder erupted at the entrance of the hollow, leaving everyone pale with fright.
Damn.
Brother, do not tempt fate. Jin Xingfei exclaimed, covering his mouth. I was merely speculating. Would it really strike us? Thankfully, it did not hit anyone. Suddenly, another powerful thunderclap resounded.
Boom.
In that instant, everyone felt an unprecedented sense of danger. Shut your mouth. The lightning is truly approaching. Everyone, prepare your defenses. They all began to channel their spiritual energy to ward off the impending lightning. However, it wasn't long before their energy dissipated, and bolts of lightning surged into the tree hollow. Fortunately, a flash of sword light cut through the incoming lightning, severing it completely. It was Ing Wuhua who had intervened. His expression was grim. You all should devise a plan to escape. After all, I cannot be your protector at all times. In the face of such crises, you must rely on yourselves. He could solve the immediate threats, but he could not be their savior in every instance. Otherwise, the very essence of the trials would lose its significance. Nevertheless, in critical moments, he had to act. Beyond that, these circumstances were beyond his purview. Upon hearing his words and recalling the recent events, the others felt a surge of anxiety. If they could have thought of a solution, they would have already done so. In truth, there was a possibility. The group exchanged glances until they finally turned to Qi Miao. Are you certain that your lightning rod idea will work? Qi Miao shrugged. I am not sure. I only know the theory, not the practice. How could I possibly know if it would work? It was impossible to assert that it would work now, only to deceive them later if it failed. Deceiving others was one thing, but if she were trapped here and led them astray, she would be the one to suffer. The gourd history system chimed in. Did you not declare your intention to turn over a new leaf? Qi Miao felt embarrassed. It's all your fault. Others can grow stronger just by drinking water. And you want to see how much I have to do? The gourd history system replied, there's nothing I can do. Relying on systems is one thing, but cultivation is up to the individual. If I were as powerful as those systems, I would have long since renamed my self-invincible water drink system. Would it still be called this? Qi Miao retorted, so, you are the gourd history. The gourd history system replied, keep insulting me. Gourd history. The system chuckled, you have kicked a cotton ball. It will have no effect. Rather than provoke me, why not think of a way to escape? Truly useless. With a sigh, Qi Miao turned to the others. You all saw the lightning just now. Hiding here is futile. It would be better to trust me and take a risk. The crowd fell into hesitation. What confidence do you have? Qi Miao replied, 50%. Either it will work or it won't. 50% is a wager of nearly all our treasures and weapons. Even if we do not enter the Nine-Sword Mountain this time, there will be another opportunity. Her words struck the hearts of everyone like a heavy hammer. They never expected such sentiments to emerge from Qi Miao. At that moment, they felt an indescribable sensation. However, even if the lightning rod could be created, someone would have to place it far away to attract the lightning, which was exceedingly perilous. who would be willing to do so. Miao smiled and said, I will go, since I proposed this idea. As long as everyone is willing to take the gamble with me, I will bear the other dangers alone. She was indeed competitive. Having never experienced a comfortable life, she possessed nothing. Thus, she had nothing to lose. Life or death became inconsequential. The crowd was taken aback. And then Qin Xingfei stepped forward, producing his storage ring. All right, since you, Sister Miao, have said so, I, Qin Xingfei, fear nothing. It is merely treasures and weapons. I give you everything. My family has plenty of money. I am not worried about not being able to replenish it later.
Take it.
Take whatever you need. Qin Xingfei initially supported Miao, yet he was no fool. If no one followed him, the risks would solely rest on him and Miao, while the benefits would be shared by all. Not only was this unprofitable, but it also felt quite distasteful. Now he spoke up because everyone else began to waver. At this moment, his voice could undoubtedly rally the majority to follow them. As expected, with Qin Xingfei taking the lead, others gritted their teeth and produced their own treasured artifacts and weapons. Mine are here too. You can melt Qin Xingfei's first. His family is wealthy, so he won't mind. If that's not enough, you can add mine. Yes, mine as well. If Qin Xingfei's isn't sufficient, then use ours. Qin Xingfei. Can it be done like this? How devious you all are, Ing Wuhua observed from behind, finding the situation quite amusing. If this group of disciples truly succeeded in entering the sect, it would surely bring excitement to Jian Mountain. The recent batches of disciples had never displayed such determination and cohesion. Although everyone insisted on using Qin Xingfei's materials first, they had already prepared for the worst. At this point, Ing Wuhua's gaze fell once more on Miao. All of this depended on her, that peculiar and mischievous young girl. There were some who were reluctant to contribute, but since everyone else had, they felt embarrassed to withhold. Miao looked at the artifacts and weapons before her and smiled with satisfaction. This quantity should suffice. Whether it would succeed depended on her. With that, Miao summoned her true energy, igniting a flame in the frigid cave. The fire was not vigorous. But Miao, that small flame can't possibly melt these, right? These are refined spiritual tools. Ordinary flames cannot meld them. A furnace is necessary. Is that so? Indeed. Did you plan to do it this way from the start? Miao tilted her head innocently. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. We thought you could refine them. No one spoke up. None had established their foundations yet. So, where would they find the spiritual energy to support refining? It's over. The last hope has been extinguished. Some buried their heads, overwhelmed with despair. Just then, the temperature in the cave began to rise, transforming the cold, terrifying environment into a stifling heat. This temperature. Everyone looked toward the source of light, their eyes wide with astonishment. Chapter 16, Ginseng, feed me, and I shall never regurgitate it. The flames at the girl's fingertips intensified from weak to vigorous, the fiery glow approaching white, resembling the sun. A mere spark could generate such intense heat. While everyone had mentioned seeking a furnace to assist in refining, the cultivation world was not devoid of powerful beings capable of melting directly without one. However, only those with fire spiritual roots at the nascent soul stage or above could achieve such feats. Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul. Had Miao's flame intensity transcended 3 significant realms? This seemed impossible. No one could ascertain, except for Ing Wuhua, who squinted at the temperature before glancing at Miao. Perhaps it truly was possible. Ordinary fire spiritual root cultivators certainly could not accomplish this, but what if Miao was not a fire spiritual root, but rather a mutated yang spiritual root? Historical accounts of yang spiritual root cultivators were exceedingly rare, as they were already scarce. The records documented only 2 known figures from ancient times, both of whom were unrivaled powerhouses. Yang spiritual roots not only surpassed fire spiritual roots, but also possessed powers of purification and exorcism. If Miao could indeed melt spiritual tools without a furnace's assistance, then she was quite likely the legendary yang spiritual root. This meant hope had arisen. Let's give it a try, Ing Wuhua said, his voice trembling with anticipation. The observing elders outside also held their breath. If she could truly accomplish this, it would confirm her as a yang spiritual root, right? Even if she wasn't, the power within her could suppress Ing Wuhua's extreme mean energy. Given a few more years, he would undoubtedly be fine. They hoped for her success. Miao obediently took out a magical artifact belonging to Qin Xingfei and began the melting process. Everyone held their breath, watching intently. The flames scorched the spiritual tool, which slowly transformed until it began to liquefy. I can't believe it. She really can. The result was unexpected. Their gazes shifted from seeing her as a person to that of a monster. Ing Wuhua's mind went blank. He stared at Qi Miao, momentarily speechless. Yang spiritual root. She is undoubtedly a Yang spiritual root. After so many years, he had finally discovered news of the Yang spiritual root. He could still survive. The elders outside were nearly moved to tears, for this was the best news for Jiao Jian in nearly a century. Without exception, Ing Wuhua was saved. After being suppressed by the other 10 major sects for so long, they had finally encountered a peerless genius. A genius with a Yang spiritual root. They dared not even imagine how the opposing sects would react when they had the opportunity to compete on equal footing in the future. My heavens! Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Yet, amidst the astonishment and hidden delight of all, Qi Miao grew irritable. Could someone come and collect the molten solution? I can't do all the work alone. It's about to drip. They finally snapped back to reality. Oh, I'll do it. I'll catch it. Jin Xingfei found a basin and quietly began to collect the molten liquid from the spiritual tool. From here on, I can't manage it alone. It's up to you all. Rest assured, we'll handle it with no issues. Everyone began to busy themselves. Those with metal and wood spiritual roots helped shape it. Those with water spiritual roots solidified it. Those with fire spiritual roots kept the metal in liquid form, and those with earth spiritual roots shielded against lightning. Everyone had their roles clearly defined, and the operation was orderly. As Qi Miao melted the third spiritual tool, she began to sweat, causing concern among the others. Qi Miao.
Can you hold on?
Only she could refine the spiritual tools, and as she was merely at the Qi refining stage, her spiritual energy reserves could not withstand such enormous consumption. Qi Miao replied, I can, but if anyone has any elixirs to restore spiritual energy, that would be even better. Not only were they providing spiritual tools, but also elixirs. They felt the pinch. They wanted to cry. But at this point, they had no choice but to go all in. Just be careful. They gathered the elixirs into a small mountain beside Qi Miao. She grabbed a handful and stuffed them into her mouth.
Goodness.
These are elixirs. Do you think they're candy? Eat slowly. Such wastage. It pained them to watch. Qi Miao, what can I do? Otherwise, would you like to melt them? The others were at a loss. No problem, you eat. Just eat your fill. As they watched Qi Miao simultaneously refine the artifacts and consume elixirs by the handful, their minds were filled with a mixture of anguish and astonishment.
Goodness.
She can really eat. She can consume so much. An hour passed. The tower was nearing completion. Qi Miao was almost done melting the remaining spiritual tools, leaving only a few behind. However, there were still elixirs left. They found a modicum of comfort in that. Surely a little bit of elixirs remaining was acceptable? Qi Miao gazed at the pile of elixirs. Although most were for restoring spiritual energy, there were also various other good items. Since they were nearly finished, wouldn't it be a waste to leave any behind? These were all the collective goodwill of everyone. Thus, while everyone was still discussing how to allocate the remaining elixirs, Qi Miao suddenly grabbed a large handful and began to stuff them into her mouth frantically. Grasp. Stuff. Grasp. Stuff. The actions flowed seamlessly. Before she had swallowed one mouthful, another was already on its way, and the elixirs diminished at an astonishing rate. Only then did everyone react. Sister. Sister, stop eating. Do not consume it all. Leave some. Yet, Qi Miao paid no heed and continued to indulge. This cannot be allowed. Someone restrain her. As the words were uttered, a few attempted to seize her hands and feet. Upon hearing this, Qi Miao was taken aback. What? After all my toil to consume these elixirs, you dare to lay hands on me? How unjust. Even if they intended to act, she resolved to finish her meal first. With determination, she cast aside her other tasks, seizing the elixirs and hastily sending them to her mouth, proving impervious to the efforts of those trying to restrain her. Qi Miao, cease your antics. Allow me to partake. I have labored for everyone. What harm is there in me consuming these elixirs? You heartless lot, she exclaimed, her words muffled around the elixirs in her mouth. Just as she was about to swallow the last one, they shouted, do not let her ingest it. Pry her mouth open. Alas, it was too late. In plain sight of those attempting to intervene, she swallowed the elixir whole. I'm full, she declared, patting her belly contentedly, her mood soaring. In that moment, despair enveloped everyone around her. Qi Miao, You are truly a gluttonous beast. One cried out. Tell me, was this intentional or an accident? Miao blinked innocently. I was intentionally careless. After all, it was a gift from everyone. I couldn't let it go to waste. Well said. What a glorious display of intentional carelessness. What a waste not to waste. The mockery intensified. How shameless. Truly shameless. How could they have been deceived by her honeyed words, believing her to be a virtuous girl? It's sheer folly. Even Wuhua could not suppress a smirk. I have seen greed, but never such unabashed gluttony. The audacity of it all was astonishing. Do you not fear death from consuming so many elixirs at once? Miao was bewildered. Is that even a concern? Wuhua nodded gravely. Jin Xingfei explained, indeed. All medicines carry some toxicity. With such a quantity consumed, you do the math, Miao, and may fortune smile upon you. Miao gasped, wait. So I could perish just from a few bites? She lay down dramatically. Well then, I shall prepare for my demise. She appeared utterly devoid of hope, resembling a dismantled automaton. Wuhua could only chuckle at her antics. Are you truly unaware, or feigning ignorance? Elixirs do carry toxicity, but each individual possesses a degree of immunity and transformation. Those who can adapt may face no issues, yet those who cannot will encounter troubles sooner rather than later. Miao inquired, is that true? Jin Xingfei replied, so that's how it is. I wondered why you hadn't perished yet. Miao retorted, Jin Xingfei, do you wish for my demise? Only a smidgen, he replied. Begone. Miao exclaimed. Wuhua sighed, observing the two fools. However, his gaze could not help but scrutinize Miao. It was worth noting that even those with superior transformation abilities would find it nearly impossible to consume such a vast quantity of elixirs in a short span without consequence. Yet she appeared unscathed and lively, squabbling with others. Her constitution was nothing short of monstrous, truly defying nature. Even he would suffer dire consequences if he attempted such a feat once this mystery was resolved. Miao's attention turned to the newly completed lightning rod. Approaching it, she remarked, it feels quite splendid. An expert chimed in. Indeed, it is exceptional. Forged from countless spirit artifacts, it could serve as a high-grade, earth-level magical treasure. Wonderful, she said, gazing at the lightning outside. It was time to test its efficacy. This was crucial. In the next moment, everyone lined up silently and bowed deeply to Miao. What does this mean? She asked. In unison, they replied, safe travels. Please do not assume I am destined to die, she exclaimed. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to move the lightning rod. To her dismay, it weighed thousands of pounds. And even with her spirit power, she struggled to shift it. Fear not, I possess a talisman called the Featherlight Talisman. Whatever its weight, once applied, it becomes as light as a feather. Jin Xingfei affixed the talisman, and Miao easily lifted the rod. Her eyes brightened. You have quite the array of tools. Of course. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one is, a kitchen knife can still pose a threat. When venturing outside, one must be prepared.
Miao smiled.
In that case, I shall proceed. Await my good news. She hoisted the lightning rod onto her shoulder and charged toward the cave's entrance. Outside, the tempest raged fiercer than before, and the group could hear their own heartbeats in the tension. Miao closed her eyes, channeling her spirit power into her feet. Here I go, she declared, dashing into the storm. Rather than erecting the lightning rod, she weaved through the tempest at lightning speed, narrowly avoiding several bolts of lightning that struck nearby. Dear heavens, please do not strike me, she cried, each evasive maneuver leaving her pale with fear. Her agility astounded those watching from the cave, who could only marvel at her skill. Fortunately, had it been anyone else, they would have met their end mid-journey. After approximately 3 minutes, Miao finally reached a spacious area, safely distanced from the others. This seemed a suitable spot. Taking a deep breath, she carefully positioned the lightning rod upright, then removed the Featherlight Talisman. With a resounding thud, the rod plunged into the ground. Everyone anxiously watched the top of the rod, hoping for it to attract lightning as intended. This was a culmination of their collective efforts. It had to succeed. Dark clouds thickened overhead, swirling with flashes of lightning, converging toward the rod at a visible pace. Moments later, a deafening clap of thunder struck down, illuminating the entire area as if it were day, sending chills down everyone's spines. The overwhelming tempest unleashed its fury upon the lightning rod. In that instant, an eruption of joyous exclamations filled the air. It worked. It truly worked. Hard work pays off. Tears of relief glistened in their eyes as they experienced an unparalleled wave of emotion. Wait, what happened to Qi Miao? Jin Xingfei's expression turned grave. Did anyone see her run off? A hushed silence fell over the group. Oh no! What if Qi Miao has been struck down? The sky crackled with relentless bolts of lightning, now converging upon the rod, unceasing. Only the lesser bolts dispersed into the air. Let us check it out. In an instant, Jin Xingfei harnessed his spirit power and dashed toward the rod, with the others close behind. Ing Wuhua's heart raced with dread. He had finally found a yang spirit root, a potential savior, only to risk losing her before he could even save her. Please, do not perish before I can save you, he thought desperately. He soared through the air on his sword, his foundational cultivation granting him speed that outpaced the others. Like a shooting star, Jin Xingfei's heart sank. He had not anticipated that the seemingly carefree Qi Miao would elicit such concern from the rugged Jin. As they reached the lightning rod, they beheld the fierce lightning dragon continuing to strike, a terrifying force capable of annihilating everything in its path. The entire lightning rod was enveloped in a brilliant flash, rendering even its shadow invisible. The surrounding area was devoid of that crimson sound. Almost simultaneously, the hearts of the onlookers skipped a beat. It was over. The prolonged strike of lightning without any sign of movement surely meant that Qi Miao was dead. Some among them had reddened eyes. Qi Miao had sacrificed herself for us. Just then, an unidentifiable sound of a swona echoed, its music profoundly tragic. Jin Xingfei knelt on the ground, having procured a fire basin and a pile of paper money. And he lit it with the help of a brother with a fire affinity, beginning to burn the paper.
Oh, dear Qi Miao.
Your demise is so tragic, so tragic. Your immense kindness and virtue will forever be etched in our hearts. His cries were remarkably pitiful, and his proficiency was almost too much to bear. Brother Naked Swimmer, you should burn some too. I know you are grieving, but now that you and Qi Miao are separated by realms, at least burn some money to ease her passage in the afterlife. Ing Wuhua's handsome face tightened, and he twitched his lips. Where did you get that fire basin and paper money? And how is that swona sound even possible? Jin Xingfei replied, My family is affluent. In the midst of noble disputes, deaths occur frequently. I am well-versed in the art of mourning, carrying paper money and a fire basin almost at all times. And isn't this swona delightful? Oh wait, I don't have a swona. Where is that sound coming from? Jin Xingfei suddenly realized. Everyone was baffled. If it wasn't Jin Xingfei, then who was playing the swona? Listening closely, they discerned that the sound seemed to emanate from beneath the lightning rod. Chapter 18. Qi Miao's Foresight. Wait, look closely. There seems to be something peculiar beneath that lightning rod. As the crowd followed the sound downwards, they discovered a faintly glowing purple mass beneath the relentless thunder. Upon further inspection, a voice emerged. Have you cried enough? Hurry and come help me. Do you possess no conscience? The crowd, awakening from their stupor, realized that the purple glow was none other than Qi Miao, who was cultivating her energy. They were dumbfounded. Qi Miao could withstand this thunder. If I am not mistaken, that purple vortex is the third level of the Xianyuan skill, right? How is that possible? The Xianyuan skill is a mid-tier technique of the Xian rank. Mastering it typically takes years of effort. She has only just begun her training. How could she possibly have reached the third level? But if it's not the Xianyuan skill, how could she endure such formidable lightning? Suddenly, they contemplated a possibility. Could it be that this girl possesses an extraordinary comprehension ability? Is there no respite for us? The elders, observing everything through the water mirror, were equally astonished. They could instantly recognize the Xianyuan skill. The color was nearly crimson. However, the Xianyuan skill, despite its prestige, cannot be mastered to the third level without resources or guidance. It is simply inconceivable. Among those they knew, only one had achieved renown in the Xianyuan skill at a young age. The gazes of several elders gradually shifted towards Yan Ge. Elder Yan. Elder Yan's face flushed, and he cleared his throat. Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, he confessed, I merely thought her foundation was too poor. So I offered her some guidance. What is wrong with that? Indeed, he went to become a benefactor, so what? She is already at the third level. Do you call this mere guidance? Why don't you guide us instead? Yan Ge suddenly sneered disdainfully. If I guided you, you would not reach the third level either. Qing Huan. I don't believe it. How long did you guide her? Yan Ge just demonstrated twice in front of her. The crowd was left bewildered. Twice. Yengo. Yes, truly only twice. Are you implying that after just 2 demonstrations, she reached the 3rd level? Yengo. Exactly. In that instant, all the elders gasped, disbelief making their pupils tremble as they stared at the girl in the water mirror, harnessing the Xianyuan skill to resist the lightning. This was extraordinary. This was utterly beyond comprehension. They began to suspect that her talent was not merely exceptional, but rather that she had not forgotten at all. The curse of Yama upon you. Could it be that some world-destroying entity has planted this upon you? Could it be that you are the reincarnation of a great being? Damn it. If you do not save me, I will truly perish. Must I endure this before you acknowledge my plight? Miao was incensed. Why are you all fretting over her Xianyuan skill when you should be concerned for her life? Only then did the crowd awaken to the reality. Oh, yes. If we do not rescue Miao, she will truly perish. They united their efforts to shield Miao from the thunder for a brief moment, allowing her to roll out of the danger zone as an indomitable force. A sigh of relief escaped Miao's lips, mirrored by the collective exhale of the group. Suddenly, Miao's expression shifted, as if she were constipated. Her eyes widened. I think I am feeling something. Jin Xingfei, what feeling? Are you about to relieve yourself? It's rather inappropriate to defecate in public, you know? With that, Miao sat cross-legged, channeling her entire essence. The dense fire elemental energy surged toward her, compressing bit by bit.
Boom.
A cyclone erupted, infusing power throughout Miao's being, and she felt an unparalleled sense of ease. Moreover, beside her fire affinity roots, there was now an additional entity resembling a withered branch. But no matter. She had reached the later stages of Qi cultivation. The crowd was met with a deathly silence, all transformed into wide-eyed spectators, speechless, as they stared at Miao. Miao, this feels incredible. She rose, stretching her limbs, and approached the crowd. They merely followed her movements with their gazes still mute. Miao stepped in front of Jin Xingfei, waving her hand, then did the same before Ingwuhua. Why is everyone silent? Has my grand court run out of officials? Ingwuhua, is it true? Have you broken through again? Miao nodded. Yes, this lightning energy is quite potent. It has propelled me to a higher level. This statement ignited the fury of the crowd. You must be joking. You broke through a level during a trial, didn't you? Miao, nonsense. We have barely begun. Perhaps I can directly establish a foundation in this trial. We should not have saved you. Let the lightning strike you dead. They were at their wits' end. They had seen talent before, but never of such terrifying magnitude. It was beyond their wildest imaginations. They were utterly overwhelmed by the pressure of cultivation. Only Jin Xingfei gazed pensively at the lightning rod. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. I am going for it. Fortunately, Miao was quick-witted and seized the collar of his garment. What are you doing? You big fool. Don't be reckless. Getting struck by lightning to gain strength? I want that too. He was mad. Completely mad. Ha ha ha, damn. Ingwuhua interjected reasonably. Miao has reached the 3rd level of the Xianyuan skill. She can utilize the power of lightning to mitigate its effects, allowing her to withstand the thunder. If you go, you will merely become cannon fodder. Jin Xingfei fell silent. It was indeed true. Miao nodded. Yes, I thought it would be more heroic. But you all went straight to mourning. Jin Xingfei quickly raised his hand. I burned paper. Miao glanced at the basin filled with ashes and paper money, falling into contemplation. A brilliant idea. I shall use this in the future. Ingwuhua turned to the core of the sword tomb. Now that the thunder has been drawn away, the remaining fragments of lightning are fewer than usual. You may proceed to the sword tomb to select your swords. Jin Xingfei, I never expected the problem to be resolved so easily. This trial is far simpler than I imagined. Upon hearing Jin Xingfei's words, a sense of foreboding washed over the crowd, sending chills down their spines. Brother, I advise you to speak less. Jin Xingfei, it should be fine. After preparing for a while, the group set off towards the core of the sword tomb. Only Miao remained behind. Ingwuhua, aren't you coming? Miao, now that Jin Xingfei has opened his mouth, something is bound to happen. I want to be the one to stick my neck out. I'll wait and see how they fare. If all goes well, I will join later. Ingwuhua, there is no need to be so cautious. Miao exhibited a rather audacious demeanor in various aspects, yet his caution was unexpected. He refrained from interfering too much, as his primary concern was to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. With the thunderstorm now resolved, what further troubles could arise? Such excessive caution could lead to missed opportunities on the path of cultivation. Just then, a cacophony of screams erupted from a group nearby. Damn it!
Miao exclaimed.
Did you hear that? It seems we have an unforeseen incident on our hands. Wuhua responded, what? How could this be? Chapter 19. In the midst of my laughter, the souls trembled in fear. Before long, a multitude of dark shadows surged towards them, accompanied by cries for help and sounds of battle. Behind the crowd, a thick black smoke loomed, resembling dark clouds that, even when severed, would rapidly regenerate. Any attack from it inflicted a sensation akin to being devoured. Wuhua furrowed his brow, his gaze sharp as he declared, "These are souls. How could there be such a vast number?" Miao stared in astonishment, curiously observing the swirling mists. So this was what souls looked like. She had come across descriptions of them in her strategies. The swords within the sword tomb had slain countless beings, and the souls of these beings were eternally bound to the blades, their power coalescing into a tangible form over the years. While they did not cause death, they could invade one's consciousness, leading to unbearable suffering or, even worse, reducing one to a mere shell of their former self. Given the sparse number of souls in the sword tomb, they had never posed a significant threat.
But now,
their numbers had swelled to resemble a storm cloud. Miao, help! Qin Sect, the most powerful among them, sprinted ahead. Upon hearing the cries, he quickly changed direction. Hurry!
This is terrifying.
Wuhua glanced at Miao with curiosity. Do you have a way to deal with the souls? It was difficult to exterminate souls without foundational cultivation, and he was eager to learn what Miao could possibly do. Miao shrugged. I don't. I was just deceiving them. Otherwise, they would have drawn the souls here to me, leading to my demise. Wuhua's mouth fell open in shock, his eyes wide as he processed Miao's audacious logic. Are you truly that unscrupulous? Yet, Miao was not one to be easily dismissed. Despite her questionable conscience after years of deception, her mind was sharp. Previously, within the tree hollow during the thunderstorm, the core of the sword tomb had not been inundated with souls. Shortly after they gathered the thunder, the souls emerged. Could it be that these souls feared thunder? Miao pondered, her chin resting on her hand. The strategy had not mentioned that souls were unafraid of thunder. Wuhua squinted. Indeed, souls do fear thunder, for it inflicts direct damage to their essence. However, among this batch of newcomers, there are no disciples with lightning roots. How do you intend to summon thunder? Lightning roots? The requirements were too stringent, but we have thunder readily available. Miao smiled, her gaze falling upon a nearby lightning rod. Wuhua was taken aback. You can't possibly be thinking of using the lightning rod to attract lightning to kill the souls? Miao replied. Why not? Wuhua countered. Though you possess Xianyuan skill, you are ultimately only at the late stage of Qi refinement. You cannot sustain it for long. Miao responded. How long one can endure is not determined by mere words. I at least have Xianyuan skill, while the souls have nothing. If she did not resolve these souls, they would not have the chance to select their swords.
With that,
Miao grasped the previously torn light feather talisman, activated her Xianyuan skill, and dashed towards the lightning rod. The elders outside the water mirror felt a heaviness settle within them. This is madness. Utterly reckless. She is gambling with her life. Yet, Miao was not gambling. She had discerned something crucial. After being struck by lightning for so long, a withered branch-like entity had emerged within her. The Gosher system informed her that it was a spiritual root, lightning root. The Gosher system explained just now, under the stimulation of the lightning, you triggered the hidden attributes of your supreme fire spiritual root, resulting in the emergence of a brand new attribute, lightning root. However, the lightning root's spiritual energy is currently depleted, and you cannot use it until you infuse it with thunder. The rest is up to you. Thus, Miao boldly approached the lightning rod. It would activate her lightning root and help her resolve the imminent crisis. What was there to lose? Everyone believed her to possess only a fire spiritual root. But if she acquired an additional root with a new attribute, it could serve as her trump card in critical moments. She raised the lightning rod, enveloped in crackling lightning. As countless bolts struck her, let the thunder come down even more fiercely, echoed the girl's voice across the heavens. Wuhua beheld the scene, feeling the icy blood within him gradually warm and boil. What a remarkable Miao! On another front, Qin Sect and the others continued to be harassed by the souls. Many had succumbed to the souls' mental assaults, suffering varying degrees of injury. Realizing there was no escape, They banded together under Qin Xingfei's leadership to resist and slay the souls. Qin Xingfei, once adorned in finery, was now smeared with blood and covered in numerous wounds. He slashed at a soul, only for it to swiftly regenerate.
Come.
If you have the ability, kill me. No matter how many times you resurrect, I will certainly obliterate you all. He sneered, channeling his spiritual energy into his sword. And wherever the sword's light passed, the souls were vanquished. This cycle continued, with only the disciples suffering casualties. Brother Qin, this cannot go on. We might truly die here. Qin Xingfei's gaze remained resolute. Miao claims she has a way to deal with these beings, and I believe she does. We just need to hold on until she arrives, minimizing casualties in the meantime. Understood. Gritting their teeth, the group persevered. Thunder rumbled ominously. The group looked up. What? Is more thunder striking again? Is the heavens seeking our demise? Qin Xingfei's eyes narrowed. Wait, is that Miao? They finally saw clearly. Amidst the lightning, the girl single-handedly bore the lightning rod, rushing towards them as bolts of lightning continuously struck her. She used her Xian Yuan skill to disperse the electricity, crackling like fireworks. This scene left everyone in awe. What was she doing? It seemed she was shouting something. As they listened, it appeared she truly was shouting. Until a stray bolt struck an innocent bystander, they finally heard her voice. Brothers, I'm coming, ha ha ha. Damn it.
Run.
In an instant, curiosity faded, and everyone dashed away as fast as they could. While being invaded by souls might not lead to immediate death, being struck by lightning could indeed spell disaster. Don't follow us. You're not afraid of lightning. We are. Miao was far more terrifying than the souls. As she ran, they sprinted even harder. They were so exasperated they nearly cried. Since entering the sword tomb, they had never found peace. It was either life-threatening or a desperate escape. When did Qi refinement practitioners become so fragile and easily perishable? Was this truly Miao's solution? It seemed rather unreliable. Wait, why was Miao running with a lightning rod? Could it be that the souls feared lightning? Oh, right. Miao wasn't chasing them. She was chasing the souls. The souls were fleeing from her, making it appear as though she were pursuing them. This realization struck them. Turning their heads, they beheld the scene, centered around Miao. Lightning erupted in all directions. Where the lightning passed, the souls were obliterated, unable to regenerate. Miao, amidst the storm of lightning, cultivated her Xian Yuan skill. A smirk upon her lips, exuding an air of nonchalance. In my laughter, the souls scatter in fear. This scene was truly magnificent. Chapter 20. All bow down to Miao. Observing this spectacle, the crowd could not help but feel a twinge of admiration for Miao. After all, who wouldn't he look impressive wielding a lightning rod while annihilating souls? Especially since Miao had an air of cultured sophistication about her, even exuding an aura of grandeur. Suddenly, a phrase emerged in their minds. Wow, queen, how cheeky. Wuhua tugged at the corner of his mouth. Pretentious. Utterly pretentious. Qin Xingfei remarked, well, you certainly have an attitude, don't you? Truly a brother of attitude. Wuhua responded, how is it that a new nickname appears so swiftly? This group is truly toxic. Miao's timely intervention was remarkably effective. Her claim of having a solution turned out to be true. Not only effective, but she was also exceptionally flamboyant, wielding a lightning rod and pursuing the specters. Indeed, golden light radiated all around. Golden light? What golden light? After one person reminded them, the others were equally bewildered. Miao, being a fire element cultivator, could only emit red or white light at most. When she utilized her powers, she would merely produce purple light. What was this gold? As they looked closer, they indeed saw the golden light. Where the specter had been struck, it was as if the very soul had been shattered. Yet the ground was adorned with orbs of golden luminescence, warm and powerful, evoking a sense of reverence. Wuhua had encountered such phenomena before, yet he could hardly believe it. Is this virtue?
What?
Virtue? The mere mention of these two words left everyone astonished, jaws nearly dropping. The path of cultivation was inherently one of defying fate, and thus every significant breakthrough after the Foundation establishment drew forth heavenly tribulations, forces that could not be resisted by mundane entities, save for the protection of virtue. Virtue not only ensured the safety of cultivators, but also blessed them with celestial fortune, offering myriad benefits. In comparison to top-tier spiritual treasures, this was an invaluable rarity. And now, the ground was covered with it. Was this truly a sea of virtue? By what right? Not only the newcomers, but even the elders were cursing aloud. These seasoned practitioners had toiled their entire lives to accumulate a meager amount of virtue.
Yet now,
Miao merely struck a specter with lightning and was rewarded with a bounty of virtue?
where was the justice in that?
Wanban hastily retrieved several thick tomes and began rifling through them, finally discovering the truth. So that's how it is. His hair, now graying and somewhat disheveled, fell about him as he gazed into the water mirror, revealing the origin of this virtue. Virtue emanates from the natural laws of heaven and earth, bestowed according to the actions of cultivators. Within this sword tomb, most of the specters could be classified as lonely spirits, unable to find rest or reincarnation. Trapped forever in this realm, Miao's assistance to the heavenly path in this matter earned her the virtue. Wanban elucidated everything, and the onlookers, witnessing the spectacle in the water mirror, were left both incredulous and amused. If only this virtue were granted to them, perhaps their cultivation could advance. Miao had truly stumbled upon fortune, sliding into a grand membership. How did she manage to hit the mark so fortuitously? Golden virtue cascaded like rain, flooding into Miao's being, warming and nurturing her physical form and her parched lightning roots. She understood now it was virtue. Not only did it spare her from the sensation of being struck by lightning, but it also invigorated her lightning roots. Marvelous! She craved more. Miao erupted into laughter. Don't run. Don't run. None of you escape. Just let me strike you, and collect the virtue. May the virtue come in even greater abundance. Tirelessly, like a fierce beast, she pursued the specters, determined not to let a single one escape. Jin Xingfei and the others stood, dumbfounded, at the scene before them. Their minds blank, unable to utter a single word. This world was absurdly surreal, spiraling into a realm they could scarcely imagine, a madness, pure madness. Ha ha ha. Who had ever chased after specters? How utterly ruthless. Amidst the torment of being struck by lightning and restored by virtue, Miao's physical form grew extraordinarily powerful. Her lightning roots flourishing. Go Sure system, has my lightning root been activated? The Go Sure system replied, it can undoubtedly be utilized, though its root value is at most 60. However, at this rate, another half hour of lightning strikes could elevate it to 90. Miao's eyes sparkled. Then, I absolutely adore being struck by lightning. What a string of fortuitous events. The traditional belief in the cultivation world was that the more diverse one's roots, the poorer one's talent. But why was that so? Why was having multiple attributes deemed unfavorable? Because during upgrades, each root's spiritual energy needed to be filled. Thus, dual roots required double the energy and triple roots, triple. Moreover, with mixed roots, the root value would be divided, making it challenging to achieve high average values, thereby diminishing one's talent. Yet this dilemma did not plague Miao, because she was exceptional, because her root value was so high that anyone who tested it would be astonished. Her cultivation speed was already terrifyingly swift, leading to an unstable foundation. Having an additional root merely imposed limits, providing nothing but benefits. No wonder everyone despises cheaters, the Go Sure system remarked. Wake up, you're the cheat.
Miao retorted.
You speak true. In the following half hour, Miao transformed into the most audacious presence in the entire sword tomb, wielding the lightning rod and vanquishing the vengeful spirits. Ultimately, not only were the spirits eradicated, but even the thunderclouds that had loomed over the nine-sword mountain sword tomb for centuries dispersed. All who witnessed this were left astounded. They could never have imagined that the sword tomb would become so peaceful and harmless because of her actions. It was utterly absurd. Anyone hearing this tale would be met with silence. Within the sword tomb, the skies cleared, and the weather was so splendid that it felt as though they were on a leisurely trip rather than undergoing trials. Miao finally emerged from beneath the lightning rod, her countenance radiant with spring-like vitality. What an exhilarating battle it had been. Truly delightful. As she appeared before the crowd, a dazzling golden light pierced their eyes.
Ah!
So blinding. How could it be even more dazzling than Jin Xingfei? Enough. My legs have gone weak. I feel like kneeling. Yet as they discerned the source of this blinding light, everyone, without exception, knelt in unison.
Why?
Their knees were completely beyond their control. Chapter 21. Step back. I am about to flaunt my prowess. The closer Miao approached, the more uncontrollable their knees became, until soon, only Ying Wuhua remained standing, though he too was on the verge of collapse. This power was exceedingly strange, exceedingly peculiar. Could it be? This was also the power of virtue? It was said that those of utmost virtue radiated a light of virtue, instilling profound respect in all who beheld them. At that moment, Miao was enveloped in golden light, shining brilliantly around her. Soon, everyone confirmed, it was indeed the work of virtue. How could it be so? Wuhua was also nearing his limits, channeling his spiritual energy, thrusting his sword into the ground, glaring ahead, teeth clenched. He could never kneel. His veins bulged, and despite his fierce demeanor, he remained strikingly handsome, though utterly disheveled. Jin Xingfei, seeing his struggle, sincerely suggested, "Naked swimming brother, why not just kneel? It's not disgraceful. Consider it a moment of prayer to the virtues." The moment his words fell, a beam of golden light entered Jin Xingfei's body. Instantly, he trembled, a golden whirlwind sweeping around him, empowering him as never before, while a shrine appeared beside his lightning roots.
Bang!
The crowd stared in astonishment. Had he just broken through to the foundation establishment?
Huh.
They were all bewildered, wondering how it could be so seamless. Breakthroughs weren't typically this smooth. Wuhua explained, he was already on the brink of foundation establishment. His previous efforts to fend off the specters had brought him to the cusp of a breakthrough, yet he had been suppressing it. By speaking on Qi Miao's behalf, it seems he received a fragment of virtue, leading to his immediate breakthrough. Can it be done this way? The crowd suddenly enlightened. They understood. Qi Miao had directly ascended to immortality through virtue. Wuhua replied, not quite. He was unable to finish his thought before the crowd erupted. Naked swimming brother, kneel. Hurry and join us in the Qi Miao sect. Yes, naked swimming brother, there is virtue. Kneeling is a good thing. Long live the Qi Miao sect. Long live the sect leader, Qi Miao. Wuhua was overwhelmed with disbelief, wearing an expression akin to one who had just tasted excrement. Can you people not possess a modicum of dignity? Is your spine truly bent? Furthermore, the name Qi Miao sect increasingly sounded like a nefarious cult. Ultimately, despite standing too close, Wuhua succumbed and knelt down. The members of the Qi Miao sect undoubtedly shared in the spoils, each smoothly advancing a level. Is this the power of the Qi Miao sect? Truly terrifying. Wuhua. Outside the water mirror, the elders. They had lived so long, read so many books. Yet this was their first encounter with such a situation. It was too abstract, the points of contention were numerous, and they were at a loss as to where to begin their critiques. At long last, Qi Miao stood before everyone, observing as they all knelt before her. Was it truly directed at her? As she walked to the left, they knelt left. As she walked to the right, they knelt right. As she spun around, they spun to kneel. Oh, they were indeed kneeling before me. Was it really so grand? She wasn't that extraordinary, was she? Ahem, may I say a few words? Why do you, my loyal subjects, kneel? Is it out of reverence for my illustrious presence? Silence ensued. The brilliance surrounding Qi Miao was blinding, enveloping her in an aura of virtue. Why do you remain silent, my dear subjects? Are you attempting to isolate me? Wuhua replied, it's the golden light of virtue, behind you. Could you perhaps tone it down? Qi Miao was taken aback. This thing? I have no idea how to manage it. Wuhua. How does one control it? Qi Miao. I don't know either. He had never experienced it, so how could he possibly know? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Qi Miao. Is your kneeling due to this? Wuhua. Yes. Qi Miao. Hey. Wuhua. What does that hey mean? What are you implying? You wouldn't want them to remain kneeling indefinitely, would you? Wuhua gritted his teeth. You need to urgently figure out how to manage this. Qi Miao. Oh. There's no rush. I lack experience too. Why not let them endure a bit longer while I investigate? Wuhua found it amusing. How utterly absurd. No one could have anticipated that a genuine fool would emerge from the sword tomb. Jin Xingfei said, Qi Miao, you can let that light shine without worry. Let me tell you. He explained the situation regarding the Qi Miao sect to her. Qi Miao was astonished. Does that mean I won't be able to walk around as a blessing machine in the future? Jin Xingfei. It's fine. Only those who believe in you will receive a share. Wuhua could scarcely bear to listen. Who burns incense for the living? Qi Miao sat down, and after some time studying, finally managed to comprehend the golden light of virtue, quietly retracting it. Yet no matter how she retracted it, a faint golden glow remained on her skin, exuding an aura of sanctity. One by one, the others rose, and Jin Xingfei assessed Qi Miao. I must say, that effect is indeed dazzling. Qi Miao. I assent it? I think so too. They shared laughter. Ying Wuhua was nearly brought to laughter by their antics. It was truly extraordinary. Perhaps I should remind you that you have already spent 2 days within the sword tomb, and only 1 day remains. If you fail to select a sword, you must bear the consequences. Miao. Oh, with my strength and talent, selecting a sword will be a breeze. At my command, will they not all obediently heed me? Jin Xingfei, you are quite arrogant, sister. Miao. Why shouldn't I be? One must be bold and carefree in youth. Ying Wuhua. My head aches. I feel as though my mind may explode. Despite his words, they wasted no time and gradually approached the core of the sword tomb. With the absence of heavenly thunder and wandering souls, it truly resembled a tourist destination. Such beautiful sunlight, it seemed the sword tomb would bask in it daily henceforth. It was amusing to reflect on how a problem that had plagued the sword tomb for centuries had been resolved in such an abstract manner. Upon reaching the core of the sword tomb, countless swords stood embedded in various places, their spiritual energy faint. Miao, naked swimming brother. Why do the swords here seem to be on the brink of death? Were they not said to be mighty spiritual swords? Ying Wuhua. Recently, a minor issue has arisen in the sword tomb, but it's nothing serious. Once these swords recognize their masters and leave the sword tomb, they will be normal again. Miao smirked and took a deep breath.
Step back.
I am about to show off. The crowd. Miao, let me demonstrate what it means to command all in harmony. A symphony of swords.
Come fort.
Chapter 22. These swords feel unworthy of me. The girl's exclamation drew the attention of many, who turned to observe the surrounding swords. Indeed, had anyone else claimed they could evoke a chorus of 1,000 swords, they would not have believed it. Yet if it were Miao, they would. Her qualities were simply unparalleled, a veritable prodigy, now even more so with countless virtues bestowed upon her. Under such circumstances, it was entirely reasonable for the swords to choose her. They eagerly anticipated the harmony of 1,000 swords. However, after a considerable wait, there was no response whatsoever, not even a crow's caw. What is happening? The crowd turned to Miao, voicing their confusion. Miao felt a tinge of embarrassment. Perhaps these swords are hard of hearing? Shall I try again? Swords, come forth. Swords, come forth. Swords, come forth. Miao shouted several times, yet the sword tomb remained silent. Miao was astonished. How can this be? Was it not said that swords choose their masters? I have activated my special abilities. How could not a single sword choose me? The system of historical misfortune interjected. Perhaps they find you too unrefined. Miao. Miao. Shall I inquire? The system of historical misfortune. Go ahead, child. With that, Miao approached one of the swords, crouching beside it and softly asking, Would you like to become my sword? The sword. Miao. Well, you don't wish to. She then slowly approached another sword. What about you?
Wow.
Your hilt is so small. May I touch it? It's so hard and cold. May I embrace it? I promise, I'll only touch and hug, nothing more. Onlookers. That's quite perverse. Miao continued to ask several swords, yet received no response. She turned to Ying Wuhua. Dear friends, could it be that all these swords have lost their wits, showing no response whatsoever? Ying Wuhua pursed his lips. He too was baffled. Yet he was certain of one thing. These swords were not broken. Although a minor issue had arisen within the sword tomb, suppressing the sword's spirituality, the fundamental recognition of their masters remained unaffected. Miao. I refuse to believe it. Jin Xingfei, you try. All right, I will see what is going on. Jin Xingfei stepped forward without hesitation, surveying the area before closing his eyes to sense. Which sword resonates with me? In that moment, the sword tomb seemed to transform into a universe, with countless swords acting as tiny stars within it, quietly emanating weak energy, beckoning for fated individuals to arrive. Suddenly, Jin Xingfei sensed a star that shone exceptionally bright, its light always warm. This one. He advanced purposefully, finding a sword that gleamed with golden radiance. Will you accompany me?
Buzz.
Jin Xingfei smiled as he effortlessly drew the sword, its brilliance reflecting the sunlight. So cool. The crowd gasped in admiration, their hearts drawn to it. Ying Wuhua stepped forward for a glance, smiling. Not bad. A golden sword, likely a weapon of a formidable figure from a millennium ago, capable of slaying all. It is indeed the highest grade sword within the sword tomb. Of course, this highest grade did not include one particular sword. Given Jin Xingfei's talent, acquiring the golden sword was not surprising.
But why?
Why did the swords ignore me? Miao was even more perplexed. If the swords were not broken, Then there was no reason for their indifference. She turned to the others. Why don't you give it a try? Others quickly sensed their own suitable swords and drew them forth. This is absurd. Are they targeting me? Chao Miao exclaimed.
No, Jing Wu replied.
While swords possess spirit, their intelligence is limited. They choose based on instinct. They resonate with strength and suitability. Chao Miao pondered. Could it be that these swords feel unworthy of me? Ing Wuhua raised an eyebrow. Is that an interpretation? It may be a bit narcissistic. Why would that be? Just then, a peculiar occurrence transpired. The swords that had established contracts and regained their spiritual power suddenly dimmed, their cries fading into silence. A voice urgently called out, Brother Wuming, it seems my Zihan has perished.
What?
Who brings a child to cultivate? The group turned to discover that the sword was named Zihan. At that moment, it emanated no trace of spiritual energy, and all the swords still embedded in the sword mound had similarly lost their power. Chao Miao worried. If no sword chose me, and now they all die, could it mean my extraordinary talent will prevent me from entering Jujian Mountain? That won't happen. Ing Wuhua reassured after a brief silence. With your talent, you would be admitted regardless of the trials. The others nodded in agreement. Chao Miao shyly protested. I dislike taking shortcuts. I wish to choose a sword. Ing Wuhua remarked, from any perspective, you hardly seem as straightforward as you claim. With less than half a day remaining before the sword mound closed, Chao Miao attempted again but received no response. Could it be that I truly won't have a sword? Ing Wuhua's expression tightened. Do you remember I mentioned that the sword mound has encountered some issues recently? Chao Miao looked up at him. What do you mean? Ing Wuhua explained, for many years, a sword named Weeping Cry has existed at the heart of the sword mound. This sword, given by a friend of our founding ancestor, is said to have once slaughtered half of the cultivation world, bringing an end to the Golden Age and severing countless lineages. Chao Miao listened with curiosity, hugging her knees and gazing at Ing Wuhua with innocence. Ing Wuhua pointed upwards. He ascended? Chao Miao asked. To phrase it differently, Ing Wuhua continued. He has transcended, becoming the only recorded ascendant in the cultivation world, validating the concept of ascension. He is the legendary figure known as the Saint of Sorrow. Or perhaps, it would be more fitting to call him an immortal. Chapter 23. Courtesy? I have shown it respect. The legend of the Saint of Sorrow has persisted through the ages, yet none know the reasons behind his massacre of the cultivation world, nor how he achieved ascension. The only remaining clues are a cave and the Weeping Cry sword. All speculate that the Saint's cave will only become accessible after the sword recognizes its master, and countless powerful beings await that moment. Yet, over the years, the Weeping Cry sword has shown no signs of response. Having said this, Ing Wuhua paused, looking at Chao Miao. Recently, however, the Weeping Cry sword has exhibited signs of life, and its awakening has suppressed the spiritual energy of all the swords in the mound to nourish it. So, you mean that perhaps the Weeping Cry sword has taken an interest in me, and its possessiveness prevents other swords from choosing me? Chao Miao wondered. How did you arrive at that conclusion? Ing Wuhua asked, though he himself harbored similar thoughts. It was rather audacious for Chao Miao to voice such a claim. This was the sword of a true ascendant, exceedingly precious and powerful. No matter how exceptional her talent, would it truly go so far as to restrict the other swords? Such words could invite ridicule. Chao Miao replied, you mentioned that the response has only recently begun, which coincides with my arrival at Jujian Mountain for the trials. If it can suppress all swords, then it stands to reason it would prevent them from choosing me. Moreover, if it were not for this reason, could you provide any other explanation for the current situation? Besides, since you brought this up at this moment, you must also secretly share my thoughts, right? Chao Miao laid her cards on the table, leaving Ing Wuhua speechless. Her words were undeniably true. I cannot be certain, but if you wish to try, I can take you to see, he finally offered. He himself had attempted to forge a bond with the Weeping Cry sword, only to be deemed unworthy. Even he, a born sword spirit who had elicited a chorus of swords at Jujian Mountain, was considered unworthy. Apart from Chao Miao, he truly could not think of anyone else the Weeping Cry sword might favor. Chao Miao was eager, rubbing her hands together. Then we must try. I cannot let a good opportunity slip away. Ing Wuhua sighed, rubbing his temples. Please show some respect. After all, that is the sword of an ascendant. However, do not get your hopes too high. After so many years, that sword has likely lost its former power, and it may not even be inclined to choose you. Chao Miao replied, if it does not favor me, I shall take it by force. I warn you not to act recklessly, Ing Wuhua cautioned with a deep breath. Despite his words, he led Chao Miao to the hidden location of the weeping cry sword. The sound of swords grew increasingly faint, resembling a mournful cry. Chao Miao's mind was a whirlwind of chaos as memories of her past as an orphan resurfaced. She recalled sitting alone in a pit in the village, ridiculed by other children. Look at that fool. How does dung taste? She remembered. She thought of her days scavenging for scraps in the village and town. Get lost. You wretched thing. Should you steal, your hands will be cut off. I didn't steal. I just picked it up from the ground after he discarded it. Even if my young master's belongings are discarded, they remain his, and I wouldn't even feed them to a dog. Get away.
Why?
I just want to survive. She recalled the day she sought to change everything, betrayed by a friend who left her to bear the blame for theft, resulting in 50 lashes and abandonment in the wilderness, nearly costing her life. Host, if you complete the task, you can change everything. The world is harsh. Can you truly remain aloof? Liar. How do you know if those you deceive are even human? The rain fell heavily that day. She waited for it to stop before expressionlessly asking, can this truly change everything? I just want to live. She despised these memories because they constantly reminded her of her suffering. Damn it. Chao Miao finally snapped back to reality, covering half her face with her hand. What? She wondered. But why did Ing Wuhua pose that question? Did you see something? Chao Miao inquired. See what? Ing Wuhua replied. After a moment of silence, Chao Miao said, nothing. Yet, the system whispered to him. Host, you were just soul-searched. Something is probing your memories. At that moment, a loud explosion echoed from deep within the cave. The true culprit had been found. Her unique spiritual root meant that anyone who searched her soul would face an explosion. Was this not a trap? Little sword. You better behave. Ing Wuhua suddenly sensed a change in the aura behind him, an ominous premonition washing over him. They were about to encounter the weeping cry sword. And she must not act strangely. Chao Miao smiled, her expression brightening. How could I? I'm just a good girl raised under the sun. Why would I do anything strange? But if it fails to recognize my worth, then I cannot be held responsible. Ing Wuhua warned. You better not. Soon, they reached the depths of the cave, where a dull, decayed sword emitted a faint glow. Rather than referring to it as a sword, it would be more appropriate to describe it as a rusty rod. Qi Miao remarked, this design is rather unappealing. Ing Wuhua, with a dark expression, retorted. You certainly have a lot to say. Qi Miao stepped forward, scrutinizing the sword before her. The glimmer of the blade was so faint that it seemed it might extinguish at any moment. Humph, Qi Miao scoffed. What pretense is this? With such a feeble light. Do you dare to seek my soul? She extended her hand, caressing the sword's body. Would you like an opportunity to follow me? If not, you are truly ungrateful. Ing Wuhua's face darkened. The crying sword displayed no response. Taking a deep breath, Ing Wuhua asked, could you possibly phrase that in a more polite manner? After all, it is a sword left behind by an ascender. Polite? I am giving it face. Qi Miao laughed lightly, grasping the crying sword tightly. This sword seeks my soul without my consent, and does so poorly. Is it polite? Playing dead, are you? Just wait. I have plenty of ways to deal with you. Just as Ing Wuhua was about to say something further, Qi Miao committed an earth-shattering act that left both Ing Wuhua and the elder observing from outside the water mirror utterly stunned. Chapter 24. Master, the sword has erred.
Please adopt me.
Since it would not give me face, I shall reciprocate. With that, Qi Miao seized the hilt of the sword and drew it forth. With one swing, she struck it against the left wall. With another, she smashed it against the right wall. With a final blow, she slammed the crying sword to the ground, repeatedly stomping on it. So you think you're impressive? You are but a sword, riding on the coattails of an ascender, are you? Daring to seek my soul. Daring to show me such ominous things. Just watch as I destroy you. Do you wish to make a contract or not? I am giving you face. Do you not want to preserve your dignity? Qi Miao scolded as she violently assaulted the sword, leaving everyone present in shock. Once Ing Wuhua recovered, he rushed to embrace Qi Miao. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Is this something a person should do? This is the crying sword. A divine weapon. A sword left by an ascender. He was about half a head taller than Qi Miao, lifting her off the ground, but she employed her lightness skill. Kicking out in midair while cursing, don't hold me back. Just watch as I subdue it. Subdue. The onlookers recalled the question Qi Miao had posed before entering the sword tomb and nearly fainted. You can hit it, but you're striking the crying sword. This is supposedly the key to opening the celestial sadness immortal's cave. the key to ascension in the entire cultivation realm. The elders outside the water mirror appeared utterly fatigued. So exhausting, emotionally draining. Whoever takes this disciple will have a hard time. Yen Ge rubbed his temples, unsure whether to be angry or amused, not exhausting, but fated for hardship. Everyone looked at him.
Who are you talking about?
She cannot follow you. That would be a waste. Yen Ge asked, what do you mean? I am the strongest among us. Why can't she follow me? He Wanban responded, your temper is poor. You easily lead people astray. Yen Ge laughed. Does she even have room to go astray? The elders collectively sighed. Well, that is indeed the case. He Wanban closed his eyes, then slowly opened them again. Her talent is too strong. If she chooses to do good, she will benefit many. If she chooses to do evil, the cultivation realm will be thrown into chaos. She must be taught properly. Yen Ji's expression darkened suddenly, but contrary to his usual self, he refrained from exploding, saying nothing. He Wanban continued, moreover. She may possess other talents yet to be discovered. You are skilled only in combat. You may overlook her potential.
Yen Yiskofed.
Are you talking about alchemy or artifact forging? How could she possibly? Heaven cannot bestow all the good things upon her. After saying this, everyone stared at him. And even he fell silent. Don't say it, it might actually be possible. After all, these secondary professions place great emphasis on soul power. And due to the existence of the Yama curse, Qi Miao's soul power is far superior to that of ordinary individuals. However, it seems the crying sword will likely not choose her now. Perhaps we have worried unnecessarily. Indeed, having been struck in such a manner, the intelligent crying sword would hardly be inclined to form a contract with Qi Miao. If Qi Miao cannot find a suitable sword within the sword tomb, I could forge a custom sword for her without issue. At that moment, Qing Huan, who had been intently watching the water mirror, covered her mouth and shouted, "Stop talking. Come look quickly." Everyone turned to see that the nearly lifeless crying sword, after being relentlessly abused by Qi Miao, had begun to respond. With a swift motion, it carved words in the air. "Stop hitting me. If you continue, I will truly break. I surrender." The crowd was stunned. What is this tone? You were not like this before. You are so aloof. Qi Miao narrowed her eyes, breaking free from Ing Wuhua's grasp. If you had acted like this from the start, it would have been better. Qi Miao sneered. You deserve it. You sought my soul. What were you thinking? The crying sword retorted. I can sense something unique about you compared to others. My awakening was prompted by your presence. Your aura feels familiar. Familiar? Qi Miao was taken aback, chuckling. You are not suggesting I am the reincarnation of the celestial sadness immortal, are you? Did they not ascend long ago? The crying sword flailed. No. The aura is familiar, but you are not the celestial sadness. Then, who am I? Qi Miao inquired. Do you wish for me to form a contract with you? The crying sword replied, yes. Is that not your purpose for coming here? Qi Miao burst into laughter, looking at the crying sword with disdain. Common sword, truly beneath me. The crying sword protested. Is it not for me? Qi Miao countered. I came looking for you only because I had no other sword to choose. You should understand. Implying that it was the leftover choice. If the crying sword had a physical form, it would have been devastated by such remarks. Listen to this. I am the sword of an ascender. Countless individuals have knelt to seek my favor, and yet today I am so disparaged. Just then, it was as if the crying sword had received a command from Qi Miao, declaring that she was its master, which made others hesitant to choose her. Qi Miao gritted her teeth. I knew it was you who embarrassed me, robbing me of an opportunity to show off, and you even sought my soul. Enraged, she prepared to strike the sword again. The crying sword hurriedly exclaimed, No. Stop. I was wrong. I truly was. Just form a contract with me, and you can show off whenever you want, appear handsome whenever you wish. With one cry from me, all swords will heed my command. Qi Miao squinted her eyes. To be honest, she was quite tempted. As the saying goes, being impressive is not merely for show. Without substance, all impressiveness is meaningless. She replied, The conditions you propose are enticing, but I have been hurt once before. If you desire me to contract with you, then so be it. The crying sword visibly brightened. Qi Miao added, You must plead with me. If you do, I will form a contract with you. The crying sword, Ing Wuhua. The elders? They stood in a neat row, collectively dumbfounded. Are you out of your mind? This is the crying sword. Why should you show it any leniency? This is a divine sword that even Ing Wuhua cannot match. Ing Wuhua felt deeply offended and considered Qi Miao to be utterly shameless. She was dismissive of him while disparaging the sword.
Fine, fine.
He has become the most embarrassed. He looked at the crying sword. You, who can proudly insult him as unworthy, will not so easily submit, right? You have dignity, correct? At that moment, the crying sword began to move, etching words on the nearby stone wall. The crowd leaned in to sneak a peek, watching the crying sword carve out each letter. Their expressions turned more grotesque than if they had eaten something vile. Master, the sword is aired. Please adopt me. Ing Wuhua's face darkened. Damn it. The one who should be embarrassed is the crying sword. Why must I feel like this? Chapter 25. A deafening sound resounded across the sky, and a beautiful figure made a dazzling entrance. Upon witnessing the crying sword's sincerity, Miao finally relaxed her furrowed brow. The crying sword asked, "Can we form a contract now?" If it were a dog, its tail would be wagging like a fan. Miao replied, "Not yet." "Why not?" Miao, you have yet to reveal why you seek to ensnare my soul. The weeping sword remained silent for a moment before inscribing a few words. After you form a pact with me, you shall undoubtedly come to understand. Miao let out a cold laugh. So, you're employing this game of feigned capture? Very well. I shall not fall for it. If you choose to speak, speak. If not, I shall take my leave. With that, she turned her back, genuinely poised to depart. Alarmed, the weeping sword rushed forward to block her path. I have apologized and pleaded. You cannot be so untrustworthy. Miao rolled her eyes. I am not merely untrustworthy. I am utterly shameless. Ing Wuhua, you are aware of that, aren't you? He felt utterly exasperated. Day after day, all he desired was to escape this sorrowful place. At this point, the weeping sword visibly sank in demeanor, its brilliance dimming significantly. It felt awkward about its rather lackluster ability, hesitant to voice it for fear of disdain. Miao's eyes sparkled. This ability is a treasure. Why did you not mention it sooner? It's extraordinarily impressive. If we were to engage in combat with others, this would be a premier control skill. At the outset, it would ensnare them, eliciting tears of sorrow. The weeping sword, astonished, gazed at Miao. Darling, are you serious? Are you truly not jesting? Miao laughed heartily. Jest? How could I? I'm more inclined to scold and slay you. The weeping sword. It was utterly at a loss, unsure whether to cry or laugh. Miao, is it because the celestial sadness once deemed this ability worthless that you feel this way? The weeping sword emitted a sorrowful chime. Oh, please, do not speak of it. If you do, I might truly break down. When it was forged, it was merely a naive little sword. The moment it displayed this ability, it was scolded by celestial sadness for being useless. Henceforth, it dared not showcase this power unless utterly compelled, for it was its original ability, its essence. Furthermore, now it was on the verge of disintegration, with countless abilities sealed away, leaving only this one, which was difficult to control. Little did it expect that one day, its fundamental ability would be appreciated. It felt as if it were glimpsing the light. Weeping sword. So, may I be contracted? I am indeed powerful. I am truly formidable. Miao, there is but one final condition. If you can acquiesce to this last condition, I shall most certainly form the pact. Weeping sword. Really? Miao, can I deceive a sword? You've already deceived enough. Ing Wuhua could scarcely bear to listen any longer. While the weeping sword hastily sought to change its name, omitting the middle character to become the base sword. The weeping sword resembled a subservient dog, writhing with anticipation for Miao to state her condition. In truth, Ing Wuhua was equally eager. The final condition must be of great significance. Miao, my last condition is. Ing Wuhua and the elders peering from behind the water mirror leaned in closely. It is that you must promise me, after I contract you, to allow me to flaunt once grandly, with all swords resonating in harmony, known far and wide. Excellent. Let us ensure a grand display. Curse it! Ing Wuhua exclaimed in exasperation. I can't bear to watch. Can you two sword spirits hasten your departure? If you don't leave, I shall. The elders, too, appeared utterly dazed, their eyes wide in disbelief. This is madness. Miao extended her hand once more, grasping the hilt of the sword. This time, the weeping sword made a minuscule incision on Miao's palm, extracting a single drop of blood. The pact was formed. With a resounding clang, the sound of the sword echoed throughout the sword tomb. Above the tomb, clouds of weightlessness enveloped once more, akin to waves crashing upon the shore. Gathering towards the apex, All the swords on the ground trembled, slowly lifting from the earth, dancing with fervor. The myriad of shadows and glimmers dazzled the eyes. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, initially presumed it to be another unexpected incident, preparing to test new swords. Yet, the moment their fingers brushed against the sword hilts, all swords erupted uncontrollably, soaring from their sheaths, merging into a radiant tapestry of swordlight. The sound of swords rang out, stirring hearts and creating a profoundly shocking scene. The chorus of 1,000 swords resonated. Qin Shengfei swallowed hard. Just as the chorus of swords reached its crescendo, a figure emerged at the center of the radiant swordlight. What an overwhelming sense of pressure. Who could this divine being be? Such an entrance is truly spectacular. Could it be an extraordinary master? We have a chance. Wait. Do you not find this figure somewhat familiar? Especially the manner of walking. The onlookers, being cultivators, possessed heightened senses. Yet the brilliance was so intense that it surpassed even the previous lightning, making it difficult to discern. They squinted, straining to recognize the figure. It appears to be Qi Miao? Qi Miao? At this moment, her voice resonated. A thunderous sound echoed from the heavens as the enchanting beauty made her entrance. In that instant, everyone felt as though their minds were ensnared within a grasp, the moisture being drawn from them, leaving them as desiccated as walnut kernels. It was challenging to assess. It was difficult to evaluate. Suddenly, a feeling of dejection washed over them. Yes, this was the familiar sense of helplessness when confronted by a show-off. The realization that one was deceived at the last moment brought forth a sense of disillusionment. Upon entering, the disillusionment felt akin to discovering impotence. Qin Shengfei, did you not say it was difficult to evaluate? Therefore, we are striving to provide an assessment. Qin Shengfei, I see you are quite adept at evaluation. Nevertheless, Qi Miao has truly achieved the chorus of 1,000 swords. This was both unexpected and yet somehow anticipated. Qi Miao gradually approached the crowd. Ying Wuhor followed closely behind, chest puffed out and head held high, appearing exceedingly proper. It must be said, the feeling of showing off was rather exhilarating. No, how could he think this? Such thoughts were utterly inappropriate. He nearly allowed Qi Miao to sway his mindset. As Qi Miao engaged in casual banter with the crowd, the momentum of the 1,000 swords began to wane, and once more, dense clouds gathered in the sky. A crack of thunder erupted.
Boom.
The crowd jumped in surprise. Qi Miao, enough already. What are you still doing? Qi Miao, bewildered, replied, No, I am not doing anything.
Sword?
Weeping sword. It's not me either.
Huh?
Ying Wuhua suddenly summoned his sword. Be cautious, something is about to emerge. Chapter 26. Crying is not a sin. The black clouds thickened, suffocating in their density, and a bolt of lightning cleaved through, accompanied by a tremendous roar. After all these years, the day has finally arrived. The secret of ascension is about to be unveiled. How could an old man like me, a being in the tribulation period, resign to such an end? My era is not yet over. I shall ascend. I shall attain immortality. Surrender the weeping sword. Qin Sect. A specter of a wraith materialized before the crowd, disheveled and in disarray, its visage obscured. At the heart of the black clouds, its expression darkened as it extended a hand, unleashing a beam of darkness aimed directly at Qi Miao, intent on piercing her. Be careful, Qin Shengfei shouted, channeling his energy in an attempt to save Qi Miao. Simultaneously, Qi Miao activated her Xian Yuan technique, gripping the weeping sword to defend herself. Alas, the power was utterly terrifying, rivaling the previous thunder. Even if she managed to block it, she would surely sustain grievous injuries. However, no one shall take from her. Qi Miao narrowed her eyes, rolling on the ground to evade the attack. Fortuitously, the strike was largely dissipated by the frost-cold sword intent. Only then did Ying Wuhua, who had retracted his sword, realize that Qi Miao had evaded the onslaught. You dodged by rolling? Ying Wuhua, this is a being in the tribulation period. There are hardly any of their kind unearthed in the cultivation world. The elders outside the water mirror were also left dumbfounded. Yet soon they focused their attention. Who is this person truly? A tribulation period expert? It does not seem so. Whose tribulation period is so weak that even Qi Miao, a mere Qi refinement cultivator, can evade their attack? The tribulation period is undoubtedly genuine. Judging by his condition, he has likely been dead for quite some time. Only through the seal of the weeping sword has his soul managed to persist. Are you implying he is from the Golden Age? Otherwise, how many individuals in the current realm of cultivation are even in the tribulation stage. Who doesn't he recognize him? If he is indeed from the Golden Age, that presents a significant dilemma. Although his strength is far from that of a peak tribulation cultivator, and coupled with the restrictions of the Sword Tomb, he cannot exert any power beyond the foundation establishment stage. That last strike undoubtedly reached the level of a core formation cultivator, and it is likely perilous. The atmosphere among them instantly tightened. Truly, he is a formidable figure from the Golden Age. Having passed away for over 1,000 years, yet still capable of unleashing core formation power under the pressure of restrictions. How powerful must he have been at his zenith? With half an hour remaining until the trial concludes, will they be all right? Yen Gu's eyes were resolute. Inform Wu Hua, if the other party insists on the sword. Let Qi Miao abandon it to preserve his life, if necessary. It is not worth losing one's life over a mere sword. He Wanban reminded, but that is the weeping sword, a method for ascension. Qi Miao is still an unparalleled genius. Objects are inanimate, yet humans are alive. Moreover, no one knows whether there is a method for ascension within the Tianbei cave. The elders fell into silence for a moment before ultimately deciding, protect Qi Miao. Within the secret realm, Qi Miao's foolish evasion irked the wraith, who sneered, once luck may favor you, but can it happen twice? Insect, I offer you the opportunity to voluntarily present the weeping sword, sparing your life. Moreover, should you surrender the weeping sword, I shall reward you with an unparalleled technique that would render you invincible. He spoke earnestly, yet Qi Miao paid him no mind whatsoever. Ing Wu Hua conveyed the elder's message to Qi Miao.
Qi Miao replied, I refuse.
Ing Wu Hua insisted, it is merely a sword. Your life is more important than anything. Qi Miao countered, it is a sword, yet from the moment it entered into contract with me, it belongs solely to me. Anyone attempting to seize it must step over my corpse, as long as I exist. So does the sword. The weeping sword seemed almost moved. Master, I never expected you to be so loyal and righteous. Ing Wu Hua suddenly felt as if a massive stone had lodged in his throat, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. When did he become so dismissive of the sword? He was born with a sword soul. The world claimed he was a natural sword cultivator. He had once regarded the sword as his singular focus, yet now he found himself less insightful than Qi Miao. He abruptly raised his sword, scrutinizing it for a prolonged moment. Could this be the reason for his stagnation? He possessed a sword soul but had lost his sword heart. So that's how it is. Ing Wu Hua seemed to pierce through the fog, revealing a smile. At that moment, his sword heart was illuminated. He turned to Qi Miao. Give me 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, I can slay him. Qi Miao was astonished, but simply replied, all right. The weeping sword was bewildered. Master, what is wrong with him? Qi Miao replied, I don't know. I merely expressed my stance, and he inexplicably mentioned something about being able to kill him. Oh well. It doesn't matter. Attempting to seize something from me is akin to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. You'll find that you've kicked against iron plates. Do any of you even acknowledge me? Such a vast sect as the Nine-Sword Mountain and the young cultivators of the realm have completely lost basic manners. Qi Miao finally turned to him. What are you babbling about? Keep it up, and I'll extinguish you. You want the sword? It depends on whether you have the capability. Qi Miao took a bold step forward, gripping the weeping sword, ready to engage. The wraith was thoroughly enraged. Very well. It seems the easiest solution is to kill you. With that, the wraith charged forward like an arrow released from its bow. Quick, dodge, Qi Miao. Jin Xingfei activated the golden shield for Qi Miao. However, Qi Miao shook her head. You need not concern yourselves. I have my own methods to thwart him. Just stay clear to avoid collateral damage. Jin Xingfei retorted. How much do you weigh? We don't know. How do you possess such ability? Qi Miao, you don't believe in me? Jin Xingfei, for heaven's sake, don't cause a ruckus at such a critical moment. Qi Miao took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and shook her head. You don't trust me. You've disappointed me greatly. Jin Xingfei was on the brink of collapse. Sister, what time is it? Their dialogue left the wraith utterly bewildered. Could you not show him some respect? When alive, he was a powerful figure in the tribulation stage. Killing you now would be as easy as pie. He has never endured such humiliation since becoming what he is. You seek your own demise. Enough deliberation. You will all perish. With a grasp, he aimed to tear apart everyone before him. Finally, Qi Miao took notice of him. Damn it, I detest pretentious individuals. Do you have the right to speak here? Cry for me. Qi Miao bellowed, raising the weeping sword. In an instant, the tip of the weeping sword radiated light. The illumination enveloped everyone. In that moment, all were halted, as a force stirred the deepest, most sorrowful memories within them, causing tears to flow uncontrollably. The wraith in front of them was not spared, nor were the companions behind him. Even Ing Wuhua, who was gathering power nearby, was not exempt. In an instant, aside from Qi Miao, the entire sword tomb resonated with eerie cries. All held their heads and wept. Mother! I want my mother! Mother! It's instinctual to call for one's mother, a skill ingrained deeply within humanity. The cause of this current predicament was indeed the weeping sword in Qi Miao's grasp. Qi Miao deemed it the first soul technique of the weeping sword, the most potent control technique. Men weep, it is no sin. Chapter 27. A Sword of Frost. 14 Prefectures. Do not call me mother. I have no need for foolish sons like you. Qi Miao stood her ground, an expression of disdain and mockery on her face, a crooked smile revealing her charm. As the current master of the weeping sword, she remained unaffected by the public display of tears. There's only room for one pretentious individual here, and that is me. Others continued to weep, glancing at Qi Miao, their expressions seething with resentment. Who wishes to recall sorrowful memories? Qi Miao's skill is insidious. A wretched person employing a wretched technique. And what of Jin Xingfei? Why do you not trust that Qi Miao can handle this? How could you possibly view her with the logic of a normal person? Does she appear normal to you? Just as everyone was internally lamenting, a heart-wrenching cry pierced the air.
I was wrong, master.
I should not have betrayed you. I should not have. Please spare me. I will be your dog, woof woof. I beg you, master. Please let me go. What a sensational utterance. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice, realizing it was the so-called tribulation stage wraith, crying out, rolling on the ground like a dog. Witnessing this scene, an unprecedented calm washed over them, mingled with dread and comfort. I suddenly feel that Qi Miao has been remarkably gentle with us. After all, this is a figure from the tribulation stage. To be reduced to this is truly tragic. Gradually, the effect of the weeping sword waned, and the powerful figure regained his senses. Looking at Qi Miao with a face full of hatred, "How dare you humiliate me so? I will flay your skin. I will make you suffer endlessly." Qi Miao smirked disdainfully, extending her finger before shaking it side to side. "You are not yet worthy." Although merely crying does not restrict action, the essence lies in the element of surprise and the embarrassment it brings. The tribulation stage wraith lunged once more, and Qi Miao raised the weeping sword again.
Stab.
Mother! I want my mother! Instantly, everyone was once again clutching their heads and weeping in unison. Qi Miao bore an enigmatic expression in the midst of her laughter. The tribulation stage wraith faded to dust. The powerful figures outside the water mirror jolted awake. The weeping sword, is this truly how it is wielded? He Wanban's lips twitched. It should not be. If it were this bizarre, there would surely be records of it.
Since it is not, that implies.
Proximity breeds familiarity. The sword, when allied with a rogue, becomes an even greater rogue. The esteemed figures were left in a state of disbelief, feeling increasingly alarmed by Qi Miao's growing menace. I can no longer endure this. I shall end your life. I shall end your life. The soul of the tribulation stage was overwhelmed. Once, he had cultivated for a millennium to reach the tribulation stage, his heart unwavering. Later, when he followed Tianbei, he was slain by Tianbei's sword, yet remained unbroken. Subsequently, he was sealed with the weeping sword for over a millennium, and still, he did not falter. Now, however, his heart was truly shattering, on the verge of collapse. What repugnant individual could devise such vile tactics? He gathered all his strength and charged fiercely towards Qi Miao. Qi Miao employed the same old trick, yet this time the tribulation stage soul was prepared, solidifying its spiritual power, merely shedding tears without further consequence. Perish! Scum! Qi Miao, be cautious. Qi Miao's pupils contracted, murmuring, "Must I resort to that move?" Cackling, "Nothing will save you. Today, you are destined to die." Qi Miao. Jin Xingfei and others frantically cast spells, forming a defensive barrier around Qi Miao, while many brandished their swords, attempting to block the tribulation stage soul. However, the soul had a clear target, pushing aside anyone who impeded its path, forging a route ahead. Accept your fate. Those who were pushed aside formed a passage. At the end of the passage, a deep sigh escaped, hands clasped together. "Friend, lay down your weapon and become a Buddha." The moment her hands came together, a holy golden light surged from behind her, radiating like the sun, dazzling beyond measure. That is, no.
No.
Qi Miao, it's one of our own. Do not amplify it. Everyone sought to halt Qi Miao, yet the golden light blazed forth, causing their knees to buckle uncontrollably, inching closer to the ground. Thud. They all fell to their knees. Meanwhile, the tribulation stage soul, suspended in midair, plummeted straight down. His knees struck the ground, causing him immense pain, nearly leading to his demise. What a disgusting tactic. Qi Miao sighed. This is the light of merit. The soul chuckled at her words. Light of merit?
You,
With such shamelessness, can still claim to possess merit? Qi Miao replied, How could a primitive being like you, who speaks only of violence, comprehend this? The tribulation stage soul retorted, Absurd. To think a mere ant like you could equate to violence?
Qi Miao smiled.
Old man, times have changed. Changed? Nonsense. Though the tribulation stage soul had been dead for a millennium and sealed for such a long time, it was still a being of the tribulation stage. He gradually stood, casting a glance at Qi Miao. My strength is beyond your understanding. With that, the tribulation stage soul's spiritual power erupted violently, cloaking him in a chilling and eerie force. A sinister wind arose, carrying a frigid essence, a power capable of devouring all. This is your last chance. Will you surrender the weeping sword? Qi Miao smiled. Even if I were to hand over the weeping sword, you would still kill me, wouldn't you? The tribulation stage soul laughed, an eerie cackling. Of course, but how did you discern that? Qi Miao looked up. Because I have never witnessed a cultivator show mercy to the weak. Nor have I seen them spare threats. Your praise of my talent is merely a death warrant. Thus, there is only one conclusion today. You die, I live. Enough, perish. He casually uttered these words. The spiritual energy behind him coalesced into a massive ghostly hammer, crashing down towards Qi Miao. Qi Miao stood her ground, not flinching, merely raising her head to smile at the man before her. You are correct. I am indeed at my wit's end. But you have missed your prime opportunity to slay me. Those who have died should remain in the earth. The moment her words fell, the surrounding area froze over. A chilling sword intent surged forth like flowing light, multiplying, extinguishing the ghostly hammer. This is. The tribulation stage soul's pupils contracted sharply. Behind Qi Miao, Ing Wuhua lowered his head, gripping his sword, and with a swift motion, unleashed a strike. His voice, icy and detached, far exceeding the foundational stage's might, enveloped the realm, freezing everything. The Qin sword intent. One sword, frost that chills the 14 provinces. Chapter 28. Ejected from the sword mound. The absolute zero cold lingered even after the tribulation stage soul dissipated, the chill penetrating to the very marrow of those present, who gazed in disbelief at the figure who had emerged. Such formidable power, the Qin sword intent, one of the pinnacle sword intents, could only be grasped by one bearing the essence of extreme Yin. It seemed that only one person in the cultivation world currently possessed it. Could it be that senior brother Wu Ming is the legendary saint son of Nine Sword Mountain, Ing Wuhua?
Oh my.
No wonder he is so handsome. It turns out the naked swimmer is Ing Wuhua. This. Initially filled with fervor, the crowd felt a strange unease upon recalling the nickname Naked Swimmer. This was the saint son of Nine Sword Mountain, one of the leading talents of the age, the Qin swords Ing Wuhua. Does the person who coined that nickname not feel any shame? The crowd turned their eyes to Qi Miao, reproaching her. How can you utter such chilling words with a body temperature of 37 degrees? Qi Miao, bewildered, replied, Weren't you all quite happy to call him that? The crowd, suddenly evasive, took steps back, nervously fidgeting with their fingers, their faces turning red, breath hitching. We didn't know he was Ing Wuhua at that time. Had we known, we would never have joined in the ruckus. Qi Miao, look, you're still calling him that nickname now. The crowd, we wish to die. They suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, entirely devoid of the will to live. By what virtue do we dare to call Ing Wuhua by such a disgraceful nickname? Is it too late for us to end our lives now? Meanwhile, the expression and demeanor of Ing Wuhua, who had just delivered that strike, had become completely stiff. To be honest, he had also anticipated stunning everyone with this strike, yet it had revealed his identity instead. Now, everyone was referring to him as Naked Swimmer. He dared not move, yearning to flee the scene. This was the first sword he had executed after a breakthrough in his sword intent. It should have been the most magnificent moment of his life. Yet it had turned into the most humiliating one. The legendary aloof and even unapproachable saint son of Nine Sword Mountain now had his fair skin suffused with a burning red hue. as if his veins were about to burst and bleed. Qi Miao approached and patted him on the shoulder. Do not take it too to heart. Having a large chest is not a bad thing. The market for male mothers is quite good now. What was that saying? A lack of impressive pectorals. How can one gather hearts? Truly, one must have grand ambitions. I thank you. Each word was laced with gritted teeth. Qi Miao walked towards the dissipating soul, as if leaving nothing in her wake. Tell me, does this count as a counterattack against a tribulation stage master? This should count, right? Or perhaps not. She was uncertain. Qi Miao smiled. Regardless, he claimed to have once been of the tribulation stage, and so he was, if anyone seeks to uphold their honor and reputation. Let this matter be noted, a glorious achievement for the family. Inguhua, I must admit, I feel a bit sorry for that tribulation stage master. Humiliated before his death. He is now subjected to endless ridicule. Tragic. So tragic. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt an indescribable sensation within. As the clouds dispersed, their breathing became much less constricted, and overall, they breathed a sigh of relief. Though only 3 short days had passed, those 3 days within the sword mound had been anything but ordinary. Each day a unique experience. Now that they could leave, could they not feel relieved? If given another choice, they might not even come again. Let us depart. Let us depart, quickly. One after another, they all exited the sword mound. Outside the sword mound, numerous disciples of 9 Sword Mountain, clad in their garments, stood in the plaza, feeling invigorated. The elders, who had been observing from the heavens, finally descended. Each presented themselves with an air of profundity, showcasing the demeanor they typically cultivated. At the entrance of the sword tomb, every individual emerging was bestowed a nameplate, signifying their successful entry into the 9 Swords Mountain and their freedom to choose a peak. The 9 Swords Mountain comprises 5 major summits. 1. Yuling Peak, the principal summit, governed by the sect leader Chong, solely devoted to sword cultivation. 2. Jianfu Peak, overseen by the elder Qinghuan, specializing in dual cultivation of sword symbols. 3. Blood Sword Peak, managed by elder He Wanban of the weapon crafting lineage, who not only teaches swordsmanship, but also the art of forging weapons. 4. Jiandan Peak, under elder Yao Jiu, who dabbles in alchemy, and is the wealthiest branch of the entire 9 Swords Mountain. 5. Lastly, the sparsely populated Lei Fa Peak, presided over by elder Yan Ge, who not only cultivates sword practitioners, but also bears the responsibility of security, resorting to forceful measures when necessary. Logically, Yan Ge, a prominent figure at the late stage of the transformation god realm, should not be overlooked in the current cultivation world. Yet Lei Fa Peak is indeed a desolate place. The scarcity of inhabitants is not solely due to Yan Ji's volatile temperament. Previously, Lei Fa Peak was second only to Yuling Peak in popularity. However, following a particular incident, it fell into decline. Despite this, as long as Yan Ge remains, Lei Fa Peak will not disband. Dressed in his most formal attire, Yan Ge presented himself, while below, the crowd speculated about which sect to join. At that moment, a senior brother from 9 Swords Mountain called out, "Sect leader, esteemed elders, one person is missing."
Missing?
Qinghuan exclaimed, "We observed through the water mirror. There were no casualties in this 3rd round of trials." Clad in blue, despite her position as an elder, she appeared to be merely in her early 20s, the most popular elder in the sect, known for her amiable nature. However, rumors suggested she harbored affections for elder Yan Ge, leaving many to wonder what attracted her to him, his age, his temper, or his lack of personal hygiene. Returning to the matter at hand, when elder Qinghuan posed her question, the disciples flushed in nervousness. We really don't know. But it is indeed one less person." The crowd exchanged glances, realizing immediately who was absent, Qi Miao. Just then, the entrance of the sword tomb emitted a sound akin to spitting, and out tumbled a little girl clad in red.
Ouch.
Qi Miao rolled several times on the ground before rubbing her head and cursing at the entrance. Hearing her words, the crowd exhibited an array of bewildered expressions. No surprise there. Chapter 29, Direct Ascension to Personal Disciple. In the midst of the collective silence, Qi Miao rose, dusted off her clothes, and surveyed her surroundings. Why is everyone so quiet? Wasn't it lively just a moment ago? Who dares to speak? Yan Ge rubbed his temples. You say you were rummaging through corpses. What exactly did you find? Qi Miao, unperturbed, thumped her chest and replied, "Nothing at all. It was a waste of effort killing that tribulation stage guy, who was even poorer than me at the Qi refining stage. The absurdity of her statement was overwhelming.
Indeed.
Times have changed, where even those in the tribulation stage can be ridiculed by Qi refiners. However, no one believed her claim of finding nothing. She had long set her sights on something, and after such a prolonged absence, it was evident she must have gained something. Ultimately, it was her own opportunity. If she chose not to share, others would not pry. Miao rubbed her backside. She certainly had discovered something valuable, but it was for her own use. Not to be shared. One does not simply give away treasures. Ge cleared his throat. If there are no other matters, please collect your nameplates and regroup. Any additional concerns can be addressed after the mountain selection. Miao acknowledged with an O, locating Qin Xingfei and motioning for him to lean down. What is it? He inquired. This old man looks quite familiar, Miao remarked. Are these not the elders we saw earlier posing in the sky? Qin Xingfei responded. Ah, I see. Why are they not posing today? Perhaps they are here to select disciples and no longer require their posing. Are they finally going to be put to use? Indeed. I think so. Their hushed exchange was indeed discreet, yet the elders' cultivation levels enabled them to hear every word clearly. Even the usually placid Qinghuan's smile stiffened. Her fists clenched in irritation. The other elders instinctively glanced at Ge. If he were to lose his temper now, it would tarnish the reputation of Nine Swords Mountain. Strangely enough, Ge did not display any signs of anger. Rather, he seemed to harbor a hint of amusement. How could this be? Was he merely feigning calmness while internally seething? This was not characteristic of him. Yet Ge simply turned to the other elders. The more she speaks now, the more she will suffer later. The elders exchanged puzzled looks. What do you mean? Why are you being cryptic? Though they did not comprehend his words. Ge's unusually cheerful demeanor suggested he was not losing his sanity. I am Qi, and from this day forth, I shall be your senior brother. I will now explain the rules for selecting a peak. The rules were uncomplicated. All actions during the 3 rounds of trials had been witnessed by the elders and the sect leader, and their deeds were duly noted. Each individual would step forward with their nameplate. If a peak master wished to retain them, they could directly enter that peak. Of course, if multiple peak masters expressed interest, the individual could select their preferred peak. This year, unlike previous years, due to the higher quality of disciples, the elders had specifically selected a number of individuals who could directly enter the inner sect. Everyone could examine their nameplates. A white nameplate indicated an outer sect disciple, while a blue nameplate signified an inner sect disciple. Upon hearing this announcement, the crowd erupted in excitement.
Inner sect disciples.
Some individuals would enter as inner sect disciples directly. This was unprecedented in the history of Nine Swords Mountain. Inner sect disciples held greater privileges, enabling them to learn more and access superior resources. Typically, one would either pass the sect's annual promotion test or challenge an inner sect disciple and emerge victorious. Yet such an exception was being made this year. Who would not be thrilled? Who has won? I don't. Who among you does? At that moment, Qin Xingfei quietly raised his hand.
Is that so?
He held a blue nameplate. Qi smiled. Indeed, junior brother Qin, your talent and performance are evident to all. Moreover, having successfully established your foundation at such a young age, your entry into the inner sect is a foregone conclusion. Gripping his nameplate tightly, Qin Xingfei could not contain his joy. He had not disgraced his family.
Miao.
I've made it. You must be an inner sect disciple as well. Your performance was far more brilliant than mine.
Oh, right. And Miao.
She is undoubtedly the greatest victor of these 3 rounds of trials, transforming from an ordinary person devoid of spiritual power into an extraordinary genius, breaking through to the late Qi refining stage in just a few days. Given her astonishing performance, everyone accepted her entry into the inner sect without question. Miao frowned. I'm not. Qin Xingfei's smile faded, filled with urgency. How could that be? I don't know if there was a mistake, but the token I hold is red. Miao too was perplexed.
Red?
What does a red nameplate signify? No one mentioned it. Indeed, it was red. Miao inquired, what has happened with the red token? Qi, taking a deep breath, finally articulated his thoughts. The crowd gasped in astonishment. A direct disciple? Sharing the same status and identity as brother Wuhua. How could one start at such an elevated point? Could this be a mistake? While the inner disciples held no grievances, the notion of a direct disciple would surely incite discontent among those unfamiliar with Miao. For years, There had been no precedent for accepting someone as a direct disciple so swiftly, especially within the esteemed Jujian Mountain, one of the top 10 sections. The last time a direct entry into the inner sect was reported, that individual ascended to become the holy maiden of the Qin Sect, standing alongside Brothering as a top-tier practitioner. Thus, it was no surprise that Jin Xingfei received such treatment, as her talent was undeniably exceptional. This did not imply Qi Miao was unworthy. Rather, her potential was indeed more formidable. Yet, being a direct disciple was akin to soaring to unprecedented heights. I shall verify this with the sect leader and the elders, someone suggested. No need, Qiu Qi interjected, as a resonant voice, commanding and powerful, resonated through the air, drawing everyone's attention. Upon recognizing the speaker, all bowed their heads in reverence. Sect leader. Chapter 30. I have defeated a transcendent being. My sins do not warrant this. Mixue, appearing youthful yet wise, approached with an ethereal presence, as if enveloped in wisps of cloud. He turned his gaze to Qi Miao. Smiling as he spoke, Qi Miao's status as a direct disciple was a conclusion reached after extensive discussions with several elders. Qiu Qi, taken aback, remarked, but sect leader, there has never been a precedent for one to become a direct disciple upon entry. This may be inappropriate. His words were not directed against Qi Miao. Rather, he sought to protect her. Jujian Mountain, being among the top 10 sects, housed exceptionally talented individuals, future pillars of the cultivation world, and thus drew considerable scrutiny. Once this news spread, Qi Miao would undoubtedly attract widespread attention. Rumors and malicious gossip would be inevitable, potentially plunging Jujian Mountain into controversy. Concerned for the sect's reputation, he felt compelled to voice his concerns, despite his limited authority as merely an inner disciple. Mixue merely chuckled. Since there is no precedent, what hinders us from establishing one? Her talent and capabilities are evident to all. With her merits, and having drawn the weeping sword, she could certainly set a new standard. As for how others may perceive this in the future, you need not worry.
You shall soon understand.
The listeners were perplexed. What was meant by you shall soon understand? It seemed the sect leader was unwavering in his stance, and the crowd fell silent. Qi Miao, however, was curious. Could it be that my identity as a direct disciple possesses a unique distinction? Mixue replied, indeed, you are quite astute. There is a special aspect.
Wow.
Your praise is almost overwhelming, Qi Miao said, blushing slightly, before her eyes sparkled with excitement. What exactly is this special aspect? Is it access to all sect secrets? Or the liberty to choose any weapon, any resources? Or perhaps a path to be groomed as the next sect leader? Oh, that would be quite inappropriate, wouldn't it? But if you insist, I wouldn't mind. Though she feigned disapproval, her expression clearly conveyed her readiness to assume the role of sect leader. Mixue and the others exchanged glances, struggling to contain their amusement. You truly dare to imagine having unrestricted access to all sect resources? Do you comprehend the magnitude of Jujian Mountain's resources as one of the top 10 sects? Mixue cleared his throat. Just elevate your pillow a bit higher while you sleep tonight. Qi Miao asked, is there a significance to that? Mixue replied, you shall dream of all possibilities. Qi Miao protested, that's excessive. Was she not allowed to indulge in a little fantasy? The system interjected, you are not merely fantasizing. This is your genuine desire. Qi Miao retorted, silence. How could you be so unfeeling towards a kind and innocent girl? You all should be ashamed. With the sect leader's personal endorsement of Qi Miao's status as a direct disciple, curiosity among the others waned. After all, Qi Miao was indeed deserving. However, they were now more intrigued by the nature of this so-called special distinction. As the selection process unfolded one by one, disciples chose their peaks. Occasionally a peak would abstain from selecting a disciple they deemed unsuitable. Yet there was one peak, the Thunder Punishment Peak. Its fearsome reputation dissuaded many, leading disciples to declare they would not join it, threatening to withdraw from the sect if no other options were available. I refuse to join the Thunder Punishment Peak. If no other peaks desire me, I will leave the sect. Despite the 3 rounds of trials, it was deemed inappropriate to allow someone to withdraw, so eventually,
someone accepted them.
Qi Miao lamented, how embarrassing. Though she lacked the full context, the current standing of the Thunder Punishment Peak seemed utterly unremarkable. Anyone associated with it would lose face. She was determined not to join. Jin Xingfei enlightened her. The Thunder Punishment Peak has always had a notorious reputation. Not because Elder Yengo is weak. Quite the opposite. His strength surpasses even that of the sect leader. Rather, his temperament is rather harsh. and the peak's conditions and resources are subpar. Following that, some widely circulated rumors within the cultivation world were mentioned. Qi Miao asked, what rumors? Jin Xingfei lowered his voice. It's not appropriate to speak of them here. We are guests in their domain. Just avoid the Thunder Punishment Peak. Anyone who chooses it regrets it for life.
Qi Miao lightly responded, understood.
She would certainly not choose it. Cultivating was meant to enhance her strength. But she also desired to maintain her dignity. She aimed to select a peak of the highest prestige, and Yuling Peak appeared to be an excellent option. Soon, it was Jin Xingfei's turn. Without question, the sect leader and all the elders raised their tokens for him, and he chose Yuling Peak. For him, it was undoubtedly the best choice. Generally, when Yuling Peak raised its token, anyone would choose it unless they had a particular interest in alchemy, weapon forging, or talisman crafting. Next, it was Qi Miao's turn. As she stepped forward, all eyes were fixed upon her. Was the so-called special distinction finally about to be revealed? They too were curious about which peak Qi Miao would select. After all, with her fire affinity and formidable spiritual power, she was expected to excel in both alchemy and crafting. Qi Miao pondered which peak to join. The elders might even resort to fierce competition to secure her, offering exorbitant incentives. She had decided to opt for the peak with the best benefits. As for the Thunder Punishment Peak, its leader was too embarrassing. Her reputation was paramount. Let me state this clearly. Esteemed peak leaders, please do not clash over me. We are all part of the same sect, and harmony is paramount. Qi Miao remarked as she approached, causing the onlookers to tense up. Indeed, if they were peak leaders, encountering a prodigy like Qi Miao might provoke them to fight fiercely for her. Qiu Qi called out, peak leaders, please make your selections. As his words resonated, the elders and the sect leader closed their eyes, except for Yengo, who stood up. Only the Thunder Punishment Peak made a selection. Everyone, including Qi Miao, was left bewildered. What happened to the anticipated competition? Seeing this, Qi Miao quickly spoke up. Are the esteemed peak leaders tired? If so, a verbal acknowledgement suffices. I am quite easygoing. Still, no one responded. What does this mean? I am a woman of exceptional talent. Why is the Thunder Punishment Peak the only one making a selection? Are none of you vying for me? I absolutely refuse to join the Thunder Punishment Peak. Its leader is too embarrassing. Qi Miao grew anxious. Hello? Can someone acknowledge me? Why is there silence? Yengo wore a knowing smile, chuckling several times. Qi Miao exclaimed, what a raspy voice. Yengo responded, the stakes have risen. No, we cannot fight. She will soon be our disciple. There will be time for that later. He forced a smile, his expression taut. Do you not wish to know what makes it so special? Well, here it is. You are the appointed disciple of Thunder Punishment Peak. The crowd gasped in unison. Ah, that's the special part? How incredibly unique. Upon hearing this revelation, no one envied Qi Miao anymore. In fact, they felt a pang of sympathy for her. The affairs of Thunder Punishment Peak were so dismal that even dogs would turn away in disdain. Being a direct disciple meant a lifetime commitment, akin to a permanent confinement. That was even worse. The faces of everyone mirrored a shared sense of pity for Qi Miao. To be honest, Qi Miao was drenched in sweat. What did their expressions mean? Was her situation truly that dire? It couldn't be. No one offered her any comforting words, so she pretended not to hear Yanji's remark. Are there any other peaks that want me? I wouldn't mind not being a direct disciple. I wouldn't even mind being an outer disciple. Your actions are making me anxious. I, Qi Miao, possess unparalleled talent and extraordinary comprehension. I have been blessed by the light of virtue. I have vanquished transcending tribulation powerhouses. My sins cannot warrant this. She implored the peak masters for a response. Wu Wu, upon hearing her, fell silent. You dare to claim you have defeated a transcending tribulation powerhouse? Chapter 31. The cultivation world is quite perverse. Seeing Qi Miao's commotion, Chongshu instinctively glanced at Yengo. Yengo appeared to be in high spirits, as if he anticipated some grand reveal. He pinched the bridge of his nose and spoke earnestly. In truth, Thunder Punishment Peak is rather commendable. Many people harbor misconceptions about it, yet we are all part of Nine Sword Mountain. The differences are not substantial. Qi Miao took a deep breath and inquired, is the cultivation environment at Thunder Punishment Peak better than that of other peaks? It's about the same? Chongshu wanted to say it was good, but memories of Thunder Punishment Peak's cultivation environment flashed in his mind, and he found himself unable to utter a single favorable word. Qi Miao pressed on. Well, if the environment is lacking, Then what about the quality of teaching at Thunder Punishment Peak? Chong Shu coughed. Yen Go interjected. What does that cough signify? I find your manner quite offensive. Chong Shu replied. It's still about the same, I suppose? Qi Miao continued her relentless questioning. What about resources? Treasures? Or does Thunder Punishment Peak have any advantages over the others? After a prolonged silence, Chong Shu finally looked at Yen Ge. Yen Ge, filled with pride, declared, everything you mentioned, we at Thunder Punishment Peak possess none. Qi Miao looked up to the heavens, her face one of despair. If you have nothing, then what do you have? Yen Ge leaned closer to Qi Miao, adopting a mysteriously enigmatic demeanor. Once you arrive, you will understand what we have to offer. Qi Miao responded with a hollow laugh. Seeing that the two were spiraling into chaos, Chong Shu, as the sect leader, felt compelled to intervene. He approached Qi Miao, his gaze serious and resolute. Qi Miao, do you trust us? Qi Miao, bemused, replied, I wish to trust you, but you must provide me with reasons. Grant me some hope. Very well, since you seek a reason, I shall divulge it. Chong Shu clasped his hands behind his back, and with a flourish of his sleeves, a formation appeared, isolating them from everyone else, leaving only the three of them. Chong Shu continued, because these matters are a secret of Nine Sword Mountain, we have isolated ourselves from others. I ask you to keep the secret once you learn of it. Can you agree? Qi Miao bit her lip, pondering for a moment before responding. All right. With your agreement, I shall speak. In truth, your entry into Thunder Punishment Peak is the result of discussions among the elders and myself. Your talent is so extraordinary that we cannot predict your future. We are hesitant to take you as a disciple for fear of hindering your potential. Thunder Punishment Peak, from an outsider's perspective, may seem like a desolate land where any prodigy would go mad or meet a bizarre demise, and thus everyone fears it. But trust us, we would never send a once-in-a-lifetime genius to their doom without reason. Thunder Punishment Peak could very well be an opportunity for you. Qi Miao, though unaware of the past events at Thunder Punishment Peak, could glean some understanding from Chong Shu's words. This place was undoubtedly extraordinary. What kind of opportunity do you speak of? In time you will comprehend. However, I assure you, we possess a strong premonition that you will undoubtedly seize this opportunity, which may be the only chance to ensure your longevity. Qi Miao was momentarily bewildered. The only chance to ensure my longevity. Did she appear so likely to meet her end? The system chimed in. Indeed, you have a knack for courting danger.
Qi Miao.
She gazed at Chong Shu, who bore an expression of unspoken sorrow and concern. For a moment, she could not decipher his emotions. What sorrow? What concern? Yet instinctively, she asked, may I know why I cannot ensure my longevity? Certainly, it would be better for you to be aware of these matters early on. You are already familiar with the tale of the Weeping Sword and the celestial sadness immortal. But what you do not know is that the cultivation world has not seen an immortal for an exceedingly long time. To be precise, within the extensive records of the cultivation world spanning thousands of years, only the celestial sadness immortal has been verified to have ascended to immortality. Ascending to immortality. Achieving eternal life. This is the ultimate reason many choose this path. Death is inevitable for mortals, and only through ascension can one escape it. Thus, you can comprehend the immense allure of the ascension method for cultivators. Some would go to any lengths to attain this means of longevity. An innocent man may be wronged for possessing a treasure. The weeping sword in your possession is the key to the cave left behind by the celestial sadness immortal. To everyone, if one can enter the celestial sadness cave and receive the legacy, they can unravel the method of ascension. Therefore, the moment the weeping sword was bound to you, it also destined you to bear the covetous gaze of countless individuals. Qi Miao certainly understood this chain of causation but queried, is it true that even Nine Sword Mountain cannot protect me? Yen Ge, who had remained silent, chuckled. Nine Sword Mountain? What is Nine Sword Mountain in the grand scheme of things? The so-called 10 great sects in the eyes of the world are nothing. Who among the powerful does not covet the method of ascension? How can you guarantee that other sects will not annihilate our sect for the sake of ascension? How many can our sect kill in return? Protection? If it were not for the fact that the weeping sword cannot be taken out of the sword tomb, Nine Sword Mountain would have long been annihilated. So the weeping sword is a hot potato that brings death to whoever possesses it. Qi Miao pursed her lips, holding back her words for a long time before finally asking, is it too late for me to throw the weeping sword away now?
Yan Yi.
Chong Shu, the weeping sword, in a flurry, rushed forth. Master, please do not throw me away. Did we not agree to never part? You must tread over my body to take me away. I am your sword in life and death. At that moment, Qi Miao truly wished for her demise. She had dug a pit and buried herself. She laughed, a smile more tragic than tears. What if I were to end my own life now? Yan Go, what kind of mentality is that? Pathetic. Qi Miao, I am merely preparing for the worst. What if some scoundrel covets the sword and views me as a cauldron? Wouldn't I lose both my life and my wealth? Yan Go, I see you as a valuable asset. Qi Miao, embarrassed, scratched her head. Oh, I know I am talented. Anyone with eyes can see that. But to say it out loud now feels inappropriate. It's rather embarrassing. The two fell silent, suddenly overwhelmed by the urge to stab Qi Miao on the spot. Their rationality reminded them that she was one of their own. Killing her was out of the question. Qi Miao added, moreover, I observe that the mental states of many in the cultivation world are quite abnormal. This is merely a conservative estimate. There may be even more explosive matters, such as transforming into human puppets, never transcending, serving as tools for venting frustrations across lifetimes. How terrifying. You cultivators truly are quite perverse. Yan Ge could no longer contain himself. Drawing his sword and pointing it at Qi Miao, try uttering another nonsense word, and I will truly kill you. Do you believe it? Qi Miao quickly surrendered, raising her hands. No, let us keep the peace. Peace brings prosperity. Yan Ge felt he had managed his emotions well today, yet Qi Miao still managed to infuriate him. It was once again Shu who hastily intervened to separate the two. Qi Miao was correct. Harmony breeds prosperity. Elder Yan, take a moment to rest.
And allow me to speak. Reluctantly, Yan Ye stepped aside.
Shu pinched the bridge of his nose and turned to Qi Miao, saying, besides what I just mentioned, the most crucial factor lies within yourself. You are nearing your end. Chapter 32. I understand. It's menstruation. What is wrong with me? Qi Miao was perplexed, wondering why her own condition was deemed the most significant and why she was on the brink of death. She was merely cautious, and even if she occasionally engaged in reckless behavior, it hardly warranted an imminent demise, did it? Shu narrowed his eyes, gazing intently at her with profound depth and an indescribable emotion. Most earnestly, you invariably endure a few days each month of excruciating headaches. Am I not correct? Qi Miao's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my, a divine physician. Shu's assertion was undeniably true. In both her lives, she experienced 2 days of intense headaches each month, accompanied by a sense of paralysis and weakness throughout her body. She had previously sought remedies for this affliction, yet no one could discern any underlying issue. Over time, she had come to dismiss it as a minor concern. However, with the passage of years and her continued survival, she reasoned that this headache could hardly be fatal.
Could it?
Shu replied, your headaches are not ordinary. Qi Miao became serious. What do you mean? Shu, your headaches are not a disease. Qi Miao, not a disease? I see. She closed her eyes, feeling as if it were merely a false alarm. The other two were bewildered. What do you understand? Could it be that Qi Miao was already aware of her condition? Had she comprehended everything? They appeared rather foolish at that moment. There are indeed those 2 days each month that render me incredibly irritable, yet since it is not a disease, it must be. The two of them eagerly awaited her answer, chanting in unison. It is menstruation, right?
Puffed.
They nearly fell to their knees. Yan Ge raised his sword, ready to strike. Damn your menstruation. Hey, Elder Yan. Harmony breeds prosperity. Harmony breeds prosperity. Shu hurriedly intervened, though he too was choked by Qi Miao's response, unsure whether to laugh or be angry. Qi Miao shrank back slightly. Everyone's constitution is different. You don't experience menstruation, so don't be envious. I envy your mother. You dare to utter another word of nonsense? Qi Miao then looked at the two with a pitiful expression. So, enlighten me. What else could it be, if not menstruation? She experiences intense headaches and bleeding during those 2 days. Does she not know her own body? Having undergone menstruation for 2 lifetimes, how could she possibly be unaware? Yan Ge was nearly out of breath from frustration, pointing at Qi Miao. That is not a mere mortal's physiological cycle. That is, he was interrupted by Shu, who deemed it not the right time to disclose such matters. Yan Ge quickly regained his composure, refraining from speaking further. The issue regarding the Yan Luo curse could not be easily divulged to Qi Miao before a resolution was confirmed, lest it shatter her resolve. A broken resolve would leave Qi Miao without any hope for salvation. The Yan Luo curse had likely plagued her for countless lifetimes, And this opportunity to cultivate in this lifetime must not be squandered. Miao finally grasped the gravity of the situation, shedding her previous frivolity, and fixed her gaze intently on Shu. You have confirmed that this matter threatens my life, have you not? She was aware that her headaches were not a consequence of menstruation. She simply struggled to find a reasonable explanation. In her past life, she did not live beyond 15, succumbing to a sudden and peculiar illness that manifested in horrifying sores all over her body within 3 days. Despite thorough examinations, doctors could not pinpoint the source of her affliction, leading to her untimely demise. Now, Shu and Go were telling her that her end was near. In this life, she was precisely 15 years old. If there were any coincidences, the problem must lie within her soul. Though it seemed absurd, she had already traversed realms of cultivation. What could possibly be beyond reason? The issue lies within my soul, does it not? She boldly voiced her speculation. Miao's inquiry left both elders momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated her awareness of a portion of the truth. Such keen perception and intellect were indeed formidable. Shu, yes, we refrained from informing you because we cannot ascertain whether we can resolve it, and this matter could very well fracture your resolve, leaving you with no possibility of reversal. Upon hearing this response, Miao unexpectedly felt a sense of relief wash over her. Did this mean she had unraveled the cause of her past life demise? That would indeed be a clear understanding of her death. The reversal you speak of, is it the opportunity atop the Thunder Punishment Peak? Yes, only the opportunity found there can aid you in reversing your fate. Miao pressed her lips together, then suddenly chuckled lightly. It appears I have no other choice. Yenga smiled. If it were always this way, it would have been better. Joining my Thunder Punishment Peak was destined to happen.
Wait.
Miao interjected, disrupting his triumph. Merely stating that I have no other choice does not imply that I cannot relinquish that choice.
Yan Yi.
Miao, although there is an opportunity atop the Thunder Punishment Peak that could assist me in reversing my fate, I certainly will not choose the Thunder Punishment Peak without conditions. I have several stipulations. If they can be met, then I shall join the Thunder Punishment Peak. Why are you so greedy? Are you willing to forsake your life? Miao blinked innocently, because I have a feeling that even if I die, I will come back to life. The two elders, do not frame the torment of the Yanluo curse across lifetimes as a blessing, if you please. It only makes them feel rather foolish. Suppressing the irritation that Miao had evoked, Shu finally spoke. You may articulate your conditions. Miao replied, my conditions are quite reasonable. You just mentioned that the resources and environment of the Thunder Punishment Peak are quite poor. I cannot let my talent be squandered for mere life in such a desolate place. Can I? Does that not make sense? Yenga. What do you mean by a desolate place?
Clarify.
Though it is indeed true. Yenga was infuriated, clenching his fists. But the most damning aspect was Shu's nod of agreement, fully endorsing her. Yes, you make a valid point. Yenga was on the verge of exploding. What sense does that even make? Damn it. Are the two of you conspiring against me? Can you not show me some respect? He was genuinely on the brink of anger. Miao continued. Hence, my conditions are rather simple. First, if other peaks possess resources that I require, I expect to receive a portion. Second, should other peaks have cultivation methods suitable for me, I should have the right to know. Third, all the elders, including you, the sect leader, must provide assistance when I encounter obstacles. These 3 conditions are not excessive, are they? Shu chuckled softly, remaining silent. To be honest, these 3 conditions are quite unreasonable. They imply that the entire sect's resources would need to be at her service, when necessary. Currently, she is the only one within the sect to enjoy such privileges, being groomed as the next sect leader. In the very moment of Shu's hesitation, Miao casually remarked, if you cannot fulfill my conditions, then I have no choice. After all, I believe my talent is among the finest in the cultivation world. And any sect would be unable to refuse me, correct? I, Miao, am most aware of propriety. I do not wish for the 9 Swords Mountain to exhaust all its efforts for my sake. What I seek is merely a promise, a stance, a genuine commitment and attitude from the 9 Swords Mountain to be my support. Chapter 33. Congratulations, you're imprisoned. As the 9 Swords Mountain stated, even if she does nothing at all, with the weeping sword at her side, with her innate talent, and with the hidden peril residing within her soul, she is undoubtedly doomed. Thus, what she needs most now is a solid foundation, a support system until she becomes powerful enough to safeguard herself. To where the crown is to bear its weight. She has raised the crown high, yet it pierces her palm, becoming one with her. It is a choice between severing her hand or donning the crown. However, she has never been one to suffer losses. Severing her hand is not an option. The world covets her, and one day, she shall stand before them and eliminate all who covet her. Chong Lu watched Qi Miao, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He had indeed not misjudged. This child possessed an exquisite nature. How could one chosen by the sword of sorrow be merely talented, yet devoid of ambition? Your conditions are accepted. Henceforth, we shall be a family. Qi Miao extended her hand, her lips curving into a smile, her earnest gaze enchanting. Observing the young girl stand before her elders with such grace, Chong Lu felt an overwhelming satisfaction. He reached out and clasped her hand. What an intriguing young lady. What kind of tempest will she stir in the realm of cultivation? Truly, it is something to anticipate, something to ignite the blood. As the concealed formation dissipated, all outside waited in eager anticipation. Once again, they beheld Qi Miao, a 15-year-old maiden clad in the crimson and white robes of a direct disciple of Nine Sword Mountain. Standing tall and radiant, a black longsword, shrouded in an air of mystery, was sheathed at her back, her hair elegantly tied up, her spirit brighter than the sun. At merely 15, she already hinted at a future beauty that captivated all present, their eyes wide with admiration. How beautiful! It is indeed true that one's appearance is greatly enhanced by attire. After donning suitable clothing, even Qi Miao appeared stunning. I had truly not noticed her beauty before. Every individual sang her praises, their gazes following her every movement. Chong Lu lifted Qi Miao's hand and proclaimed, "From this day forth, Qi Miao is the direct disciple of the Thunder Punishment Peak, her status illustrious, with all resources of the sect available to her, and access to all the masters of the sect. Let it be known. Let it be known. The sect master's intention is to utilize all sect resources to nurture Qi Miao. This is a privilege typically reserved for the holy sons and daughters of various sections. Qi Miao has truly achieved this, even in the presence of the already established holy son, Ing Wuhua. The shock this news brought was profound and hard to quell. To claim envy, jealousy, and hatred would be disingenuous, yet Qi Miao's performance was evident, leaving no room for dissent. They could only congratulate her.
Qi Miao,
You have truly soared to greatness. Should you achieve success, do not forget those who lived and died alongside you. Qi Miao smiled subtly, her beauty capable of bewitching souls. Indeed. Rest assured, my friends, once I achieve success, I shall certainly treat you all. I, Qi Miao, possess both conscience and loyalty. Qi Miao spoke, interrupting the ongoing flattery about her appearance. Upon her utterance, it seemed as though all beautiful words ceased to pertain to her. The faces of others darkened. Could you kindly keep quiet? Qi Miao, do you not find my voice particularly magnetic? As she spoke, she attempted to mimic a low bass voice. The expressions of those around her grew increasingly grim. At her first words, even heaven seemed to frown. After a prolonged bout of laughter, a few elders exchanged glances. How long had it been since Nine Sword Mountain had been so lively? If the days of cultivation could always be so, they would not be deemed dull. Moments later, Qiu Qi delivered the announcement. Jin Xingfei slowly approached Qi Miao, gazing at her with a smile. My judgment was indeed correct. You are truly exceptional. Qi Miao grinned. Of course. Then I shall take my leave? Jin Xingfei looked at her, his reluctance palpable.
go on.
Qi Miao was rendered speechless by his gaze. What are you staring at? Hurry up.
Ah.
Truly absurd. Only when scolded do I feel at ease. Then, a voice came from Jin Xingfei.
Qi Miao,
I will soon catch up to you. Qi Miao was taken aback, but merely smiled and lowered her head. She turned to Yan Ge, who had been waiting for her for a while. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable familiarity with him. Isn't that an obvious statement? I've been waiting for you, for ages. Oh, I thought you were going to arrange for me to stay elsewhere. If you insult me again, I swear I will turn you into waste. I don't believe it. How could one be turned into waste? That would be a transformation of species.
You.
Yan Ge was on the verge of exploding. How could this girl's tongue be so sharp? He truly wished to strike her. But reason reminded him that she was his newly accepted disciple, one he had worked hard to bring in. If he harmed her, she would be truly lost.
Yet.
Thinking of what might transpire later made Yan Ge find it amusing, lightening his mood. The Thunder Punishment Peak lay amidst the storm clouds. Due to years of neglect, Only Yengo resided there, and many areas were ensnared with spider webs. To say that it was a place where even birds would not defecate was not an exaggeration. Yengo showed Qi Miao around the entire peak, and her overwhelming feeling was one of despair. No wonder no one came to this wretched place. This will be your residence from now on, do you like it? Qi Miao gazed up in astonishment at the dark, spiderweb-covered dilapidated house, falling silent. Just as she was about to speak, a signboard from the top of the house suddenly crashed down. Smack. Qi Miao, is it too late for me to regret coming here? Yengo felt embarrassed. Well, it should not be too late. Qi Miao took a deep breath, about to curse, when Yengo interrupted with a spell. This house is indeed uninhabitable, but it matters not. You will not be living here for some time.
Why?
Because you have a little surprise. What surprise? Yengo's enthusiasm surged. It is truly a spectacular surprise, unprecedented and breathtaking. This piqued Qi Miao's curiosity and excitement. Really? What task is it? First, call me Master, and I will tell you.
Master.
The surprise is that congratulations are in order. You have been imprisoned. Chapter 34. I am truly a beast. Qi Miao was taken to the prison of Thunder Punishment Peak, and before she could comprehend what was happening, she was thrown inside by her newly recognized master. With a resounding clang, the cell door slammed shut, and as Qi Miao looked at Yengo, several iron bars now obstructed her view. Qi Miao was bewildered, her mind a blank. Wait, who considers imprisonment a surprise? If it weren't for my prior experiences of being sent to jail occasionally before starting my cultivation, I would truly be in an uproar. Qi Miao suppressed her inner turmoil and raised her hand. Master, may I know why I have been imprisoned? Of course. Yengo had been eagerly awaiting this moment. Today, he had endured so much and maintained his composure just for this moment. To throw Qi Miao into the cell, catching her off guard with a grand surprise. Then, to publicly reveal her crimes. He took a ceremonial deep breath and retrieved a large scroll from his storage ring, densely packed with Qi Miao's alleged offenses. Yengo cleared his throat and began. Recently, a disciple of our sect was maliciously struck, rendering them dizzy, and subsequently stripped of their clothing. The perpetrator is suspected to have disguised themselves as our disciple, causing significant damage to our sect's reputation. According to our sect's laws, the perpetrator is to be captured and imprisoned for 3 years, undergoing ideological education. What do you think, my dear disciple? Qi Miao's body trembled, involuntarily averting her gaze. These incidents bore an uncanny resemblance to her actions. Imprisoned for 3 years? And subjected to ideological education? To be honest, she was somewhat drenched in cold sweat. No matter how she looked at it, she could not admit it was her. There was no evidence at Nine Sword Mountain. Sweat beaded on her forehead, and though her heart raced, she maintained her defiance. I refuse. What does this have to do with me? I have been awaiting your words. This matter you have indeed confessed to. Qi Miao? Yengo thrust his hands forward, dropping a recording stone. Behold the recorded footage. The image revealed a moment when Qi Miao, after completing the celestial ladder, encountered the wealth-dispensing boy. Oh, that is not quite accurate. To be precise, it is the wealth-dispensing old man. Upon closer inspection, the outline of the wealth-dispensing old man bears a striking resemblance to her master. A sudden wave of foreboding washed over Qi Miao. Master, could you possibly be that wealth-dispensing old man? Yenge's fists clenched. Dare you utter such bizarre epithets again? To be associated with the misfortune of wealth distribution, he felt a murderous impulse brewing within. The lack of denial was tantamount to acceptance. Qi Miao continued to scrutinize the recorded footage. Old man, I recognize your type. This is nothing but a scam, and I am not easily deceived. How could it be a scam? Look at my attire. I am a disciple of the Nine Sword Mountain, possessing some arcane knowledge. Enough. You've used that line just 2 days ago at the entrance. As a fellow practitioner, do exhibit some creativity and refrain from plagiarism. The footage gradually unfolded. The more Qi Miao observed, the more she perspired, wiping her forehead with her elbow. If one were to describe her current state accurately, perhaps the only fitting expression would be the one she cherished most in her past life. The dragon diagram. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you have any words to say? My dear disciple? Qi Miao clenched her fists tightly and grasped the bars of her confinement. I refuse to accept this. My talent is unparalleled. I am indeed a disciple of the Nine Sword Mountain, and a direct disciple at that. I have drawn the weeping sword for the Nine Sword Mountain. I have even vanquished those in the tribulation period. I have bled and sweated for the 9-sword mountain. My sins do not warrant this. Release me. Yet. Yengo only laughed boisterously. I am the old man. My hearing has dulled with age, so you shall remain inside quietly. From 3 years to 7 days. We have already shown you ample consideration, dear disciple. Do remain cheerful and smile. Well then, master, I shall take my leave. Damn it. Release me. Old man. Miao had not anticipated that she would risk her life to enter, only to be met with such a prison sentence. I wagered my sincerity against you. Yet I emerged utterly defeated. The most ironic part is congratulations, host, for successfully joining one of the top 10 sects and completing the task crouching behind the masses, earning the reward of basic forging technique. Due to the host exceeding the task requirements in crouching behind the masses, you have become a direct disciple and have received additional rewards, basic alchemy technique and basic talisman crafting technique. Rewards will be gradually distributed within 30 minutes. Congratulations, host. From this moment forward, you have acquired a sturdy and powerful backing. Of course, this is merely a starting point. The deeper path of survival awaits you. And new tasks are being issued. Task. Pretentiousness is also a part of survival. Task description. Crouching is not merely crouching. Even insignificant ants, devoid of presence, can be easily crushed, while pretentious ants instill fear. Adequate pretentiousness may prolong one's life. Task objective. To establish a reputation within the 9-sword mountain. Achieving widespread recognition and respect. Task progress, 436100000. Task reward, unlock the shopping system. The survival history system. Keep it up, host. I have great expectations for you. Miao smiled, tears mingling with laughter. I too desire to be pretentious. Alas, my abilities do not permit it. What can I do in this prison? Miao was taken aback. Indeed, being imprisoned was not a novel experience for her. Prior to her cultivation journey, she frequently sipped tea in confinement. She was well acquainted with the guards. Miao pursed her lips, her eyes gradually becoming cunning. I suddenly have a brilliant idea that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Survival history system. Equipped sarcastically, you actually have a plan? That seems rather dubious. Miao. Just wait. I shall make the entire 9-sword mountain tremble before me. Survival history system. This ancestor is once again contemplating some earth-shattering method of self-destruction. After Yengo departed the prison, Shu had long been waiting outside. Shu inquired, have you brought her to the location? Yengo nodded. Certainly. You can trust me to handle matters. Shu remained speechless for a moment. Your words surely indicate nothing good.
Hey.
Yengo chuckled. I merely played a little prank on her. Shu. Yengo recounted the events from beginning to end. Shu. Did you truly say that? Yengo. That girl angered me. She deserved it. Shu. Is this how you treat a poor and helpless orphan? She is already vulnerable and in need of support, yet you personally incarcerated her, leaving her to endure solitude in the prison. She is only 15.
Yenya puss.
Shu. Yengo, you truly are heartless. Yengo suddenly recalled Miao's tragic background and felt a pang of guilt for his momentary lapse in empathy. He intended to say more, but Shu turned and walked away. Sigh, you deal with your matters at the Thunder Punishment Peak. I am leaving. I hope she seizes this opportunity. That entity is no trifling matter. If something were to happen due to your negligence, do not regret it later. Shu truly departed, leaving Yengo alone amidst the chaos of his thoughts. Wait, what? Yengo suddenly felt an emptiness within. That night, he found himself unable to sleep. His mind plagued with images of Miao potentially being targeted by that entity and suffering dire consequences. He abruptly sat up and slapped himself. How could I deceive a girl with such a tragic past? I am truly a beast. Unbeknownst to them, Miao was soon to deliver an even greater surprise. Chapter 35. Is she truly human? Miao swiftly absorbed the rewards from the system, mastering the basics of 3 auxiliary professions, likely capable of crafting at the profound level. Alchemist, blacksmith, talisman maker. These 3 occupations are among the most lucrative and costly in the realm of cultivation. A well-known saying in the cultivation world goes, if you encounter a husband with side occupations, marry him. Survival history system. Unfortunately, you are female and cannot become a husband.
Miao, Shelo.
Husband is a matter of attitude, not gender, alright? Survival history system.
Is that so?
Miao, uninterested in the banter of the survival history system, chose to ignore it, finding its frequent complaints rather tiresome. She settled down to observe her surroundings. I shall forge. But you lack materials. Miao smiled. Lacking materials? You underestimate me. As soon as she spoke, she retrieved a storage ring from her person. Survival history system. Where did you acquire that storage ring? I was unaware of it. Miao, there are many things you do not know. Learn from it. With a flick of her wrist, the contents of the storage ring tumbled out, nearly filling the cell. The survival history system was left dumbfounded. Why do those items appear so familiar? Surely, you cannot be implying that these materials are the remnants from your earlier crafting of the lightning rod? Did you not use them all up? Miao gleefully replied. Correct. Who told you I had used everything? I merely thought it unwise to distribute the leftovers and stored them all for safekeeping. My goodness, how shameless. Even the survival history system could not bear to witness such audacity. Miao. Pfft, I have plenty of teeth. Where's the shame? The survival history system fell silent. It had genuinely underestimated Miao's capacity for shamelessness. In the past, she would feel guilty even when deceiving others. Meanwhile, in the adjacent cell, a pair of exquisitely beautiful eyes slowly opened, quietly scanning Miao.
How noisy.
Let S silence her. He gradually stood up, yet to an outsider, he was entirely invisible. He gradually approached Miao's direction, intending to strike. However, he then caught sight of her attire. A direct disciple?
Huh.
What error could a direct disciple have committed to deserve confinement here? It's truly lamentable. Very well, I shall accompany you on your journey. Yet at that moment, his gaze fell upon the insignia on Miao's waist, emblazoned with the character for thunder, signifying her as a direct disciple of the Thunder Punishment Peak. The man immediately halted, narrowing his eyes. Since that incident years ago, there had been no other elders or disciples at Thunder Punishment Peak, save for Yengu alone.
Now,
Yengu had taken on a disciple once more? He dared to accept a pupil. His body froze momentarily as he scrutinized Mia, abandoning his intent to kill her. He was now intrigued to see what capabilities this young girl possessed that would compel Yengu to accept a disciple after that incident. His fists clenched, and the peculiar violet hue of his eyes began to exhibit traces of blood. Do not disappoint me. For the identity of Yengu's disciple could lead to your untimely demise. Years ago, he had slaughtered the entire Thunder Punishment Peak, leaving not a single disciple alive, becoming a figure of terror. Alas, the world could not vanquish him. His existence transcended ordinary comprehension. Only time could erase his being. It was due to his presence that the Thunder Punishment Peak of Nine Sword Mountain instilled fear in many. Nevertheless, the confinement within Nine Sword Mountain was of little consequence to him. He could exit at will. Yet, deep within, he was grappling with his own atonement. He raised his gaze to Mia once more. He had heard whispers that this girl aspired to forge weapons. Without even a furnace, she dreamed of crafting? Such naivety. Just as he uttered his thoughts, Mia extended her finger, flames bursting forth with an intensity akin to lightning, causing the surrounding temperature to rise steadily. The man was taken aback. This flame, is it truly conjured by someone at the Qi refining stage? He had never witnessed such formidable flames from a practitioner of that level. Perhaps, with such flames, she might indeed succeed in forging. Yet even with such flames, lacking a furnace and raw materials would render her efforts futile. It was still sheer folly. However, in the next moment, he found himself retracting that sentiment. Mia silently placed the spirit tool before the flames, melting it into liquid. The man was left dumbfounded, feeling a tingling sensation at the back of his head. Was she using a successfully forged spirit tool as raw material? Has she gone mad? This was nothing short of wasteful. Has the outside world become this absurd? Had he been confined for so long that the world had turned mad? But surely it couldn't have descended into such chaos? He forcibly suppressed his astonishment and began to analyze the situation calmly. As far as he knew, the youngest weapon forger in the cultivation world was at the foundation establishment stage, their spiritual strength honed through rigorous training since childhood. If she were to fail and explode, she would perish without my intervention, truly the fearless spirit of youth. Even more terrifying was the potential for a backlash against her soul, causing unbearable agony. He observed Mia as she deftly controlled her flames, the shape of the tool's embryo morphing whimsically. After some time, it transformed into a shape reminiscent of a fan. It lacks a handle. As she spoke, the bottom of the fan sprouted a handle. The man thought, a mere coincidence? Mia remarked, the design seems a bit unappealing. Let me add some patterns. Intricate and beautiful designs began to appear on the tool's embryo. Subsequently, Qin muttered several times, continually adjusting the embryo. The scene rendered the man utterly befuddled, his mind blank. Who doesn't he envision the appearance of their creation beforehand, executing it with precision? Who works while contemplating like you? Is spiritual strength free of charge? This girl possesses such formidable spiritual power? Is she truly at the Qi refining stage? Or is she perhaps not human, but some transformed divine beast? Where, on Nine-Sword Mountain, did they find this anomaly? The man's curiosity burgeoned as his understanding shattered. He took a deep breath, engaging in an internal struggle before finally deciding to take action. He chuckled sinisterly, his voice eerily mysterious. It seems Yengo and the others have purposefully brought you to me. Allow me to delve into your soul and uncover your secrets. Chapter 36, Qin. How unfortunate I am. Ding 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 ding. Hello. I am Peppa. On a green hillside, a pink hairdryer suddenly jumped out. The man was dumbfounded. What on earth is this? This is my brother George. This is my daddy, Daddy Pig. This is my mummy, Mummy Pig. This is my aunt, Annie Pig. This is my older aunt, Aunt Pig. This is my Old Mother Pig. Soon, more and more pink hairdryers appeared on the green hillside, their incessant oinks echoing like a haunting melody, flooding the man's mind with chaos. In his lifetime, he had witnessed numerous spiritual realms. Yet this was the first time he encountered such an indescribable scene. What manner of beings are these? How terrifying is this spiritual realm, that even he nearly succumbed to its influence. What kind of monster is this? What sent chills down his spine was that while he probed Qin's soul, she remained completely unaffected, continuing to forge. Such spiritual strength was truly astonishing. He had dedicated his cultivation to the study of souls. Gradually, he finally broke free from the brainwashing of the pink hairdryers. He found himself in a bizarre and terrifying place. Almost instantaneously upon entering this realm of his consciousness, he felt an unprecedented terror bearing down upon him, threatening to crush him to dust. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have been obliterated. Given the uniqueness of his cultivation, even Nine-Sword Mountain could do nothing against him. Yet now, he nearly met his end within the spiritual realm of this Qi refining girl. At that moment, the man could no longer underestimate Qin. He sensed that she harbored an extraordinary secret. The scene shifted, and he arrived at the deepest recesses of Qin's soul. It was pitch black, akin to chaos. Before him stood a breathtaking woman clad in red, ensnared by hundreds of soul-chasing threads, blood flowing like a river. Surrounding her, countless soul-destroying needles were continuously hammered into her forehead, spine, and various parts of her body. The sight was heart-stopping, causing the man's fingers to tremble involuntarily. In that instant, a strange and terrifying voice thundered, "Intruder shall die." This time, he was truly facing death. He hastily withdrew from Qin's spiritual world, only to be violently struck as soon as he emerged, resulting in an explosive shock. He coughed up blood, his eyes wide with disbelief, laughing maniacally several times. The Yanluo curse. It's the Yanluo curse. Ha ha ha. Madmen. A bunch of madmen. How dare you cultivate a curse-bearer of the Yanluo curse? Do you not fear becoming the next me? Yengo, Chongshua, your schemes are truly remarkable. You wish for me to assist this child? Such a futile dream. Your delusions are laughable. The man, nearly deranged, turned and collapsed onto his bed, no longer observing Qin, having completely abandoned the intent to kill her. Those cursed by the Yanluo curse are all short-lived. Qin's time is drawing near, and his actions no longer held any significance. Closing his eyes, he decided to treat today's events as if they had never occurred. He would simply sleep, and even the king of hell could not compel him to intervene. Due to the peculiarity of his cultivation, ordinary individuals could not perceive him, nor could they sense the explosion. Qin's spiritual power was formidable, in the absence of deliberate attention. Probing one's soul would only evoke a sensation of itchiness in the mind. The system of history. Is it because you're too tired? Qin, no. It feels as if my brain is developing. The system of history. Fortunately, she lacks a cerebellum, otherwise, hearing this would surely cause her cerebellum to atrophy. Nevertheless, I have finally accomplished what I set out to do. Go sure system. What is this? A fan? Or something else? How have I never encountered it before?
Miao.
Astonished. You've never seen such a thing as a system? Go sure system. Curse me again. Miao. Foolish system. Go sure system. Whoa, if you keep saying that, I might just shatter. Miao. She gazed at the artifact in her hand, wishing she could smash the system to pieces. She said, "This thing is called a trumpet." "Go sure system, a trumpet? What purpose does it serve?" Miao raised the trumpet in her hand and smiled slightly. "Soon, you will understand its purpose."
No.
"The entirety of Nine Sword Mountain will comprehend its use." "Go sure system, huh?" Nine Sword Mountain. It was an extraordinarily beautiful morning, with disciples diligently practicing their swordsmanship and cultivating within Nine Sword Mountain. Amidst the ethereal clouds and the flashing blades of the training grounds, the youthful vigor of the young men reached its zenith. However, during their breaks, some began to discuss Miao. The fresh recruits were singing her praises. Yet the senior students looked on with disdain. "I have seen countless geniuses at Nine Sword Mountain. With such talent, even our brother Wu Hu cannot compare. In the realm of cultivation, they wouldn't dare boast so brazenly. If she were truly capable, why did she join the Thunder Punishment Peak instead of the Jade Clear Peak? If she were as remarkable as claimed, why have we never seen her? The elders have never mentioned her. You new students simply enjoy embellishing the truth. Cultivation requires patience, does it not? If such a person truly existed, let her come before me, and I shall see if she possesses 3 heads and 6 arms or merely 2. These words left the new students speechless. They could only argue that they were indeed telling the truth. The senior brothers and sisters had never witnessed someone like Miao, making it hard for them to believe that such multifaceted talent genuinely existed. If Miao were truly that extraordinary, she would have been taken by the various peaks long ago, flaunted for days, and would have become renowned throughout Nine Sword Mountain. They had indeed heard news of Miao becoming a direct disciple, but that was merely as a direct disciple of the Thunder Punishment Peak. They wouldn't even accept her as a gift. At that moment, whoa, the heart-wrenching wails of a girl echoed in everyone's ears, eerie and unsettling, sending chills down their spines. Everyone tensed. "What is that sound? Did you hear something? It seems like someone is crying." The inquiry instilled fear in them, causing them to shrink back. "No, who is crying? Please don't scare us. It's broad daylight. How could there be no one? Listen closely." The crowd strained to hear. "I am so miserable. I am so wronged." The girl's voice, tinged with sorrow, sent shivers through their veins.
Damn.
There really is a voice. Is this a ghost? Surely not. How could there be a ghost at Nine Sword Mountain? As this thought crossed their minds, they halted. It's not an easy matter to say, for there truly are ghosts at Nine Sword Mountain. In fact, that entity is far more terrifying, and it resides within the Thunder Punishment Peak. They attempted to discern the source of the voice, but after searching for a long while, they could not identify where it was coming from. In that instant, the disciples from various peaks, encountering such a situation for the first time, felt flustered and frightened. This matter was soon reported to the elders, yet they had no information either. The voice only grew louder, resonating throughout Nine Sword Mountain. As the crowd remained in confusion, the voice gradually began to recount its tragic tale. "I was once a peerless prodigy, my talents astonishing all, and my comprehension evoked envy. I advanced from the initial stages of cultivation to the late stage of Qi refinement in merely 3 days. I even eradicated foes for the sect during their tribulations. Alas, I was deceived by treacherous individuals and imprisoned in the Thunder Punishment Peak's dungeon, unable to escape, subjected to ridicule, scorn, and threats by the Peak's master. I am so miserable. I am filled with hatred. Yen Go, you shameless wretch, how could you torment a 15-year-old girl? I am so miserable. I will not let you go." The voice grew louder, every word resonating clearly, leaving all listeners in shock. Why does this story sound so familiar? The elders and the sect master fell into a long silence, all turning to Yen Go without uttering a word. How could you do such a thing to a young girl? Do not pass judgment. The disciples outside were equally astonished, whispering amongst themselves. Was it truly Elder Yen who instigated this calamity? I have always thought Elder Yen was ruthless and unscrupulous, but I never imagined he could be so beastly. Thank goodness I did not go to the Thunder Punishment Peak. It is terrifying. Elder Yen does not even spare a 15-year-old girl. He might even indulge in both genders. Yen Go's face flushed with embarrassment, his fists clenched in rage. He gritted his teeth, struggling to utter 2 words.
Miao.
Chapter 37. The entire Nine Sword Mountain is driven to madness by Miao.
Calm down.
Stay composed. Elder Yen, please remain calm. Yen Gu unsheathed his sword, and several individuals rushed to restrain him, clearly agitated. How can I remain calm? If I stay calm, will I still have a face? Look at what Qi Miao has done in the dungeon. If it were you, could you remain calm? Shu pleaded for a long time to no avail, finally exclaiming, but she is still just a child. She doesn't understand. Must you also act without understanding? What has she done to you? Yen Ge was momentarily speechless. Shu continued, if you go now, all our plans will be in vain. Think carefully, Yen Ge. Just treat her actions as inconsequential and let it go, will you? Yen Ge took a deep breath, nearly fainting from anger, his mental state fraying. Fine. I want to go. I will treat her outrageous acts as inconsequential. I will endure. It's just that this endurance is nearly suffocating. An entire day, a full day. The commotion from Qi Miao's side continued. The disciples of Nine Sword Mountain were in utter despair. A whole day. How did she manage it? I feel exhausted just listening to her. Can Elder Yen at least go comfort her and apologize? Yes, Elder Yen should give her a hug. She seems on the verge of breaking. In truth, I feel like Elder Yen is also on the brink of breaking. Regardless, he brought this upon himself. Yet, I never expected someone like Qi Miao to exist. She just entered and locked people in the dungeon, driving everyone to madness. How tragic. Truly tragic. Not to mention those who are direct disciples. I have never seen an outer disciple suffer this much. But it is truly noisy. I just want to sleep. The disciples of Nine Sword Mountain lamented. The instigator lay in the dungeon, already preparing her tools for the next day, practicing while stuffing her ears with earplugs. Exhausted from shouting? Not at all. When she recorded it, it was on a loop. What do you cultivators know? Do you understand high technology? No wonder it is said that knowledge changes one's fate. She has indeed transformed hers, finding the imprisonment far more comfortable than freedom. Qi Miao, laugh while Nine Sword Mountain cries out in distress. The man in the adjacent cell watched the scene, dumbfounded, and tugged at his lips. This girl, how a bit cheeky. She truly lacks the demeanor of a prodigy. He too found it noisy, unable to sleep. Yet he also felt a sense of satisfaction, marveling at how effortlessly this girl had made Nine Sword Mountain so miserable. Little did he expect Qi Miao to devise new tricks. The next day, the disciples of Nine Sword Mountain trained at their respective peaks, none of them appearing spirited. Each sported dark circles under their eyes, as if their very essence had been drained. They had never anticipated that Qi Miao would not relent, continuing until early morning, finally granting them a sense of relief. Last night, I genuinely considered killing her. Go ahead, but just don't end up kneeling and crying for your mother. Kneeling and crying for my mother? How absurd. A manly man would only kneel to heaven and my parents. As soon as the words fell, a divine golden light shone upon the world from an unknown source. A sound of a sword echoed. Thud. The resounding sound of knees hitting the ground reverberated in unison. Immediately following, cries of mother. I want my mother. Mother. Arose. The sorrows of everyone were stirred, and tears streamed uncontrollably down their faces. They attempted to rise, yet their knees were entirely beyond their control. The senior brothers and sisters were utterly at a loss, while the junior disciples were already accustomed to it, their faces streaked with tears. They knelt and cried for their mothers, leaving the ignorant to assume it was humiliation, while those who understood merely smiled. It was but a trivial matter, ha ha ha. Madness engulfed the world. Who exactly was this Qi Miao? Was this skill truly intended for mortals? Those below the golden core stage were compelled to kneel and weep, while those above felt some impact. Even the emotions of the few powerful elders became stifled. Qing Huan glanced at Yen Ge. Elder Yen, perhaps you should apologize to her. Huan Ban remarked, I believe we ought to bow down. If you do not take action, the entire sect shall suffer. Yao Jiu suggested, we must think of a solution, or we will incur significant repercussions. Chong Shui added, indeed. You are from the Thunder Punishment Peak, and you have provoked her to this extent. If this continues, it shall not end well. Jujian Mountain will inevitably be driven to madness. You must take action, Yen Ge. Yen Ge was furious. However, several elders cast evidence at him. Was it not you who insisted she go to the Thunder Punishment Peak? Is she not now a disciple of the Thunder Punishment Peak? Did we deceive her into thinking it was us who directed you? Throughout this ordeal, did she mention anyone else? Each word struck like arrows to the heart. As the party involved, Yen Ge could only lament his profound regret. He knew she could cause trouble, but he never anticipated her capacity for chaos. What could I do? If I approach now, what if Rongyu killed her outright? This uproar had undoubtedly awakened Rongyu. Rongyu, the man residing in the room adjacent to Qi Miao, was also the only direct disciple Yengu ever had, and moreover a notorious figure in the realm of cultivation. All due to Rongyu having strayed down the wrong path. Upon hearing the name Rongyu, everyone fell into a prolonged silence. Could he truly resolve the Yama curse? The path he had taken was most closely linked to curses. If he could not solve it, then others stood no chance. But given his temperament, could we truly expect him to assist us, to aid Qi Miao? At the very least, Qi Miao had been alive after 2 days of confinement. The others were left speechless. Indeed, if anyone else had endured such torment near Rongyu, they would have perished long ago. That Qi Miao had survived thus far was already a significant testament to her resilience. Rongyu, too, had reignited a desire to eliminate Qi Miao. The reason was simple: she was far too troublesome. Yesterday's blaring trumpet was manageable, at least he could shield his senses. But today she had devised a glass orb with sharp edges that emitted golden light of merit, leaving him utterly helpless. The golden light of merit was his nemesis. He never imagined that this mere chi-refining girl possessed such a profound aura of merit. He dared not contemplate the chaos that would ensue if not for the Yama curse. This girl could become an unparalleled force. If she were to stray down the same dark path he had, it would spell eternal disaster for the realm of cultivation. However, he had come to realize that the girl's nature was not inherently malevolent. Her focus was simply to make all beings uncomfortable. He clutched his head in agony. I am going mad, truly mad. The golden light illuminated him, intensifying his torment. He could only shrink into a corner, attempting to evade its glow. Dark, twisted, shriveled, crawling. Should anyone witness him in such a state, they would surely find it laughable. Fortunately, his existence was generally invisible to others. Yet, as he recoiled, the light pursued him. He fled, and it followed. He was trapped. Madness. Do you believe I would not kill you before the Yama curse naturally claimed your life? Rongyu could no longer contain himself. Why was this light still chasing him? Yet, in that moment of exasperation, he locked eyes with Qi Miao.
Huh.
Is she looking at him? No way. Generally, people cannot see him. This girl did not see him yesterday. His mind spun several times. Wherever he turned, Qi Miao's gaze followed. Impossible. Merely a coincidence? Just then, Qi Miao smiled brightly at him and spoke. Are you alright? If you are, may I ask, is the Yama curse the thing that threatens my soul? Chapter 38. You surely do not wish for everyone to discover the kind of person you are behind the scenes, do you?
Can you see me?
Rongyu stammered, his pupils nearly constricting in shock. This was unprecedented. Since embarking on this irreversible path, unless he willingly revealed himself, no one could ever discover his existence. This was the first time. Qi Miao curled her lips. It was not supposed to be visible, but I found that upon revealing my golden light of merit, I unexpectedly had a neighbor in the adjacent room. I was quite astonished. Qi Miao crouched on the ground, resting her chin on her hands, her face brimming with curiosity and anticipation as she gazed at Rongyu. Rongyu was taken aback. Are you saying you saw everything? What did I see? If you mean you're twisted, dark crawling, you're laughing and howling, then yes, I witnessed it all, she replied innocently, blinking her eyes. Rongyu felt a suffocating sensation, as if he might shatter. Who could embrace him? He was truly on the verge of breaking. His illustrious name, Rongyu, usually led him to believe that as long as he acted as if no one could see him, it would matter little if he were to lick dog excrement on the roadside. Yet today, Qi Miao informed him that she could see everything. His dark crawling, his screams and roars, all laid bare for her to witness. Rongyu suddenly felt an overwhelming desire to perish. He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. Are you so certain I am aware of these matters? Of course, Qi Miao nodded, presenting her reasoning. They say there are fortunes at the Thunder Punishment Peak, and your existence seems somewhat special. Most importantly, you mentioned that the Yama curse on me would kill me. These 3 points are enough to connect the dots. You are indeed the fortune they speak of. And you understand my situation, do you not? Rongyu broke out in a cold sweat, gazing incredulously at the girl before him, who appeared no older than 15. Just from these observations, she could quickly connect the dots and arrive at the correct conclusion. This girl's mind is remarkably sharp. He recalled that Jujian Mountain seemed to diminish intelligence, and its disciples were not particularly bright. However, he was no soft target to be manipulated. Rongyu shook off his earlier astonishment and stood tall, exuding an air of elegance and grace, his striking features accentuated by his long, dark hair with hints of purple. A strikingly handsome figure indeed. You are quite clever to deduce these things. It makes me question whether you are truly a disciple of Jujian Mountain. But even if you have figured it out, what of it? I will not assist you. Qi Miao's lips curled into a smile, her eyes sparkling. You have acknowledged it. Since you have admitted it, then it simplifies matters greatly. Not speaking? I have plenty of ways to make you talk, she said. Do you truly intend to refuse my request, handsome brother? Rongyu chuckled at the title. Handsome brother? He relished the moniker, but it would not alter his resolve. Coddling me will not work. I am not easily swayed. Qi Miao replied, I am not trying to coddle you. I am merely confirming whether you will assist me. I will not, absolutely not. Really? Without a doubt. The Yama curse is a complete mess. Only a fool would offer assistance. Moreover, the more Yen Ge and others sought his assistance, the less likely he was to oblige. However, in the next moment, Qi Miao sighed heavily, producing a recording stone to toy within his hand, letting out a long sigh as he did so. If you won't help me, it would indeed be a pity. I am currently troubled by the lack of material for tomorrow's endeavors, and now I have some. Material? Endeavors? Rongyu was taken aback. Yes, look, it has just been freshly minted. With that, Qi Miao activated the recording stone, and the image revealed a stunningly handsome man crawling in a dimly lit hospital room, writhing in agony, screaming and howling. The sight was nothing short of morbidly fascinating. I'm going insane. I'm utterly losing my mind.
Ah.
The visceral experience suggested that the man was suffering from some affliction. Upon witnessing this, Rongyu's composure shattered. You actually recorded this? Qi Miao blinked sheepishly. Thanks to my master, Elder Yen Ge, for generously providing the recording stone and the method of execution. Yen Ge. Rongyu's teeth nearly ground to dust in frustration. How despicable. It dawned on Rongyu what Qi Miao meant by endeavors. If everything transpired as she had plotted, would his illustrious reputation be tarnished? The entire cultivation world would mock him. What was the point of living? Was it not all for power and fame? This could lead to his utter social demise. I warn you not to act recklessly. If you dare to proceed, I shall end you right now. Qi Miao smiled. Come at me. If you do, I will amplify the merit golden light, and we shall see if you can truly kill me. You are quite fearful of the merit golden light, aren't you? Rongyu's body trembled, not expecting this girl to have him so thoroughly cornered. What exactly do you intend to do? Why do I feel an overwhelming sense of coercion? Rongyu laughed in disbelief. Here he was, a notorious figure in the cultivation world, being so thoroughly threatened by a mere girl. It was an utter disgrace. You wouldn't dare. Qi Miao surprisingly did dare. She embedded the recording stone into her crafted holographic projection orb and activated it. How does this look? If this were to be released, it would become known throughout the realm. What are you doing? Stop this at once. Rongyu was terrified to the core. In that moment, as he looked at Qi Miao, a thought struck him. The most poisonous heart belongs to a woman. How could someone who sweetly called him handsome brother engage in such inhumane actions? Who was truly inhumane here? After a lengthy internal struggle, Rongyu finally wavered. He couldn't sacrifice his reputation just to avoid trouble, could he? Moreover, if he assisted her, Yen Ge would owe him a debt of gratitude. He exhaled slowly before inquiring Qi Miao, let me ask you first. Do you know who I am? Not at all. Qi Miao's blunt response left Rongyu in stunned silence for quite some time, barely suppressing the urge to strike her. This girl had survived for so long purely through her audaciousness, hadn't she? Did she not fear the consequences of her ignorance? After all, he was a taboo figure feared by all in the Nine-Sword Mountain. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he faced her with a smile. By the order of seniority, perhaps you should address me as senior brother. I am Rongyu, the first disciple of Elder Yen Ge, the punishment elder of Nine-Sword Mountain, and one of the direct disciples of the sect. However, that was many years ago. Do you know why they sent you to me? Qi Miao shook her head. No, I don't. Rongyu's fists clenched. Control yourself.
Control yourself.
He gritted his teeth and forced a smile. I was long expelled from Nine-Sword Mountain, hence I no longer qualify as a disciple of Lei Fa Peak. The reason for my expulsion is directly related to why they sent you to me. Do you understand? Qi Miao continued to shake her head. I don't know. Why don't you enlighten me? Rongyu was both amused and exasperated. You truly are clueless. Qi Miao retorted. If I knew, why would I be asking you? I already figured it out myself. Are you alright? Well, he paused. Your logic is rather sound. I find myself at a loss for a retort.
Great.
He had stayed too long in this little place called Nine Sword Mountain, and now he felt his intelligence waning. He sighed deeply before continuing. Because I am a ghost cultivator, which could be considered a form of the so-called evil cultivators in your eyes. Miao's eyes widened in surprise, her pupils trembling slightly. Rongyu felt a sense of satisfaction at her reaction.
See?
It's rather simple to shock you, isn't it? However, Miao responded. What exactly is a ghost cultivator? Do you use ghosts as weapons to strike people? Rongyu exploded in frustration. Are you some sort of fool sent by a monkey? You don't even know this? Using ghosts as weapons? Really, that's your imagination? Why not think of controlling ghosts to devour people instead? Well, that's not entirely impossible. Calm down.
Calm down.
This fool had merit golden light and possessed his humiliating video. He had to be cautious not to get himself into trouble. Rongyu had initially intended to put on a show in front of this junior sister, but her ignorance thwarted his plans entirely. Deciding to forego the charade, he explained, a ghost cultivator forsakes their physical body to cultivate as a wandering spirit, using the hearts and souls of living beings to enhance their cultivation at an accelerated pace, allowing them to accomplish tasks that ordinary cultivators cannot. The most notable abilities of ghost cultivators are their spiritual power and cursing capabilities. They sent you to me so that I could assist in resolving the curse of Yanluo's calamity within your soul. Do you understand?
Miao listened intently. Understood.
So I have a particularly rare and tricky problem within my soul that they don't comprehend, and since you also deal with the obscure and tricky, they sent me to you, right? Rongyu's patience was wearing thin. This conversation is going nowhere. While your words may not lack substance, they are far too crude. Miao smirked. You're just being difficult. Is your way of speaking always so filled with sarcasm? Or is it an accident? It's an intentional accident.
Fine.
I want to argue with a dying man. Rongyu lifted his chin, revealing a sly smile. Miao blinked. So, you also don't know how to resolve the Yanluo calamity? Rongyu replied, the provocation tactic 1T work on me. Do you think you can provoke me? Miao countered, I'm not using provocation, it's merely a fact. If you had a solution, you wouldn't be so slow. What a shame for you to boast about your abilities. Perhaps I should just conduct my own research. With that, Miao coldly turned away, seemingly no longer inclined to seek Rongyu's counsel. Rongyu was so enraged he trembled, his muscles spasming uncontrollably as he chuckled in disbelief. What do you mean just a shame? Fine, I admit, you do have a point with your provocation technique. Miao retorted. Not listening, a turtle reciting scriptures. You will listen whether you want to or not. Come here so I can tell you. Miao covered her ears, chanting. Not listening, a turtle reciting scriptures. Rongyu exclaimed, I'll have your mother. Not listening, a turtle reciting scriptures. He wanted to say something, but she ignored him. Rongyu was driven to madness. How could she be so infuriating? Thus, he seized the railing and shouted, I'm serious. I'll tell you everything. Miao replied, then you say, cultivators do not deceive fellow cultivators. Deceiving those who give birth is a curse. Rongyu was taken aback. What a vicious curse. Miao shrugged. If you want to say it, then forget it. Fine. Cultivators do not deceive fellow cultivators. Deceiving those who give birth is a curse. Is that satisfactory? Finally, Miao turned around. All right, say it. Rongyu responded. How can I say it if you're standing so far away? Miao teased, then you say. Princess, please come closer. Rongyu chuckled. Are you out of your mind? Who's begging whom here? After a prolonged silence, she repeated, Princess, please come closer. Miao stood up and dusted off her clothes, thinking that it would have been better if she had done so earlier. Rongyu felt a surge of indignation rising to her head, wanting to laugh, but unable to do so. How on earth had this girl survived until now? Such a wretched individual surely should have perished in the womb. It had been years since she had truly experienced the harshness of society, and today she was thoroughly exasperated. Miao obediently sat down, her eyes fixed on Rongyu, extending her hand, and said, Come, please begin your performance. Rongyu clenched her fists, admonishing herself not to be angry, for anger only leaves room for the devil. Did she really think that she could become a disciple of Yengo without him wanting to kill her in his rage?
Miao replied, No.
He even treats me like a benefactor, sending me all sorts of techniques and secrets, insisting on teaching me. My master is truly a wonderful person. Rongyu raised an eyebrow. Enough. Jealousy is seeping in. This was not the Yenga she remembered. When had he become so kind? But then she suddenly thought about her own situation and realized, could it be that Yengo had also been deceived by this insufferably cheeky girl? The thought brought her a strange sense of satisfaction. Looking at Qi Miao, she found that the more she observed her, the more pleasing she appeared. Qi Miao remarked, "Perhaps you are simply an exceptionally mischievous beauty who enjoys being deceived." Rongyu replied, "Humph." Qi Miao suggested, "Wouldn't it be better to let the Yanluo curse deal with her? This person is a disaster in the realm of cultivation." After a moment of hesitation, Rongyu finally got to the point. "Let us discuss the Yanluo curse. You're likely nearing your end. How much time do you have left?" Rongyu's dark purple eyes shimmered ominously. "In less than a month, your body will rot and decay." The words rotting and decaying sounded grotesque and terrifying to others. But for Qi Miao, they were a haunting shadow. No one understood that feeling better than she did, lying in a hospital bed at the most beautiful age, watching herself become unrecognizable, enduring the unbearable pain of her skin swelling and shrinking. She had screamed countless times in her bed, ultimately passing away without warning one fateful night. Every recollection sent shivers through her soul. She did not even know when this curse had been planted within her. Pressing her lips together, Qi Miao smiled knowingly. This curse. Who planted it, and when, and how long will it last? Rongyu shook her head. "It is impossible to ascertain. Before I laid eyes upon you, I believed the Yanluo curse was merely a fable. Once it is sown, it will accompany the cursed through lifetimes, leaving them restless, unable to ascend to immortality, and doomed to die young at 15. Qi Miao felt a wave of horror and bewilderment wash over her. The legendary curse, spanning lifetimes? Did that mean her cursed existence extended beyond just her past life? She clenched her fists. What enmity, what grievance could compel someone to plant such a curse? Who could it be? Seeing the pained expression on Qi Miao's face, Rongyu comforted her. "Do not dwell on it too much. Take heart." "What am I dwelling on?" Qi Miao asked, turning her gaze to him. Rongyu replied, "Your expression suggests you are in anguish." Qi Miao retorted, "I am merely asking from the heart. I am kind, generous, and beautiful. How could someone be so cruel as to consign me to such a fate? It is utterly shameless and despicable." Rongyu shrugged. "It is not my place to judge. Who speaks so highly of themselves?" Qi Miao warned, "If I find out who it is, they will suffer greatly." Rongyu shrugged again. "Knowing who it is now would be of no use to you. The effects and costs of curses are always equivalent, and to my knowledge, there is no one in the entire realm of cultivation capable of casting such a spell. In other words, with your cultivation level, even if you found out, you'd only be cannon fodder. That is why I have no intention of helping you. What if I anger that powerful figure and get wiped out too? Jujin Mountain truly cares little, knowing you are entangled with a formidable being, yet still pulling me into this mess." He spoke without exaggeration. Those who could cast the Yanluo curse possessed such power. Qi Miao pondered for a while, silently reflecting on the situation. Logically, she should not have the opportunity to walk the path of immortality in this life. The turning point was the binding of the Gosher system to her. Moreover, only in this life did she possess the memories of her past. Therefore, it is certain that she could be resurrected, though it was unclear in which world she would appear. If in the next life, she lacked the Gosher system, as an ordinary person completely unaware, she would have no chance of turning the tide. To resolve the Yanluo curse, she had only this one chance. Qi Miao pursed her lips, her gaze becoming serious. "The master sent me here because you might be able to resolve the Yanluo curse, dear beautiful brother." Rongyu crossed his arms in front of him. "Don't look for me. There will be no results. I do not have the heart to court death." Qi Miao sighed. "Since you are so fearful of death, I have no choice. While I cannot kill you, I can certainly ruin your reputation." As she spoke, she played with the recording stone. Rongyu's eyes widened. "You are a direct disciple from a prestigious sect. How can you be so despicable?" Qi Miao shook her head, smiling. "Aren't you also a direct disciple from a prestigious sect?" "I see no difference. Not everyone from the same family can be good, right? We are all good disciples of Yengo, loving and supportive like one big family." Rongyu was so exasperated that he laughed. "What nonsense! We are not family." After a moment of contemplation, he sighed deeply. "It is not that I do not wish to help you. Rather, I cannot help you. I have only heard of the Yanluo curse. I can at most suppress it somewhat, but that is of little use. You will still die in a few years. The only person in the entire realm of cultivation who could deal with this curse is its record keeper, who has long since ascended and is no longer in this world." Qi Miao asked, Are you referring to the immortal of heavenly sorrow? Yes, exactly him. It seems you are not completely ignorant. Romeo smiled and continued. He ascended 1,000 years ago, leaving behind a cave that remains in this realm. It is said that he left the method of ascension within it, and everyone has pursued it. Perhaps the method to break the curse lies within. However, the problem arises that his cave cannot be opened by any means. It is said that only by pulling out his sword, the Sword of Sorrow, can one access the cave of heavenly sorrow. Yet for 1,000 years, the Sword of Sorrow has not reacted at all. It has likely lost its spirit, and no one can draw it. As he spoke, he wore a smug smile, relishing the misfortune. What a pity. Even if you have a chance in this life and possess great talent, you cannot escape the torment of the Yen Luo curse. At that moment, Qi Miao silently drew a tarnished sword from her sheath on her back, one that was even somewhat blackened. Is this the Sword of Sorrow you speak of? Ha ha ha. How is that possible? You cannot possibly draw the Sword of Sorrow just by pulling out any old piece of junk. Romeo exclaimed, laughing heartily. Take a closer look. Romeo was taken aback, summarizing the girl's pattern. She had a knack for delivering precise slaps to the face. Surely this time it could not be the Sword of Sorrow? He leaned in to examine it closely. The shabby sword, its decayed feel, and its powerful spiritual energy. Just then, the Sword of Sorrow exclaimed, "What are you staring at? Did your mother not teach you that staring at others is rude?" With a sudden clang, all of Romeo's sorrows were drawn out, and his eyes turned red as tears flowed freely. I am not wrong. I do not wish to kill them. I only want to save. Before Romeo could continue speaking, he abruptly awakened. Once awake, he trembled all over. Others remained oblivious. But he had read about it in ancient texts. The weeping sword possesses the ability to control emotions of sorrow, yet the celestial sadness immortal refrains from using it. He glanced at the tattered sword before him, and then up at the innocent-looking Qi Miao. Goodness, did you truly draw the weeping sword? Chapter 41. The demonic path of the mind's disruption. Qi Miao. Yes, I did draw it. Weeping sword. My master, your words lack precision. Romeo. Qi Miao turned to the weeping sword and smiled. Is that so? How should one speak with precision? The weeping sword floated up, eager to demonstrate. When my master discovered me, he drew me out and slammed me against the left wall, then against the right wall. It was my master's bravery that deeply attracted and captivated me. Romeo. Slamming against the left wall? Slamming against the right wall? This is the weeping sword. A celestial sword. Who taught you to treat a celestial sword this way? Weeping sword. Alas, my master harbors resentment for me having searched her soul and demanded an apology. I had to plead and beg repeatedly before my master finally agreed to contract with me. Romeo. Weeping sword? Begging for a contract? He surveyed Qi Miao in disbelief. In that instant, he felt as if the world had gone mad. Who are you to have such a grand background? The weeping sword turned to Qi Miao, seeking to ingratiate itself. Master, this vividly illustrates the challenges we faced in our contract. Qi Miao nodded in satisfaction. All right. You can take on this role from now on. You did well. The weeping sword joyfully circled around Qi Miao several times. Romeo's mind went blank, feeling numb. This is not the weeping sword. It resembles a pet dog. Romeo exhaled deeply, taking a considerable amount of time to come to terms with this outcome. No way. He could never look at this world the same way again. What an embarrassing world. He pressed one hand to his forehead and asked, "Why is this happening?" Qi Miao comforted him. Everyone has their fate. Do not be overly envious. Damn it. Romeo inquired. Why does the weeping sword insist on contracting with you? Qi Miao. It claims I possess a familiar scent. Romeo was taken aback. Could it be you are the reincarnation of the celestial sadness immortal? Qi Miao. Coincidentally, I thought so too. But it was dismissed. Romeo was astonished. If she is not the celestial sadness immortal, then who could she be? You should ask it. I am curious as well. Both turned to the weeping sword. I do not remember who my master is, but I am certain she is not the previous master. The aura she possesses is one that my former master could only barely touch with all her might. Upon hearing this, Romeo was momentarily speechless. He looked at Qi Miao. The celestial sadness immortal could only barely touch a fragment of existence with all her strength? How terrifying must that be? The celestial sadness immortal is an ascender. Who could Qi Miao's previous life be? If someone were powerful enough to reach that level, it is indeed possible. In his astonishment, Romeo silently formed an answer in his heart. He took a deep breath and said, I will help you. Qi Miao? Romeo. I will assist you in breaking the Yanluo curse. Although I cannot help you unravel it directly at present, extending your life by a year or two is certainly within my capabilities. Qimia, really? Rongyue. Yes. But you must promise me that one day in the future, you will assist me with a task. Qimia narrowed her eyes. Are you proposing a trade? Rongyue nodded. Yes. This matter does not require immediate fulfillment. When you are able to fulfill it, it may seem trivial to you, merely a matter of raising your hand. Qimia paused for a moment, seemingly in thought. But soon, she provided her response.
Deal.
This trade is advantageous for her. Living an extra year or two grants her more opportunities. Most importantly, when she becomes powerful enough, if Rongyue were to ask for something excessive, she could simply retract her agreement without fear of repercussions. Rongyue produced a piece of memory stone. I have recorded the moment you agreed, should you wish to retract. You must weigh your reputation and face in the realm of cultivation. Qimia.
Rongyue, what?
Are you afraid? Qimia shook her head, regarding Rongyue with an expression of concern for the mentally challenged. I am merely curious. At what moment did you come to perceive me as a person concerned with my reputation? Rongyue. Tension mounted. He could not strike her. Hitting her would only hurt himself. He was genuinely curious now. What kind of being is so powerful that even the celestial sadness immortal must look up to them, yet is shameless to such an extent? After their successful transaction, Rongyue also revealed the method to suppress the Yanluo curse's outbreak to Qimia. Their kind of ghost cultivators are also referred to as curse cultivators. Drawing upon curses, they bear countless kinds of them. Once a curse erupts, it leads to irreversible doom. Therefore, every ghost cultivator's training method includes a segment specifically aimed at suppressing curses. This is also why Chongshui and Yana were certain that Rongyue had a solution. Rongyue opened his palm and said, "This is a soul-refining technique I unexpectedly acquired years ago. Its exact grade is unknown, but it is exceedingly formidable." Qimia examined the name of the technique, titled Demonic Path of the Mind's Disruption. The demonic path of the mind's disruption lacks specific tiers. Instead, it perpetually employs divine grinding to pressure the soul, causing it to shatter and be reborn in an endless cycle of destruction. Not only can it suppress all curses, but it can also significantly enhance soul strength. Unfortunately, not everyone can cultivate this technique. Qimia, what do you mean by that? Rongyue sighed. The requirements for soul strength are too demanding, and it necessitates extraordinary patience. Otherwise, practitioners may easily find their souls completely shattered under the relentless pressure of the divine grinding, losing consciousness and becoming mere husks. I attempted to cultivate this technique once, but after 3 rounds of grinding, I was nearly shattered. Yet you have no alternative. If you desire a glimmer of hope, you must fight for survival. Other options exist, but they would merely extend your life by half a month at most. How you choose to proceed is entirely up to you. He then produced another technique. Purification of the turbid qi. Qimia smiled and decisively grasped the former. Rongyue, have you made your decision? Qimia, half a month of life is nearly worthless. Rongyue chuckled. Then you best begin attempting to cultivate here, allowing me to protect you. Otherwise, if you die outside, no one will know. Qimia nodded and immediately began to read the demonic path of the mind's disruption. Soon, she finished reading. This technique is indeed profound and unfathomable, difficult for ordinary individuals to comprehend. Even with her exceptional talent, she could only grasp the surface. The grade of this technique is undoubtedly high. She raised her gaze to Rongyue. I am ready. Rongyue, then let us begin. Let me see if this little monster of yours can truly save herself and successfully cultivate this technique. If you succeed, the entire cultivation realm will belong to you alone. Qimia closed her eyes and began to operate the demonic path of the mind's disruption, entering the ocean of her own consciousness. Boom! The deafening sound nearly shattered her eardrums, and upon opening her eyes, the sight before her drained the color from her face. She beheld, Chapter 42, What is a True Demon Lord? An endless chaotic space of consciousness. To the left, divine weapons. To the right, demonic generals. Both ascended on clouds, propelling a massive grinding wheel toward Qimia. The grinding wheel's height was unfathomable, but as it descended, escape became impossible, and she was crushed instantly. The agony felt akin to being torn apart by 1,000 horses, delivering an unprecedented shock to both her spirit and body. But upon opening her eyes, the grinding wheel was there once more. Damn it! It is no wonder that few can master this technique, as the relentless crushing in this area leaves most unable to endure. However, the Gosher system remarked that 1's soul power had indeed increased significantly.
Upon hearing this,
Qi Miao's eyes brightened. Is it truly so effective? To experience such a remarkable effect from merely being pressed? Qi Miao exclaimed, "Very well, I willingly accept being crushed." With that, Qi Miao steadied herself, no longer contemplating how to evade the divine mill's pressure. She activated the divine demon-breaking thought-grinding method, while preparing her mind for the impending onslaught. This process was undeniably excruciating, yet Qi Miao gritted her teeth and persevered. After all, dying in such a manner was far preferable to the slow torment of her previous life. 1 crushing, 2 crushings, 3 crushings. Rongyu, who was observing Qi Miao's training, was left speechless. Such terrifying willpower and soul strength, and she could endure for so long even at the Qi refinement stage? Just how formidable had Qi Miao's soul power become? Monstrous, Rongyu muttered in excitement, yet if Qi Miao truly mastered this technique, she would be invincible in the world. Was he about to witness the birth of an unprecedented behemoth? It was indeed madness. Qi Miao remained unaware of how long she had endured beneath the divine mill. When she finally opened her eyes, her once black irises now shimmered with a faint, divine golden hue, a testament to the divine essence birthed from such prolonged torment. The accumulation of her spiritual power had also reached a bottleneck, only a slight push away from breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. This final push depended solely on her will. For an ordinary person, transitioning from the Qi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage would take at least 3 years. Yet she had accomplished it in less than a month. Qi Miao glanced over to see Rongyu in the adjacent cell, staring at her with a look of utter disbelief. His mouth agape, he was dumbfounded. "Did you eat something foul, Brother Beauty?"
she teased.
"Why, you're still alive." Rongyu stammered. "Indeed, and it seems you've eaten something foul. Your breath stinks," Qi Miao retorted.
"How dare you?"
Rongyu shot back. "I'll have your head for this." He then informed her that it had been a full half-month since she began practicing the divine demon-breaking thought-grinding method. Despite his calls, she had been utterly unresponsive, her soul unable to extricate itself from the divine mill's crushing force. Most would have succumbed within minutes. Yet Qi Miao had endured for half a month and emerged alive. As he looked at her, the once unremarkable Qi Miao now radiated an aura of reverence, further amplified by her recent transformation. If she were to slightly embellish her appearance, claiming to be a celestial being, many would likely believe her. Rongyu had anticipated Qi Miao's extraordinary talent, but had not expected it to reach such heights. He examined her physical condition, and the more he scrutinized, the more astonished he became. Previously, he could sense the terrifying strength of her soul power, but now it was indiscernible. Qi Miao spoke up, "By the way, I remembered something. I intended to continue training, but suddenly I saw something in my sea of consciousness. Take a look." As she spoke, she whimsically controlled her sea of consciousness. Before Rongyu could express his admiration for her astonishing progress, he was rendered speechless by what she showcased. It was a small, luminous seed, radiating an extraordinary light, enticing one to touch it. A divine core? Rongyu thought, but before he could reach for it, the seed vanished. "I merely wanted you to see it. Do not touch," Qi Miao cautioned. "Are you even human? How can you speak so casually?" he exclaimed. "Do you know what this is?" Qi Miao inquired, her curiosity piqued. Rongyu knew all too well, and began to regret having introduced her to this technique. If Qi Miao had previously possessed exceptional talent, with this new development, her potential was now unparalleled. That was a divine core. What is a divine core? Legend has it that before reaching the foundation establishment stage, when a being's talent shines brightly enough to ascend to immortality, a divine core manifests within their body, granting them the qualification to establish a foundation through divine providence. Once the foundation is established, they are destined to be invincible within their rank and capable of slaying those beyond their level. Most importantly, it is said that the heavenly tragic immortal was once a master of the celestial foundation. As for its specific effects, I cannot say, but you must successfully establish your foundation. Otherwise, the divine core will be wasted. So this is what you meant when you said I would be invincible after mastering this technique? Qi Miao queried. Rongyu clenched his fists, a blush of embarrassment creeping across his face. "I merely spoke in jest. Who knew would take it seriously?" You're getting anxious," Qi Miao teased.
"How dare you?"
Rongyu retorted. You're falling apart," she quipped.
"Who will rein her in?"
Why is her tongue so sharp? "You force me to reveal my trump card." Rongyu took a deep breath. then presented her with a token. During your training with the divine demon-breaking thought-grinding method, Yenga visited and instructed me to give you this. With this token, you will possess the right to traverse the peaks freely. Now, I will not give it to you, nor will I reveal the method for establishing your foundation unless you apologize. In an instant, Miao responded, "Oh, Brother Beauty, I bow to you." Without hesitation, she knelt. She displayed none of the poise expected of an invincible figure. Romeo was taken aback. "Do you have no pride at all?" Miao patted her now more beautiful face. "My face is beautiful enough. I don't need any more." Romeo was left speechless. Miao snatched the token and began to toy with it. "Now, tell me, what are the conditions for establishing the foundation?" Romeo found himself utterly defeated by Miao. However, after spending these days together, and given that she was his junior sister, he felt an undeniable sense of leniency towards her. If anyone else had spoken to him in such a manner, they would have long since met their end. He explained, "To establish the foundation, one must reach the peak state of body, spiritual power, and soul. You have achieved the pinnacle of both spiritual power and soul. Only your physical body remains. As for the refinement of the body, aside from the Golden Buddha Temple of the 10 Great Sects, our 9-Sword Mountain excels in this area. I have a good place to recommend to you. It is time for you to venture forth. You have endured enough torment. It is time for the disciples of 9-Sword Mountain to witness what a true demon looks like." Chapter 43, Supreme Elder, I. Yuqing Peak. Heavenly Flow Waterfall. The immense waterfall cascaded down with divine force, its source unknown, yet the spiritual essence it exuded was unmistakable, revealing its extraordinary nature at first glance. This was the Heavenly Flow Waterfall, a marvel of Yuqing Peak. All disciples must contribute 10 points to access this place. Outer disciples earn only 10 points for free each month, while inner disciples receive 50 and direct disciples 100. To gain additional points, one must undertake sect tasks. Entering the Heavenly Flow Waterfall requires 10 contribution points, and the vast majority of individuals cannot endure even half an hour within. One can only imagine the benefits it offers. The place Rongyu recommended was none other than this. Miao changed out of her direct disciple-s robe into a casual red outfit as she arrived. But why was everyone around her staring? At the entrance of the Heavenly Flow Waterfall, the previously noisy disciples fell silent upon her appearance. Clad in a clean and refreshing red garment, her long hair tied simply with a red ribbon, Miao radiated vitality from her days of training in prison. What captivated attention most was the faint yet alluring glow surrounding her, exuding kindness and serenity, as if she were a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. A gentle smile adorning her lips. All of these factors transformed her already delicate features into something remarkably beautiful. The faint golden glow that enveloped her skin, along with her mysterious dark golden eyes, added an air of enigma. Such a stunning individual. Who is she? How have I never encountered her before? Could she be a new disciple, perhaps a junior sister? Yet, I have already inquired about all the attractive junior sisters of this cohort. I have seen them all, except for that elusive Miao, who has never made an appearance and seems to be putting on an act of aloofness. Is she still trying to maintain that facade? Have you forgotten the chaos she caused during those 2 utterly maddening days? Everyone nearly lost their minds. After enduring those 2 days, it is certain Miao would be too frightened to show her face. If she did, countless senior brothers and sisters would undoubtedly take it upon themselves to teach her a lesson. Count me in. I would certainly give that Miao a piece of my mind. How insufferable. Unlike this lady, whose every gesture exudes a trace of divinity, she cannot possibly be Miao. While rumors suggest Miao possesses a decent appearance, it is merely average, and her pupils are not golden. Golden eyes are a rare and breathtaking trait. Miao remained silent, as she herself felt a bitter pang of injustice. How unfair. Do you think she does not wish to emerge? Had she not been confined in that prison, she would have leapt out long ago. However, upon hearing that these senior siblings intended to confront her, she chose to remain incognito. They seek to punish me. How unfriendly of the 9-Sword Mountain. The system of Gaosher could no longer contain itself. Have you been amiable towards them? Reflect on your past deeds. Miao refused to listen. She was determined to maintain her anonymity. She approached the entrance of the Heavenly Flow Waterfall, where she stood in line, trying to avoid attention from the senior brothers. To evade confrontation, she refrained from disclosing her identity and kept a stern demeanor, hoping they would take the hint and retreat. However, a throng of admirers declared, "So aloof. Such a goddess. I adore her even more. Is she about to enter the Heavenly Flow Waterfall for training? I would love to contribute my resources for her." Qi Miao thought to herself. Oh dear. The Gao Shi system chimed in, a bunch of sycophants. Someone inquired, Goddess Junior Sister. Are you planning to enter the heavenly flow waterfall? After a moment of contemplation, Qi Miao nodded. This prompted the disciple to shout loudly, Everyone in front, cease your line. Let my goddess enter first. I shall grant each of you a point of contribution. A point of contribution? Such a generous offer. The crowd immediately parted to make way. Indeed, Chen Heng, an inner sect disciple, was quite extraordinary to be so lavish in pursuit of a lady. If I were that junior sister, I would undoubtedly be smitten. Qi Miao was taken aback. She recognized that Chen Heng was the very first to declare he would confront her. Now, he was spending his contributions on her? Qi Miao thought, if they discover I am Qi Miao, that would not bode well. Driven by her inherent kindness, she resolved to ensure no one learned of her true identity. Otherwise, no one would spend their resources to help her. Chen Heng approached eagerly. Goddess, please register. Do you have any contributions left? If not, you can use mine. As an inner sect disciple, I possess plenty. Chen Heng's heart raced with excitement.
Yes.
This is precisely the demeanor that makes her so appealing, refusing his monetary offer. He was utterly enamored. He longed for the goddess to tread upon him with her feet. Qi Miao arrived at the registration desk, where the official looked her up and down, visibly impressed. Are you a new disciple? Are you from the inner or outer sect? Why are you not wearing the disciple robe? Qi Miao responded, neither. The registrar asked, neither? Then what are you? She wanted to assert her status, but revealing it outright would expose her identity. Qi Miao bit her lip, quietly placing her identification token on the desk, evidence of her status as a disciple of the Nine-Sword Mountain and a testament to her individuality. The registrar performed a spell to verify it. Qi Miao was astonished. Activate? The registrar nodded, then regarded Qi Miao with a scrutinizing gaze. Tokens must be activated with the relevant personnel at each peak before use.
Did you not know?
Qi Miao genuinely did not know. Not only had she been imprisoned upon her arrival, but even if she had been aware, no one at the Thunder Punishment Peak would have processed it for her. The registrar cautiously inquired, You are not impersonating a disciple of our sect, hoping to illicitly utilize our resources, are you? Chen Heng quickly intervened. Hey, my friend.
Do not be so harsh.
My goddess appears so kind and innocent. How could she be a despicable person? It is merely 10 points of contribution. I will cover it for her. However, the registrar remained unimpressed. The issue at hand was not contributions, but rather the true identity of this individual. Has anyone seen her before? Can anyone attest that she is a disciple of our sect? If not, I will have to escort her directly to the Thunder Punishment Peak prison. This is no joking matter.
What? She has only just been released.
Just then, Qi Miao spoke up, producing the token given to her by Yan Go through Rongyu. This token was quite plain and unremarkable. The registrar glanced at Qi Miao, then cautiously checked the token with his magic. Upon doing so, his face turned pale. The registrar stared at Qi Miao in disbelief, terror creeping into his expression as he stuttered, As senior elder? Disciple greets the esteemed elder. If there has been any offense, please forgive me. Qi Miao was dumbfounded, pointing at herself. Senior elder? Me? Chapter 44. Pretentiousness is a necessary path to success. Not only was Qi Miao bewildered, but so was everyone else. What happened to the little junior sister? How did she suddenly become a senior elder? Thank goodness I did not offend her earlier, otherwise I would surely be expelled from the sect now. No wonder we have never seen her before. She is actually a senior elder. But wait, how can a senior elder be so youthful? Indeed, look at her. She bears no resemblance to a senior elder. She is too young and too beautiful. What does that have to do with being a senior elder? Just as Qi Miao was about to explain, someone interjected, Do you understand what being a senior elder entails? Those of such stature can easily maintain their youth. If you claim she is not, then how do you explain the divine aura surrounding her? It is clearly due to her immense strength. So it is. Your explanation makes sense. This means the senior elder was initially intending to disguise herself as a disciple to observe our diligence in practice, but it was the registrar who acted presumptuously, forcing her to reveal her identity. Qi Miao was astonished. Makes sense, my foot. Explain it? Who could possibly explain things better than you lot? A bunch of living ancestors. I ask you all to listen to me. Before Qi Miao could finish her sentence, a group of disciples from the Nine-Sword Mountain knelt on one knee in unison, displaying utmost respect as they performed a bow of reverence. Disciple greets the esteemed elder. If there has been any offense, please forgive the elder. Qi Miao sighed. I am exhausted. Let it all be over. Just so you know, this was your own doing. It has nothing to do with me. I never intended to take advantage of this situation. It makes me seem like a vile person. Qi Miao rubbed her forehead and looked at the registrar. Now, do I still need to prove my identity and contribute accordingly? The registrar replied, no need.
Please proceed in.
The registrar was drenched in sweat. Who understands family? I merely approached with a diligent attitude to check, and I ended up revealing the identity of a senior elder. This is terrifying. A drop of sweat threatened to escape from his forehead. Finally, the weight on his heart had lifted. Qi Miao inquired, you no longer doubt my identity? Oh no. The senior elder is surely going to blame him. Qi Miao glanced at the token. Her master wasn't utterly incompetent. He managed to procure the senior elder's token. She smirked and continued to ask, is that so? Are you not afraid that this token might be forged? Or that it was stolen? The registrar forced a smile. Who understands family? This oppressive feeling is far less comfortable than being slain by a sword. Daring not to jest, the elder's decree is of a unique material, impossible to replicate, and theft is utterly inconceivable. The elder stands as one of the mightiest in the realm, capable of moving mountains and filling seas with but a thought. Who possesses such celestial prowess to abscond with the elder's decree? I beseech you, esteemed elder, cease your jesting. I acknowledge my transgressions. Observing the abject humility of the individual before her, Qi Miao remained silent for a considerable time. Internally, she was elated, utterly ecstatic. Who on earth conceived this elder's decree? It is remarkably convenient and delightful. Let us don the guise. Regardless, she is now the elder. She approached the registrar and patted him on the shoulder, commending, well done. The registrar, taken aback, gazed at Qi Miao with disbelief. Elder, you do not hold it against me for questioning you? Qi Miao shook her head, her demeanor inscrutable. Am I such a petty and vindictive individual? You uphold your responsibilities with diligence and selflessness. Such disposition makes you a pillar of our sect. If I were to chastise you for this, it would only reflect poorly on our sect, as a fade of gold concealing rot within. In such a case, our sect would only decline further, never to produce a worthy talent again. The listeners were struck by her words, the registrar's eyes brimming with tears. Elder. Magnificent. Truly magnificent. No wonder you are the elder of the 9 Swords Mountain. Such vision, such temperament, such magnanimity. Indeed, not everyone can compare. Do not bow your head. The crown will fall. Do not weep. The wicked will rejoice. Qi Miao consoled him. The registrar, overwhelmed, could only stammer. What poetic words. I am so moved. I never imagined the elder would value us so highly. I have learned much. Around them, chatter erupted in admiration. Truly the elder. Such wisdom is enough for a lifetime of learning. What a bountiful experience this visit to the celestial flow waterfall has been. As they spoke, a golden radiance enveloped them. Qi Miao recognized it well. It was merit. Qi Miao questioned, what is this? I merely boasted. How have I accrued merit? Although not as abundant as during her time at the Sword Tomb, the amount was still quite substantial. The gaucher system remarked, I am at a loss for words. In all my time as a system, I have never witnessed such an opportunity for accruing merit. Qi Miao exclaimed, I have done nothing. The gaucher system replied, merit is not solely about serving the heavens. Part of it is about walking the path of the sage, such as teaching and earning the people's faith and respect. Qi Miao smirked slightly. This was not her intention. She simply wished to appear impressive. The gaucher system mused, is it possible that ostentation is a necessary path to success? Qi Miao conceded, your conclusion is astute. I shall remember it for future use. Yet, amidst the grandeur of the moment, Qi Miao felt uneasy. The thought of her true identity being revealed left her anxious. First, an apology to the elder, then to everyone else, especially to Chen Heng, who seemed unable to accept her identity as the elder. How to explain this? After all, he was a well-meaning individual with a desire to confront her. Chen Heng stood in stunned silence, his mouth agape. His goddess was, in fact, the elder? Did that not imply she was over 1,000 years old? Just then, Qi Miao smiled at him. Oh, how beautiful, he thought. Age is but a number. A woman 3 years older than a man is a treasure, he mused. If she were over 1,000 years old, she must be worth an immeasurable fortune. My goddess, even if you are the elder, I shall not abandon my pursuit of you. I shall forever be your most devoted admirer. Qi Miao was taken aback. Others were equally astonished. Has Qin Heng lost his mind? This is the elder we are speaking of. There was an immense age gap. Could the elder truly entertain such notions? Before Qi Miao could respond, Qin Heng slid down to her feet, a rose held delicately in his mouth, eyes brimming with affection. Elder goddess, should you wish to discreetly visit the celestial flow waterfall, it must feel unfamiliar after so many years. Allow me to guide you.
Miao pondered.
Is there something amiss in this world? Chapter 45. Is this touching aloud? While this world may seem afflicted by some peculiar ailment, Qi Miao has always believed that one must seize opportunities when they arise. To pass up a chance for gain is, in fact, a grave folly. If a chance for a free advantage presents itself and one does not partake, then her unparalleled beauty and impeccable social etiquette would surely be squandered. Qi Miao smiled at Qin Heng. In that case, I shall trouble you to lead the way. Qin Heng was overjoyed, nearly airborne with excitement, his eyes sparkling. It is no trouble at all. It is my honor to guide the elder goddess. The others looked on with envy, their teeth nearly grinding in frustration.
How infuriating!
How could Qin Heng be granted a shortcut to the elder? We wish for that too. With Qin Heng's guidance, Qi Miao began to comprehend the internal structure of the celestial flow waterfall. The waterfall is divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Each level possesses a distinct force of impact, and the concentration of spiritual energy varies. However, the choice of waterfall does not affect the price. Lower levels offer little benefit to those with high physical strength, and prolonged exposure yields no results. Conversely, higher levels are unattainable for those with lower physical strength. Unlike cultivation levels, physical strength lacks clear boundaries and realms, relying instead on feeling. Yet it is evident that higher realms enhance physical strength. A sufficiently strong physique can attain the level of a golden body. Cultivating the body is far more arduous and demanding than cultivating qi. However, it greatly enhances one's resilience and combat capabilities. Few pursue physical cultivation as their main focus. It is often a hobby. In summary, body cultivators are warriors, while qi cultivators are mages. Those who cultivate both are said to practice dual cultivation. Qi Miao had no choice. To establish a foundation in the heavenly way, she must cultivate both body and qi. Qin Heng led the way. This is the yellow level waterfall. Would you like to try it? Qi Miao glanced around. So many muscular men. So many beautiful women in swimwear. Those chiseled chests and legs, although they pale in comparison to Wuhua, their numbers are impressive. Qi Miao was captivated, suddenly recalling a particularly apt term to describe those who cultivate their bodies: athletes. In her previous life, this would have been a paradise. Qin Heng was bewildered. Elder? What troubles you? Do you find them lacking in effort? Clearing her throat and composing herself, Qi Miao responded with an enigmatic smile. It is simply too far to see clearly. I must approach closer. Very well. Qin Heng exclaimed loudly. The elder is incognito. Everyone, pay attention. Make way. The elder wishes to observe up close. His shout drew the attention of all nearby. A throng followed the red-clad maiden, akin to student council members checking water meters in her past life. They had never witnessed such a spectacle and stiffened in response. Focus, everyone. Show your best selves before the elder. Is this truly the elder? Such a unique aura. Elder, please come closer. Qi Miao felt a twinge of embarrassment. Was her discreet visit becoming a tad too ostentatious? Yet she relished it. Ahem, let me investigate further. As she approached the yellow level waterfall, the presence of Qi Miao inspired everyone to exert themselves even more fervently. Noticing her silence, Qin Heng quickly urged, Why are you all so oblivious? The elder has come to inquire about your training. Should you not report your progress? Quickly, handsome men and beautiful women, report your achievements. Reporting to the elder. I have been under the yellow level waterfall for 10 minutes. Reporting to the elder. I have been here for 20 minutes. Reporting to the elder. I have reached 30 minutes. Reporting to the elder. I, too, have completed 30 minutes. Qi Miao furrowed her brows slightly, expressing disbelief. Is it really only this short a time? That's rather inadequate. The moment these words escaped her lips, a crimson hue spread across everyone's faces, as if they were mortified. They had embarrassingly faltered in front of the Grand Elder. Qin Heng hastily interjected, Grand Elder, the hour is indeed late. These are all novices. To have managed 10 minutes under the Huang level waterfall is already an impressive feat. You cannot measure them by your standards. If you were to feel their muscles, you would find each one more impressive than the last. Qi Miao's delicate figure trembled. Is that permissible? Chunheng patted his chest with confidence. Of course. It is your privilege to touch them to better understand their cultivation progress. We should all be grateful for your concern for the grassroots. Qi Miao's lips parted slightly.
Goodness.
This man had quite the persuasive rhetoric, didn't he? It flowed effortlessly from his lips. She felt akin to an emperor surveying the palace, teasing and amusing each disciple in turn. Meanwhile, Chunheng was indeed a most obsequious sycophant. Was it truly so delightful to be the Grand Elder? Clearing her throat, Qi Miao's gaze swept over the disciples, finally settling on the most handsome and well-built among them. May I touch you if you are willing? The disciple lowered his head slightly, a blush creeping onto his face, and nodded. If the Grand Elder wishes to touch, then please do. Qi Miao's heart raced. It was her first time engaging in such playful teasing. She was exhilarated. Extending her hand, her slender fingers gently glided over his chest muscles, slowly sliding down. The texture was soft yet firm, exquisite to the touch. The fragrant scent emanating from the youth, combined with the peculiar sensation, caused him to flush deeply, his cheeks burning.
Oh my.
What a reaction! Qi Miao exclaimed, reveling in the moment. Grand Elder, is this satisfactory? Indeed, your chest muscles are commendable. What? She coughed, quickly correcting herself. I meant, you are impressive, your training is commendable. Chunheng raised his chin, eager to introduce. Grand Elder, you have an eye for talent. He is the most gifted disciple here, named Qinfen. Qi Miao observed the young man. Indeed, he possesses considerable potential. Complimented, Qinfen became even more flustered. His breaths quickening, unable to articulate his feelings. Grand Elder, he began, but abruptly halted, as if grappling with something difficult to voice. Understanding dawned upon her. He must have developed feelings after her touch. Alas, it was her beauty and esteemed status that ensnared him. Qinfen, do not entertain such thoughts. It would lead nowhere. I am not the kind of person to trifle with innocent young men within the sect. Your feelings are noted. But there is no need for further discussion. Qinfen was taken aback, his face reddening even more. I didn't mean that. I have something more important to discuss. Something more important?
Qi Miao inquired, intrigued.
What could possibly be more significant than this? Please, speak freely, she encouraged. Summoning courage, Qinfen declared, Grand Elder. I wish for your guidance on my cultivation. Qi Miao's eyes widened in surprise. What? Qinfen continued earnestly, I wish to know where I can improve. I am unsure if our approach to the Tianlu waterfall is flawed or if our talents are simply lacking. After 2 years of training, I can only endure half an hour under it, unable to advance to the Xian level waterfall. As an outer disciple, I seldom interact with the elders. Today, I seek your wisdom to progress further.
Please.
Qi Miao was taken aback. Qinfen, you are far too diligent. We were just enjoying a light-hearted moment. Qinfen gazed at her with timid yet hopeful eyes, resembling a well-behaved puppy awaiting a treat. Grand Elder. How could I refuse? Qi Miao thought.
Yet.
She had never experienced the Tianlu waterfall herself. How could she provide guidance? What if she led him astray? If he were to misstep, would she not find herself imprisoned for it? In a moment of inspiration, she fixed her gaze upon the waterfall. It has been a long time since I have been here, and I have forgotten the nuances of the Tianlu waterfall's cultivation techniques. However, since you have asked so earnestly, I shall personally seek out the methods for you. With that, Qi Miao shed her outer robe and stepped into the waterfall. As she entered, her qi dissipated, revealing her cultivation level. Grand Elder, why are you at the qi refinement stage? The disciples exclaimed. Qi Miao quickly clarified, most of you are at the qi refinement stage, with only a few at the foundation establishment stage. Thus, I have suppressed my cultivation to better find the most suitable methods for you all. Upon hearing this, the disciples were touched, struggling to find words. Grand Elder, you truly care for us. How could such a compassionate and understanding elder exist in this world? I shall vote for you as the most popular elder next time. Qi Miao sighed internally. You all have such vivid imaginations. I hardly need to persuade you. You do that to yourselves. Taking a deep breath, she began her cultivation. Under the relentless impact of the Huang-level waterfall, Qi Miao felt as if she might shatter. The waterfall bore down upon her with immense weight, intensifying under the force of the water. And it was no wonder it was hailed as a sacred place for body refinement. Surviving several minutes without being crushed required extraordinary resilience. Gritting her teeth against the pain, She enveloped herself in spiritual energy, forming a protective barrier that allowed her to straighten her back. However, this took a toll on her spiritual energy. Once accustomed, she began to observe her surroundings closely, soon discovering the abundant spiritual energy within the waterfall. Its richness surpassed that of the outside world multiple times over. Yet this energy scarcely entered the human body. Wait a moment. Qi Miao retracted most of her outwardly projected spiritual energy. Without that resistance, the spiritual energy swiftly flowed through the water, gradually entering her body. Her absorption capacity was astonishing, and the energy from the waterfall was nearly 10 times what she could absorb on her own. In that instant, she felt the energy nourishing her physical form. As her body grew stronger, the impact of the Tianlu waterfall became less daunting. So the true essence of the Tianlu waterfall lies not in resistance, but in absorption. If that is the case, then perhaps I could utilize something for this purpose. Qi Miao rummaged through her storage ring, and before her appeared a massive massage chair. A chair? Its structure seemed peculiar. It looked quite comfortable to recline in. Surely, the Grand Elder would not intend to sit in a chair while enduring the Tianlu waterfall. Yet, Qi Miao merely smiled gently. This is no ordinary chair. Soon, you shall witness its wonders. She dragged the massage chair beneath the Tianlu waterfall and reclined upon it. This was a creation born from the amalgamation of her past life's memories and her current understanding. In her previous life, most massage chairs relied on electricity. Yet the essence of electricity is energy, and spiritual energy offers a far superior alternative. Thus, she transformed the energy of the massage chair into a force driven by spiritual power. With just a surge of this energy, the chair would spring to life. The more intense she focused, the more spiritual energy would flow, allowing her to control the intensity at will. Only those who used it would truly understand. Qi Miao had initially devised this for leisurely pursuits. As is well known, massage can significantly facilitate absorption. One must always massage the essence during application. That day, the cascading waterfall was akin to an essence itself. If her hypothesis proved true, she would gladly accept the title of Einstein Qi Miao. Massage, activate. Others dared not speak or voice their thoughts. This was their first encounter with such a novel chair. Look, it's moving. Is it really massaging? They gasped. How come the esteemed elder enjoys such indulgence while we suffer painfully beneath the waterfall? And a massage too. Truly, the Grand Elder embodies the serenity and composure of the elder generation. Surely, there must be a reason behind her actions.
Wait. No. Look.
The Grand Elder, they watched in awe as Qi Miao dedicated herself to her training, absorbing spiritual energy. She not only abandoned her resistance against the waterfall but also boldly sought the pressure it exerted. Within this oppressive force, the spiritual energy from the waterfall became palpable to the naked eye. This energy continuously nourished Qi Miao, and under the massage chair's effects, her conversion and absorption of spiritual energy accelerated, transforming her physical form. Her progress was evident to all. Observing Qi Miao's expression, there was no trace of pain. Instead, she radiated exultation, her face brimming with a blissful tranquility. With astonishment, the onlookers found themselves at a loss for words. Is this truly how one utilizes the waterfall? Wasn't it said that neglect could lead to dire consequences? How could the Grand Elder appear so elated, as if savoring the experience more than touching someone's chiseled physique, and yet enjoy such an astonishingly efficient conversion of spiritual energy? Had they been misguided in their previous encounters with the waterfall? Chapter 47. Well, I must admit, I am rather mischievous. Qi Miao's calmness in the waterfall was evident to all. The reason no one had previously considered gathering spiritual energy in such a manner was the very real risk of being overwhelmed by the waterfall at that moment.
Now,
with Qi Miao's demonstration, the crowd was stirred with eager anticipation, yet still hesitant. After all, this was the Grand Elder. Even if she suppressed her cultivation to the Qi refinement stage, she was undeniably a formidable figure. Who among them would dare to compete? Qi Miao soon sat upright, her gaze sweeping over the others before finally settling on Qin Fen. Did you comprehend my demonstration? Superficial, Qi Miao retorted, leaving everyone bewildered. Qin Fen lowered his head, fearing he had offended the Grand Elder. Qi Miao continued, is there a place nearby to test one's physical strength? Chun Hung replied eagerly, yes, indeed. Grand Elder, are you planning to showcase your prowess? Qi Miao nodded, and he led her to the physical strength testing point. It was a massive stone tablet, accompanied by a leaderboard that displayed a maximum score of 500. Chun Hung explained, "This is the physical strength testing stone for the yellow level waterfall. When you strike it, the tablet will illuminate with the corresponding strength number. Typically, we use this stone to assess our training results and determine if we can progress to the next level of waterfall cultivation. The highest record for this yellow level waterfall is 500. A score of 300 can crush a tiger, and 500 can fell a bear. It is truly a terrifying level of physical strength." Miao was unsure of her own physical capabilities, but was confident that she was not weak. Having endured the lightning in the sword tomb and absorbing the essence of the waterfall, she felt her body had been tempered. While others could hardly withstand the yellow-level waterfall for half an hour, she had lain within it, without discomfort. "Let us see what score I can achieve," she mused, her smile directed at the stone tablet. "I shall ascertain whether my method truly impacts physical strength." With that, she extended her arms. "Are you ready to begin, Grand Elder?" "Yes." "Then Chun Hung, fetch me a pair of boxing gloves." Yet before he could finish, Miao shouted, "Step back. I am about to show off." Taking a deep breath, she prepared her fist. The onlookers hurriedly stepped aside, without employing spiritual energy, relying solely on her physical prowess. Even the Grand Elder's formidable cultivation would not defy the laws of nature. Miao fixed her gaze upon the stone tablet, accumulating her strength before delivering a powerful punch. Whoosh! A gust of wind followed her strike.
Boom!
Her fist collided with the stone tablet. In that moment, all eyes widened, anticipating her score. Yet the next second, Miao froze, her expression contorting with discomfort. "Is everything all right, Grand Elder?" Finally, unable to contain herself, Miao began hopping on the spot, clutching her hands. Ouch! 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 No one had warned her that the stone tablet would be this unforgiving. The force was reciprocal. Her full-powered strike also inflicted pain upon herself, nearly shattering her bones. Why did no one warn me this would hurt so much? Am I truly that mischievous, not to be cautioned? Chun Hung, holding the boxing gloves, stared in shock. I intended to say something, but you told me to step back. Miao. Clearly, I am indeed quite mischievous. The crowd. Surely. The Grand Elder has her profound reasons for this. Look, the score is appearing. They finally turned their attention to the stone tablet. Upon seeing the score, gasps filled the air, and jaws dropped in disbelief. The tablet displayed a 4-digit number. 3,000. With a bare fist, she had achieved a score of 3,000? This was accomplished without spiritual energy? This value could directly qualify her to enter the Earth-level waterfall. Could the Grand Elder have been concealing such astonishing power? Capable of slaying 6 bears with a mere punch, using only her mortal form? The crowd regarded Miao with a mixture of awe and incredulity. Clearing her throat, she addressed them. "This score is merely acceptable. The reasons for your struggles in achieving results with your physical forms are evident. It is not due to a lack of talent or effort, but rather that you have all misused the waterfall. You instinctively believed that combat training was the key to maximizing physical conditioning, yet have you considered what the immense spiritual energy within the waterfall is truly for? That energy, when absorbed, can nourish your bodies and, combined with my massage chair, enhances absorption, yielding remarkable results. The truth of this can only be verified through experience. Effort is vital, but the direction of that effort is paramount." The crowd gazed at her with admiration. Truly worthy of the Grand Elder to articulate such profound wisdom. I must hurry to test this out. If the Grand Elder speaks the truth, then our years beneath the waterfall have indeed been squandered. With that, a multitude rushed to try their hand. Not realizing the moment they committed to absorbing the waterfall's energy, they understood the Grand Elder's words were indeed true. How could she conceive of such a method? Truly, our Grand Elder's hands-on approach and swift problem-solving are remarkable. I can hardly fathom how many will come to the waterfall in the future. This is a legitimate enhancement of our combat prowess. Truly, the Grand Elder is magnificent, and my admiration for her knows no bounds. In this moment, Miao has grown taller, with a divine radiance shining behind her, transforming her into a giant in the hearts of all. A surge of merit light flows towards Miao. Miao exclaims, "Oh no, not more merit." The gourd history system responds, "What an infuriating remark." The shocking event at the Heavenly Flow waterfall has left all aspiring cultivators in a state of frenzy. On Yuqing Peak, Ing Wuhua and Jin Xingfei are engaged in a friendly contest. Jin Xingfei possesses considerable talent and comprehension, and after receiving formal training, has made rapid advancements. Moreover, She has recently discovered her aptitude for talisman crafting, thanks to a chance encounter with Qing Huan. The two often spar, honing their practical combat abilities. However, Ing Wuhua harbors a secret intention to glean information about Qi Miao from Jin Xingfei. It is crucial for him to ascertain whether Qi Miao possesses the Yang spiritual root. With less than half a month remaining, if Qi Miao indeed has the Yang spiritual root, there is still hope for him. Suddenly, a disciple rushes in, exclaiming, "Brother Wuhua, there's trouble at the Heavenly Flow waterfall." The two cease their sparring, and Ing Wuhua inquires, "What is the situation?" The disciple replies, "The Grand Elder has gone to the Heavenly Flow waterfall and has developed a brand new method of body refinement with astonishing efficiency, over 100 times greater than before. They say the true purpose of the Heavenly Flow waterfall has been revealed by the Grand Elder. It's said that as a novice in body refinement, she broke your record of 500 after just a short time training at the Yellow Level waterfall, achieving a staggering value of 3,000. The two are taken aback. What is this? The Grand Elder went to the Heavenly Flow waterfall to develop a new body refinement method? She's a novice but achieved 3,000? These words sound familiar, almost like Chinese. What on earth does the Grand Elder have to do with these terms? Do you even hear the nonsense you're speaking? Chapter 48. The entire sect becomes fanatical followers. Slow down and clarify the situation, Ing Wuhua interjects, deep in thought. He has a habit of training at the Heavenly Flow waterfall, and he knows all too well how difficult it is to achieve a value of 3,000, having set the previous highest record of 500 himself. Furthermore, how could a novice accomplish such a feat? This seems almost impossible. He is not questioning the Grand Elder's capabilities. Rather, he has met her and knows her skills cannot be merely at a novice level. This matter is indeed puzzling. The disciple, noticing Ing Wuhua and Jin Xingfei's interest, becomes more animated. The Grand Elder was dressed in red, her eyes seemingly glowing with golden light and unforgettable beauty. Of course, beauty is merely one of her trivial merits. It is her divine aura. Do you understand divine essence? I caught a glimpse from afar and was utterly entranced. Most importantly, she genuinely cares for the grassroots and the welfare of our sect, advocating for us and securing countless benefits. They say there are no perfect people in the world, but from today onward, we at Nine Sword Mountain have found one. That is our Grand Elder. The disciple appears as a fervent admirer, continuously extolling the Grand Elder, his expression filled with admiration. Based on his description, both Jin Xingfei and Ing Wuhua suddenly envision a figure, a rather mischievous one. Jin Xingfei remarks, "This reminds me of someone. Could the Grand Elder truly emit golden light?" The fervent fan's eyes widen in surprise.
Hey,
Junior brother Jin, you know about that too? The Grand Elder really does have golden light. I thought it was just because she is so divine, visible only to us, but it seems you can see it too. Ing Wuhua hesitates for a moment. Could she possibly pull out some peculiar items? The fervent fan, finding a kindred spirit, becomes increasingly excited. Indeed, you must be fans of the Grand Elder too.
today.
She revealed a remarkable artifact, a massage chair. It's said to aid in cultivation. The two are bewildered. A massage chair? And it helps with cultivation. Yet they recall that Qi Miao does not craft artifacts. She merely shaped iron in the sword tomb. Moreover, she is imprisoned, with no time to learn artifact crafting. Jin Xingfei turns to Ing Wuhua. "Brother Wuhua, I think we need to investigate this." Ing Wuhua nods. Regardless of who this person truly is, they cannot be the Grand Elder. He has seen the Grand Elder, and she is not so ostentatious. Jin Xingfei adds, "I also find this person suspicious. At first, I thought it was Qi Miao, but considering how honest and kind she is, how could she possibly masquerade as the Grand Elder? She has no motive, especially since she is detained at the Thunder Punishment Peak prison. Qi Miao has no incentive to commit such a ruse, and she has an alibi." The two swiftly arrive at the Heavenly Flow waterfall, which is now teeming with people, unlike anything they've seen before at Nine Sword Mountain. Why is it so crowded? I can't see anything ahead. Jin Xingfei exclaims. A nearby person chuckles. Of course it's crowded. The Grand Elder is personally at the Heavenly Flow waterfall, discovering its proper use, allowing people to achieve the same results in half an hour that would have previously taken an entire year of body refinement. The news has spread, and disciples from all peaks are gathering here, hence the crowd. Don't hold me back. I want to see the Grand Elder.
Ah,
Grand Elder, I love you. I love you. I'm the Grand Elder's dog. This proclamation causes Ing Wuhua's expression to stiffen. This impostor is remarkably cunning. causing such chaos within Nine Sword Mountain in such a short span of time. Whether their intentions are good or evil remains uncertain. And it is unclear if their teachings have any side effects. If they do, it could spell disaster. As the holy son of Nine Sword Mountain, he must uncover the truth behind all this. Hey, you there. You've cut in line. Ng Wuhua interjects. My apologies. He steps back politely, exhibiting high manners. The two take about half an hour merely to queue, finally reaching the registration desk, where they present their identity tokens.
Ah.
So it's Brother Wuhua and Junior Brother Jin. You both came here after hearing the news? Ng Wuhua nods coldly, then quickly inquires. Have you seen this so-called Grand Elder? The registrar chuckles. You've come to the right person. I've not only seen her, but I've also spoken with her. Ng Wuhua presses. Do you not suspect her identity? The registrar responds. She holds the Grand Elder's token. How could it be fake? Besides, she shows genuine concern for us, encouraging us. She doesn't hold grudges against my teasing. After her identity was revealed, she praised me for fulfilling my duties. She is more genuine than a pearl. If you are fake, she cannot possibly be. There are no gods in this world, except for the Grand Elder. She is the very embodiment of goodness and beauty. As he speaks, the registrar's face lights up with a blissful, infatuated expression. He has become the Grand Elder's most devoted follower. Ng Wuhua's expression darkens. Jin Xingfei checks his identity token, puzzled. Wasn't he at 10 contribution points to enter before? Why is it now 20? The registrar smiles. Well, as you can see, the situation at the Heavenly Flow waterfall is now much improved. With the Grand Elder overseeing it, everyone has gone wild. Given the limited space, I submitted a request to raise the price, and the additional 10 points all go into the Grand Elder's token. This is all a blessing bestowed upon us by the Grand Elder. Ng Wuhua asks, even I have to pay extra? The registrar looks Ng Wuhua up and down. You are not the Grand Elder. Ng Wuhua thinks, I want to hammer someone. Are these people blinded by greed? With this influx of people, an additional 10 points per person into the Grand Elder's token, what an astronomical sum that amounts to. The individual masquerading as the Grand Elder must have struck it rich overnight.
Chaos.
All chaos. Jin Xingfei exclaimed, haha, how could that be? I am quite astute. In this lifetime, I have only served as a fortune dispenser for Qi Miao. No one else can even dream of such a role. Ng Wuhua pondered. Where does this fellow derive his confidence? Has he been in Qi Miao's presence for so long that his mind has become unhinged? Regardless, they must uncover the true identity of this pretender. They must uphold the justice and order of Jian Mountain. The two finally entered the Celestial Flow waterfall. Chapter 49. So, the Grand Elder is you after all. At this moment, Qi Miao had already begun her training at the Xian level waterfall. Few are capable of training at the Xian level waterfall. While Qi Miao wished to enhance her physical prowess, her current role as the Grand Elder necessitated a demeanor of composure and grace. She must embody the tranquility and poise of a seasoned artist. The gaucher system asked, what will you do then? Qi Miao replied, have them serve me. The gaucher system exclaimed, you, in broad daylight, how can you utter such brazen words? Qi Miao retorted, what's wrong with being served? The gaucher system, with a look of earnest concern, urged, host, while I know your desires may be overwhelming, you must remember that girls ought to maintain self-respect and take responsibility for their own bodies. At that moment, Qi Miao turned to Chun Hung and commanded, Little Chun, are there any milk tea beverages around here? Milk tea. Chun Hung was perplexed. He had heard of milk and tea, but milk tea was a novel concept to him. Qi Miao explained, combine the two by boiling them together. Chun Hung's eyes lit up. What a delightful way to prepare it. Does the Grand Elder wish for it now? If so, I shall prepare it at once. Qi Miao questioned, Here? Where will you find the ingredients? With a grand gesture, Chun Hung revealed a complete array of cooking utensils and a wealth of ingredients. The milk is from the finest Qing smoke cattle, and the tea is Xian-level Qinghua tea leaves. Will these suffice? Qi Miao was taken aback. You actually have those? Seemingly noticing her astonishment, Chun Hung sheepishly scratched the back of his head. There's no need for the Grand Elder to look at me so. I merely have a minor passion for culinary arts, and I only cook for those I cherish. Qi Miao mused. Chun Hung, why the sudden silence? She reflected on how love truly is a wondrous thing. It amused her to think that this individual, who often spoke of combat, was now preparing a meal for her. Thankfully, he was oblivious to her true identity as Qi Miao. Knowing it would surely send him into a tailspin. Prepare more, as I shall rest by the Xian-level waterfall and sip on it casually. Rest easy. I shall handle everything else. I will ensure it is done perfectly. Miao then set up a table and a massage chair beside the waterfall, casually placing some snacks atop the table. She thought to herself that if her masseur's hands were occupied, she would need to find a handsome young man to feed her. The gaucher system observed all of this. Is this what you call being served? What else? The gaucher system was on the brink of a breakdown. What in the world had happened to humanity? Why had desires become so abstract? It could hardly comprehend the complexities of human nature anymore. Meanwhile, Ing Wuhua and Jin Xingfei arrived at the Xian-level waterfall, where an alluring scent of milk wafted through the air, creating a bustling atmosphere. Jin Xingfei inquired, "Where does this sweet aroma come from? It is truly enticing." Ing Wuhua replied, "I smell it too. It resembles milk and tea, with a faint hint of spiritual energy." Jin Xingfei wondered, why does the celestial flow waterfall possess such a fragrance? Realization dawned as they turned their gaze forward. The scene was vibrant and lively.
Wow.
The Grand Elder truly knows how to enjoy life. Using the milk from the Qing smoked cattle and Qinghua tea together, this milk tea smells delectable and provides spiritual energy. Such serenity and composure. How I long to experience such indulgence beneath the Xian-level waterfall. Despite this, the Grand Elder appeared remarkably youthful, devoid of any signs of age. Jin Xingfei and Ing Wuhua exchanged astonished glances at the notion of milk tea and enjoyment. Who would dare indulge in such pleasures at the celestial flow waterfall? Make way. Make way. Everyone, please step aside. The two finally reached the front and were left speechless by the sight before them. A young girl clad in a simple red outfit reclined effortlessly in a chair under the immense weight of the Xian-level waterfall, channeling spiritual energy into the chair, which in turn massaged her. A table laden with an array of delicacies was positioned before her. She gestured for milk tea, and the striking Qin Fun, bare-chested, brightened at the opportunity. "Would you like to pair it with osmanthus cake?" The girl contentedly hummed an affirmation, prompting Qin Fun to lift the osmanthus cake to her lips while he held the milk tea straw, a creation by Chun Hung, exquisitely crafted. The scene resembled not a training session but a vacation, pure enjoyment emanating from their very presence. Yet, she absorbed the waterfall's essence and continued her cultivation without interruption. Onlookers swallowed hard, envious not only of her indulgent demeanor but also of Chun Hung and Qin Fan's close proximity in serving the Grand Elder. How utterly jealous they were, wishing to serve her themselves. Oh, how they longed to embrace her and revel in her fragrant presence.
Miao chuckled softly.
Why was she so popular? At just 15, she already felt like a winner in life. What a heavy burden to bear. At that moment, she opened her eyes. Before her were two familiar figures, causing her body to tense. Wait, who were those two? Jin Xingfei and Ing Wuhua. Had she misjudged them? Were they truly so idle as to join the fray, or was she hallucinating? Beside her, Qin Fan chuckled, "Grand Elder, that is Brother Wuhua and Junior Brother Jin. These two have recently become quite the sensation and are targets I have always aspired to reach. Their talents are exceptional, and they work diligently. They will undoubtedly stand atop the realm of cultivation in the future." Listening to Qin Fan's introduction, Miao's expression grew increasingly grave. It seemed she had not mistaken them after all. When her eyes met theirs, they appeared momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the situation. Clearing her throat, Miao forced a smile. "Ah, little Qin, you have worked hard today. Shall we explore other places together?" Qin Fan, bewildered, asked why.
Why?
Because she feared that her disguise might be unveiled at any moment. As the most notorious woman in Jiujian Mountain, if she were to be exposed publicly, how could she ever maintain her standing? Let us not linger. We must leave at once. Despite her urgency, Miao kept her composure, quickly arranging herself to escape. In that instant, she distinctly heard a cold laugh beside her, unmistakably belonging to Ing Wuhua. Following that, Jin Xingfei, whether intentionally or inadvertently, uttered, Miao.
So,
the Grand Elder they spoke of is indeed you. Chapter 50. The Revelation. Miao? That name sounded quite familiar. Qin Fan murmured beside her. Having devoted himself to cultivation and remaining largely unaware of other matters, he was not well acquainted with many names. He looked up at Miao with confusion. "Grand Elder? Are they referring to you?" Pretending not to hear, Miao hastily covered her ears, feigning ignorance, and longed to slip away swiftly. However, it was all too late. Where would you run to? Miao, with her eyes closed, walked forward, completely unaware of the person standing in her path. As a result, she inadvertently bumped her head into their chest. A wave of a cool, fragrant aroma wafted into her nose, subtle yet warm, the soft, bouncy sensation momentarily relaxing her, prompting her to exclaim, "You smell wonderful." Upon raising her head, she discovered she had collided with Ing Wuhua's embrace. Ing Wuhua clenched his jaw tightly, a sense of shame coloring his pale skin with a faint blush, deceiving both above and below, a complete moral decay. To insult the name of the elder, and to speak such shameless words, Qin Miao, you truly possess great audacity. His words resonated with palpable anger, leaving one to wonder whether it was due to being teased in embarrassment or Qin Miao's utter lack of conscience. Qin Miao retorted, "Ing Wuhua, do not speak nonsense. How have I tarnished the elder's reputation? Look, everyone is beginning to revere the elder now, aren't they? You may insult my character, but you cannot slander my morals." Jin Shengfei interjected, "Exactly. How can you defame something she has never possessed?" Qin Miao was taken aback, unable to discern whether Jin Shengfei was defending her or criticizing her. When did Jin Shengfei become so eloquent? The others stood in shock, staring blankly at the scene unfolding before them. Their minds were racing. Qin Miao? Could it be the Qin Miao I'm thinking of? No way, haha. It must be a namesake. What a coincidence that the elder shares the same name. Yet, the elder's brilliance could easily overshadow any ill connotation of that name. A crowd stood awkwardly, desperately searching for reasons to rationalize the current situation. How could the elder, who cared for the grassroots and developed new uses for the heavenly flow waterfall, be Qin Miao? Initially, she should have been grateful for their support. However, Ing Wuhua shattered their last glimmer of hope with a single statement. "Do not speculate. She is indeed the Qin Miao you think she is. The one who should have been imprisoned in the Thunder Punishment Peak, but instead caused chaos throughout the sect." The crowd was thrown into disarray by the revelation. How could this be?
Didn't you say she was imprisoned?
Indeed, and if she were not the elder, how could she have discovered the true use of the heavenly flow waterfall and unleashed a terrifying force of 3,000? Jin Shengfei remarked, because Qin Miao is a genius. Her innate talent surpasses even the unparalleled talents of me and Brother Wuhua. Surely you all know what she accomplished during the entrance trials? As for the 3,000, if you were struck by lightning for several hours, you might manage to achieve something similar. Qin Miao felt a surge of tension. Jin Shengfei, why are you turning against me? Didn't we agree to keep my identity a secret? Jin Shengfei chuckled. Just this once, as revenge for your earlier deception regarding my feelings. Qin Miao was taken aback, suddenly drenched in cold sweat. Well, please continue. Jin Shengfei knew everything, and how could she dare to speak? The disguise was lost. But it was bound to happen sooner or later. Losing a horse didn't mean she had to lose her friends too, right? Heaven knows how overwhelmed she felt. One moment she was enjoying a leisurely life, and the next she was thrust into a battlefield. The others remained stunned, contemplating Jin Shengfei's words. Did I hear that correctly? Jin Shengfei claimed Qin Miao's talent surpassed that of him and Ing Wuhua?
How could that be?
They were both at the pinnacle of the cultivation realm. What did he mean by being struck by lightning for several hours? I can't comprehend. Until someone provided clarification. Recently, a new student boasted that during Qin Miao's testing, both the testing stone and Elder Yan Go, who was present, exploded. After climbing 500 steps on the heavenly ladder, she was bestowed with blessings and then kicked down. In the Sword Tomb, she forged a mysterious artifact, summoned thunder to annihilate countless demons, and then drew the weeping sword, causing all swords in the Sword Tomb to resonate, ultimately teaming up to defeat a tribulation-level master. Surely, those events cannot be true? As someone recounted these tales, the crowd felt a chill run down their spines. They had dismissed these exaggerated claims as mere fabrications from new students, too grand to be credible, unprecedented in their exaggeration. Yet now, with Jin Shengfei's confirmation, they were compelled to reconsider the veracity of these stories. The crowd buzzed with speculation, probing the reality of these events until Ing Wuhua, his expression icy, spoke. Every word of it is true. Instantly, everyone gasped, looking at Qin Miao with incredulous eyes. Is it all real? Is she even human? Are these feats possible for a mere mortal? Enough already. If you keep talking, I'll break down. We all climbed up from the qi refining stage. How is this fair? Qin Miao felt the envious and resentful gazes of the crowd upon her and felt shy. Please, don't look at me like that. These feats are quite ordinary. Really, accomplishing these tasks is as easy as flipping a hand. What is there to be so astonished about? She exclaimed. demonstrating the ease with which she could flip her hand. The crowd fell silent. Wuhua struck her lightly on the head. Stop pretending. Qi Miao held her head in grievance. You hit me. So, what if you did? Does it require an auspicious day? I will inform the sect leader. Wuhua oppresses the common folk, causing turmoil in our sect, a crime that cannot go unpunished. Wuhua. Jin Xingfei. Onlookers. Silence, an overwhelming silence. Who is truly causing chaos in our sect? Is Wuhua not merely acting on behalf of justice? After a moment, the crowd slowly digested the news, and one finally asked, Wait, shouldn't we be the ones scolding Qi Miao? Why do we have so little to say?
Buddy, don't think about it.
No matter how unworthy Qi Miao might be, she undeniably discovered the true use of the heavenly flow waterfall, benefiting everyone. Plus, I doubt you could defeat her. Previously, they might have contemplated it. But now, with the official endorsement, the remarkable deeds of Qi Miao were all true. Who would dare to challenge her? At that moment, a voice of weeping emerged from the side. The crowd turned to find Chen Heng. Chen Heng, what's wrong? Chen Heng stared at Qi Miao, took a deep breath, and suddenly burst into tears. All my efforts over these hours have been for naught. Chapter 51. Is this the end? It's only been 3 seconds. If anyone suffered the most from Qi Miao's revelation, it was undoubtedly Chen Heng. He was the first to express a desire to confront her and the first to become a sycophant. Not only did he become Little Chen, but he also paid a hefty price to buy her milk tea. The goddess he adored overlapped with the woman he desperately wanted to punch. It was a devastating blow. Qi Miao, bewildered, turned to the two beside her. Did you expose me? What do we do now? Wuhua replied. What does that have to do with me? Jin Xingfei suggested. Why don't you bow to him?
Qi Miao gasped.
Isn't that a bit too formal? You've sinned gravely. All right, let me ask first. She approached Chen Heng and asked, Do you hate me? Chen Heng's eyes were fixed on her, red around the edges. A mix of love and hate evident in his expression, revealing the internal struggle he faced. Hate? How could he not hate her? He had invested his youth and money. Qi Miao continued. Then, if I apologize, would that make you feel better? Chen Heng. Qi Miao added, if you want reimbursement for those expenses, just ask Jin Xingfei. We're on the same team. As for your youth, you're rather average looking. It's not worth much to you. Chen Heng. Stop talking. Get lost. He has truly reached his breaking point. How unfair it is that you do not comfort him, but instead choose to mock him. When I tried to console him, he appeared even more sorrowful. Is this what you call comfort? Do they think you are deliberately provoking him? Qi Miao, isn't that the case? I told him he has nothing to lose. The two fell silent. Qi Miao, what now? Chen Heng replied, I have come to a realization. Even if you are not the highest elder, you will always be my goddess. May I ask if I can pursue you in the future? Qi Miao. Quite open-minded, aren't you? Chen Heng. Of course, otherwise. I would not have become an inner disciple. Qi Miao was taken aback. Do inner disciples like you often play the role of a sycophant? At that moment, Chen Heng broke down in tears. Stop talking. Just don't say anything. I was wrong. I should not have provoked you. Qi Miao innocently widened her eyes and shrugged. What is wrong with me? The others remained silent. They had always thought Qi Miao's attitude was deliberate, not realizing it was intrinsic to her nature. She seemed completely unaware of how insufferably arrogant she was. In order to manage the current situation, Wuhua and Jin Xingfei hurriedly took Qi Miao away, but merely to a secluded spot by the celestial waterfall. Wuhua said, Explain yourself. Qi Miao. Explain what? Jin Xingfei. Explain how you got out, and what exactly you did. Qi Miao. I was imprisoned for a week, focusing on my cultivation, which delayed me another week. Now that my sentence is complete, I plan to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Wuhua questioned, Cultivation? Qi Miao. Would you like to try? The method my cellmate gave me can significantly enhance one's soul power. The two were taken aback, then nodded in agreement. Qi Miao cultivated even in prison? Is she really that diligent? Qi Miao said, This cultivation method is slightly rigorous. You can just probe my soul directly. The two exchanged skeptical glances. Together? What other option is there? Hesitating is less effective than acting swiftly. We are concerned for your well-being. Qi Miao sneered. You really overestimate yourselves. This is a full-blown mockery from Qi Miao. Fine, you don't believe me, but you will soon find out. The two ceased their hesitation and directly probed Qi Miao's soul. Soon, they found themselves amidst chaos in her sea of consciousness. a colossal grinding wheel, pushed by celestial deities and demons, rolled toward them. What is this? We are doomed. There was no time to evade. The wheel crushed their souls, obliterating them.
Then,
The fragments reassembled. As the divine will threatened to crush them once more, they hurriedly retreated from Qi Miao's sea of consciousness. Qi Miao was bewildered. Is that all you accomplished? It was merely 3 seconds. And yet you claim to fear for my discomfort. I felt nothing at all. Did you really enter? The two fell silent. After a lengthy pause, they finally asked, what was that grinding wheel? Qi Miao recounted the details of the divine demonic breaking thought grinding method to them. After hearing this, their first reaction was that Qi Miao's cultivation method was excessively extreme and terrifying. Their second reaction was disbelief. You spent half a month in prison, cultivating day and night? Qi Miao replied, what else should I do? Chat with my cellmate?
damn.
The two simultaneously exclaimed, feeling their scalps tingle. Such a terrifying technique. And you practiced it tirelessly? How can you be so intense? They were left in awe. What is your current realm? Please don't tell them you have already established your foundation. They would truly be shattered, lamenting the disparities of the world. Qi Miao, just the late stage of Qi refinement. The two sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Qi Miao, however, I will soon reach the foundation establishment stage. Just waiting for my physical cultivation to pass. My spiritual and soul powers are nearly refined. Ingwuhur, what do you mean by nearly? Qi Miao felt a bit at a loss for words, so she devised a clever way to explain. She fused her spiritual and soul powers into a flame at her fingertips. The intensity of the flame was extraordinary, clearly not achievable at the Qi refinement stage. In other words, Qi Miao had already attained the strength of the foundation establishment stage before even reaching it. She could establish her foundation at any moment. How little time had elapsed since her breakthrough in the late Qi refinement stage. The record for the fastest transition from Qi refinement to foundation establishment must be at least 6 months. She had only taken about 20 days. It's not the talent that's terrifying, but the combination of talent and relentless effort. The two gasped in astonishment. I have never heard of a relationship between foundation establishment and physical cultivation. Our reason for physical cultivation is merely due to the frailty of the body, which is prone to flaws. What exactly are you cultivating, and what foundation are you trying to establish?
Qi Miao smiled.
Then her gaze fell upon the celestial waterfall nearby, the site she had chosen for her foundation establishment. The foundation I wish to establish is reputed to be the strongest in the world, capable of absolute invincibility at the same level and challenging those beyond it. To accomplish this, one must maintain the limits of spiritual power, soul power, and physical strength at the peak of the Qi refinement stage. I seek to establish my foundation in accordance with the heavenly path. Chapter 52. To approach Qi Miao is to risk one's reputation. Qi Miao does not merely wish to establish her foundation according to the heavenly path. She must do so. She has become aware of the curse of Yama that weighs upon her, and the caster of this curse is at least on par with the heavenly sorrow immortal. This means that the one who cast the curse upon her is at least a so-called immortal. It is unclear what deep-seated grudge led to such a malicious curse being placed upon her. But it is evident that even if she were to succeed in entering the cave of the heavenly sorrow immortal and break the curse of Yama, she would still find no peace. All she can do is strive to become a powerful being, formidable enough to confront any adversary that comes her way. Establishing the foundation according to the heavenly path. According to Romeu, the only known individual who has achieved this is the heavenly sorrow immortal. She realizes that to reach that level, she too must establish her foundation according to the heavenly path. Everything is for the sake of survival. The survival system. You have finally reached me. Do not go away. From now on, your life will have a psychological consultant. It is truly my great fortune that the host can think this way. After all, his full name is the survival system that achieves invincibility through endless time. As the name suggests, as long as Qi Miao survives long enough, it can make her truly invincible. No matter the curse caster or any powerful immortal, they will all be insignificant. After Qi Miao expressed her desire to establish her foundation according to the heavenly path, Jin Xingfei and Ing Wuhuo fell silent. They certainly understood the concept of establishing a foundation according to the heavenly path, but to them, it was merely a legendary notion. Even though everyone claims that the heavenly sorrow immortal who ascended back then established their foundation according to the heavenly path, no one knows for certain if that immortal truly did. Regardless, if Qi Miao genuinely accomplishes this, she would indeed bring a significant shock to the realm of cultivation. At least in the foundation establishment stage, she would be on par with the heavenly sorrow immortal. How intense it is! When has the realm of cultivation ever been this competitive? This instilled a profound sense of crisis in the two top-tier men, prompting them to wonder how Qi Miao had cultivated. If she continues at this pace, it won't be long before she leaves them far behind. To avoid falling behind, they must exert tenfold, even 100-fold effort. Qi Miao, does what you propose truly work? Qi Miao, if it didn't work, would they trust me so implicitly? Ingwuhua, that's hard to say. He had been a victim once. Qi Miao, seemingly producing a handkerchief from nowhere, pretended to weep as she wiped her tears. It seems I spoke out of turn. After explaining for so long, the brothers still do not believe a single word I say. Alas, if I had known this, I would not have said anything, sparing the brothers such doubts about me. This statement sent shivers down the spines of all present, although everyone had already realized that Qi Miao was not the highest elder. However, her actions are indeed remarkable, truly benefiting everyone. They are all blessed under the celestial waterfall. Now, upon hearing Qiao Miao being unjustly questioned, many feel a sense of injustice on her behalf. I used to hold a fondness for senior brother Wu Hua, but I never anticipated his suspicion and harshness. As for junior brother Jin, it is unfortunate that Qiao Miao regarded him as an ally, only to find that he did not trust her. Whether the method is effective or not, can't they simply try it themselves? I feel indignant for Qiao Miao. Enough. Fans turning to darkness. It is widely known that those from Nine Sword Mountain who speak ill of others will certainly be overheard by the parties involved. The two parties involved now find their emotions tangled, their faces growing increasingly grim. Ingwuhua gritted his teeth. Can't you discern that she is deliberately being sarcastic to lead you? Jin Xingfei, we refer to such behavior as green tea. What? Qiao Miao is actually trying to lead us? My goodness, she genuinely cares about us. Indeed, what does it matter whether it's green tea or not? As long as she is willing to invest effort for us, we are more than satisfied. Qiao Miao sighed and shook her head. My good intentions have turned me into the green tea. Truly, I should have kept my mouth shut.
Huffed.
Ingwuhua and Jin Xingfei were on the verge of spitting blood. Has Qiao Miao cast a spell on these people? Why are they defending her so vigorously? They dared not speak further. Continuing would lead them to ruin. Well, let us see what the situation is. We will know after trying. The two decided to personally test whether Qiao Miao's method truly works. Qiao Miao smiled. Let us go, I will lead you. After preparing, the three entered the Xian-level waterfall. Without hesitation, Qiao Miao began to absorb the essence within the waterfall. Seeing her, Jin Xingfei and Ingwuhua quickly adjusted their breathing and began to absorb the waterfall's essence as well. Initially, it was excruciating, as if their bodies were on the verge of being crushed by the waterfall's force, but gradually, the immense essence flowed into their bodies, enhancing their muscles. In an instant, both realized the truth, their faces reflecting astonishment. This method is indeed so effective. Compared to their previous experience at the Tianlu waterfall, the efficiency of cultivation had increased tenfold. Not only was the cultivation speed astonishing, but they also felt no physical harm. It was simply miraculous. No wonder it has been said that this is the true method of the Tianlu waterfall, yet it had remained undiscovered for so many years. The Tianlu waterfall has been at Nine Sword Mountain since its inception, but no one had ever realized its true potential. At this moment, they genuinely felt the terrifying talent, comprehension, and character of Qiao Miao. Previously, they were the ones applying pressure, instilling it upon their peers. And now, Qiao Miao has become the true source of pressure. She will surpass them. It is merely a matter of time. Unbeknownst to Qiao Miao at this moment, the two men, hailed as top talents, were experiencing an unprecedented shift in their mindset. They must catch up. They cannot allow Qiao Miao to outpace them. They will cling to her like shadows, through every lifetime. Suddenly, Qiao Miao stood up. The two men, with their minds racing in ecstasy, were left bewildered. Did they inadvertently voice their thoughts? What is wrong with you? Qiao Miao blinked. I think I've trained enough here. I feel ready to move to the earth-level waterfall. The two were taken aback. Huh? Qiao Miao, here at the Xian-level waterfall, I no longer feel any pain. Staying here would be a waste of time. In unison, the two exclaimed, Damn it. How long has it been? A terrifying thought struck their minds. Qiao Miao can't possibly intend to establish her foundation today, right? That's impossible. Chapter 53, Reclaiming the Title of Number 1 in the World. Under the bewildered expressions of everyone, Qiao Miao silently walked towards the earth-level waterfall. Who am I, where am I, and what am I doing? Previously, when Chao Miao swiftly transitioned from the Huang-level waterfall to the Xian-level waterfall, everyone thought it was merely the result of a high-level elder dominating the novice village. But now, they realized she is not a high-level elder. How could she have completed the Xian-level waterfall in just a few hours? This speed is astonishing. Chao Miao sat at the earth-level waterfall, first testing the waters at the edge. In and out, in and out. What is Chao Miao doing? Chao Miao winced slightly. That hurts a bit. With that, she placed a massage chair beneath the earth-level waterfall, closed her eyes, and decisively lay down. This maneuver left everyone utterly dumbfounded.
Huh?
This is what you call pain? She just lay down. I believe we cannot view Chao Miao through the lens of normalcy. It would severely impact us truly normal individuals.
You are absolutely right.
On the other side, in the Jade Clear Peak Hall, a group of elders had learned of Chao Miao's actions. Each one wore an expression of disbelief. Except for Yenge. Chomshui, is this how you grant permissions with the High Elder's decree? Yenge shrugged. Isn't this what you agreed upon? That all resources are available to her? Chomshui, but I never said you could hand over the High Elder's decree. Do you realize what this implies? Yenge. It implies that I have given the High Elder's decree to Chao Miao. The other elders, who had remained silent, now grew even more so upon hearing this. You certainly know how to speak. Chomshui took a deep breath. The High Elder represents the sect's strongest power and is also its face. Have you considered whether the master would accept this? It's a matter of disgrace for our sect. Yenge picked at his nose, appearing indifferent. The disgrace you speak of stems from developing the true method of the Tianlu waterfall, which you all have failed to uncover for generations, or from her igniting the sect's enthusiasm for cultivation. Chomshui was at a loss for words. That is a different matter. Chao Miao's actions are indeed meritorious, almost more beneficial than what a true High Elder could accomplish in a decade. This isn't his stubbornness, it's just that the master is an exceptionally strict person. Back when he and Yenge were both disciples of the master, they often found themselves beaten over the smallest disagreements. If the master were to learn of this, he might just give Chao Miao a thorough thrashing. Can that little frame of hers withstand such punishment? At that moment, Yenge spoke up. Rather than overthinking, why not consider where the High Elder's decree originates? One sentence caused everyone to ponder. Right, the High Elder's decree should belong to the High Elder. So how could it be in Yenge's possession and given to Chao Miao? Something is amiss. Could it be that you stole the High Elder's decree? Yenge, if I could steal it, I would have become the High Elder myself long ago. Trust me, he is that kind of person who dares to take action. Suddenly, everyone entertained a possibility. This decision couldn't have been made by the High Elder himself, could it? At that moment, Yenge smiled faintly. Otherwise, 3 words caused everyone to gasp in shock. It truly was the High Elder's own decision. Why? Although everyone knew that the High Elder favored Yenge and treated him with leniency, the extent of this leniency was utterly astonishing. After all, that decree represents the face of the sect and the highest authority aside from the sect leader. Yenge casually remarked, what other reason could there be? Naturally, the old man valued Chao Miao's talent and comprehension, deciding to devote the entire sect's resources to cultivate her. That makes some sense.
Wait.
If it was merely to cultivate Chao Miao with the full resources of the sect, there would be no need to use the High Elder's decree. A saint-child decree like that of Wu Hua would suffice. The High Elder's actions cannot be so simple. Oh, you've caught on.
Yan Loket.
A wild grin that nearly caused his fake beard to fall off. After readjusting himself, he cleared his throat. Everyone, at this point, you still want to act foolish. Enough already. The Grand Elder had never encountered Qi Miao. Such a cautious individual would never make such a decision without prior contact. What could have prompted him? Even if Qi Miao possessed extraordinary talent, wielding the weeping sword should not have left the Grand Elder in such a perplexed state. Yenge, what are you concealing? Yenge pursed his lips, his gaze growing increasingly enigmatic. Who informed you that the old man had never laid eyes on Qi Miao? It was precisely because he had seen her that he acted in this manner. The Grand Elder had indeed met Qi Miao?
When?
The moment these words were uttered, everyone present was taken aback. Once, Nine Sword Mountain was indeed the foremost sect in the realm. However, since the Weeping Sword was enshrined in the Sword Tomb, relying on the entire sect's spiritual energy for sustenance, the cultivation environment of Nine Sword Mountain had deteriorated compared to the other top 10 sections. Coupled with subsequent events, The disciples of Nine Sword Mountain had progressively weakened. Although they still bore the title of one of the top 10 sects, they had long since fallen from grace. Yet, the Grand Elder's protection and the potential significance of the Weeping Sword as the key to the Heavenly Sorrow Cave allowed Nine Sword Mountain to maintain a semblance of stature in the cultivation world. Various factors permitted Nine Sword Mountain to barely cling to its place among the top 10 sections. But with the Grand Elder's time drawing near, how much longer could this situation endure? Once the Grand Elder passed away, Nine Sword Mountain would undoubtedly descend from its pedestal, and it would likely face genuine desolation. On the surface, everyone appeared harmonious, yet the underlying suffering was known only to them. But why Miao? Her talent was certainly sufficient. However, in the world of cultivation, predictions are futile, and no one can afford to gamble. A gamble invites retribution sooner or later. How could the Grand Elder risk everything, placing all hope upon Miao based solely on a fleeting glance? At that moment, Yan Go interlaced his fingers. Above, a peculiar layer of dark clouds gathered ominously over Nine Sword Mountain. Yan Go spoke. The time is nigh. All causes and effects will be unveiled if you accompany me to the Heavenly Flow Waterfall. Chapter 54. Miao's Tribulation. What was once clear weather transformed almost instantaneously into a sky thick with dark clouds, fortuitously hovering directly above the Heavenly Flow Waterfall. A hint of confusion arose in everyone's hearts. How could the weather change so abruptly? Just moments ago, it had been fine. This sudden shift felt suspicious, as if someone were about to break through, drawing forth a tribulation. Drawing forth a tribulation? Ridiculous. The scale of these dark clouds could not possibly be attributed to mere tribulation lightning, and only those at the Golden Core stage or higher could summon a heavenly tribulation. It is only when one breaks through from Golden Core to Nascent Soul that they would attract such a trial. Cultivating is inherently an endeavor against fate, dismissed as a joke by outsiders, yet those who tread this path never dare to take it lightly. Their cultivation endeavors aim to seize the essence of heaven and earth, acquiring transcendent power. Nature would not bestow such gifts upon any cultivator without consequence. Countless have perished in tribulations, yet those who survive gain immense strength. However, tribulations are specific. They do not manifest as expansively as the clouds currently enveloping Nine Sword Mountain. Thus, many hesitated to accept that this was indeed a tribulation cloud. You claim this is a tribulation? Clearly, you lack experience. For a true tribulation, someone must be breaking through. Who has broken through? Speak up. Indeed, under any circumstance, someone must be advancing. Wait, look. The sect leader and the elders. What brings them here? Several esteemed figures had appeared at the heart of the thundercloud, their gazes directed downward. Following their line of sight, one could see Miao, her eyes resolute, staring at the dark clouds, her abdomen faintly glowing with spiritual energy. Closest to her were Jin Xingfei and Ing Wuhua, who greeted the elders. Greetings, sect leader, esteemed elders. He Yifan furrowed his brow, his voice steady. Wuhua, Xingfei. You must quickly vacate the area and make room for Miao. Upon hearing this, both displayed a look of confusion, seemingly unprepared for such words from the elder. Make room for Miao? Ing Wuhua bit his lip, hesitating to inquire. Are the elders implying? He did not finish his thought. But the elders closed their eyes in tacit agreement. They turned to Miao, who had seated herself on the ground, beginning to regulate her breath. Miao was about to break through. The implications of this news were monumental for them. They gazed skyward, where lightning flickered amidst the dark clouds. Jin Xingfei was astonished, but Miao, even if she were to break through, is merely at the foundation establishment stage. How could this summon a tribulation? Moreover, a tribulation of such magnitude. I have never heard of anyone summoning a tribulation at the foundation establishment stage. He struggled to maintain his composure. Ing Wuhua, too, reminisced about witnessing a golden core breakthrough to Nascent Soul. It had not been of such exaggerated scale. As they regarded Miao, their shock rendered them increasingly dazed. Yet they dared not linger, swiftly retreating from her side. Heavenly thunder possesses sentience. Should they be deemed to interfere with Miao's breakthrough, the tribulation might strike them as well. The two moved to stand beside the elders. He Yifan remarked, she is no ordinary individual. Thus, it is only natural that her breakthrough exceeds comprehension. I fear the foundation she is establishing is far from simple. His words jolted the two into recalling a term Miao had recently mentioned. Heavenly Path Foundation Establishment. Could it be? She had only spoken of it a day prior. Could she truly be so formidable? That was the legendary foundation establishment. A bead of cold sweat formed on their brows. Meanwhile, the elders continued to observe Qi Miao's breakthrough. The thunderclouds swirled ominously, seemingly on the verge of unleashing their fury, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Chongshu spoke. Wuhua, Jin Xingfei. You must swiftly evacuate all disciples from within the heavenly flow waterfall, but do not allow them to stray too far. Keep them within a kilometer radius to observe. Gather those not at the heavenly flow waterfall as well. Wuhua did not hesitate to comply. Understood. Jin Xingfei cast a worried glance at Qi Miao. Elders. Will Qi Miao be alright? The scale of this thundercloud is uncertain. Whether Qi Miao could endure the tribulation was indeed a matter of concern. Only Yen Ge squinted. A smile gracing his lips. She is my disciple. I would never take on a prodigy unless I was certain. Rest assured, there will be no problems. His assurance prompted Jin Xingfei to nod, and he and Wuhua took to the skies to manage the situation. Chongshu glared at Yen Ge, resentment in his eyes. How can you deceive them? Qi Miao's cultivation level is insufficient, yet the intensity of this tribulation is terrifying. The likelihood of her surviving is minuscule. If she were to perish in this tribulation, how would you justify it to them? If I do not first provide them with assurance, they will never feel at ease. Yen Ge countered, unyielding, then turned his gaze back to Qi Miao. She is my disciple. I say she will be fine, and thus she shall endure. Should she falter, I shall bear the burden in her stead. Yen Ji's words struck deep, piercing through his own heart. In the past, his sect had faced tragic misfortune, leading to the destruction of his disciples overnight. He vowed that nothing would hinder his efforts to protect Qi Miao, even in the face of this thunderous tribulation. Even if he were to shield Qi Miao from its wrath, risking his own demise, he remained resolute. Chong Lu and the other elders fell silent, refraining from uttering another word. Meanwhile, the girl on the ground, with rare petulance, exclaimed, "Stop bickering.
Just stop.
Lao Deng, you locked me away for so long before. I certainly don't want her help in facing this thunderstorm. I can endure it myself. After all, I, Qi Miao, possess unparalleled talent. My comprehension is extraordinary. My merit is boundless. I have even slain beings during their tribulation. How can I fear this mere bolt of thunder?
Come fort.
After brewing for so long, if you truly possess the power, strike me down."
Boom.
Chapter 55, The Legendary Ninth Thunder Tribulation. At that moment, the long-anticipated lightning descended, striking directly upon Qi Miao. The bolt was immensely thick, and its terrifying might far surpassed that which she had encountered in the sword crypt. Even with her Xian Yuan technique activated, she felt pain coursing through her body, emitting cries of distress.
Ouch.
It hurts so much. Gazing skyward, she had no time to brace for the second strike, which was already on its way. Qi Miao quickly lowered her head, pleading, "No, I was wrong. I was just boasting. Please grant me half a minute to recover." Witnessing the scene, everyone was left dumbfounded. They had never seen anything like it. This thunderstorm seemed almost sentient. Moreover, she added, "Master, what I said about not needing your help was merely for show. Since it's recorded, if I can't withstand it, you must assist me." Upon hearing this, the elders felt their minds shrink in disbelief, nearly bursting with frustration. Yen Ge was particularly incensed, feeling a fire ignite in his chest. How can this girl be so reckless during her tribulation? Chong Lu remarked, it would indeed be strange if she were compliant. Nevertheless, this was a matter of life and death. The initial thunder's intensity was already formidable. Who knew how many more would follow, and whether she could endure them all? Yen Ge mused, I suddenly feel that if the heavenly thunder were to strike her down, it might actually be a service to the common good. Such words should not be uttered lightly, and he quickly spat to ward off ill fortune. Yet, it must be said, Qi Miao's reaction had alleviated the tension among them. In other words, if Qi Miao herself was unperturbed, what right did they have to be anxious? They were like idle hands fretting over trivial matters, akin to a eunuch fretting while the emperor remained calm. What was her true condition, to provoke such a thunderstorm while breaking through to the foundation establishment stage? What was she truly up to? How many bolts of thunder could be expected? The number of strikes during a tribulation was indeed significant. While Qi Miao's situation was somewhat exceptional, it was unlikely that the storm would continue indefinitely. The more thunder she faced, the greater the benefits she would reap afterward. Capped at 9 strikes, most individuals faced only 3 to 6, with those exceeding 6 typically possessing extraordinary qualifications. Qi Miao was merely at the Qi refinement stage. To endure 3 strikes would already be a feat against nature. As for 9 strikes, that was merely a legend. No one in the cultivation world had ever achieved it, regardless of their realm or power. However, Qi Miao's calm demeanor was misleading. She merely disliked causing others worry. This tribulation was no ordinary trial. Only through her own experience would she know if she could withstand it. If several more bolts descended, she might not survive. The second bolt was soon upon her, and Qi Miao's breath grew, increasingly strained. I must endure. The second strike was even stronger than the first, leaving her charred and blackened. The storm clouds continued to gather. The third bolt.
Boom.
Qi Miao summoned the weeping sword, levitating it in the air, channeling her spiritual energy to resist. Blood trickled from her lips. The elders' faces brightened. Had she endured? But soon they realized something was amiss. The storm clouds remained ominously thick. As the fourth bolt approached, the intensity of the tribulation would double.
Damn.
This girl is merely at the Qi refinement stage. What is she doing? The fourth strike fell swiftly, and it was a full measure thicker than the third. Qi Miao exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" To her astonishment, this method actually worked. She withstood the fourth strike, yet the storm clouds showed no sign of dispersing. The fifth, the sixth, each bolt more powerful than the last. Qi Miao's consciousness began to blur. As she gazed at the persistent storm clouds, her mind teetered on the brink of madness. A frantic smile broke across her face. "You must be joking. Is this never-ending? If you can, strike me down. Let us see who is stronger, you or I." As she spoke, a golden light radiated from her, causing a multitude of lower-ranked disciples to kneel in awe. They too wished to curse aloud. They had come merely to spectate, yet now found themselves forced to bow. Her merits provided her with the fortitude to endure the seventh strike. Yet the storm still loomed. 8 bolts of tribulation? Am I mad, or has the heavenly path gone mad? Is it determined to see her perish? The 8th bolt was nearly 5 times stronger than the 7th. She could not withstand it. She should surrender. There would be other opportunities. Yan Go grew anxious, declaring, "I will bear the 8th strike for her." He dashed toward the heart of the storm. Midway, the girl's voice thundered, "Get back. This is my tribulation. I will bear it myself." She stood unsteadily, her garments tattered and worn, her figure appearing incredibly diminutive to all. The ground beneath her was uneven, ravaged by the ferocity of the thunderstorm. Yan Go was taken aback as he observed her eyes, which bore the weight of exhaustion, yet sparkled with a defiant smile, tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction. She was resolute. She desired to be the strongest. In the realm of cultivation, all things are equal. Some individuals deceive the tribulation through various means, resulting in unstable breakthroughs at the lowest tier of their rank. Qi Miao rejected such shortcuts. She aimed for excellence. Amidst the shock of onlookers, the 8th bolt struck down without warning. Her life flickered like a candle in the wind, perilously close to extinguishing. Yet the storm clouds still gathered. 9 bolts of tribulation? A first in the annals of the cultivation world. It is said that only an extraordinary act could summon the 9th bolt. What on earth has Qi Miao done? This surpasses the realm of mere talent. In the days of granting Qi Miao freedom to flourish, they never anticipated she would accomplish such earth-shattering feats. In the heavens, other figures began to emerge. These figures did not belong to the 9-Sword Mountain, but hailed from various factions, drawn by the commotion of the thunderstorm. They had not intended to intervene. Yet the appearance of the 9th bolt rendered them incapable of observing passively. 9 bolts of heavenly thunder. Is it truly possible? What kind of prodigy has 9-Sword Mountain nurtured? Is a golden age about to be rekindled? If she can withstand the 9th bolt, it would not merely herald a golden age, but transcend any era that has come before. Legend has it that when the first mortal successfully endures the 9 bolts of tribulation, the heavenly path will cast its gaze upon the world, bestowing blessings and ushering in a new era of supremacy. Such an event would be monumental for the entire cultivation realm. Yet, they had never imagined that it would be a mere Qi refinement stage cultivator achieving this. She must endure the 9th bolt. Chapter 56. A Tapestry of Uncertainty. The gathering of spectators surrounding Qi Miao's tribulation continued to swell, with the majority being core members, even leaders, from the 10 major sects of the cultivation world. Each bore a tense expression, refraining from any reckless actions that might disturb Qi Miao's advancement. Yet, each harbored their own thoughts, silently fixated on the precarious figure of Qi Miao teetering in the midst of the storm. The 9-Sword Mountain has unexpectedly summoned such a monstrous entity. None could have anticipated that the fabled Ninth Thunder Tribulation would be invoked by a Qi refining stage cultivator transcending into the crossing tribulation stage. Should she succeed, the realms of cultivation would ascend to unprecedented heights. If she fails, the world would lose a formidable aberration. They yearned to assist Qi Miao in enduring the Thunder Tribulation, yet even the mightiest among them would face the peril of soul obliteration should they attempt to shield her from a single strike. This is the immutable decree of the heavenly path. At this moment, Qi Miao found herself in a dire state, struggling even to catch her breath. Gritting her teeth, her mind was a blank slate, and instinctively, she cursed. Is it truly my fate to be struck down? If the Ninth Thunder descends, I shall surely perish. I cannot die so easily here. Resolutely, she produced a peculiar artifact resembling a trumpet. Its bizarre form left everyone bewildered. What could it possibly be? As they pondered, the trumpet resonated with a sound that echoed across the entirety of Nine Sword Mountain. Oh, how tragic is my fate! How unjustly wronged am I! I was once a peerless prodigy, my talents astonishing all, and my comprehension inciting envy. I ascended to the late Qi refining stage in merely 3 days. Moreover, I have vanquished foes during their crossing tribulation. Alas, I was deceived by treacherous individuals, imprisoned in the Thunder Punishment Peak, unable to escape, and subjected to the bizarre taunts and threats from the Peak Master. How wretched I am! How I loathe this! Yan Ge, you shameless fiend! You torment a mere 15-year-old girl. The voice unmistakably belonged to Qi Miao, infused with an inexplicable surge of spiritual energy that swayed the emotions of the crowd, leaving them in a state of bewilderment as they turned their gazes toward Yan Ge. Yan Ge had indeed humiliated Qi Miao with bizarre language and mistreated her? Suddenly, expressions of incredulity swept across the assembly. How could one imprison a prodigious talent? Yan Ji's face flushed with embarrassment. She speaks nonsense. Qi Miao, what are you doing? Why are you still carrying on like this after being released? Others voiced their disbelief. Yan Ge found himself at a loss for words. Just then, the sound ceased, and Qi Miao addressed the trumpet once more. My apologies, I misfired. Everyone was taken aback. Yan Ge was left speechless. How could one make such a mistake? I sincerely suspect you are seeking personal revenge, maliciously tarnishing my reputation. Qi Miao then proclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, if you possess any restorative or strength-enhancing elixirs, please cast them my way. You insist that I must endure the 9th heavenly tribulation, and I have heard you loud and clear. It is now time for you to contribute. I explicitly inform you that in my current condition, I am incapable of withstanding this 9th thunder tribulation. If you genuinely wish for me to succeed, then shower me with your treasures. Her words elicited hesitation among the crowd, particularly among the core members of other sections. Yet, some were unhesitant, such as Ing Wuhuer, Jin Xingfei, and Yan Ge. After these three set an example, Chong Shu and several elders, along with other disciples of Nine Sword Mountain, began tossing their valuable items to Qi Miao. However, outsiders remained reluctant. Jin Xingfei sneered, You wish to reap the benefits of Qi Miao's breakthrough without offering anything in return? Is there truly such a thing as a free lunch? This opportunity is singular. Should you miss it, it will be lost forever. While his words lacked direct aggression, they were undeniably threatening. If Qi Miao could indeed endure the tribulation and usher in a new era, it would benefit all. Conversely, if she failed, their treasures would be for naught. Even the typically taciturn Ing Wuhuer chimed in. You have hidden within Nine Sword Mountain for so long. If you do not wish to part with something, at least pay your rent. Jin Xingfei concurred. What Brother Wuhuer says is entirely correct. Otherwise, the elders of our sect may not concur. The elders, unexpectedly summoned, were left baffled. Only Yan Ge, quick to react, looked at Qi Miao and the two others in disbelief. Were they still scheming for more? Yet he stepped forward, unleashing an aura of the divine transformation realm. What my disciples say is indeed true. If you do not relinquish some treasures today, you will surely regret it in the future. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity for the cultivation world. Your fate now lies in your hands. At this moment, it became clear to everyone. This was outright robbery. But they protested. We are all here for the cultivation world. This is for the greater good. Such righteous words only served to darken their expressions. Reluctantly, they began to part with their treasures. Among them was a 5th-grade elixir, the blossoming elixir, which ensured survival as long as one drew breath. There was also the Earth-grade artifact, the Linglong Pagoda, with astonishing defensive capabilities to aid her in overcoming this tribulation. Almost everyone surrendered extraordinary treasures to Qi Miao. Though they felt the pinch, Nine Sword Mountain had openly declared their intent. Failure to comply would lead to misfortune on their own turf. Furthermore, given the unique nature of this event, even if they later sought recourse with their backers, it would only result in their disgrace. What a cunning scheme of coercion and allure. When did Nine Sword Mountain become so audacious? Qi Miao ultimately amassed a considerable trove of items. Yet, she feigned usage, secretly stashing them in her storage ring. In truth, she did consume several life-saving and restorative elixirs. Above the heavens, thunder rumbled ominously. Qi Miao took a deep breath. The moment had finally arrived. This time, the lightning bore hints of violet, exceedingly strange and robust. The mere release of its aura sent shivers down the spines of all present. Violet lightning? This ninth bolt was tenfold stronger than the eighth. Could anyone withstand such a force? Fear not. She has extracted so many treasures from us. She will surely prevail. Just then, a thunderous crash echoed, as if divine punishment had descended. The lightning obliterated everything in Qi Miao's vicinity, resembling the breath of a world-ending dragon, its terrifying might expanding outward. The prominent figures sensed something amiss. This was not merely tenfold the power of the eighth lightning, it was 100-fold. Retreat. Everyone fall back. Evacuate the area immediately. At that moment, the crowd turned their gaze to the heart of the thundercloud, and their jaws dropped in astonishment. In the very center of the heavily clouded land, a colossal tower had miraculously emerged, drawing the violet lightning, standing resolute against the onslaught. Suspended in midair, amidst the tempest of thunder, was a ragged young girl. Her long hair billowing chaotically in the storm, her expression one of haughty defiance. I, Qi Miao, find the Nine Thunder Tribulations nothing more than a triviality. Her voice, having improved due to the consumption of numerous elixirs, resonated with mirth, harmonizing perfectly with the breathtaking spectacle of the lightning connecting heaven and earth, leaving all in awe. What is that tower? How could it deflect the tribulation? Not only does it divert the thunder, but the essence of the tribulation descends directly into her being. Is there truly such a method to evade the tribulation while reaping its essence? What treasures has Nine Sword Mountain been concealing all these years? The people of Nine Sword Mountain were equally bewildered. What had they hidden? This artifact has nothing to do with Nine Sword Mountain. It is her own creation. Chom Shu's breath quickened as he struggled to comprehend the unforeseen turn of events. He attempted to explain, but outsiders were unconvinced. Such an ingenious method could not possibly be of her own design. Nine Sword Mountain, you are quite the actor. You seem intent on playing the victim while orchestrating grand schemes. You see, who would believe that she could foresee her breakthrough in foundational cultivation would coincide with encountering the tribulation of thunder? Chom Shu exclaimed, yes. I was feigning death at Jujian Mountain. How infuriating! I explained, yet they still do not believe. He gestured dismissively. It seemed that the thunder tribulation had passed. But it had not. If the tribulation had indeed concluded, the injuries on the one undergoing the trial would have healed, and they would have successfully ascended to a new realm. However, Qi Miao showed no signs of any such indicators. The purple lightning continued to strike, as if inexhaustible. Qi Miao was equally bewildered. In that moment, Yan Ji's expression tightened. Something was amiss. The more formidable the thunder tribulation, the higher its sentience. The prolonged duration of the tribulation indicated that Qi Miao had evaded it through some means. Concurrently, a mysterious and ancient voice resonated, proclaiming punishment. Was that the voice of the celestial beings? The celestial voice declared a punishment for Qi Miao. At that instant, Qi Miao felt the power of the heavenly thunder behind her swell, reaching an unbelievable magnitude, and a sense of crisis emanated from the depths of her soul.
Flee, flee, flee.
These words echoed in her mind. Yet, her body remained immobile, as the bolts of lightning were so thick they broke free from the lightning rod's pull, dispersing into numerous currents, transforming the area into a storm of thunder. The might of the thunder was immense. Every strand and thread bore an overwhelming consciousness, as if countless eyes were fixated upon one spot. Qi Miao had become the target and epicenter of this tremendous thunder.
Punishment, punishment, punishment.
The thunder emitted such sounds, akin to the celestial beings expressing their discontent towards Qi Miao's evasion of the ninth thunder tribulation.
Ah!
Qi Miao's voice tore through the air. As the lightning from all directions seemed intent on tearing her limbs apart, pulling her flesh from her pores. The pain rendered her completely unconscious. It was in this moment that a voice suddenly shouted, "Concentrate.
Cultivate.
Qi Miao recognized the figure approaching. It was Yan Ge. His gaze had shifted from its usual demeanor. He had completely lost his rationality, lunging towards Qi Miao as the laws of thunder dismantled his spiritual power and flesh. What of heavenly punishment? You shall not harm my disciple. He bellowed, and a being resembling him, his avatar, appeared, transforming into a black hole that absorbed the lightning.
Ha 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 ha.
Nothing more than this. Nothing more than this. He spoke, yet he was already bleeding profusely, much like Qi Miao. The rules forbade anyone from taking on another's thunder tribulation. He had crossed the line. Qi Miao's mind was nearly blank, utterly unprepared for the fact that, under such terrifying heavenly punishment, Yan Ge would recklessly come forth to bear this tribulation on her behalf. This was the first time someone had truly fulfilled their promise to protect her. What are you dawdling for? Do you wish for my demise? Cultivate. Qi Miao gritted her teeth and began to cultivate. Tools, elixirs, the light of merit, the weeping sword. The lightning showed no sign of abating. Meanwhile, Yan Ge tightly embraced her. It's all right. A single heavenly punishment will only cause one to fall. After one falls, it shall cease. I have vowed not to let my disciple perish again. Qi Miao was astonished. Yet, as he embraced her, he gradually relinquished his spiritual power, choosing to withstand the heavenly punishment with his mortal body, a conclusion that was undoubtedly fatal. Qi Miao's mind was a whirlwind. Her expression twisted in anguish. In her sea of consciousness, a colossal grinding wheel emerged. It seemed as though everyone could see the shadows of divine beings propelling the wheel. The wheel rolled over the thunder. Suddenly, both Qi Miao and Yan Ge fainted and fell. The heavenly punishment dissipated, as if everything that had transpired was merely a fleeting dream, a dream of torrential rain, pattering down. Everyone stood in disbelief at what they had witnessed. What was that grinding wheel? How could it obliterate divine punishment? What exactly was it? They turned their gazes towards Qi Miao and Yan Ge, their hearts stirred by turbulent waves. Finally, a rift tore through the center of the dark clouds. Rays of light pierced through, widening the breach and forming a luminous portal, allowing a rush of fresh, untainted air to fill everyone's lungs. The light within the portal illuminated the surrounding rain, transforming the transparent droplets into a golden hue. The once destroyed waterfall and vegetation, ravaged by the terrifying 9 bolts of celestial thunder and divine punishment, astonishingly began to regenerate and even flourish. The rain intensified, spreading throughout the entire realm of cultivation. Some, still trembling from shock, murmured, "Golden rain, a blessing from the heavenly path, a drop gives rise to all things." In an instant, the heavens opened and the clouds dispersed. The surroundings became brilliantly clear. The concentration of spiritual energy surged rapidly, and wondrous essences flowed into Qi Miao's being, causing her to rise. At long last, the distant and ancient voice resounded once more. The tribulation bearer of Miao continent has surpassed the 9 foundational thunder tribulations. Congratulations to the tribulation bearer, the heavenly path to foundation. The celestial voice echoed 3 times, followed by an even more mysterious and immense power, as if whispering in everyone's ears, "Bestowal." As the celestial voice faded, Qi Miao pondered, the heavenly path to foundation? Suddenly, Yan Ge, who had been lying motionless on the ground, burst into laughter. The heavenly path to foundation?
Ha ha ha.
I knew it. My disciple is an unparalleled genius. Chapter 58. It seems my Qi Miao has truly died. Wait, something seems amiss. Look quickly. Qi Miao, why hasn't she awakened? If it were anyone else, I might think it an accident, but with Qi Miao, I feel that if you approach her, she might suddenly spring up to show off. Who will go and slap her? Let us see if she is feigning or if it's real. Who will slap her? Can anyone even say such a thing? Although many present wished to do so, the thought of the consequences afterward left them apprehensive. No way, I'm scared.
Moments later.
Yan Ge approached and shook Qi Miao's body. Stop pretending, my impressive disciple. Wake up, it's your turn to show off. Yet, Qi Miao remained unresponsive. Still pretending? If you keep this up, I'll slap you. You know this isn't personal. I'm not holding a grudge against you. He then took a deep breath and slapped Qi Miao across the face. The crowd gasped. What? He really did it? It doesn't he feel like he is trying to wake her, but rather settling a personal score? After the slap, Miao ought to awaken, right? Yet, she remained still. In confusion, Yengo reached out and touched her nose. His face turned pale as he quickly grasped Miao's wrist and slapped his own face. Don't scare me. Hit me. Wake up and hit me back. You, who hold grudges, should retaliate. The onlookers were left bewildered by this scene. What was happening? Were they playing some new form of admiration for each other? Cheng Shua sensed something was off and examined Miao. Upon doing so, his face turned ashen. Miao, she has no breath. What do we do? Our Miao seems truly dead. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Showing off is also a means of survival, successfully unlocking the mall system. Considering the host exceeded the task and showing off is also a means of survival, gaining fame across Miao continent. The system will additionally grant foundational points for the mall system. Task rewards are being distributed. Task rewards have been credited. The host is advised to check promptly. Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the mall system, having grandly showcased their prowess in Miao continent, becoming a star in the eyes of countless. And now the host is presented with a new task. Cultivation is also a means of survival. Task. Cultivation is also a means of survival. Task introduction. As a successful survivor, one must cultivate a substantial circle of steadfast allies who can stand by you in critical moments, nurturing them to become stronger, so that you may thrive behind them, enduring till the end of time. Task objective, specifically train 5 prodigies with root values exceeding 95. Task progress, 0-5. Task reward, 10,000 shopping points, a random special skill. Miao's mind was still engulfed in confusion when she heard the voice of the survival history system. Upon seeing this new task, she couldn't help but exclaim, "You want me to teach them how to work? Survival history system. What can be done? Would you rather confront a formidable adversary alone in the future? Miao, you speak of root values above 95 so easily. How many in the realm of cultivation possess such a value? Even geniuses like Wang W, who only have a root value of 94, just shy of the mark. Survival history system. My dear, the world has changed. Miao. Huh? Survival history system. Delightful. The cultivation world is exhilarating now. You have endured 9 heavenly tribulations. The heavenly Tao has blessed the entire Miao continent, as you refer to the realm of cultivation, elevating it to a new level. Times have changed. Once you leave this place, you shall understand. Leave this place? Miao was taken aback, then quickly regained her composure, opening her eyes to survey her surroundings, only to realize she was floating on the surface of the water. It felt as though she were enveloped in a realm of mystery. Surrounded by picturesque scenery reminiscent of poetry and art, bamboo groves, fragrant blossoms, and leaves that never fell. It was as beautiful as an ink painting. Where is this? Survival history system. Unknown. You endured 9 heavenly tribulations and divine punishments, and your life signs were nearly extinguished. However, at that moment, a sudden force shielded you and brought you here. Miao. So, am I dead or not? Survival history system. Not dead. You're far too resilient to perish so easily. Miao smiled. It seems my survival skills are quite remarkable to earn your confidence. Survival history system. No. They say calamities last for 1,000 years. There are few like you. You must have at least 10,000 years left to live. Miao. How can I vex this survival history system a bit? Seemingly sensing something amiss, the survival history system hastily changed its tone. Would you like to take a look at my shopping system? The little cat in the shop can do backflips.
Miao, really?
Let me see. The survival history system eagerly opened the shopping interface. As a result, superb muscle lines, first recharge free. Advertisements again? Don't you see? If you ignore me, I will close it.
Close.
As she closed one, another popped up. Double shopping points for the first recharge, numerous gifts, an extraordinary 4,000% package. The amount of trashy ads is astonishing. Miao said with a frown, if I see these rubbish ads again, I will cut your privileges. The survival history system coughed awkwardly. Without the ads, the items on the page appeared far more reasonable. Ancient Sacred Bloodline, 1 million points. Ultra Rare Collectible Outfit, 100,000 points. Heavenly Grade Spirit Root Gift Pack, 1 million points. The abundance of dazzling goods left her breathless. Survival history system. Isn't it impressive? Don't you want it?
Miao, ido.
Survival history system, but you cannot afford any of it.
Miao, what?
Survival history system. Look at the bottom right corner. In the bottom right corner, it displayed that she had only 10,000 points.
Miao.
Survival history system. As long as you diligently complete tasks, you'll thrive till the end of time. And all of these will belong to you.
Wa. Miao. Hehe. Wa.
Hee.
Wa.
Why to your father? Miao, in a fit of anger, closed the shopping system. It felt akin to a handsome man teasing her while she had nothing to satisfy his advances. The survival history system, feeling wronged,
said, "You scold me."
Miao, not only that, I want to slap you. With an eye roll, she turned, only to suddenly spot a figure ahead. When had this figure appeared? Chapter 59, The Greatest Deception. The figure Miao beheld was clad in a grand robe adorned with cranes and auspicious clouds, seated upon a massive stone. He had his eyes closed, appearing exceedingly aged, like a withered branch devoid of vitality. His hair flowed like white threads, wispy and long, swaying in the wind. Just from afar, he instilled a profound sense of tranquility within her. Miao felt irresistibly drawn to the figure, unconsciously stepping forward. She waved her hand. Hello, Moses?
Ohayo, Zenua.
It seemed not to be a language barrier. He truly did not make a single sound. Miao gazed at his lengthy beard, cautiously reaching out to touch it. The texture is quite pleasant. It would be suitable for a double ponytail. But a double ponytail for a beard might not be appropriate, right? However, at that moment, the figure opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were those? Kind and compassionate, as if everything in the world could find forgiveness in his gaze. He smiled gently. A double ponytail? An intriguing idea, is it not? As he spoke, his beard split and transformed into the shape of a double ponytail. Miao was initially taken aback, then her eyes sparkled with delight. Wow. You can hear my thoughts? And you're willing to entertain such a quirky idea. You're a good old man. The old man, awarded the title of good old man, chuckled. Thank you for the compliment. Miao bit her lip and asked, You protected me and brought me here, didn't you?
Who are you?
The good old man gazed intently at Miao. Why don't you take a guess? Direct answers seem a bit dull. Miao placed a finger on her lips, then her eyes darted. You are the Grand Elder? The old man's eyes brightened as if he had never encountered such an amusing thing. Clearly intrigued by Miao, how did you deduce that so quickly? Miao explained, My master, at the god transformation stage, could not help me survive the heavenly tribulation. This implies that whoever aided me must possess a cultivation level exceeding that of my master. Few in the Miao continent can achieve this, and none are publicly known. In terms of power, only those reclusive great figures would be capable. Regarding allegiance, one who aids me to survive would naturally not be my enemy. Thus, I concluded my gaze must fall upon one pivotal point, my Grand Elder's token. It is said my master is a disciple of the Grand Elder. And since the Grand Elder remains hidden, he must have approved my possession of this token. The strongest in our sect is undoubtedly the Grand Elder. If I, as his disciple, am in peril, it is most probable he would come to my aid. After articulating her reasoning, the good old man chuckled softly. No wonder everyone treasures you. Your intellect surpasses that of all the others from GGN Mountain combined. He looked at her, unable to suppress his fondness. How many years has it been? Finally, GGN Mountain has produced a clever one. What a wonderful girl. How could she be deemed inferior? Outsiders love to spread rumors. The old master gazed fondly at his disciple, finding her increasingly delightful. Miao laughed bashfully, scratching her head. Oh dear. It's not good for you to praise me like that. After all, they might not even have a brain among them. Grand Elder. Indeed, they do have their shortcomings. Miao looked up, her gaze sincere. But Grand Elder, regardless, thank you for saving my life. Little did she know, as soon as she spoke, the Grand Elder shook his head. It was not I who saved you, but you yourself. Miao was astonished. Me? Grand Elder. Do you recall what transpired just before the divine punishment sought to eliminate you both? Miao, what happened? She recalled the time when she was nearly frantic, desperately wishing for her master to leave quickly so she wouldn't be a burden. Then, her consciousness trembled. A grinding disc rolled out from her mind, erasing the thunderous tribulations of divine punishment. Was it the grinding disc? The elder smiled and said, Yes, indeed. It is that disc. Without it to nullify the divine punishment, not only I, but even true immortals would be powerless to save you. Miao was taken aback. But isn't that a soul-refining technique? The elder responded, You know better than anyone what kind of technique it is, do you not? No one in this world understands it better than you. For no one else can cultivate that technique like you can. Miao took a deep breath. She had suspected this for quite some time, for the divine demonic breaking thought observation technique was exceedingly profound and even had the shadow of a grinding demon. She could never believe it was merely an ordinary technique. Yet, she was uncertain about its true nature. What was its origin? The elder seemed to have been waiting for this question. I do not know its origins, but I do know that this technique has some connection to the Celestial Sorrow Immortal. Long ago, the Celestial Sorrow Immortal entrusted this technique to his dear friend, who was the ancestor of our sect, instructing him to wait for someone capable of cultivating it. Once perfected, this technique would grant a power governed by certain principles. Principles are powers that belong solely to the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao establishes rules, and through these rules nurtures all living beings. Under the Heavenly Tao, principles reign supreme. No one can transcend these rules, not even during tribulations, not even those so-called immortals. To step beyond the rules is to invite divine retribution. However, this divine demonic breaking thought observation technique can transcend these rules. In a certain sense, it may possess the power to subvert the Heavenly Tao. Do you comprehend the vast mysteries contained within? Miao was also shaken, murmuring in disbelief, the power to subvert the Heavenly Tao. It is well known that cultivation is an act of defiance against the heavens, inviting calamity. If all cultivators cannot achieve ascension, their ultimate fate is inevitably tragic. If one could indeed subvert the Heavenly Tao, it would imply the ability to alter fate, to change a predetermined destiny, to a certain extent, disregard the rules. Miao gasped in astonishment. This technique was researched by the Celestial Sorrow Immortal. The elder chuckled and shook his head. He could not accomplish it. He was unable to master it. Miao was once again struck by a profound revelation. Even the only ascendant, the Celestial Sorrow Immortal, could not master it. Of course, he could not. In truth, aside from you, no one else can. The practitioner of this technique must endure the relentless torment of life and death. A trial no one else can withstand, but you can, for the curse of Yama upon you has accustomed you to this pain, preventing you from collapsing amidst the obliteration and reshaping of your soul. In other words, this technique seems tailor-made for you. Miao swallowed hard. Am I really that remarkable? The elder affirmed. Indeed, you are remarkable. Miao blushed. I'm not that remarkable, really. The elder replied. No, your path appears to be guided by unseen hands. Miao was bewildered.
What do you mean by that?
Do you know the greatest deception in this world? The greatest deception? The elder pointed at Miao's abdomen. Miao was astonished. My extraordinary water snake waist is the greatest deception in the world? No. What is wrong with the water snake waist? The elder fell silent for a moment before speaking again. It is your foundation. The foundation established by the Heavenly Tao. Chapter 60. If the Heavenly Tao is unjust, then one must defy it. A peculiar silence suddenly enveloped the air, lingering for a full 2 minutes. During this time, Miao stared wide-eyed at the elder, until she slowly began to grasp something, her pupils narrowing. What? My foundation established by the Heavenly Tao is a deception?
How can that be?
When I broke through, there was even a celestial sound proclaiming it. I surely established my foundation by the Heavenly Tao. She was drenched in sweat. For the sake of establishing her foundation by the Heavenly Tao, she had endured so much hardship, she had nearly died. And now you tell her that the foundation is a deception. Is this some sort of joke? The lives of common people are at stake. The elder laughed heartily at Miao's anxious expression, showing a fondness typical of elders for their juniors. I never claimed your foundation established by the Heavenly Tao is false. But perhaps you should re-evaluate it? Miao quickly calmed herself, closing her eyes to introspect, gradually exploring this so-called foundation. As the name implies, establishing a foundation means creating a base in the Dantian, which will eventually accommodate spiritual energy, golden cores, and primordial infants. The larger and more resilient the foundation, the more successful the establishment. Yet, even the grandest foundation has its limits. This limit is known as the wall. It signifies that the capacity for spiritual energy is finite. However, Miao could not find any sign of a wall in her foundation. Initially, she thought her foundation was simply too vast and spacious, hence the wall was untraceable. But after searching for some time, there was still no indication of a wall. Only a faint, mysterious, and indescribable elemental energy surrounded her, resembling a black hole, ever accumulating. Senior. It seems my wall is non-existent. The elder was amused by her predicament. There is no need to search. The foundation established by the Heavenly Tao inherently lacks a wall. The foundation is a gift granted by the heavenly Tao. The foundation is the essence of a cultivator, determining how far they can go on their path and where their current limits lie. Thus, many would rather stagnate in the Qi refinement stage for a lifetime than attempt a breakthrough, fearing an unstable foundation that might lead to depletion along the way. All beings have limits in their foundation. For example, certain low-tier spirit beasts, no matter how formidable or fortunate, can only reach the foundation stage or golden core stage. This is due to their bloodline and innate foundation, and they cannot surpass that realm, forever confined. Only the human race can freely establish their foundation, unbound by species. Yet all foundations have an ultimate limit that cannot be crossed. There exists a special type of foundation, one without walls, boundless, utilizing the physical body as its base, perfect and capable of disregarding attributes, transforming all spiritual energy into what is needed. This foundation is what we refer to as the Heavenly Tao Foundation. The elder elaborated on the Heavenly Tao Foundation. Miao listened attentively, providing feedback. So, the capacity of the Heavenly Tao Foundation is limitless, and so is its talent. And its future? The future of those with the Heavenly Tao Foundation breaks biological limits? Miao could intuitively sense the power of the Heavenly Tao Foundation, and she was astounded by the elder's vivid explanation. She gained a certain understanding of her Heavenly Tao Foundation located in her abdomen. However, if the Heavenly Tao Foundation is so powerful, why did you say it is the greatest deception? Miao was genuinely perplexed. The elder chuckled. A cup can only be filled if it has a wall. Otherwise, it will leak. A cup that is full signifies the need for a breakthrough. Without a wall, how can one speak of a breakthrough? With that statement, Miao felt as if struck by lightning, her complexion turning pale. Are you implying that the Heavenly Tao Foundation cannot be broken through? The elder remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. In that instant, Miao felt as if a pair of hands were gripping her throat. She was about to explode. She truly wanted to create a scene. She wanted to cry, throw a tantrum, and hang herself. How could this be? If the Heavenly Tao Foundation cannot be broken through, does that mean I am destined to remain in the foundation stage for life? What golden core, primordial infant, or ascension? None of it relates to me. Why is that? By the injustice of the Heavenly Tao. The elder opened his eyes and suddenly declared, the Heavenly Tao is unjust. Miao stood frozen in place. The Heavenly Tao is unjust? The Grand Elder nodded. Indeed, the way of the heavens is unjust. The celestial path possesses sentience. Any sentient being would not wish to see its status threatened. He devised this deception to ensure that all would operate under his control and within an orderly framework, for only thus could the world endure. Any force excessively powerful within an environment poses a threat capable of annihilating it. The celestial path seeks to eliminate such threats, and its foundation serves as the finest restraint. It stifles the most formidable geniuses in their infancy, compelling them to construct the most perfect foundation in the world, relegating them to a life of mere foundational cultivation. Tell me, is this celestial path just? Miao inhaled sharply, feeling as though a great net bound her, immobilizing her. The powerful often bring destruction, and those sufficiently strong can lead to the complete extinction of an environment. The celestial path's foundation is indeed a perfect bait, quelling potential threats before they can grow out of control, cloaked in the guise of rewards and veiled punishments. The celestial path is unjust. How could the celestial sadness immortal, rumored to have undergone the celestial foundation, ever attain immortality? The Grand Elder dispelled the notion with a single statement. Rumors are ultimately mere rumors. The celestial sadness immortal did not undergo the celestial foundation. He was incapable of it, for he did not possess a divine core within. Miao suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, her eyes stinging with unshed tears. What then does it mean for me to strive so desperately for all this? Is it truly so difficult to live? Is it a mistake to wish for life, for longevity, to seek the truth of all things? The Grand Elder approached her, gently wiping her tears with a handkerchief. My dear Miao, do not be disheartened. The celestial path is unjust. Why not defy it? Miao was taken aback. Defy the heavens? The Grand Elder's eyes twinkled with a smile. The celestial sadness immortal did not undergo the celestial foundation. Surely, there are others who have? If not, how could I convey this clarity to you?
Miao blinked.
Beyond the celestial sadness immortal, are there others who have undergone the celestial foundation? The Grand Elder replied, of course. Although the celestial sadness immortal is formidable, there are always those greater than him. Not every path is innate. Sometimes, A road becomes a path only because many tread upon it. A road that seems impassable does not mean you cannot forge a new path. A path entirely your own. Qi Miao's vision brightened suddenly as she savored those words. To carve out a path uniquely mine? Chapter 61. Enlightenment, creating one's own cultivation method. Upon hearing this, Qi Miao felt a profound clarity wash over her. She would no longer be ensnared by the deception of the Celestial Foundation, but would begin to contemplate her own path. In that moment, she sat up abruptly, closed her eyes, and reconnected with her physical form. The boundless foundation could encompass all. She felt as if she were swimming in an ocean, experiencing countless differences. The Grand Elder observed Qi Miao before him, momentarily astonished. A flicker of disbelief in his eyes gradually transformed into joy. She has attained enlightenment. Enlightenment is an exceedingly rare state. Practitioners often become ensnared by many entanglements, breeding inner demons, yet a select few with exceptional understanding may, in an instant, grasp the essence and enter the state of enlightenment. This state is one of wholehearted feeling, searching, and comprehending the Tao. A single day in this state can equate to a month of contemplation for others. This state is precious. Once one departs from enlightenment, answers invariably emerge. Truly, one of exceptional promise, your path is destined to be extraordinary. When Qi Miao opened her eyes again, 7 days had passed. Compared to a week prior, she now radiated an ethereal divinity, untouchable and serene. The golden hue in her eyes had deepened in steadiness. I have found my own path. The Celestial Foundation is boundless. Yet it also possesses infinite potential and myriad transformations. Boundless, thus I shall create my own boundaries. She devised a cultivation method entirely her own, inspired by a portion of the rules from the God-Demon breaking thought observation method, creating a novel path of cultivation never before seen in the realm of cultivation, the Lotus Sutra. With her physical form, every part of her became a vessel, her entire being transformed into what is known as the Dantian. Her innate talent was exceptional. Even if the challenges were greater than those faced by others, she held confidence that she would not fall behind. Moreover, she was invincible among her peers, capable of slaying those beyond her rank. With each breath, the air around her was infused with the fragrance of lotus blossoms. With every movement, ethereal silver lotus leaves became discernible in her surroundings. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Indeed, your gains are remarkable, the Grand Elder's voice resonated. He had been watching over Qi Miao during these days and had observed her transformation closely. 7 days may sound trivial, yet within these 7 days, Qi Miao had birthed an unprecedented, unique cultivation method. He had witnessed the hardships and Qi Miao's unwavering perseverance, bringing him immense satisfaction. Qi Miao clasped her hands before her. Thank you, Grand Elder, for your guidance. The Grand Elder chuckled. What guidance have I offered? This is all your own exploration. He could clearly perceive the vibrant energy emanating from Qi Miao. Feeling a touch embarrassed, she scratched her head. Without the Grand Elder's guidance, I fear I would have remained trapped within my inner demons. The Grand Elder laughed heartily. Excellent. You are truly a promising seed. However, it is getting late. You must leave now. If you do not exit soon, you may find it impossible to ever do so. Qi Miao was somewhat perplexed by the Grand Elder's words. Her eyes filled with confusion. Isn't this your consciousness, see? During her days of enlightenment, she had learned much and understood her circumstances well. The Grand Elder's consciousness, see? She could leave whenever he wished. The Grand Elder smiled. You will understand once you exit. Qi Miao responded with an "oh." The Grand Elder intended to send her consciousness forth. In that final moment, Qi Miao inquired about the question that had puzzled her throughout the past 7 days. Grand Elder, if the Celestial Sadness Immortal did not undergo the Celestial Foundation, then who is the one you speak of as having done so? The Grand Elder replied, only the Celestial Sadness Immortal may know the answer to that. If you have the chance to meet him in the future, do share with us. We are quite curious. By the way, before you leave, I have a small gift for you. A small gift? Qi Miao had not yet finished her question when her consciousness was forcibly withdrawn from the Grand Elder's consciousness sea. Upon opening her eyes again, Qi Miao felt an overwhelming chill. She lay upon a cold bed, utterly alone, surrounded by an array of fruits and meats.
Oh,
Who was so thoughtful as to prepare these snacks for me? She picked up an apple and bit into it with gusto. Then she noticed a beautiful lotus jade lock adorning her chest, exquisitely crafted and exceptionally gentle in texture. Qi Miao's immediate instinct was, this is a fine treasure. Is this the gift from the Grand Elder? The system responded, Indeed, this is it, and it is no ordinary item. It is comparable to a heavenly grade artifact. Miao.
What?
A heavenly grade artifact. What is this? Heavenly grade. There are hardly a few heavenly grade artifacts in the entire Miao continent, and the Grand Elder just gives me one? The system assured. I assure you, this item can both attack and defend, and when worn, it attracts and purifies spiritual energy. It is indeed a treasure among treasures. The Grand Elder truly holds you in high regard. Miao exclaimed in delight. The Grand Elder is so generous, unlike my master. The system continued. Speaking of which, do you not find the room you are in quite strange? Miao replied. Strange? Not really, just a bit cold. In the system of the Guosher, do you wish to take another look? Miao obediently complied. Indeed, she discovered several anomalies. The room contained a fire pit, burning paper money, and fragrant dishes adorned with incense, while the walls were plastered with talismans of various sizes, creating an atmosphere of grandeur and solemnity. Her pupils dilated suddenly. Is someone dead?
Who could it be?
It can't be my master, can it? I have only been apprenticed for a few months, and now I am to partake in a funeral feast? Miao hurriedly searched for clues, moving from inside the house to the outside. Yet she could not find a single corpse. Where is my master's body? Has it already been buried? Where is the coffin? My master bore the brunt of divine punishment for me, and I didn't even get to see him for the last time. I am truly a wretched being. As she lamented, her heart ached. Just then, a cacophony of funeral music echoed through the air. She turned towards the sound. Under the night sky, a group of people brandished torches, carrying a large ice coffin, chanting mysterious incantations. At the forefront, a group of individuals donned white cloths, all bearing expressions of sorrow. Leading them was Qin Sect. After a moment of contemplation, with tears streaming down his face, he cried out, "My family from Jian Mountain, how tragically you have died." Immediately, those behind him echoed, "How tragically you have died." Chapter 62. Wait, is this my coffin? The family of Jian Mountain has perished? Miao's heart sank, a profound and indescribable sensation gripping her as she clenched her fists. Indeed, her master had.
It is all my fault. If it were not for me,
my master would not have fallen. Thankfully, I made it in time for the 7th day of mourning. With that, Miao retrieved a piece of white cloth, cutting it into long strips to drape over her head. I will vigil for you properly. With a firm step, she exited. Not rushing to the front, she quietly positioned herself at the rear of the procession, gradually making her way to the front. She feared disturbing the funeral proceedings and disrupting her master's peace. The procession arrived at the front of the house. Qin Sect commanded, "Lower the coffin." With a loud thud, the massive ice coffin was set down, an expensive item generously sponsored by Qin Sect, who had also taken charge of most of the funeral arrangements. Following this, some funeral workers began chanting incantations, performing rites to ensure the soul's rest, though Miao could not comprehend their words. Qin Sect and Wuhua remained silent. Tears flowed uncontrollably from Qin Sect's eyes as he gazed longingly at the house, one hand pressed against the wall. Though we have known each other for a short time, I have always regarded you as my dearest family in Jian Mountain. How cruelly you have left me behind. He continued, I possess nothing but money, yet I am grateful for all you have done for us. Today marks your 7th day. I hope you rest well below, and when you meet the King of Hell, may you present yourself properly. Miao was deeply moved by these heartfelt words. Though she was unaware of the depth of the relationship between Qin Sect and her master, the sight of his tears alone made her regard him as a true man of honor. She resolved not to appear less sorrowful than Qin Sect during her mourning. Following him was Wuhua. He was a figure of ethereal beauty, resembling a transcendent sword immortal, his presence graceful and otherworldly, his garments billowing in the night. He drew his sword and made a cut upon his wrist. I acknowledge your unparalleled talent and the contributions you have made to the cultivation world. In my personal capacity, I, Wuhua, offer my blood in gratitude on behalf of the entire cultivation community. His expression then grew bitter. If you had survived, your future would have been limitless. A shared sorrow enveloped those present, as everyone had benefited from that individual, or rather, from the entire cultivation world. Although he often found that person exasperating, he could not deny that their presence had imbued his life with a profound vibrancy. Yet, with their demise, he feared he too would soon follow. Time was not on his side. Miao gazed at Wuhua, reflecting on her master's greatness, realizing that he had once brought prosperity to the entire cultivation community. Alas, he truly was a remarkable person. She was also astonished that Wuhua could feel such sorrow for her master. Indeed, there were few like him. Seeing everyone display such grief, she felt compelled to express her anguish more intensely, lest she appear heartless. One by one, those present expressed their sentiments. Finally, Qin Xingfei called out, "Bring her body to the coffin. We shall bury her shortly."
Yes.
Qiao Miao was taken aback, realizing they were truly about to retrieve the body. And she felt a surge of urgency. "No, I haven't had my say regarding my own master." Without regard for the circumstances, she pushed past those blocking her way and reached the front of the group. Everyone turned to see the sudden appearance of a young girl adorned in white cloth. Her beauty even more striking than before, her aura imbued with an ineffable mystery, an intensity difficult to conceal. Wait, are my eyes deceiving me? They rubbed their eyes. It was no illusion, it was real. Upon realizing this, their faces turned pale, drained of color, their legs turning to lead. Had they encountered a ghost? Shock rendered them speechless. Before anyone could utter a word, Qiao Miao fell to her knees. "Master, it is I who have brought you to this fate." With a sharp slap across her own face, the sound echoed, tears welling in her eyes. "If it weren't for me, you would have lived for many more years. It is all my fault. I caused your demise." Another slap resounded as she struck her other cheek. With that, Qiao Miao fervently bowed her head to the ground, nearly causing her forehead to bleed. The scene rendered the onlookers utterly speechless, their scalps tingling with an eerie chill down their spines. At that moment, those inside the house burst forth in terror. "Something is wrong. Her body is missing." It was Chen Heng. As he emerged, he caught sight of Qiao Miao. Her head bloodied from her fervent bows. Blood trickled down, reaching the corners of her eyes. The two exchanged wide-eyed stares. Chen Heng's pupils constricted, and terror surged to its peak, prompting him to scream, "A ghost! A ghost!" Overcome by fright, his voice abruptly cut off as he fainted to the ground. "Help! I have truly seen a ghost." The scene descended into chaos, with only Qin Xingfei and Wuhua remaining in stunned silence. Qiao Miao glanced at Qin Xingfei, then adding Wuhua, "A ghost?"
Me?
She pointed at herself, bewildered. Qin Xingfei and Wuhua, equally stunned, exchanged hesitant glances. Qiao Miao exclaimed, "Wait, is this not my master's funeral? How have I become the ghost? I am perfectly alive." Qin Xingfei cleared his throat, appearing slightly more composed, and gestured towards the coffin. "Look at the portrait on the coffin." It was only then that Qiao Miao turned her head to see. Upon the ice coffin was affixed a black and white image of a young girl, smiling serenely. The girl was none other than Qiao Miao herself. Qiao Miao gasped, "What? This is my coffin?" Chapter 63. The Meeting of the 10 Major Sects.
Who am I?
Where am I? What am I to do? Upon the gradual realization that this was her own funeral, Qi Miao was left with only a triad of philosophical inquiries reverberating in her mind. She glanced at Qin Xingfei and another, then at the portrait of herself on the coffin. "Am I dead?" Qin Xingfei hesitated for a moment before affirming, "Yes." Qi Miao pressed on. "Then who stands here before you?" Wuhua quipped, "Perhaps a ghost?" Qi Miao retorted, "Don't you think it would be respectful to run a little? Considering I'm a ghost?" Wuhua replied, "I doubt any ghost would bow so deeply as to bleed." Qi Miao sighed, "All right, can I lie down inside?" Feeling utterly embarrassed, she simply wished to find a place to hide. The two remained silent. Approaching the icy coffin, Qi Miao resolutely opened it, preparing to lie within. The two finally snapped to attention, rushing forward to grasp her hands, one on each side. "Don't lose hope," they pleaded. "Let me go. I can't bear this humiliation. How could I have done such a thing?" After a prolonged argument, Qi Miao resigned herself to her fate. Calming down, her first inquiry was, "Where's my master? Did you not hold a funeral for him?" "We do not conduct funerals for the living. It is unethical." Qi Miao regarded them with skepticism. "But you've been without breath for 7 days. Who knew you were still alive?" Qin Xingfei recounted the public perspective during Qi Miao's tribulation. Upon hearing this, Qi Miao sighed deeply.
"I see you meant well.
However, your arrangements are rather professional. Should there be another occasion, I might just call upon you for my funeral." Qin Xingfei was taken aback. "Another occasion?" Qi Miao playfully shrugged her shoulders. After a brief silence, she looked up at them. "Seeing that I am alive, do you not intend to offer me a hug?" They both exchanged smiles and eventually embraced her. "It's good to be alive." The embrace was warm. While Qin Xingfei held her, Qi Miao inquired. By the way, is there a feast? The two exchanged exasperated glances. That feast is for you. Qi Miao responded, well, if there's a feast, I might as well partake in it. Who cares whose it is? They were momentarily speechless. Oh well, her eccentricity was not a recent development. Qi Miao enjoyed her meal heartily. Qi Miao is truly hard to kill. She has lingered for 7 days and yet revived. Indeed, not only did she return to life, but she also indulged in a banquet of delicacies. This was a sight to behold. It is often said that cockroaches are hard to eradicate. I believe even they would bow to Qi Miao's resilience. This was beyond mere difficulty. Yet she is indeed formidable. If only I could possess such tenacity. Qi Miao relished her meal, but midway, she sensed something amiss. Why is it only disciples here? Where are the elders? Surely my social ties aren't that lacking, right? At least my master should have come. The two wore solemn expressions. Ing Wuhuo replied, they are currently convening an emergency meeting among the top 10 sections. Jin Xingfei added, this matter is somewhat related to you. Qi Miao was perplexed. How is this matter related to me? Your breakthrough during the 9 lightning tribulations has brought blessings to Miaohua continent, raising the entire cultivation realm, and they are planning to open the Heavenly Sorrow Cave. The emergency meeting of the top 10 sects was convened by the foremost sects of Miaohua continent, and every urgent gathering pertained to significant matters affecting the entire region. Here, nearly all the top-tier powerhouses of Miaohua gathered. This time, the meeting was called by a Sword Sect, the Heavenly Sword Sect. Among the top 10 sects, it is one of the 2 major sword cultivation sects, the other being the 9 Sword Mountain. For years, the Heavenly Sword Sect has been at odds with the 9 Sword Mountain. Despite the latter's significantly lesser power, it has monopolized the title of the world's foremost sword sect. The Heavenly Sword Sect has long eyed this situation with ambition, wishing to oust the 9 Sword Mountain, ultimately establishing themselves as the singular, rightful first sword sect of the realm. The sect leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Wen Renxiao, declared, the weeping sword has now been drawn. Yet this news has been concealed by your 9 Sword Mountain for so long. If not for the 9 lightning tribulations stirring the attention of all, how much longer would you have kept this hidden? Do you intend to monopolize the Heavenly Sorrow Cave? Such audacity. Chongshu smiled. My 9 Sword Mountain promised to share the Heavenly Sorrow Cave with all, and we shall not go back on our word. After all, we are the world's foremost sword sect, a truly honorable faction, naturally deserving of such stature. Hearing those words, Wen Renxiao's expression soured. Humph. Were it not for the Heavenly Sorrow Cave, your 9 Sword Mountain would have long since been ousted from the top 10 sects. How can you claim to be the first sword sect? Chongshu shrugged. Well, that's just how it is. Once the first sword sect, always the first sword sect. It is not something that mere minor sects can lay claim to. When Renxiao clenched his teeth, fury bubbling beneath the surface. Just as he was about to act, a Buddhist scripture resonated, silencing everyone present. All fell quiet, heads bowed toward the figure seated at the head of the table. Master Puning. Master Puning, the abbot of the esteemed Golden Buddha Temple, the most revered sect in the realm and the foremost sect for body refinement. His rumored strength teetered on the edge of the great ascension stage, poised to enter the tribulation phase at any moment, granting him the highest authority in this gathering. Yet he was known for his virtue and wisdom, a master revered across the land.
Amitabha.
Today's meeting concerns the Heavenly Sorrow Cave. Other trivial matters need not be discussed. For time is precious to us all. As the 9 Sword Mountain has stated, their contributions to the cultivation world warrant recognition as the world's foremost sword sect. Now that the Weeping Sword has recognized its master, coinciding with the 9 lightning tribulations and the elevation of Miaohua continent, this indeed presents the optimal moment to open the Heavenly Sorrow Cave. What say you, esteemed members of the 9 Sword Mountain? His words were undeniably astute. The leaders and elders of the 9 Sword Mountain wore troubled expressions. Everything was unfolding too suddenly. They had intended to wait for the new generation to grow stronger before opening the Heavenly Sorrow Cave to seize greater opportunities, but as they waited, they had never anticipated that the chance would slip away entirely. They found it exceedingly difficult to justify this. Bearing the pressure, Chongshu finally spoke, his face revealing a hint of sorrow. Master Puning, it is not that my 9 Sword Mountain wishes to avoid opening the Heavenly Sorrow Cave, but the master of the Weeping Sword is none other than Qi Miao, who perished during the lightning tribulations. Today marks her 7th day. The complexion of everyone present shifted dramatically. The master of the Weeping Sword is dead. Does that not mean the hard-won opportunity to open the Heavenly Sorrow Cave has vanished? The members of the Heavenly Sword Sect were about to cast blame when suddenly, beep, beep, beep. Honorable Lord Yengo, your communication stone is ringing. Please connect. Yengo snapped out of his sorrowful reverie. Excuse me, I must take this call. Abruptly, he looked down and saw the identity of the caller. Qi Miao. Chapter 64, I am Qi Miao. Do you dare to kill me? Upon seeing that name, Yengo was so startled that he nearly dropped the communication stone. Everyone turned to him, filled with confusion. Qing Huan, curious, asked, who is it that frightens you so? Upon seeing Qi Miao's name, her face turned pale, and she too dropped the communication stone, petrified in her original position. The crowd. Shu was also taken aback by this scene. Can none of you even handle a communication call? How embarrassing. He stepped forward to see who had made the call. Muminjlate, smack. The communication stone fell again, and Shu was likewise left in shock. The others? When Ren Xiao mockingly remarked, how can the Nine-Sword Mountain still claim to be the first sword sect when you cannot even handle a simple communication? Just then, a clear voice echoed within the assembly of the 10 sections. Which old fool is making such a ruckus? Just hearing the voice makes me want to retch. The voice was distinctly sharp, easily recognizable to anyone from Nine-Sword Mountain. It was undoubtedly Qi Miao. But wasn't Qi Miao already buried by this time? Suddenly, the reflection stone was smashed by Shu, activating it perfectly. A stream of light swept across, revealing a young girl clad in red. Her form adorned with a soft layer of golden radiance. Her beauty could not be deemed unparalleled, perhaps a mere 7 out of 10. Yet the glimmer of her cold smile exuded a unique allure and divinity, subtly hinting at her youthful innocence. One could easily envision how breathtaking she would become as she matured. Everyone present from the 10 major sects was momentarily captivated by her presence, not solely due to her appearance, but also because of her extraordinary divine aura. The golden light enveloping her seemed to be a manifestation of immense merit. At such a tender age, possessing such profound virtue, this young friend is indeed remarkable. Amitabha. Even Master Puning could not help but express admiration. In the Buddhist tradition, merit is of utmost importance. Despite Qi Miao's youth and low cultivation, he showed her utmost respect and addressed her as a friend. Very few had seen Qi Miao's true visage, and those who had only caught distant glimpses failed to recognize her. However, her distinctive traits aroused curiosity and goodwill among all, except for Wen Renxiao. This old fellow, often ridiculed as Old Deng, represented the quality of Nine-Sword Mountain? Is this truly the foremost sword sect in the world? Qi Miao crossed her arms and scrutinized Wen Renxiao, her expression laden with meaning, exuding a sense of mockery. It was as if she were saying, this old fellow doesn't seem like a good person, does he? You are correct, I lack decorum, so what? Do you intend to kill me, friend? With a single remark, Qi Miao rendered Wen Renxiao momentarily speechless, his face flushing with anger. As a leader of one of the 10 major sects, he had never encountered a junior so audaciously defiant. The crucial point was that she seemed not to have insulted him directly, merely acknowledged her own lack of decorum. With so many eyes upon them, he could not allow himself to be intimidated by a junior from Nine-Sword Mountain, could he? You are bold. This is a meeting of the 10 major sects. Who do you think you are, speaking out? State your name, and I shall deal with you on behalf of Nine-Sword Mountain today. Do you truly wish to know my name? Qi Miao replied. Enough with the pleasantries. There is no need for such disrespect towards your elders. Today, no one can protect you. Qi Miao sighed. Well, since you are so earnest and determined, I shall graciously reveal my name. I am Li Baba. When Ren Xiao was taken aback, Baba? Wait. Before he could process it, Qi Miao's face lit up with an affectionate smile. Ah, what a lovely name. Suddenly, everyone else reacted as well, and laughter erupted throughout the assembly of the 10 major sects, particularly among the disciples of Nine-Sword Mountain. They instantly confirmed that this person was undoubtedly Qi Miao herself, even though they did not understand why the Qi Miao who was supposed to be buried was now alive and communicating. There were very few in the world who could possess such a brash demeanor. This audacious attitude was unmistakably Qi Miao. No one else could be this brazen. When Ren Xiao was now burning with fury, a mere junior had embarrassed him so publicly, a junior speaking disrespectfully to him, the revered elder. Did he not believe he could summon Nine-Sword Mountain to eliminate her? As he spoke, he was practically seething with rage. The sect master of Nine-Sword Mountain and several elders abruptly stood up, unleashing their auras and drawing their swords towards Wen Renxiao in unison. How dare you? Shu declared, This is my disciple from Nine-Sword Mountain. Even if we have failed in our duties, it is not for the likes of you, from Heavenly Sword Sect, to interfere. Yen Gu added, if you lay a finger on her, I will invade your Heavenly Sword Sect and eliminate all your disciples. Their words were fierce and their gazes serious, as if they were not jesting. Was this truly a public confrontation over a single disciple? Had Nine-Sword Mountain gone mad? Or was Qi Miao smiling and trying to mediate? Oh, why are you all so flustered? If he wishes to kill me, let him. Once he learns my identity, he will become a pariah in the entire cultivation world,
Pursued by all.
If he wishes to court death, so be it. I only fear that he lacks the courage to do so. Qi Miao spoke lightly, occasionally winking and blowing kisses at Wen Renxiao, stifling her laughter. The mockery was palpable. Wen Renxiao's forehead throbbed with rage. I will slay you. This time, the elders of Heavenly Sword Sect restrained him. Calm down, Sect Master. We are still within the assembly of the 10 major sections. Aside from the matter of dignity, with Yen Ge and Chong Shu behaving this way, this audacious girl is likely extraordinary. She may even have powerful backing. Do not act impulsively.
Qi Miao exclaimed, oh.
You elders are far more astute than the sect master. How about I take charge today and promote you? You could become the sect master of Heavenly Sword Sect? The elders of Heavenly Sword Sect perked up at the prospect. Meanwhile, when Renxiao glared at everyone, his expression darkening, as though ready to eliminate them all. Do not attempt to sow discord. I give you one last chance. State your name, or I will pursue you to the ends of the earth someday. Anyone can boast. What matters is whether the one boasting is you. What does stating a name have to do with making her an enemy of the entire cultivation world? Whose connections could be so extensive? It was utterly ridiculous. However, Qi Miao narrowed her eyes and smiled. Is that so? My name is Qi Miao, Qi from Qi, Miao from Miao.
What?
Do you dare to kill me? She raised her chin, her eyes filled with mockery. Chapter 65, The Little Girl Selling Coffins.
Qi Miao.
This name struck like a thunderclap, revealing disbelief on everyone's faces. The chosen master of the crying sword, the miraculous being who had drawn 9 lightning tribulations upon breaking through from Qi refinement to foundation establishment. Upon hearing Qi Miao utter her name, everyone's hearts raced, taut with tension. To kill Qi Miao? That would indeed make one an enemy of the entire cultivation world. Who wouldn't he want to glean some secrets of the immortal ascension from the Heavenly Sorrow Cave? No wonder her aura was so extraordinary. It was indeed Qi Miao. How could it not be? But hadn't Qi Miao already died? Wen Renxiao, whose face had been grim, immediately brightened at this reminder. Indeed, the people of Nine-Sword Mountain just acknowledged that Qi Miao perished in the lightning tribulation. Today marks her 7th day. You dare impersonate her? What foolishness! Qi Miao glanced at the members of Nine-Sword Mountain, then turned back to Wen Renxiao and couldn't he help but chuckle. No brains, are we? What did you say? Of course, this reasoning could not convince everyone, so they would have to take a good look. Behold my extraordinary ice crystal coffin. The scene shifted to beside Qi Miao, where a lavish feast was laid out, filled with sumptuous dishes, and everyone was merrily dining. A nearby mourning troupe, having made a quick profit, had hastily changed their attire and turned to perform a play. It appeared they were in a celebratory mood. Whose feast is this? The crowd pondered. Is it Qi Miao's? Such a grand affair? Jin Xingfei's voice interjected, apologies, wrong footage. It's over here. With a grand gesture, a beautifully crafted crystal coffin appeared before everyone. The coffin, clearly made from extraordinary materials, looked expensive, adorned with a black and white portrait of Qi Miao. Jin Xingfei, seizing the moment while the crowd was still in shock, began his enthusiastic introduction. This coffin is named the Eternal Youth Ice Crystal Coffin, exclusively sponsored by me, Jin Xingfei of the Jiangling Jin clan. Look at the size. We have employed exquisite spatial forging techniques, allowing not only for your burial but also for your wife and children to accompany you. If you find yourself feeling lonely, you could even fit your entire family in. In this portrayal, we have commissioned the finest artist from the mortal realm to create a hand-painted masterpiece, a bespoke creation that is truly one of a kind. To ensure quality, we have engaged the esteemed disciple of the Nine Swords Mountain, Ing Wuhua, as our spokesperson. Come, let us hear a word from you, Brother Wuhua. Embarrassed, Ing Wuhua appeared on screen, concealing half his face with a sword, and coughed lightly before stating, they speak the truth. Returning to the main topic, The Everlasting Youth Ice Crystal Coffin, originally priced at 880 top-grade spirit stones, is now being sold at a clearance price of merely 88. Action speaks louder than words. Delay, and it shall be lost. All present were left dumbfounded, their mouths agape. Selling their own coffins? Are they truly geniuses?
Indeed.
If one lives long enough, they can witness anything. Has Nine Swords Mountain adopted such a style now? Have they lost their minds? Even the sect leader and elders of Nine Swords Mountain blushed. Their pillars of the new era were not like this before. How has Miao led them astray? The people of Nine Swords Mountain were indeed shamed. Cough. This is merely a test. A test of what? A test to see whether you can discern right from wrong. Silence fell among the crowd. Such a grand funeral, complete with the black and white painting on the coffin, surely they wouldn't sell their souls just to irritate others? Is no one interested in purchasing a coffin? What a pity. How about you, the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect? I sense you might need one. This implies a curse upon one's death. When Ren Xiao was so amused he nearly laughed. After confirming the identity of Miao, he found himself at a loss. At least until the opening of the Heavenly Sorrow Cave, Miao must not perish. He was furious. So furious he trembled. Yet what could he do? After so many years as the leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect, how had he come to such disgrace? One Ren Xiao gritted his teeth. Can your status shield you for a moment, or will it protect you for a lifetime? Miao replied, Oh, are you threatening me?
Uncle?
Who the hell are you calling uncle? Are we that familiar? Miao smiled. Everyone fears for my life, and dares not kill me. Merely because of the matter concerning the Heavenly Sorrow Cave. If I were to die, your chances of attaining immortality would be all but extinguished. Can you truly protect me for a lifetime? As long as I do not open the Heavenly Sorrow Cave, you must endure. Do you think you will outlive me, or vice versa? When Ren Xiao clenched his fists, Old Deng, speak up. Why are you silent? One Ren Xiao gritted his teeth. Do you dare not to open it? Miao raised his chin, his aura unyielding. Do you believe I would dare not to open it? I tell you, if you continue to threaten me, I need not wait for your threats. I shall die right now. As he spoke, Miao drew the weeping sword and pressed it against his neck. In that instant, panic seized everyone present. Hey, don't act rashly. Nephew Chao, please don't act rashly. Rashness is the devil. Oh dear, Nephew Chao, why are you quarreling with him? He knows nothing. Let us be reasonable. Let us talk this out. The people of Nine Swords Mountain urged their disciple to calm down. Once I open the Heavenly Sorrow Cave and lose that value, he will certainly kill me. If you want me to set down my sword, there is but one condition. He, the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Wen Ren Xiao, must swear before all present to the heavens. In this life and the next, he shall not harm me. Chapter 66. For everyone that comes, I shall slay them. Among my peers, I am invincible. Miao spoke with the sword pressed against his neck, causing even those present with transformation and ascension powers to feel their hearts leap into their throats, their expressions tightening. Truly, a clever child. Few could maintain such composure before so many powerful figures, especially one who sought their demise. Not only did she succeed, but she also crafted her escape route, transforming the threat into her weapon. At that moment, all eyes turned to Wen Ren Xiao. His fists clenched. Never had he imagined being threatened in such a scenario by a mere girl at the foundational stage. Others advised him, Sect leader Wen, she is just a child. Why bother with her? Do you truly intend to kill her in the future? It would not reflect well for a master of the Ascension stage to trouble someone at the foundational stage. Indeed, Sect leader Wen. You wouldn't stoop so low as to contend with a junior, would you? It's enough to bicker with Nine Swords Mountain. To harm this junior would be unethical. Moreover, this junior is among the most promising of the new generation at Nine Swords Mountain. To harm her would offend the entire cultivation realm.
Swear.
And you shall incur no loss. Miao interjected. Exactly. You speak as if you would dare harm me, without such an oath. What I truly desire is not merely an oath, but an attitude. Yes, all she seeks is an attitude. This declaration flushed Wen Ren Xiao's face with anger. So, everyone is against him? Very well. If I must swear not to harm you, I shall grant you this favor as a benefactor of Miaohua Prefecture. I shall not harm you, but my disciples may very well do so. Just wait. At that moment, Yan Gu interrupted him. Hold on. Are you out of your mind? Wen Ren Xiao, already feeling stifled, had prepared mentally to swear, yet before he could utter 2 words, he was interrupted mid-spell. "What are you two bickering about?" Yen Ge chuckled coldly. "You be quiet. I wish to speak with my disciple. What right do you have to interject?" When Ren Xiao gritted his teeth. How had he fallen so low that even Yen Ge could insult him? He was, after all, a master of the ascension stage. "Chao Miao, speak, master." "Yen Ge, you demand he swear that no one from the heavenly Sword Sect shall harm you. Otherwise, his cultivation will be completely shattered. And he will die on the spot." The conspiracy was exposed, and the expression on Wen Renxiao's face was clearly strained as he glared at Yen Ge. "Do not speak such baseless accusations. Why the rush? Is it your turn to be anxious? It is basic courtesy to let someone finish their words. Why do you always interrupt others? Are you also an orphan, born without a mother?"
You.
When Ren Xiao nearly spat blood in anger from Chao Miao's words. "You keep calling me old man and an orphan, who lacks manners here, and who brings their own issues into the argument." One cannot deny Chao Miao's offensive capabilities were formidable in a battle of words when Ren Xiao was utterly outmatched. Once he fell silent, Chao Miao finally spoke. "Rest assured, master, there is no need for this. If even that dim-witted fellow can think of it, do you think I cannot? If disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect wish to kill me, let them come. As long as they have the ability, they may try. Chao Miao, may stir up trouble, but I fear no trouble. This is my stance. I welcome any disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect to challenge me to a duel to the death. I shall not refuse. However, I must warn you, among peers, I am invincible. If they dare to kill me, let them come 1, and I shall slay 1. Let them come 2, and I shall slay 2. I wish to see if the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect are capable of facing my wrath." Chao Miao had long anticipated this and understood the causal relationship. Standing here today, representing the stance of 9 Swords Mountain, she could not yield to the Heavenly Sword Sect. If they sought to kill her, they would find ways both openly and covertly. Mere evasion would not ensure her safety. Since she had come, she would remain resolute. As a cultivator with extraordinary fortune accumulated over the years, how could she possibly be afraid? Having spent a decade in the cultivation realm, alone without family, surviving all those years, now that she had friends and support, could she truly perish? She had never been a delicate flower nurtured in a greenhouse. The words of Qi Miao left everyone present utterly astonished, plunging the entire room into an unexpected silence, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All eyes were fixed intently on Qi Miao, a wave of shock coursing through their hearts. This woman truly possessed remarkable spirit. With such temperament and fortitude, coupled with her extraordinary talent, if she were to mature in the future, she would undoubtedly become a dominant figure capable of shaking the entire realm of cultivation with a mere stomp of her foot. At that moment, a robust monk from the Golden Buddha Temple suddenly exclaimed, "Excellent spirit, excellent courage, excellent confidence." He unexpectedly tossed a golden token towards Qi Miao. Qi Miao was taken aback. "What is this?" The burly monk laughed heartily. "This is the golden token of my Golden Buddha Temple. The bearer of this token is a distinguished guest of our temple, entitled to the highest honors when visiting. Should you ever find yourself in dire straits, shatter the token, and our discipline hall will be the first to intervene on your behalf." A collective gasp echoed through the room. The golden token of the Golden Buddha Temple. Such an item was exceedingly rare. Only those deemed significant or fated by the temple could receive it. And fewer than 5 individuals in the entire Miaohua continent possessed such a token. Even the leaders of the 10 major sects had none. And yet, it was bestowed upon Qi Miao, just like that. The golden token of the number 1 sect in the world.
Elle depuis 11e.
Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? When Ren Xiao's expression darkened, his teeth clenched in frustration. Elder Pu Xie scoffed, clearly uninterested in further conversation. "What is your stance? Golden Buddha Temple?" At this moment, Master Pu Ning, radiating a serene aura, smiled gently. The attitude of Elder Pu Xie reflects that of our Golden Buddha Temple. Young friend Qi Miao has performed great merits and is a benefactor of our Miaohua continent. Our temple welcomes you at any time. Yan Ji's expression also shifted as he urged Qi Miao to secure the token, then warily glanced at the Golden Buddha Temple. "A friend is a friend, but should you attempt to snatch my disciple, I shall not hesitate to eliminate all your disciples." Elder Pu Xie replied coolly, "You are unworthy." Seeing the situation deteriorate, Qi Miao quickly interjected, "Thank you, Elder Pu Xie. Thank you, Golden Buddha Temple. Elder Pu Xia looked increasingly satisfied with Qi Miao. Truly, a polite child. The people from Zhoujian Mountain remarked, it is difficult to assess. We shall refrain from comment. Returning to the matter at hand, Elder Pu Xia cast a glance at Wen Renshao. Leader Wen Ren, the attitude of young friend Qi Miao is already clear. She is unafraid. What reservations do you still harbor? Are you perhaps intimidated? Regardless, even if you are, you must make your vow today, whether you wish to or not. Chapter 67. Ing Wuhua explodes in anger. Elder Pu Xia's strength was formidable, though he was merely at the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Due to his unique cultivation method, he had achieved a perfected golden body and even manifested a Dharma form. He had previously challenged Wen Renshao, who had just broken through to the Great Ascension stage. And the result? Wen Renshao had nearly been overwhelmed by him and ultimately surrendered. Elder Pu Xia had remarked that it was utterly uninteresting, lacking any challenge. This incident was not a secret within the cultivation world and had been relished by many, marking it as one of Wen Renxiao's greatest scandals. To this day, Elder Pu Xia remained a significant shadow over Wen Renshao. As he spoke, Wen Renshao felt a tinge of grievance. I never said I wouldn't make the vow. I was just interrupted by Yan Ge. Elder Pu Xia snapped, are you trying to shift the blame? Wen Renshao exclaimed, damn it. He wants to kill all of you. I've never felt so wronged. With reddened eyes, Wen Renshao raised a hand to heaven and swore, I, Wen Renshao, vow before heaven that in this life, I shall never harm Qi Miao in the slightest. Should I break this vow, I shall meet a terrible end. My body shall perish, and my Tao shall vanish. The heavenly laws took effect, and the vow was established. Are you satisfied now? Are you all satisfied? Qi Miao replied, don't be so hasty, uncle. You're acting as if you've been thoroughly compromised. I was merely speaking casually today. When Renshao furiously retorted, who's compromised? I am not compromised. As he spoke, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Qi Miao clicked her tongue, a look of remorse crossing her face. What's with the blood?
Did I anger you?
Jin Xingfei commented. Chances are yes. Qi Miao mused, if I apologize, would he feel any better? Jin Xingfei replied. I believe he might prefer to tell you to get lost. Before Jin Xingfei could finish, when Renxiao's voice rang out, filled with indignation, Qi Miao remarked, indeed, he's compromised. When Renxiao, his eyes ablaze, glared at Qi Miao, fists clenched tightly. Just wait. Every disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect is a remarkable talent, and my son, the holy son of the Heavenly Sword Sect, is on the verge of reaching the Golden Core stage. Soon, during the training of the 10 sects, I will ensure you suffer. The humiliation I have endured today will be repaid tenfold. My sect has suffered enough humiliation, and since you all look down upon us, we, the Heavenly Sword Sect, shall take our leave. This discussion has reached its conclusion. We will not linger any longer. Farewell. When Renshao gritted his teeth and, having spoken,
prepared to depart.
As he initiated his teleportation, Qi Miao whispered, you're leaving in a huff, making it seem as though I'm the aggressive one. When Renshao was about to curse her, but before he could, he was whisked away. Silence enveloped the room. Jin Xingfei remarked, did I just hear the leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect about to curse you? Qi Miao replied, let him curse. Many wish to curse me, but none can do it as effectively. Ing Wuhua commented, you truly are a remarkable individual. Qi Miao responded, indeed, you share my sentiment. Ing Wuhua retorted, you don't truly believe I'm praising you, do you? Among the 10 major sects, there were indeed several with amicable relations with the Heavenly Sword Sect. However, it was now unthinkable for them to slight other sects on behalf of the Heavenly Sword Sect and depart. Meanwhile, Chongshu appeared quite troubled. Miao Miao. Although I do not know how you were resurrected, your capacity for self-destruction truly worries us. The Heavenly Sword Sect may very well take action against you during the training of the 10 sections. Qi Miao, bewildered, inquired, what is the training of the 10 sects? Everyone fell silent for a moment. Master Pu Ning then looked at Qi Miao with a gentle smile, as if gazing upon the most precious treasure in the world. Allow me to elucidate for young friend Qi Miao. The training of the 10 sects was established during a conference long ago. If the Tianbei Cave is confirmed to open, for the sake of fairness and stability in the cultivation world, the 10 major sects, as the balancing force of Miaohua continent, must secure more opportunities for themselves. While the 10 major sects often engage in conflict and negotiation, when it comes to matters of great opportunity, they will cooperate for the greater good. Should the Tianbei Cave be confirmed to open, a year in advance, The 10 sects must gather a new generation of the most elite disciples for training, working collaboratively to enhance the overall level of the disciples to maximize their chances of securing resources within the Tianbei cave. The training location is variable, and the participants are selected by each sect, who will spare no effort and share all their knowledge.
Miao responded.
So you mean to say that the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect might very well attack me during the training of the 10 sects? Master Puning nodded. Miao declared, "Let them come, I shall slay each one. I am not jesting. If they do not offend me, I will not pursue them. But should they harbor malicious intent, they shall face my wrath." Master Puning sighed. Fighting and killing is not the solution. You are a person of great virtue and should seek to inspire, resolving major issues and diffusing minor grievances.
Miao replied, "Understood."
I'll ensure their suffering is so profound that they cry out to the heavens and plead for mercy, ultimately bowing to my will. I shall then show them great compassion, moving them to tears and turning them into my loyal hounds. Master Puning exclaimed, "Ah? Is that what you mean by inspiring them?" Everyone was taken aback by Miao's words, having never considered such a notion. Not long after, what they thought was a jest became a stark reality. By that time, the people of Nine Sword Mountain felt deep sympathy for the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Yen Ger remarked, "Enough, prepare yourself properly. Do not merely engage in idle chatter. The Holy Son of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Wen Rini, is already half a step into the Golden Core realm, and you may not be able to defeat him." Though his reprimand was stern, it was laced with affection and pride. Going back to tidy up? Truly, you are quite boastful. Yen Go ended the communication stone. The meeting of the top 10 sects concluded amidst a flurry of pleasantries. At Nine Sword Mountain, the disciples were grinning from ear to ear.
Miao.
You have truly brought glory to our Nine Sword Mountain. It's the first time we've been so audacious. Did you see the expression on that old man from the Heavenly Sword Sect? He was so furious he nearly spat blood. Miao responded, "Sure, keep it low-key. I am a person who prefers to remain understated." Qin Xingfei added, "However, the temperament of the Heavenly Sword Sect's leader is quite small. Just a few words and he gets furious, unable to refute, and ends up spitting blood. It shows we have no regard for the old and young, I say. Only those with a small temperament would be driven to such extremes." At that moment, a sudden cough erupted from Yingwuhua, who spat a mouthful of blood. His eyes darkening, Qin Xingfei and Miao exchanged bewildered glances. "We didn't say anything about you. Why are you spitting blood?" Just as Yingwuhua attempted to utter a word of help, another spurt of blood erupted from him. Everyone was stunned. "Wait, we just started on Miao's banquet. And you're next?" They were perplexed, utterly at a loss for the situation. Yingwuhua was on the verge of exploding with frustration at his hapless companions. "Damn it! Why are you still watching? Help me." Chapter 68. The Revival of Miao's Heart Pulse. After Yingwuhua finished speaking, darkness enveloped him as he collapsed. So cold. Qin Xingfei couldn't help but exclaim. The temperature emanating from Yingwuhua was truly peculiar. His complexion began to take on an eerie ice-blue hue, his veins swelling grotesquely as a chilling force spread, seemingly freezing his very blood. His handsome features contorted in agony. "Is there a healer present? Quickly, a healer," Qin Xingfei urged.
I
am a healer." A young girl raised her hand and rushed to the forefront. After a quick diagnosis, she stated, "Could this be?" Miao affirmed, "Yes." The girl continued, "I do not know." Miao inquired, "Can it be treated?" The girl hesitated, "I am unsure. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation." Miao, undeterred, declared, "Then we shall treat it as a dead horse being treated as a live one." The girl gasped, "A dead horse treated as a live one? Is that permissible?" "This is Senior Yingwuhua, not just any horse. He is a renowned prodigy of Nine Sword Mountain, the dream lover of countless maidens." The healer girl responded, "If something goes wrong." Miao's expression turned grave. "If there is a problem, it is his fate to face this calamity. You need only do your best." "All right, I will try." The girl began to employ healing techniques on Yingwuhua. Gradually, color returned to his face, eliciting excitement from Miao and Qin Xingfei. "He lives! He lives!" But the next moment, an unseen force interrupted the spell, and Yingwuhua was enveloped in frost once more. Why has he succumbed again?
I do not know.
Should we continue?
Continue.
Increase the intensity. We believe in you.
You can do it.
The power of faith shone brightly on the healer girl's face.
Yes.
I can do this. She intensified her efforts. However, Qin Xingfei exclaimed, "Wait. Why has his heart stopped beating? I do not know. Is he dead? Has he no chance of recovery?" The healer girl appeared panicked and lost. Miao asked, "Is there a technique for reviving the heart pulse?" "A technique for reviving the heart pulse?" "I do not fully understand, but it involves using a certain intensity of electric current to stimulate the heart back to life." "Ah? Is there such a method?" "It sounds unreliable. If the heart has already stopped, shocking it further might truly kill him." Qin Xingfei hesitated. "This sounds like a last resort that should never be used unless absolutely necessary." Miao insisted, "I believe this is indeed a desperate situation. If we delay further, he may truly perish." The two exchanged glances at Wuhua's weakening vitality and his utterly still heart. Qin Xingfei took a deep breath. "Use the heart pulse revival." The healer girl was astonished. "Are you serious? Are you both out of your minds?" One dares to suggest it, and the other dares to believe it. "I lack the ability. I am not a lightning root." Miao exhaled. "It's fine. I can do it. I have the capability." "You? Where did you acquire your lightning root?" "I developed it after being struck by lightning for an extended period."
Ah!
Now is not the time for jokes. Suddenly, a crackling sound of electricity filled the air. Qin Xingfei was astonished to see a flicker of electric current manifest in Miao's hands. "What? You are serious? You actually have a lightning root? I thought you were merely deceiving us with talk of a mutated fire root." "Quiet. Let me concentrate for a moment. This is my first attempt at heart pulse revival, and I am somewhat nervous. I must control the strength carefully." Miao closed her eyes, took several deep breaths, then summoned the lightning, directing it towards Wuhua's heart in a flurry of crackling energy. The strength of the lightning caused onlookers to feel a sense of dread. Is this really safe? If the person does not die, they might be struck down by lightning nonetheless. At that moment, Qin Xingfei heard a faint sound. He paused for a moment and then leaned closer to Wuhua's chest to listen intently. His eyes widened in surprise, filled with excitement. "It works. Your shock truly has an effect." Miao rejoiced. "Really? Is this genuine? Lightning striking the heart can indeed revive it?" Suddenly, Qin Xingfei grew anxious again. "Wait." Miao, continue shocking him. His heart pulse seems to be faltering once more. "All right, step back." Miao prepared to unleash another jolt. "He's alive. He is alive again." Moments later, Qin Xingfei urged, "This is too brief. Continue shocking him. Increase the intensity." "Yes." The two exchanged encouragement, and it was evident that the strength of the lightning grew more fearsome and relentless. Even those sharing the banquet were too stunned to eat, their expressions frozen in disbelief. "Is this truly safe? I feel that at this point, Senior Wuhua must be wishing for some mercy." Little did they know, Wuhua was engulfed in despair. Initially, he held a strong desire to survive, wishing to inform Miao to stop shocking him and allow him to pass peacefully. Alas, he could barely open his eyes or speak. He questioned his own essence, realizing he was not a heinous villain deserving such a tragic fate. "Let me go. Allow me to journey peacefully to another realm." In that instant, an unprecedented surge of power coursed through Wuhua's being. Wuhua. In a blinding flash, lightning surged from his body, illuminating the surroundings as brightly as day. Moments later, Qin Xingfei touched Wuhua's nose. "There is no breath." Miao grew anxious. Could it be that I have struck him dead? I only intensified the shock as I observed it becoming effective.
What do we do now?
Qin Xingfei asked. "I am contemplating how to admit my fault. Actually, there is a better way." They exchanged glances, understanding one another without words, their eyes drawn to the magnificent ice coffin originally prepared for Miao's 7th day. "Do you understand?" Qin Xingfei inquired. "I comprehend," Miao responded with a gesture. The two individuals suddenly donned expressions of tragic despair, their voices tearing through the air. "Brother Wuhua, your death is so lamentable." Chapter 69. "Me? Are you talking about me?" Miao clutched a handkerchief. Never before had she appeared so delicately submissive, tears flowing freely. As they spoke, the two began to place Wuhua's lifeless body into a coffin. Qin Xingfei declared, "Brother Wuhua, you may depart in peace." Miao sobbed, "Whoa." The medical practitioner girl who witnessed the entire scene exclaimed, "Are you both out of your minds?" Qin Xingfei turned to the gathered crowd and shouted, "Today marks the memorial day of my sect's prodigy, Wuhua. Young Master Qin, will cover all expenses for today's banquet." After a moment of silence, Seeing no reaction from the crowd, Qi Miao forced herself to applaud. Well done. Well done. Young Master Jin is generous. Everyone, please enjoy. Being able to partake in Brother Wu Hua's feast in this lifetime is worth it, Qi Miao sighed. Someone chimed in, but wasn't this originally your feast? Qi Miao replied, eating my feast is ever-changing. With that, Qi Miao and Jin Xingfei awkwardly approached, tearfully lifting a bowl of rice. To express their loathing for Wu Hua's bizarre demise and to distance themselves, Qi Miao took a bite and lamented, I am truly foolish. Had I known my poor brother Wu Hua could not escape this calamity, I should not have tormented him before his death, ensuring he met a wretched end. Jin Xingfei patted Qi Miao's shoulder. Do not be too sorrowful. This is not your fault. You have done your utmost to save brother Wu Hua. Should he have knowledge of this in the afterlife, he would undoubtedly be deeply moved. Qi Miao clenched her chopsticks, tears streaming down her face. Pointing at her heart and shouting, Brother Wu Hua, how could you leave me like this? What will you use to repay what you owe me? Suddenly, the coffin stirred, and a hand shot up from within, defiantly raising its middle finger. This startled both Jin Xingfei and Qi Miao, rendering them speechless. Qi Miao gasped, Is this a resurrection? How frightening! Jin Xingfei, astonished, replied, Aren't you also pretending to be dead? Qi Miao retorted, I was never dead to begin with. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Resurrection isn't so simple. What if there's still a miracle? They exchanged glances and hurried to the coffin's side. Inside, Wu Hua appeared utterly disheveled. Other parts of his body showed signs of exhaustion, frost accumulating thickly upon his skin. Yet that defiant middle finger stood unwavering. Qi Miao reached out and poked the middle finger. No response. It seemed the body had stiffened too quickly, creating this illusion. They decided to cover him up again to avoid any discovery. Jin Xingfei agreed. As they attempted to close the coffin, the raised middle finger obstructed the lid. It appeared they would have to resort to force. Qi Miao exerted all her strength to press down the defiant finger. At that moment, the occupant of the coffin croaked, struggling with all his might, I am still salvageable. You murderous scoundrels! Is it not enough to deceive others? Why must you be so cruel to your own? Qi Miao asked, What did he just say? Jin Xingfei responded, It seems he said he is still salvageable? Qi Miao exclaimed, There's still hope? Can you not express such regret? Do you wish for him to be hopeless? Seeing Wu Hua respond and speak once more, the two hurriedly freed him. Qi Miao retrieved a communication stone. Jin Xingfei asked, What are you doing? Qi Miao replied, I need to inquire with the sect leader about the situation. Jin Xingfei was perplexed. Why didn't you ask sooner? Qi Miao retorted, No one reminded me.
Jin Xingfei conceded, fine.
Besides, even if someone had reminded you, the situation was too urgent. My heart nearly stopped. By the time you finish asking, Wu Hua might have already secured a spot in heaven, preparing for a reopening. Before long, the communication stone connected. Qi Miao began transmitting her voice, causing those on the other end to grow increasingly fond of her words.
Yan ye incred.
What's wrong, my precious disciple? Qi Miao responded, Please let the sect leader take this call. I have something very important to report.
Yan ye.
Feeling a pang of jealousy, said, Why not report to me directly? Do you look down on your master? Although he said this, he immediately handed the communication stone to Chong Shui. Chong Shui, blushing, asked, What is the matter, my dear Miao Miao? Do you have something to discuss? If it's a resource issue, you can use the Elder S token freely. Qi Miao clarified, It's not a resource issue. It concerns your beloved disciple. Chong Shui was taken aback. What happened to my beloved disciple? Did he anger you? Or did you anger him?
Qi Miao replied.
The real issue is that he is not angry at all. Chong Shui responded, Isn't it good that he is not angry?
Qi Miao clarified.
The anger I refer to is not the emotional anger, but the life force that is fading. Chong Shui exclaimed, Miao Miao, you are brilliant. You even play with homophones. Qi Miao fell silent, recognizing the joy had clouded their judgment, leaving them somewhat dazed. Jin Xingfei remarked, I have a feeling Jujian Mountain will eventually face ruin. If the world of cultivation had a social media platform, Qi Miao would have undoubtedly liked Jin Xingfei's comment and added a sharp retort. Unable to explain herself, she decided to adjust the camera angle, ultimately capturing both herself and Wu Hua with his raised middle finger in the frame. Observing Wu Hua's gesture, Qi Miao realized she needed to be clever, otherwise brother Wu Hua would be scolded for his lack of decorum. Thus, she posed cheerfully, say cheese. After the photo, Qi Miao added, Please take a closer look. What I mean is that he seems to be on the verge of death. Once Qi Miao's words left her mouth, accompanied by the earlier image, Chong Shuai and the elders leaned in one after another to scrutinize. Yen Ge cursed, damn it. The other elders echoed in unison, damn it. They had nearly let joy cloud their judgment and missed a grave matter. Chong Shuai maintained a serious expression. How long has he been in this condition?
Miao replied.
About 10 minutes. He truly was on the brink of death. His heart had stopped beating. Thankfully, I managed to perform cardiac resuscitation, keeping him alive until now. Chong Shuai pursed his lips. You did well. Without you, Wu Huo would likely have perished. Although I am unaware of what cardiac resuscitation entails, it is evident that external forces are sustaining Wu Huo. Otherwise, he would have succumbed within 2 minutes of his affliction. Qi Miao blushed at the praise. Relieved that she had not been the cause of Wu Huo's demise, she asked, what exactly is his condition? Can it be treated? Chong Shuai replied, whether it can be treated is not for us to decide, but for you to determine. Qi Miao exclaimed in confusion, pointing at her own face. Me? Are you referring to me? I know nothing at all. Chapter 70. The most powerful spiritual root, the Yang spiritual root. Qi Miao thought she had misheard. Yet, Chong Shuai firmly insisted. Indeed, it is you. You are the only one who can save Wu Huo now. Qi Miao was bewildered.
Jin Shengfei nudged Qi Miao,
whispering in her ear, given this plot, you wouldn't happen to have a hidden identity as a miraculous healer, would you?
Impossible. Qi Miao vehemently denied.
I only dabble in abstraction. Where would I find a healer's persona? If I had any medical skills, I would have begun treatment long ago. Jin Shengfei queried. Huh? ISN, to your cardiac resuscitation, a form of healing? I thought you were deliberately trying to let him die? Qi Miao gritted her teeth. Who gave you that impression? Why would I want him dead? Jin Shengfei replied, if he dies, the position of the Holy Son of Jujian Mountain will be vacant, and it would be your turn to become the Holy Maiden. That was quite a reasonable argument. The elders in the communication stone and the surrounding onlookers found Jin Shengfei's analysis highly plausible. Qi Miao clenched her fists and punched Jin Shengfei on the head. Stop reading those scheming novels. Your mind has been poisoned by them. I possess the Elder's Order, a privilege far superior to that of the Holy Son or Holy Maiden. To suggest I assume the role of a Holy Maiden would be a demotion of my status. The onlookers, you have a point. Qi Miao. So, can we save the person first? If you delay any longer, your family member Wu Huo will truly perish. Chong Shu cleared his throat, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness. He said, the matter of only you being able to save Wu Huo is not due to your medical skills, but the explanation is rather lengthy. Let us keep it concise. There are too many eyes around. Please take Wu Huo into the hot spring pool first, and I will explain everything in due course. Qi Miao, I have no objections, but can Wu Huo hold on? Chong Shu chuckled. You need not worry. He has faced such situations before. Although this time may indeed be life-threatening, it will not be so swift. If death is truly his fate, then let it be. Qi Miao, the system of history. Is the heart of the Nine-Sword Mountain this indifferent? Qi Miao refuses to take the blame. She is genuinely eager to save Wu Huo. Nevertheless, she and Jin Shengfei adhered to Chong Shu's instruction, carrying Wu Huo's body towards the hot spring pool. Upon arrival, Jin Shengfei was left in shock. How come you are so familiar with this path? Qi Miao, I came here to cultivate during my entrance examination and happened to see Wu Huo bathing here. Jin Shengfei, really? You were spying on him while he bathed? Qi Miao, if he bathes in the open air here, isn't he inviting onlookers? Jin Shengfei, in that case, it is indeed unavoidable. He glanced at Wu Huo's body. Strangely, it seemed as though Wu Huo's face had turned slightly red, and his raised middle finger stood more defiantly, seemingly indicting someone's shamelessness. The two placed him into the hot spring pool, and indeed, the frost on Wu Huo's body began to melt. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief and turn their attention to the communication stone. Qi Miao, sect leader, can you now elucidate the situation? Chong Shu, of course. He took a deep breath, and his expression turned serious. Are you aware of the body of Extremine? Qi Miao raised her hand. I know. It is a form of sacred body cultivation. Qi Miao scores a point. Jin Shengfei, unwilling to be outdone, also raised his hand. I know. It is said that only women can possess this extreme Yin body, usually accompanied by an ice spirit root, a rare occurrence. Excellent. Jin Shengfei also scores a point. The two competitors were neck and neck. Moments later, Qi Miao and Jin Shengfei simultaneously realized, wait a minute. Only women can possess the extreme Yin body.
Then,
They silently gazed at Wu Hua in the hot spring pool. Qi Miao's eyes trembled. Is the reason for his well-defined chest muscles. Jin Xingfei, no way. He has an Adam's apple. Qi Miao, why don't you check for yourself? Jin Xingfei, why should it be me? If he were a woman, it should be you who checks. Qi Miao, I fear the consequences. Besides, if he is indeed a woman, you two would make a perfect pair. Jin Xingfei. Qi Miao, there is also the possibility of being intersex, you know? She had come across similar literature in her past life, though it was difficult to articulate. Jin Xingfei, surely not? He doesn't seem like that. Their speculations about Wu Hua grew bolder. Although Wu Hua could not respond, he could hear them. With a sudden cough, he spat out blood. These two rascals. Their conjectures were truly exhilarating. Chong Shu found himself chuckling helplessly. The records of the extreme Yin body do indeed state it is exclusive to women, but Wu Hua is an exception. He is undoubtedly male. Wu Hua is born with a sword soul, a mutated ice spirit root, and is inherently an extreme Yin body, exuding extreme Yin energy. It is this very energy that allows him to cultivate ice-based techniques with remarkable efficiency, far surpassing others of the same rank. However, as a male, his nature is inherently yang. The extreme Yin energy is both his weapon and a blade hanging over his neck. He endures the assault of extreme Yin energy at every moment, and over the years, he has refrained from rapid cultivation to suppress this energy. Otherwise, should it erupt, he would certainly perish. Qi Miao, is there truly no way to remedy this? Perhaps finding a body of extreme yang to fuse with him? Chong Shu, you are aware of this? Qi Miao gasped. No way. Is it truly that glitch? This is even scarier than an arranged marriage. At least in an arranged marriage, one knows the background. If one were to encounter a peculiar individual, wouldn't it ruin the latter half of one's life? Chong Shu, we scoured ancient texts for many years and finally, Elder Huan discovered this method. Legend has it that aside from the conventional 5 spirit roots and the common mutated wind, thunder, and ice spirit roots, there exists a spirit root that transcends all attributes. Its might is akin to the dominance of the sun and moon, capable of cultivating all 5 elemental techniques, possessing the innate ability to harmonize yin and yang, making it the strongest spirit root. It is called the yang spirit root. As long as we locate a bearer of the yang spirit root and secure their consent to treat Wu Hua, his predicament can be effortlessly resolved. And his cultivation will experience a significant boost.
Qi Miao, impressive.
Chong Shu, unfortunately, finding a cultivator with a yang spirit root is not a simple task. We have searched for many years without success, even fearing that Wu Hua was beyond salvation. Qi Miao, how unfortunate. Chong Shu, however. Recently we have finally identified a suspected cultivator with a yang spirit root. Qi Miao. Who? Why does this narrative have such dramatic inflections? Is it to pique the reader's interest? Just as Qi Miao posed this question, all the elders turned their gaze towards her in unison. Even Jin Xingfei, after a moment of surprise, looked over as well. Qi Miao was taken aback, then glanced left and right, confirming that everyone was indeed looking at her.
Me?
You mean me? Chapter 71. Wait, there's a twist. I am the yang spirit root, and this is news to me? Is this the classic case of those involved being oblivious, while the bystanders see clearly? The system of history, don't mention you. Even I didn't know I was granting you a spirit root. So why do they look at me? Is it because I am beautiful? The system of history, who understands the elders? Some matters you should inquire about yourself. This is a matter of life and death, and I cannot offer any advice. With that, the system of history promptly went offline. Very well. There are indeed matters that vanish faster than anyone else. Qi Miao turned to the crowd. Why do you all think I am the yang spirit root? Wasn't it supposed to be the mutated fire spirit root? The system of history also stated that at the time. Yen Go, who officially certified the mutated fire spirit root, scratched his face. Actually, I was just speaking off the cuff.
Qi Miao,
Is that even permissible?
Yan Ye, uncharacteristically bluchning.
Cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and then stated solemnly. After all, you were primarily attracting fire elements, and the soul search yielded no information other than a few pink hairdryers and the Yen Luo curse, so I just said it offhand. I couldn't conclude the soul search without presenting any findings, as that would reflect poorly on my professionalism and ethics. Qi Miao stared in disbelief. You truly excel in the realm of abstraction. She scanned the other elders. Were you all aware? The elders remained silent, apparently tacitly agreeing. Miao. At this moment, I desperately wished to escape from this unreliable sect. The system of history. Flee, my dear. The elders looked at her with pleading expressions, as though if Miao were to refuse to assist Wu Hua, they would immediately break into tears. Miao felt utterly drained and sighed softly. If I am not the yang spirit root, then and Wu were doomed to die? It is not that she does not wish to help. She fears that in her attempt to save him, she might inadvertently cause his demise. Shu, if you are truly not the yang spirit root, then it can only mean that Wu Hua is destined to face this calamity. Whether you treat him or not, he would perish, so it is better to try saving him with a dead horse than to let him die. Such familiar words. It seems I have spoken them to others before. Miao exhaled deeply, turning her gaze towards Wu Hua. Wu Hua, with his handsome visage, appeared somewhat relieved despite being submerged in the hot spring, yet the ominous aura surging within him resembled a ticking time bomb nearing detonation. He was in a torturous struggle, his contorted expression narrating a tale of despair. Miao clenched her fist, declaring, "All right, I shall gamble on this dying horse. But let me make it clear, if I am not a yang spiritual root and inadvertently cause his demise, you cannot hold me accountable. I'll take the risk. After all, what is it to share a bed with a man? It's merely a matter of choosing whom to sleep with. Especially when our esteemed brother Wu Hua possesses a modicum of charm." The elders were deeply moved by her words. Miao, you truly are a wonderful child. Taking a deep breath, Miao approached Wu Hua, cradling his face in her hands, and earnestly stated, "Rest assured, I am not a wicked woman. I will take responsibility for you afterward. If you do not wish to reciprocate, simply provide me with some heavenly treasures, and we can part ways peacefully." Following this, she puckered her lips, poised to kiss him. Wu Hua, upon hearing her words, was utterly bewildered. What is she planning? Is she serious? Someone help. This is scandalous. He longed to flee but found himself trapped. Is it possible for me to just die? Or forego the treatment altogether? Let me perish and retain my dignity. At that moment, Jin Xingfei interjected, casting a spell. Wait, Miao, while your abstract musings may be acceptable at times, must you be so distasteful during such a critical moment? Miao replied, "What? Am I being distasteful?" Jin Xingfei, with utmost seriousness, responded, "Indeed. It seems rather unkind of you to take advantage of someone in their weakened state." Miao retorted, "But I am saving him." The expressions of the onlookers turned to confusion. Huh?
What?
Miao herself was perplexed. What's going on? This how it's depicted in the stories? In such circumstances, union required? Besides, you all mentioned fusion earlier. Jin Xingfei remarked. I believe your obsession with these tales has clouded your judgment. Shu's face flushed with embarrassment. The youth were indeed impetuous. And how splendid it is to be young. He couldn't help but reflect. If that were the case, would we merely observe? Miao queried, who knew? I thought you feared I would assassinate him. Or perhaps you simply wished to witness the battle unfold. Her words caused all present to redden with embarrassment. This girl. How shameless. Yengo exclaimed. Your thoughts are quite lewd. Miao shot back. All right. If you continue to berate me, I save him. Who doesn't have a bit of a temper? After her declaration, Yengu received a slap from Shu. Do not be angry. It is our fault for not clarifying. When we mentioned fusion, we meant for you to channel the essence of your spiritual root into Wu Hua's physical form, not the matter of intimacy. Miao responded with an "oh," her heart sinking into an abyss of tranquility, a tranquility that desired death. Rest assured, I shall make all of you pay for this day as humiliations. She approached Wu Hua once more, placing a hand on his shoulder, and closed her eyes. Gradually, she attuned herself to her spiritual roots. They resembled veins, intricately connecting heaven and earth. Presently, she possessed two roots. One, akin to thunderous power, was her lightning spiritual root that manifested after she was struck by lightning, now indistinguishable from a healthy root. The other was a warm, golden-red spiritual root bestowed upon her by the system, exuding a gentle strength, an extraordinary fire spiritual root. Miao guided the power of this golden-red root, infusing it into Wu Hua's body. Whether it was an extraordinary fire spiritual root or a yang spiritual root would soon be revealed. If Wu Hua perished, it would merely be a fire spiritual root. If he survived, it would signify the legendary yang spiritual root, the mightiest of all. All eyes were fixated on this moment, breaths held in anticipation, fearing they might miss the most exhilarating instant. As the spiritual energy surged into Wuhua, it suddenly became uncontrollable, forceful, and domineering. This was dire. Miao was thrown back by her own spiritual energy. Simultaneously, chaos engulfed everyone. Shu shouted, "Quick, retreat." As he spoke, he cast a spell, enveloping Wuhua's body in a protective barrier of spiritual energy.
Boom. A resounding explosion échoued.
Within the barrier, blood mist enveloped Wuhua. At that moment, despair washed over everyone, their faces pale. Had they failed? Would another prodigy from Jian Mountain fall? Wait, a twist of fate. Chapter 72. Do I appear so easily perishable? Miao was closest to Wuhua. Thus, in this scenario, the others need not exert their spiritual energy deliberately to observe. The scene she witnessed was far more vivid than theirs. Within the protective barrier established by Shu, the blood mist gradually dispersed, revealing no trace of Wuhua. An ominous thought crossed everyone's minds. Could it be that Wuhua had been reduced to ashes? Instantly, Shu and the others turned ashen. Their expressions a tumultuous blend of emotions. Wuhua was a child they had watched grow. Raised in Jian Mountain, he possessed extraordinary talent, and the elders regarded him as their own. Now, he faced a calamity from which he could not escape, leaving no place for him to rest in peace. Shu's eyes brimmed with tears as he gritted his teeth. Wuhua. Miao remained fixated on the scene, devoid of any reaction. Jin Xingfei gazed at her with concern, knowing Miao must feel immense guilt for not being a young spiritual root and thus unable to save Wuhua. Witnessing his impending demise at such close range must be a horrifying blow to her. Jin Xingfei approached Miao, patting her shoulder. Do not dwell too much on this. Did they not say? This is his tribulation, and even if you do not intervene, he cannot escape death. It matters not that you are not a young spiritual root. Your talent is commendable. The others at Jian Mountain even secretly criticize you for being overly talented. Miao, taken aback, looked at Jin Xingfei, her brow furrowing slightly. Your words contain two inaccuracies that I must rectify. First, Wuhua is not dead. Second, I am not merely talented, I am extraordinary. She had indeed harnessed a unique power. Jin Xingfei appeared puzzled. What do you mean? He belatedly pointed towards the barrier. You claiming Wuhua is alive? But wasn't he obliterated? Miao replied, if all goes well, I am indeed a young spiritual root. Everyone was taken aback, drawing closer to Miao. As I mentioned, a twist of fate is upon us. Just then, a chilling aura crept in, silently ascending from their feet to their backs. This presence was. Everyone sensed something was amiss, turning their gazes towards the protective barrier. Gradually, the blood mist began to coalesce, intertwining the ominous energy with a blazing, nurturing force, forming a resplendent golden light. The light sculpted a tall silhouette, which slowly transformed into Wuhua's form. His physical body was being remade. The aura emanating from Wuhua was now more stable and powerful than before. Within the protective barrier, he slowly seated himself cross-legged, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. His aura and cultivation level were steadily rising.
Boom.
A blast of frigid air surged forth, sharp as ice blades. Had he broken through? Not only was his physical form reconstructed, but he had also ascended to the later stages of foundation establishment. No, his aura was still increasing. Was he on the verge of breaking through to the golden core stage? The elders were rendered speechless, astonished by the remarkable surge in his cultivation. Shu, with a serious expression, commanded, Wuhua, a rapid increase in cultivation can easily damage one's foundation. Moreover, you have yet to comprehend the soul imprint. Restrain yourself. Do not hastily break through to the golden core stage. This is a matter of great significance for your future. It was evident that Wuhua had a profound trust in Shu. A small, dan-shaped object began to materialize in his dantian, signifying the nascent form of the golden core. Should he successfully advance to the golden core stage and subsequently inscribe the soul imprint, unlocking the unique golden core techniques of golden core cultivators, he would truly become one. Golden core cultivators possess the ability to completely suppress foundation establishment cultivators, not merely due to superior cultivation, but also because of their golden core techniques. These techniques vary based on the soul imprint, each possessing unique skills, often unparalleled. Consequently, Many remained stuck at the half-step golden core stage, refraining from inscribing the core in order to adequately prepare for acquiring a powerful golden core technique. Clearly, Ing Wuhua understood the profundities involved. He quelled his cultivation from further advancement, gradually returning to a normal state. Fortunately, he had not broken through. The enhancement to the half-step golden core stage was indeed formidable. As everyone breathed a sigh of relief, they could sense that Ing Wuhua's current state was significantly stronger than if he had followed his original path. Previously, his excessive Yin energy, though powerful, revealed clear weaknesses, such as an inability to engage in protracted battles. Now, however, the Yin energy emanating from him bore no side effects whatsoever. Having been reborn from tribulation, he was bound to receive countless blessings. All of this, of course, could not solely be attributed to Ing Wuhua himself. Instead, the collective gaze of the crowd turned towards Qi Miao. The aura surrounding Qi Miao had also intensified, though she had not broken through. More notably, the divine quality within her had increased. Their curiosity was palpable. Qi Miao shrugged. Did I not tell you there would be a reversal? This is the third time I've mentioned it. While they acknowledged the potential for reversal, was this not a bit too dramatic? You truly possess a yang root? Qi Miao responded, I was uncertain before, but now it seems so.
Look.
As she spoke, she began to channel the surrounding spiritual energy. A ball of fire suddenly manifested at her fingertips. The flames, more terrifying than before, radiated an intense heat. The elders remarked, indeed, it is more powerful than before. Is this the yang root? Qi Miao replied, no, continue watching. Just as her words fell, the fire elements dissipated, replaced by water spiritual energy, gentle yet laced with a hint of ferocity. The elders were dumbfounded. Water spiritual energy. Their astonishment did not stem from Qi Miao's ability to wield water spiritual energy. They were aware that cultivators with yang roots could cultivate techniques of the 5 elements. However, the conflict between water and fire spiritual energies could easily provoke backlash if practiced simultaneously. Amidst their astonishment, Qi Miao added, that is not all. I can also use gold, wood, and earth spiritual energies. She switched between them fluidly, eventually utilizing all at once, each finger commanding a different element. The onlookers were utterly bewildered. Suddenly, the elders tensed, their expressions grave as they regarded Qi Miao with increasing seriousness. It dawned on them why yang roots were so rare. It made sense now. Even Yan Go wore a contemplative expression, patting Qi Miao on the shoulder, expressing with a touch of sorrow, eat well and travel safely. Let us be master and disciple in our next life. Qi Miao was perplexed. What do you mean? ISN, my yang root a good thing? What is with your attitude? Chong Shu then spoke gravely. Barring unforeseen circumstances, within 10 minutes, you will experience excruciating pain and perish. Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? We shall do our utmost to realize them. Even Yan Ge sighed, preparing for tears. My dear disciple, let us be master and disciple in our next life. Alas. By the way, can you still eat that meal? I didn't expect to have the chance to share a meal after such a delay.
Qi Miao responded,
Why do you all keep saying I'm going to die? Did she appear to be the kind of girl who could easily perish? And what of that meal? Would it be hers now? Was her meal truly so unpredictable? Chapter 73. A Brief Farewell. The reason Qi Miao could quickly utter, there is a reversal was not solely due to her proximity, but because she sensed the transformation of her spiritual root immediately. At the moment she was channeling spiritual energy to Ing Wuhua, her exceptional fire root underwent a change, shifting from a brilliant crimson to a pure gold. Although her cultivation had not visibly advanced, her actual combat prowess had experienced a qualitative leap. Most crucially, while she had previously been acutely aware of fire elements alone, she could now perceive all 5 elemental forces in the air. Though she had not actively done anything, she felt capable of harnessing all 5 elements. In that instant, she recalled the elders' mention of yang roots being able to cultivate techniques of the 5 elements, leading her to conclude that she might indeed possess a yang root. The Gosher system also provided her with solid confirmation. I just researched my database, and indeed, there is a concept of yang root which can manipulate the 5 elements. Unlike mixed roots, the total amount of spiritual energy required remains unchanged. However, the database notes that while yang roots are the most powerful, they are also the most prone to death, inevitably so. Even the most formidable yang root bearers do not survive beyond the golden core stage. The Gosher system added, I cannot say for certain, this is simply the one exceptional root I have in stock. Qi Miao interjected, wasn't it said that the exceptional roots are random? If the gaucher system had a face, it would surely be blushing. Oh, that was merely me trying to appear impressive before you after enduring over a decade of hardship. Miao fell silent, realizing she was no longer the most abstract person around. In 10 minutes, I will die. Could you please investigate the cause of my death? I do not wish to leave this world with regrets. The gaucher system replied, that is easily addressed. Essentially, it relates to the theory of the 5 elements. Using mixed roots as an example, the elements do not naturally blend in the environment, but once absorbed by a cultivator, they become confined within the same space, namely the dantian. It is well known that molecules are in constant random motion. Thus, as the space shrinks and the concentration of the 5 elemental energies increases, the previously incompatible energies begin to merge. When one cannot precisely control the proportions, this imbalance naturally leads to an explosion. Miao stroked her chin in layman's terms. Does this mean that a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet? The gaucher system responded. Your analogy is abstract yet remarkably insightful. However, there is no remedy. The 5 elemental energies have already begun to surge within your body, and it is indeed expected that you will begin to explode within 10 minutes. Are you surprised? It seems your explosion comes faster than the Yama curse. The host of the gaucher system lamented, My dear host, risking your life to save another is quite the predicament. Miao pursed her lips, deep in thought. I see now. Suddenly, she conjured a massage chair and reclined into it. The gaucher system was taken aback. Aren't you going to attempt a rescue? This is unlike you. Miao took a deep breath, lying there in tranquility. Isn't they're saying? Life is akin to a relentless struggle. If one cannot resist, one must learn to endure. I shall endure. The gaucher system exclaimed. This is madness. How could my host have so little will to survive? I do not care what you are, get off my host immediately. Yet, unbeknownst to the gaucher system, Miao wore a mischievous smile. She appeared distressed, frail, and pitiful, casting a bitter smile at the onlookers. They were equally astonished. Jin Xingfei inquired, Miao, have you come to comprehend the cause of your demise? Miao nodded. Yes. I understand completely. It is simply the discord of the 5 elemental energies that leads to an explosion. Regrettably, I am unable to witness the New Year's fireworks. Nor can I behold the explosive blossoms of my own blood. I am left wondering which of these flowers bursts forth larger and more beautifully. Jin Xingfei choked on her words, letting out a sigh. She lamented. Ing Wuhua slowly approached, his voice parched. Miao is here to save him. Were it not for him, Miao would not find herself in such a dire predicament. Wanban clenched his fists, exclaiming, It's all my fault for not conducting a thorough investigation. We merely assumed. They thought the Yang spiritual route allowed for the practice of the 5 elemental arts, implying the freedom to select one. We never anticipated it would contravene the theory of the 5 elements, allowing them to coexist. The dual roots of water and fire, such opposing attributes within a single individual, could easily lead to disaster. What of Miao's current 5 elemental roots? There is no hope. Miao shook her head. I do not blame you. May I leave a final message? Shu replied, Speak freely. We shall do our utmost to fulfill your wishes. A bitter smile graced Miao's lips as she gazed skyward. After my demise, the Tian'e cave will inevitably remain closed. At that moment, there will surely be those lacking foresight targeting Jian Mountain. I only hope you do not hold me accountable. Oh heavens! In that fleeting moment, tears welled in everyone's eyes. None had anticipated that Miao was such a noble soul. She was on the brink of death to save others. Yet her thoughts lingered on the potential repercussions for Jian Mountain. You are far too considerate, Miao. Such a sensible child easily stirs sympathy. Jin Xingfei's face flushed crimson. We will not blame you. None of us will. If anyone dares to, I shall avenge you. His words were fierce, devoid of any pretense. Miao smiled, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears. I hope that after I am gone, you all will bring me delightful treats and amusements. If you could, please burn some spiritual artifacts and elixirs for me. Who knows what may await me on the other side? It is always wise to ask for more. Shu sighed. If only you could survive, we would grant you all that you desire. Miao smiled contentedly. Good. She continued to express her wishes, and the others indulged her, treating her with utmost care, promising her anything, even the absurd notion of transferring ownership of Jian Mountain to her name. Then, Shu suddenly realized something. Why is this 10 minutes dragging on so slowly? He calculated with his fingers. No, wait. It has already been 20 minutes. Why are you still alive? Miao blinked innocently. Has it been 20 minutes already? Suddenly, her expression contorted in pain as she clutched herself. I hurt. I am in so much pain. The others exchanged glances of confusion. Why do I suddenly feel as though I've been deceived? I feel it too, and the sensation grows stronger. They gradually recognized that something was amiss. Shu hurriedly grasped Miao's hand, sensing the elemental situation within her. To his shock, he discovered that her dantian was completely empty. He could not even locate the foundation of her cultivation. The absence of a dantian meant that Miao lacked the capacity to retain spiritual energy or condense a golden core. Yet, they had all witnessed her foundation building with their own eyes, including the aura she subsequently displayed, which bore no hint of deceit. It was only when he sensed a faint trickle of power beyond her dantian that he slowly expanded his perception. As he examined her entire being, he was utterly astonished, his lips trembling. Miao's spiritual energy was extraordinarily vast, far exceeding that of her peers. More astonishingly, her body was brimming with spiritual energy. Every part of her, except for her dantian, was filled with it. It was vibrant and potent. Wood, fire, earth, metal, water, and even lightning. The 5 elements, with a strange twist. These attributes resided within her, yet showed no inclination to merge. It was as if every distinct form of spiritual energy was obediently residing in its designated area. This was simply unfathomable. As Shu scrutinized further, he realized that Miao did possess barriers, but they differed from those of ordinary individuals, expanding throughout her body rather than being confined to her dantian. Each attribute was separated by peculiar barriers, as though each type of energy enjoyed its own private chamber. What is this? The others were bewildered. Shu chuckled. Am I making a fuss? Come and see. You will be even more astonished. Ge, skeptical, stepped forward and grasped Miao's other hand. Moments later, the group was even more intrigued. Is Miao even human? She leaves both of you in the late stage of transformation, utterly stunned. Huanbin approached and gripped her shoulder. What in the world? Huan joined in, pinching her cheek. What the heck? Soon, each one took a turn to touch her, all left dumbfounded. The only one suffering was Miao, who felt utterly exposed. Could you all please let go of me? A light of realization flickered in Miao's eyes. Yes, you've hit the nail on the head. I am indeed defying the heavens. A smile graced her lips as she explained her breakthrough in foundation building and the insights she had gleaned from the Grand Elder regarding heavenly foundation building. The more they listened, the colder a chill ran down their spines. Their thoughts became a chaotic mess, progressively overwhelmed and numbed by what Miao had revealed. The heavenly foundation was, in fact, the greatest deception in existence. Merely hearing a few pointers from the Grand Elder led to her enlightenment. She had managed to create the Lotus Sutra in just 7 days. She had overcome the complications of cultivating all 5 elements. Such revelations were staggering. I seldom use staggering to describe my emotions. They looked at Miao, increasingly perceiving her as fearsome. Even her companions found her intimidating, terrifyingly so. Miao felt elated, nearly wanting to pout and utter a triumphant yes more. Yet she maintained an innocent facade. Do not gaze at me with such eyes. I am no monster. We would rather you be a monster, they exclaimed in unison. Why must there be such a vast difference among us?
Miao replied, Oh.
Do not feel inferior compared to me. She relished the feeling of superiority, enjoying their envy and resentment, knowing they were utterly powerless against her. It was exhilarating. However, in the next moment, Ge delivered a punch to her head. Miao cradled her aching head. What was that for? I have always detested pretentious individuals. Miao was left speechless. After a moment of silence, Ge added, Do not let anyone else know about your yang spiritual root and your ability to cultivate all 5 elements for the time being.
Miao inquired, why not?
Shu explained, because it is too extraordinary. Historically, everyone has regarded the mixed spiritual roots of those cultivating all 5 elements as worthless. Not only do they require more spiritual energy to train, but they also face potential life-threatening risks. Yet you are different. Your yang spiritual root and astonishing cultivation speed have entirely resolved the safety issue of cultivating all 5 elements. You are currently the only one capable of achieving this feat. This implies that your combat style and future path are broader than we could have ever imagined. As the saying goes, A tree that stands out will inevitably be blown down by the wind. You are already under scrutiny due to your heavenly foundation. If news of your ability to cultivate all 5 elements spreads, it could very well seal your fate. Demons will seek to kill you, beasts will pursue you, and even humans will wish for your demise. As the esteemed elder conveyed, the ways of heaven are often unjust. One fears that an excessively formidable entity may disrupt the delicate balance, and similarly, the world operates under this principle. A towering tree invites the wind, and the wind shall surely bring its ruin. Such is the decree of heaven, and how is the world any different? Those who are not of our kin, no matter how powerful, remain a threat. Those who do not share our stance, regardless of their strength, are adversaries. After a moment of contemplation, Miao nodded. Indeed. I will conceal myself until I am capable of safeguarding my own existence. Jin Xingfei responded, I shall protect you as well. Wuhua pondered briefly before affirming. Previously, his curiosity towards Miao had merely been a result of various serendipitous encounters, but now he genuinely regarded her as his junior sister and a friend. Though she may possess a somewhat mischievous nature, she is not unkind to her own. She is discerning. From the moment she dared to withstand the pressures of the Great Ascension at the Foundation establishment stage and advocated for Jujian Mountain, he recognized her worth. Jin Xingfei had acknowledged her even earlier, at the moment Miao willingly held the lightning rod to brave the storm for her fellow disciples. Miao raised her hand. I am truly touched by your sentiments, but I have one question. What is it? I doubt you would be able to defeat me. Her fists have grown formidable. Yet, this may indeed be a candid truth. However, it does not deter Jin Xingfei and Wuhua from feeling slightly vulnerable. You, after all that effort to evoke emotions, now seek to mock us. Hey, what are you all doing? We are civilized individuals. Let us wield words, not fists. Help. Observing the playful antics of the trio, the elder council wore expressions of indulgent amusement. Wuhua seldom displayed such mischief. It is inevitable. Miao's antics are simply too amusing. However, now that Wuhua has broken through to the half-step golden core stage, and Xingfei has mastered his talisman formation, with Miao in her mid-foundation establishment stage, it should not be problematic for them to train together at the 10 sects, right? Chang's gaze grew increasingly profound, revealing hints of caution. It is hard to say. After all, those little prodigies are not to be underestimated. Chapter 75. I have been raised on a vegetarian diet since childhood. Brother Jingming. Why are you eating vegetarian again? In the Golden Buddha Temple, after all had received their meals, a few young monks approached curiously. Having been accustomed to a plant-based diet since childhood, he harbored no desire for meat. The one they addressed, Brother Jingming, stood tall at 8 feet, clad in a golden-brown monk's robe. His stature was robust, his skin fair and luminous, and his features were handsomely chiseled, with a red mole gracing his forehead. His elongated phoenix eyes always bore a smile reminiscent of a living Buddha, enhancing the aura of compassion about him. In his hands, he held a large bowl of vegetable porridge, adorned with prayer beads, his form radiating a gentle golden light, instilling a sense of tranquility, devoid of any restlessness. With a gentle demeanor, he took a sip of the porridge. The Golden Buddha Temple practiced Mahayana Buddhism, which defined not eating meat not as abstaining from flesh, but from pungent foods such as garlic and scallions. Thus, he could consume meat. Yet he had grown accustomed to a vegetarian lifestyle.
Amitba.
Despite his leisurely pace, he moved like a phantom, soon placing down his bowl and heading towards the Golden Buddha Hall for meditation. Brother Jingming is truly remarkable. How long has he been practicing this Buddhist lotus step to achieve such mastery? Brother Jingming is a naturally gifted child of Buddha. His understanding far surpasses ours. Jingming was born within the Golden Buddha Temple, and on that day, lotus flowers bloomed within a 100-mile radius, divine birds sang, and a peacock, a symbol of Buddhist auspiciousness, manifested to chant scriptures. This was the herald of the birth of a Buddha child. Legend has it that in the Golden Age, countless holy sons and daughters emerged. Yet when the Buddha child appeared, he overshadowed the rest. Shortly after this extraordinary phenomenon, the cries of a newborn echoed through the temple, with the elders following the sound to find none other than Jingming himself. His parents remained unknown. Jingming's identity as the Buddha child was confirmed due to his innate Buddha physique, radiating a natural light. Indeed, I had previously observed Jingming's cultivation from afar, and the aura of Buddha light surrounding him felt like an ascension. We are truly incomparable. But is it merely the reception of Buddha light that elicits such feelings? Jingming, the foremost prodigy of our time, One young monk grew intrigued. Is she the owner of the Weeping Sword, the prodigy of Jujian Mountain who has reached the Foundation establishment? What is she like? The second monk frowned, pondering. What my friend shared is unclear. He only said that Miao is an extremely abstract person. Yet I do not know what that means. However, there is one particularly intriguing piece of information.
Oh,
What makes it intriguing? The first monk, unfazed by Miao's abstract nature, was more eager for the gossip. The second monk continued. My friend said that Miao also emits light. And it must be even brighter and more dazzling than Brother Jingming's.
how can that be?
Brother Jingming possesses innate Buddha light. How can a Foundation establishment cultivator's light compare? I thought so too. We nearly had a heated argument over it. In my opinion, Brother Jingming undoubtedly shines brighter, especially since he has already reached the golden core stage. After all, Brother Jingming is the most compassionate and sacred Buddha child in the world, an idol for all Buddhist practitioners. The two young monks were engrossed in their discussion, unaware that Jingming had not strayed far. Upon hearing Miao's name, he paused at the corner, feigning meditation, avoiding any greetings from passing disciples. Miao possesses Buddha light? He smiled knowingly. Interesting. At that moment, the sound of falling bamboo leaves filled the air, accompanied by an enchanting melody. A man clad in a dark green robe, carrying a long zither, exuded a blend of elegance and mischief, with playful fox-like eyes that were both innocent and slightly bewitching. His expression radiated a sense of upright refinement, reminiscent of an ethereal being. A sudden roar echoed from the sky as he gracefully made his entrance. Monk, what are you eavesdropping on now? Unbeknownst to others, he was fully aware of the so-called Buddha child. Compassionate? Sacred? Nonsense. He was anything but. This fellow had always relished the guise of a well-behaved child while eavesdropping, having even trained to refine his ears into wind-catching ones. Whenever he sought the juiciest gossip, he would come to the Golden Buddha Temple to find him. Let me in on the details. Jingming chuckled. It was merely Yu Wuxin, but you arrived at an opportune moment. They have already concluded. Yu Wuxin, the son of the Qin Sect, born with severed fingers, adorned in jade, cherished literary elegance. In terms of talent, he was not the strongest, but in terms of appearance and mastery of the arts, he was undeniably formidable. Thus, in many battles among holy sons and daughters, he consistently emerged victorious, wielding his exceptional musical skills to disrupt and manipulate. He raised an eyebrow. They finished speaking. Why not share what you found interesting? Could it be about that Miao from Jujian Mountain? I've heard she is quite the intriguing individual. Her talents and experiences seem even more astonishing than yours. It appears Jujian Mountain, having languished in the lower ranks for years, may finally make a comeback in this training session. Jingming nodded. Indeed. I have heard she also possesses Buddha light. Yu Wuxin's eyes sparkled, and then he covered his mouth, chuckling. Then you two should stand together and compare whose light shines brighter. I shall be the judge. Jingming smiled, but remained silent. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a colossal golden hand descended from the heavens, nearly flattening Yu Wuxin. Wretched monk, release me at once, or I shall make you pay. Only then did Jingming retract his divine grasp. Yu Wuxin finally stood up to rearrange himself, exclaiming that he had become disheveled and lacked elegance. If seen by others, his title of the most handsome man would be in jeopardy, and his fans would surely retaliate. However, he found himself quite intrigued by the mysterious Miao. Curious to witness her true appearance, perhaps she possessed extraordinary abilities? Jingming shared this anticipation. Additionally, he learned that the first training site for the 10 sects would be at the Golden Buddha Temple. He noted the participation of the Qin Sect in this gathering. Jingming was astonished. The Qin Sect? The heretical sect? Yu Wuxin clarified. They have reformed and joined the ranks of the top 10 sects 5 years ago. Shouldn't you be more informed? Rumor has it that the enchanting girl from Qin Sect has also reached the half-step golden core stage, making her a formidable opponent in this training. Aside from you, who has already attained the golden core, there is also Wenrini from the Wanjian sect and myself, both at half-step golden core. Truly, the talents of this generation are exceptional. Jingming replied with indifference, acknowledging that he did not pay much attention to such matters as they seemed unworthy of his time. Meanwhile, at the Qin Sect, formerly known as the Hijia Huanla Sect, a young lady adorned in a mesmerizing purple gown stood before a bronze mirror. Her beauty was captivating, enough to sway the hearts of many with just a smile. Young mistress, you are even more beautiful than yesterday. You shall be even more radiant on your wedding day. A maid remarked. The young lady, with a teasing smile, replied, "Am I truly that beautiful?" With a mere glance from her fox-like eyes, the maid fell into a trance, her body stiffening under the enchantment. "Naturally, you are the most beautiful in the world," the maid responded, entranced. "Would you be willing to die for me?" the young lady asked. "Of course," the maid replied, and with a casual flick of her finger, a multitude of purple-red threads emerged, piercing through the maid's body, leading to her instantaneous demise. She had no chance to struggle. Outside, a woman rushed in, gritting her teeth. "Xianji, do not go too far." The young lady, Rome Xianji, was the holy maiden of the Qin Sect, possessing a body of the celestial fox, capable of enchanting both men and women alike. Anyone who caught her gaze would irrationally fall in love with her. This unique physique, when paired with another in dual cultivation, could significantly enhance their powers. Thus, since her birth, plans for her marriage to Wen Rinni, the young master of the Qin Sect, had been in place, given the alluring terms proposed by them. With a light laugh, Rome Xianji replied, "Mother, it was merely a puppet I disposed of. Why must you be so angered?" Her mother clenched her teeth. "Do not think I am unaware of your thoughts, Xianji. The Qin Sect has never been a virtuous sect. Do you not know this? As my daughter and a celestial fox, you should understand that marrying a man of great talent and power is the path to your future success. Besides, marriage is the destiny of women." Although the Qin Sect had indeed cleansed its reputation, it did not mean they had abandoned the practice of dual cultivation. They merely shifted from indiscriminately capturing men to marrying and cultivating with their husbands. Despite the ability to cultivate without dual practice, their true power was only unleashed through it. Rome Xianji shot her a cold glance. "That is your destiny, not mine. If I am to marry, it shall be of my own choosing, with someone I genuinely love. If you wish to maintain our mother-daughter bond, refrain from further words. Please leave, mother." Her tone, once soft, now held an unmistakable edge of menace. Her mother's expression turned icy. "You refuse to heed my counsel." Before she could continue, threads pierced her neck, drawing blood. Rome Xianji's gaze was icy. "You," her mother froze, gritting her teeth. Rome Xianji retorted, "Within a year, I shall provide you with a resolution. If by then I have not found a suitable partner, I will marry Wen Rinni." With that, she vanished like smoke, leaving her mother fuming, tears of frustration brimming in her eyes. Why does she not understand? If she continues on this reckless path, that cursed prophecy will doom her to a life of suffering. No one knows that pain better than I do. Elsewhere, Rome Xianji departed from the Qin Sect, casting a glance back, murmuring, "Mother was never like this. Is it all because of that prophecy? How can mere words hold such power? I, Rome Xianji, am a prodigy of this era, unbound by a prophecy." The prophecy foretold that if the celestial fox did not marry by the age of 20, she would face dire consequences, a curse that had plagued her lineage for generations. With only a year until her 20th birthday, the final deadline loomed. I refused to believe it. Half a month later, the day of the 10 sects training arrived, where each sect was required to send 5 of their most elite disciples under the age of 20. This was preparation for the opening of the Tian Bei Cave a year later, an opportunity for the younger generation to seize great fortunes. It also served as a precaution, in case the cave had restrictions preventing the elder generation from entering. Training the younger disciples was also a means of refining their characters, particularly in their formative years, when they were neither too strong nor too weak. The first training location was the Golden Buddha Temple. The disciples from the Qin Sect were the first to arrive, followed by others from various sections. The 5 disciples of Tianjin wore black robes adorned with white patterns. Their attire was indeed striking. The leader among them, Wen Rinni, strode in with an air of confidence, adorned with various talismans, eager to display his wealth. Who would have thought we, Tianjin Sect, would arrive first? They certainly have an inflated sense of self-importance, especially that 9-sword mountain. What a grand reputation. Just being part of the 10 sects is an achievement, yet they dare to make everyone wait for them. Indeed, one might think they possess strength. Another disciple chimed in. What strength does 9-sword mountain have? Wealth or power? Everyone knows they are financially strapped. Their new generation lacks even a half-step golden core, yet they still dare to call themselves sword immortals. Exactly. Unlike our young master, who is wealthy, powerful, and has an unwed fiancée. When Rinni waved his hand with a feigned coolness, "Remain low-key, low-key. I am a winner in life. But let's keep that under wraps." He turned to Rome Xianji, attempting to catch her eye. She felt a wave of disgust, rolling her eyes, unwilling to acknowledge him. To insult him? She feared it might only please this insufferable man. Instead, she approached her close friend, Yu Wuxin. He whispered in her ear, "Aren't you planning to deal with him?" Rong Xianji replied, "Dealing with him is easy, but it would attract trouble from Qin Sect. It's better to let it be." Yu Wuxin remarked, "You truly are carefree." Carefree? Rong Xianji laughed, then pointed at Wenrinny. "What do you think of his head?" "Ugly," Yu Wuxin responded. "I meant, how is the feng shui on his head?" "What do you mean?" "Good feng shui. Perfect for dyeing green, perfect for planting grass." Yu Wuxin's eyes widened in realization, giving her a hearty thumbs up. "Brilliant," as Rong Xianji pointed at herself. Wenrinny quickly approached. "Xianji, what's wrong? Are you thinking of me?" Rong Xianji nudged Yu Wuxin. "Let us keep our distance from this lunatic." The two moved beside Jingming, seeking the protection of the Buddha's light against ill fortune. One of the Tianjin disciples remarked, "Young master, why do I get the feeling that Miss Xianji is not particularly fond of you?" A glimmer of lasciviousness surfaced in Wenrinny's eyes. "Do you disdain me?" "It is precisely such a woman that ignites the desire for conquest. Ultimately, she shall belong to me. After their grand wedding, once he tires of her, he will demote her to a concubine." At that moment, a tremendous sound erupted from the sky. "Get out of the way." Chapter 77. The dazzling arrival of Nine-Sword Mountain.
Boom.
The object plummeting from the heavens resembled a meteor, creating a gaping hole in the ground upon impact with the tiles of the Golden Buddha Temple. Dust and debris swirled, obscuring the situation within. Everyone around was left gaping in astonishment. Yu Wuxin exclaimed, "What on earth was that falling object?" Rong Xianyuan responded, "It appears to be a person." Jingming confirmed, "Indeed, it is a person." Yu Wuxin questioned, "How could someone fall from the sky and be considered normal?" The three voiced their hopes that the individual had not perished. Jingming's eyes opened wide. "It seems it struck Wenrinny." Rong Xianyuan and Yu Wuxin remarked, "Then he may very well be dead." Jingming added, "Ba." The people of Nine-Sword Mountain had arrived. At this pronouncement, all present adopted serious expressions, gazing skyward. In the heavens, a group from Nine-Sword Mountain soared on their swords, clad in black and white Yinyang robes, exclusively sponsored by the Jin family of Jiangling, worth a fortune. Each individual displayed striking features and commanding presence. They swiftly descended, their faces etched with concern as they peered into the mist. 1, 2, 3, 4, only 4 individuals? And all are men. Where is Qi Miao? There were Ing Wuhua, Jin Xingfei, Qiu Qi, and an unfamiliar figure, 4 men, though Qi Miao was supposed to be a woman? Wait, could it be? At that moment, the figure in the haze finally spoke. "I swear, I will never practice sword flight again." Ing Wuhua, Jin Xingfei. "Could you be a bit more considerate of the novice on the road?" Qi Miao's voice brimmed with complaints. She had never attempted sword flight before, feeling unsteady throughout the journey. Then, Jin Xingfei suddenly proposed a competition. She had refused, but Jin Xingfei's provocation had no effect. Ultimately, Jin Xingfei, in frustration, collided his sword with Ing Wuhua, prompting a playful chase. Though they were having fun, Jin Xingfei, that scoundrel, had made her the center of attention, causing her to lose her balance and plummet. By the time everyone reacted, she had already descended like a shooting star, in excruciating pain. Jin Xingfei clasped his hands in an apologetic gesture. "First, I must apologize, then I must say it's no big deal." Qi Miao retorted, "What do you mean, no big deal?" Jin Xingfei explained, "It's no big deal. You haven't died yet despite numerous falls. You possess some sort of immortality." Ing Wuhua nodded in agreement, though he cleared his throat and surveyed the crowd. "Nine-Sword Mountain has arrived late. Please forgive us." The crowd was left in a state of shock, their minds utterly blank. The entrance of Nine-Sword Mountain was indeed quite extraordinary. So extraordinary. Qi Miao stood up, unaware that she had stepped on something round and rolled, nearly tumbling down. Fortunately, her quick reflexes allowed her to execute a perfect landing. This moment deserved applause. Clap, clap, clap. The members of Nine-Sword Mountain applauded, while others, feeling the pressure to join in, clapped along. A disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect remarked, "Wait, why are we applauding? Do you ask me? I have no idea. By the way, where is the young master?" "Wait, the young master?" They gazed down in horror at Qi Miao. Qi Miao, equally bewildered, looked down. Did this person not move aside? Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, the round object I just stepped on should be a human head? Oh no. I just arrived and have already taken a head. She did not know who the person beneath her was, quickly helping him up. Buddy, do you believe me that it was unintentional? When Rinny lay there, appearing serene as if he had departed this world, utterly unresponsive. Well, since you're silent, I'll take that as you believe me and have forgiven me, she thought. But his head, oh, how it ached. Miao sighed, glancing at Jin Xingfei. It's hopeless. We should prepare. Jin Xingfei wore a gloomy expression, all right. As she spoke, a suona unexpectedly appeared in Miao's hand. Jin Xingfei produced a large floral wreath, an ice coffin, and a paper offering, all ready for use. The crowd gasped. What are you preparing for? Why are you all carrying a funeral set? Who brings a burial kit when they go out? Yu Wuxin smirked. Is this the current style of Nine Sword Mountain? Rong Xianyuan remarked. I find it rather shocking. Jing Ming remained silent, but his mind flashed back to the gossip he had heard yesterday. They said Miao was an abstract person. Jing Ming's ears perked up slightly, a smile spreading across his face. Interesting. Following them, there will certainly be more gossip. After a while, when Rinny continued to feign death, he had awakened some time ago. If he maintained the act, he would have a reason to blame Nine Sword Mountain, ensuring they would not hold their heads high during the training of the 10 sects. Especially in front of him, Nine Sword Mountain would have to submissively cater to him. Nine Sword Mountain was simply born to be a scoundrel. Miao realized these were disciples of the heavenly Sword Sect. And she suddenly discovered an issue. It seemed we had matched outfits with a heavenly Sword Sect? Jin Xingfei also noticed, exclaiming, This clothing is a private custom for my Jin family. I specified this half a month ago. It cannot be a duplicate. Miao replied, Could it be that your Jin family plagiarized theirs? That would be quite inappropriate. Jin Xingfei countered, Impossible. The finest weavers in the world are in my family. If we were to plagiarize, I would simply buy their copyrights. Besides, look at the materials. Theirs is merely a slightly better silk. While we are wearing the first batch of silk produced by the ice spirit silkworm, capable of encasing them along with their garments and innards in one package. If anyone were to plagiarize, it would be them plagiarizing us. Miao replied, Very cheeky, my friend. Hearing you say this reassures me. She then looked down at Wenrinny. After a moment of silence, she muttered softly, TSK, I initially thought this clothing style was rather appealing. How it looks on them,
Though.
TSK. As the saying goes, it's not terrifying to wear the same outfit. The one who looks ugly feels awkward. Hearing this, Wenrinny, still in a state of pretense, nearly succumbed to rage. Were they claiming their clothing was a copy of theirs? Or merely mediocre? The key point was, what was the implication of it looking better on them? He thought, what is wrong with wearing it on them? Wenrinny was on the verge of cursing, but suddenly recalled that the vendor of that outfit had claimed it was a private custom from the Jin family. Everything seemed to align.
Damn.
What a coincidence. He was right to feign death. This was precisely the moment to do so. The other disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect lost their composure. You Nine Sword Mountain folks have such poor manners? Not only have you harmed our young master, but you also speak so disrespectfully. Miao gasped. Looking down, she realized, this ugly fellow is actually the young master of the Heavenly Sword Sect? But wait, he described in the talent manual as possessing celestial grace? How does he not resemble that at all? Where is the celestial grace? This person looks nothing like it. Although her remark about the ugly fellow was somewhat subjective, it was undeniable that his appearance did not align with the divine beauty described. When Rinny felt his teeth grinding, he couldn't hear. He was feigning death. He knew nothing. Ing Wuhua glanced at him, chuckling, and whispered to Miao, he is pretending to be dead. Could you two refrain from letting him hear? Is it not enough for him to be oblivious during such an embarrassing moment? It was then that Miao looked at him with a mischievous smile. Feigning death? Are you trying to provoke? Although I truly struck you, you were indeed feigning. None of us are virtuous. It merely depends on who can endure the longest. Is it despicable? She excels at it. With a single breath, Miao altered her expression to one of pitiful innocence. I never anticipated that the person I inadvertently harmed would be the young master of the Tianjian sect. This is a matter of sect grievances. We had hoped to resolve them during this visit, yet this incident has transpired. It is all my fault. I assure you, I will revive you. Fortunately, I possess 2 life-saving elixirs of immense value. Here, open your mouth and consume my elixir. Chapter 78. He was the one who sought my assistance. An elixir? When Rinny's entire body stiffened, who could discern whether this was a genuine elixir or a potion that would lead to one's demise? When venturing out, One must never consume anything offered by others, especially not a potion. Particularly since everyone is aware that he is merely pretending to be dead.
Terrified.
When Rini abruptly opened his eyes, feigning confusion as if just awakening. What has transpired? An elixir? Miao had already brought the elixir to his lips. Awake? Then you should take your medicine. This plot seems amiss. I am awake, and I refuse.
Who cares what you want?
If I say you shall consume it, then you shall. With that, Miao forcefully shoved the elixir into Wenrini's mouth, swiftly lifting his chin to seal his lips. He sought to explode with rage, but discovered he could not muster any spiritual energy. He could hardly believe that a mere girl could overpower him, a robust man.
Yet.
Astonishingly, it was true. Miao, devoid of any discernible spiritual fluctuations, wielded a strength that rendered him as powerless as an ant. Is this the power of her mere physical form? It cannot be this extraordinary. The protestations of no were muffled as he desperately held the elixir in his mouth, refusing to swallow. He gazed at Miao in terror. Was she truly resorting to such coercive tactics? Miao replied, "How can you waste my good intentions? It is already in your mouth. Why not swallow it?" When Rini emitted a vehement protest, resolutely refusing to swallow it. However, in the next moment, Miao unexpectedly embraced his head. There was no escape. When Rini. Others. What does that imply? Instantly, Miao began to shake his head vigorously. When Rini felt as though he might perish from the motion. The onlookers were stunned. This was brutality, far too severe for the young. As a result of this violent shaking, when Rini inadvertently swallowed the elixir, he turned pale, rising to point accusingly at Miao. You? What have you forced me to consume? You benevolent person. Upon speaking, when Rini appeared dazed. What nonsense was he uttering?
Miao smiled enigmatically.
Her eyes shimmering with an indescribable divinity. The elixir worked wonders. Did he not awaken immediately? A disciple of the Qin Sect interjected. Nonsense. The young master was already awake. You forced it upon him. We all witnessed it. Miao feigned innocence as she looked at the others. Did I? I merely shrugged my shoulders and then turned back to Wenrini. My dear brother, do you claim that I forced you to take the medicine? Wenrini's expression was one of agitation, seemingly at the peak of his emotions. Of course not. It was your miraculous elixir that revived me. I feel utterly invigorated, and I am deeply grateful to you. Upon hearing this, everyone present was utterly confounded, especially Wenrini himself. He had not intended to say that. He wanted to denounce Miao. Jing Ming squinted, discerning the truth. The elixir is suspicious. Yu Wuxin remarked, yet I have seen many elixirs and never encountered one with such an effect. It cannot be a true elixir. Rome Xuanji observed. Indeed. It does not resemble a genuine elixir. It seems to work in reverse. Jing Ming pressed his lips together, his smile transforming into one of compassion. Interesting. The others felt a flicker of intrigue. An elixir that worked in reverse was unheard of. It could very well be a creation of the Nine-Sword Mountain. Perhaps it was indeed an original concoction of Miao. Miao turned her attention to Wenrini. It is but a trivial matter. Do not consider me overly virtuous. As long as you do not mind my collision with you, we are fine. Wenrini, agitated yet earnest, replied, Of course I do not mind. Being knocked down by you is my great fortune, and I feel it is only right to present you with some token of my gratitude. Miao, such grandeur? That seems inappropriate. Her gaze swept over the multitude of exquisite artifacts adorning Wenrini. He hastily concealed his treasures, yet he insisted, were it not for this little incident, I would never have had the opportunity to engage with someone as exceptional as you. I must offer you something. If you refuse, I shall resort to weeping and wailing. What is he saying? Miao responded. Is that so? I do not particularly desire your artifacts. After all, the Nine-Sword Mountain is not lacking in such items. However, since you insist, I must grant you some face. Otherwise, you would be unable to save face, would you not? I shall select a few at random. You dare. If you touch any of it, he will surely kill you. When Rini felt he might explode, all of these were the finest artifacts he had procured from his sect. Did she dare to touch even one? But Miao truly dared. Like capturing a chick, she bound his hands together with one hand, squeezing tightly, causing Wenrini to cry out in pain. With the other hand, she began to select from his possessions. Oh dear, you are indeed sincere. You have laid out all your artifacts for me to choose from. This precious gourd is quite nice. This flute is acceptable as well. There's no saliva on it, is there? I shall gift it to Wuhua. Oh, what a splendid treasure. A jade pendant. Or is it golden jade? I shall give it to Jin Xingfei. He will surely appreciate it. When Rinny wanted to weep, wanted to protest, yet he was held captive. The blind fools from his sect did not come to his aid. His Xianqing 7 treasure gourd, his Longming Qingyu flute, his golden stone jade. These were the finest treasures of the Tianjian sect. Miao had thoroughly ransacked him, leaving no trace behind. Very well, I shall take these. She stripped him of everything, finally casting him aside. When Rinny felt numb, like a flower girl utterly devoid of will to resist, tightly clutching his own form, silently weeping. You beast! Yet the words that escaped his lips were, you benevolent person. I truly adore you. If I see you again, I shall offer you everything else I possess. Miao surveyed him. Other items? Are you referring to that counterfeit garment from the 9-Sword Mountain? No need. I appreciate the sentiment, but we do not wear fakes. Her final remark was a lethal blow. The disciples of the Tianjian sect were utterly flabbergasted. You 9-Sword Mountain, are too oppressive. Miao replied. Are we? Where have we been oppressive? Everyone heard it. All my actions were merely those requested by the young master of the Tianjian sect. I have done nothing without request. With a single statement, she silenced all dissent. Even the disciples of the Tianjian sect found themselves at a loss for words, each one brimming with pent-up frustration, ready to explode. What on earth was happening with their young master? Had he gone mad? They had considered intervening. Yet upon hearing the young master's words and seeing his lack of resistance, they refrained. At that moment, a cough from the elders of the Golden Buddha Temple echoed nearby.
Amitabha.
Miao, the Golden Buddha Temple welcomes your arrival. Chapter 79. A heart in suspense meets an untimely demise. The appearance of the elders from the Golden Buddha Temple served as a reminder for all to temper their antics. This was, after all, a solemn occasion, ill-suited for excessive mischief. Thus, this farce came to an end. However, it was evident that everyone was merely seeking entertainment. The only one truly harmed was a rather unlikable individual. The abbot of the Golden Buddha Temple, Master Puning, stated, I kindly ask all the young benefactors to verify the list once more according to the sect. Beside him, a young monk produced a registration form. The disciples from each sect approached one by one to report their names. When it came time for the 9-Sword Mountain, there was a moment of tension, as everyone speculated that the individual in question was Miao, yet the truth remained uncertain. Wuhua filled out the form without concern, being familiar with the situation. Jin Xingfei stepped up to fill in, having never encountered this person before, but he introduced himself as from the esteemed Jin family of Jiangling, renowned even within the realm of cultivation for their immense wealth and luck. The disciples of 9-Sword Mountain were of notably high caliber. A disciple from the Heavenly Sword Sect remarked, high caliber? Not a single one has even reached half-step golden core. They lack any real strength. When Rinny countered, 9-Sword Mountain possesses remarkable strength, far surpassing our Heavenly Sword Sect. To which the Heavenly Sword disciple retorted, perhaps you should refrain from speaking. Your words might lead others to believe our sect's young master is a devoted admirer of 9-Sword Mountain, despite the rivalry between the two. Next, the third contender from 9-Sword Mountain, Qiu Qi, stepped forward. He had recently experienced a fortuitous event, enhancing his strength considerably, and with his commendable character, was granted this opportunity. The fourth contestant, Yuing, was a direct disciple of 9-Sword Mountain. Finally, a young girl approached, causing a momentary tension as all hearts hung in suspense. Uncharacteristically, she wore a custom yin-yang robe adorned with golden threads, enhancing her ethereal beauty. Her golden eyes sparkled with vitality, exuding an indescribable divine aura. She must be Miao, someone mused. However, doubts lingered. After all, the legend spoke of Miao attracting 9 thunder tribulations during her breakthrough from Qi refinement to foundation establishment, elevating the entire Miaohua continent. How could someone so formidable appear in such a manner? Do you not find her remarkable? Another questioned. Remarkable? In a peculiar way came the reply. Yet, Miao's absence from the 10 sects training raised additional suspicions. They had never personally witnessed her, and no one had called her name, leaving her identity shrouded in doubt, akin to a heavy stone pressing upon their chests. It wasn't until Miao wrote her name on the form with a brush, Miao, that silence enveloped the gathering. The weight upon their hearts shattered, dissipating like smoke. They had never anticipated that such a legendary figure would present herself in this manner. It was not unworthy, merely unexpected. At that moment, The assembled crowd felt a sense of embarrassment, reluctant to demean someone they did not know well. After a brief pause, someone asked why the young monk had not departed, as she was supposed to be the last. The young monk wished to leave, but was captivated by the form Miao was examining. He tugged at it, straining his voice between clenched teeth. Miao. I must submit the form. Miao replied, just a moment, let me take another look. She hurriedly noted all the names listed on the signature sheet, recalling the details from the Celestial Prodigy Manual, aware of whom she must avoid provoking during the training. The first was Jingming from the Golden Buddha Temple, a naturally gifted child of Buddha, already at the Golden Core stage. Although he seldom revealed his abilities, he had previously defeated enemies with ease. The second was Yu Wuxin from the Qin Sect, a half-step Golden Core cultivator. While not particularly difficult to face, his abilities were insidiously troublesome. The third was Rong Xuanji from the Hehuan Sect, another half-step Golden Core cultivator, noted for her formidable strength, likely surpassing Yu Wuxin. Others were less concerning. Miao's awareness of these individuals was not solely for avoiding new enmities, but also to fulfill the mission assigned by the Gourd historical system, to identify 5 prodigies with a root value of 95 or above for specialized training. She was determined to accomplish her task. The Gourd historical system lamented, I am truly distraught. Miao reassured, do not weep. Your tears give me the sensation of you urinating in my mind. Quickly, she matched all the names accordingly. With a smile, she gently patted the young monk's bald head. Go on, child, I have observed enough. Do not linger too long lest the elders grow displeased. The young monk complied, while the others exchanged glances, taken aback by her amiable nature. Upon returning to her group, Miao found all eyes fixed upon her. This is rather embarrassing, she remarked. Jin Xingfei noted, it seems we have garnered quite a bit of attention. Ing Wuhua was puzzled, while Qiuqi expressed, I believe you are mistaken. Yuing added, indeed. It feels as though we are the center of attention. Ing Wuhua and Qiuqi exchanged glances, realizing they were the only rational ones present. After a moment, the young monk beside Master Puning spoke up. The list has been verified, and it appears everyone is present. However, as you all have traveled extensively today, we will not conduct any special training. Feel free to explore and rest early. Do not be late for tomorrow's morning training. It is advisable to familiarize yourselves with one another, as you will be together for the next year. Master Puning added with a smile. Indeed. It is beneficial to get acquainted. We did not have such opportunities in our time. He then instructed the young monk regarding various matters, including accommodations and dining arrangements. After the gathering dispersed, Miao and her companions had no specific plans, initially intending to seek a meal. Just then, a lamenting voice called from behind, esteemed guests, please wait a moment. They turned to find Miao exclaiming, why is there another monk? Jin Xingfei quickly nudged her, whispering, that is Jingming. Upon closer inspection, Miao recognized him as the person she had noted earlier. However, she wondered what Jingming wanted, demonstrating an understanding of social niceties. Jingming broke the ice. Miao, as a distinguished guest of the Golden Buddha Temple, I must extend my hospitality. I hope the esteemed guests from Nine Sword Mountain do not find this bothersome. Jin Xingfei whispered, he is here to assess your status. Miao understood and suddenly noticed a faint glow of Buddhist light rising behind Jingming. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Could this be?
Chapter 80. Miao.
Indeed intriguing. You radiate light, as do I. We must have been relatives in a past life. She quickly began to curry favor with Jingming, prompting Wenren's sarcastic remarks, astonished at her behavior. The effects of that cursed elixir had finally worn off, and he sighed with relief. Wishing others could comprehend the pain he had endured, a disciple from the Heavenly Sword Sect inquired, Young master, did you suffer an ailment earlier? Wenren clenched his teeth and slapped the indiscreet disciple across the face, his gaze darkening. Silence if you cannot speak appropriately. Who permitted you to address me in such a manner? Should this happen again, you may leave our ranks. He was exasperated that no one had stepped in to assist him when Miao's elixir had affected him. In an instant, the 4 Heavenly Sword disciples were drenched in cold sweat, bowing their heads in fear. Yes, we are foolish. Wenren scoffed and then turned his attention to Miao and Jingming, his eyes narrowing. Prepare yourselves for a spectacle, he declared loudly, ensuring that those from surrounding sects could hear him clearly. Everyone assumed that Jingming, the born Buddha child, was an easygoing and affable individual. However, He was acutely aware that among the known prodigies, Jingming was the most challenging to approach. He resembled a true Buddha, appearing benevolent on the surface while actually holding himself aloof, looking down upon all living beings. Jingming refrained from forming close connections with anyone. A disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect inquired, "Young master, how do you know so much?" Wen Runyi's finger trembled as he raised his hand, ready to strike, admonishing, "Do not ask questions that you should not. Has no one taught you this?" He would never reveal that in the past. He had desperately sought to ingratiate himself with this Buddha child, attempting to present gifts, only to have them cleverly accepted while being met with countless rebuffs. He had even foolishly believed he might become close to him. Just wait, Qi Miao, for the moment you embarrass yourself and provide everyone with a splendid show. At that moment, however, Wen Runyi remained oblivious. Jingming's ears twitched slightly. All eyes converged upon the two. A faint glow emanated from Jingming, unassuming yet palpable. Qi Miao gazed intently at Jingming, her own form gradually beginning to radiate light. The crowd gasped in astonishment.
What?
This development is unexpected. How do you also possess Buddha light? Qi Miao smiled, revealing her teeth, her radiance slightly surpassing Jingming's, extending her hand. So you are Jingming, the esteemed senior brother. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. While those around them remained largely unaffected, Jingming sensed a distinct difference. The light enveloping her did not seem like ordinary Buddha light. It appeared to possess a unique power. His knees felt strangely ungovernable, though the sensation was not yet overwhelming. Jingming smiled and shook her hand. A pleasure indeed. Only the disciples of the Nine-Sword Mountain appeared startled. "We must leave," urged Ingwuhua. Instantly, the disciples of Nine-Sword Mountain fled the scene as if pursued by a ferocious beast, leaving the others bewildered. What danger could there be? This is the Golden Buddha Temple, the safest place of all. Wen Runyi crossed his arms and proclaimed loudly, "I see it now. The people of Nine-Sword Mountain are a bunch of cowards, fearing they might be purified by Jingming's Buddha light." A disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect chimed in, "But it seems Qi Miao also possesses Buddha light?" Wen Runyi waved his hand dismissively. "How could that be? Do you think Buddha light is commonplace?" Just then, they felt the intensity of Qi Miao's light surge. Subsequently, Jingming's Buddha light also intensified. Qi Miao amplified her radiance. "It is an honor to meet you." Jingming responded with equal fervor, "A pleasure indeed." The two engaged in a contest of brilliance, neither yielding an inch. The light grew ever more radiant. Ingwuhua had already taken out snacks, preparing to enjoy the spectacle. Are they truly competing? Rong Xianji, with her fox-like charm, focused intently, sensing something amiss. Qi Miao's light was not Buddha light. Buddha light was her natural adversary, yet she felt no resistance from Qi Miao's light, only warmth. What could it be, if not Buddha light? Ingwuhua pondered, unsure whose brilliance shone brighter. The onlookers began to place their bets. "I bet on Jingming."
So do I.
At that moment, a voice echoed from behind, "I bet on Qi Miao." Suddenly, those supporting Qi Miao emerged from behind the wall, concealing themselves with branches adorned with leaves. "What kind of appearance is that?" remarked Jin Shengfei before diving back behind the wall entirely. The others gasped. "Is Nine-Sword Mountain this abstract? It's just Buddha light. What danger could there be?" The two sources of light continued their subtle contest of luminosity. Jingming seemed to drop his pretense, seeking to probe Qi Miao's true nature. As the foremost prodigy of the age, the born Buddha child, his light burst forth with such intensity that it nearly blinded her. "Ah, so that is how it is?" Qi Miao replied politely, "I apologize if I have offended you." Jingming, bewildered, asked, "Offended? What have you done?" In an instant, Qi Miao's golden light surged forth, and she became almost divine at its center. Although her light was not as potent as Jingming's, in that moment, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Beneath the radiance of merit and virtue, with Qi Miao's current foundational strength, those below the nascent soul stage were bound to be affected. They began to feel their knees becoming uncontrollable. Jingming's eyes widened in shock as his golden core cultivation was stripped away, and with all his might, he stood upright, shattering the stones beneath him. Yet, for the others, by the time they realized something was amiss, it was too late. Thud. The sound of knees hitting the ground echoed in unison. Except for Jingming. Everyone present found themselves kneeling before Qi Miao. "Why are my knees completely beyond my control?" Wen Runyi exclaimed. "What is this? Why can't I stand up?" "Goodness." Qi Miao smiled, her voice taking on a sacred tone. "It is an honor to meet you all. How long can you endure this? You are not as radiant, nor as flamboyant as I. In that very moment, the towering figure finally succumbed. Jingming opened his eyes, a rare glimmer of interest directed at Qi Miao. His Buddha light faded, revealing only the shadow of Qi Miao, seemingly curling her lips in a victorious smile. Jingming's lips curved into a faint smile as he murmured 4 words, merit and virtue light.
Qi Miao.
Indeed, intriguing. Chapter 81. You think of me as a rogue? It matters not. Ing Wuhua remained kneeling, dumbfounded as he watched the two. Does Jingming's silence indicate surrender? So, has Qi Miao emerged victorious? Rome Xianji found it difficult to judge. It seems so. Jingming has knelt as well. My knees are starting to hurt. Ing Wuhua noted, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Qi Miao is truly impressive. I have never witnessed Jingming humbled before. She has just begun her foundation. Yet she is remarkable. I hereby declare Qi Miao the winner of the inaugural contest of brilliance. Rome Xianji sighed in exasperation, closing her eyes to breathe deeply. Can you think of a way for us to stop kneeling? Does kneeling bring you joy? Are you a fool sent by the monkeys? Ing Wuhua then called out. Miss Qi Miao, please dim your light, so we may stand for a moment. My knees are beginning to hurt. Qi Miao glanced at him, retracting her light, and extended her hands. You may rise, my dear subjects. The crowd murmured, what is wrong with this lady? After they slowly rose, realization dawned upon them. Their uncontrollable kneeling was due to Qi Miao's radiance. Gasping, they pondered what kind of extraordinary force this light possessed. Qi Miao was indeed unfathomable. The crowd then turned to Wen Renyi. Didn't you say there would be a joke? Why aren't you standing up? It was not that Wen Renyi did not wish to rise. Rather, Qi Miao had not retracted her light, but had focused it solely upon him like a spotlight. Wen Renyi forced a smile. I am not kneeling. You have only seen what you wish to see. I am merely practicing. At that moment, Qi Miao smiled at him, the protagonist of the joke. The others burst into laughter, realizing that the light was still concentrated upon him. When Renyi exclaimed, You wretch! At that moment, the disciples of Nine Sword Mountain finally re-emerged. Jin Shengfei approached Ing Wuhua. Did I not warn you to take cover? Why are you still here? Ing Wuhua, Rong Xianji, and the others were left speechless. Who knew the members of Nine Sword Mountain could be so crafty? As they gazed at Qi Miao, they felt a chill run down their spines. This ability was indeed unsettling, more so than their own. With this skill at hand, I have no desire to engage in future confrontations with her. I simply cannot withstand it. Jingming slightly bowed to Qi Miao, offering an apology. I apologize for the earlier offense. Qi Miao graciously replied, It is of no matter. We are all akin to family, and there is no offense here. Jingming was taken aback. Family? What family? He, a monk, had no kin. Dismissing his confusion, he continued his pleasantries. I did not expect you, Qi Miao, to be so accomplished at such a young age, achieving great merit and brilliance, with an immense future ahead. Qi Miao responded, You are quite impressive as well. Your light shines even brighter than mine. Yet, why does your radiance lack a sense of pressure? She seemed curious. Jingming began to explain. But Qi Miao had already surmised the answer. It is because you monks possess high moral quality, is it not? Jingming was left in a quandary. Unsure whether to affirm or deny her statement, he found himself both amused and exasperated. As the evening drew near, I shall guide the members of Jian Mountain around to familiarize them with the surroundings. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. Once everyone dispersed, a portion headed towards the dining hall. Today, Jian Mountain truly exuded grandeur. Their entrance was striking, and their subsequent performance was equally impressive. Who would have thought that Qi Miao, merely at the foundation stage, could stand her ground against Jingming? Truly, she is the master of the sorrowful sword, destined to be the foremost of the Sword Sect. In contrast, the true disciples of the Qin Sect appeared rather lackluster. Hey, keep your voice down. They are right behind us. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Qin Sect fell silent. When Renyi's expression darkened, his fists clenched as if he were about to draw blood. This wretched being, how dare she claim to be the first of the Sword Sect? Those are merely petty tricks. I shall make her pay dearly, and trample her beneath my feet. That evening, Qi Miao and her companions settled into their dormitory. Due to Qi Miao being a girl, it was deemed inappropriate for her to reside with the several men of Jian Mountain. So she was assigned to a separate location. She discovered a room named Jing Xiantang. Upon entering, she was greeted by a subtle fragrance. This aroma possessed a magical quality, invigorating her senses and drawing the surrounding spiritual energy closer. Following the scent, Miao walked onwards until she pushed open a door. Before her lay a scene shrouded in mist, where a stunning young woman appeared to be in agony in a hot spring. Her delicate back, seemingly adorned with a gigantic and menacing spider motif, appeared to be consuming her. The moment she sensed another's presence, her gaze sharpened. In that instant, Miao felt something surge towards her. Just as she was about to defend herself, the force dissipated. Looking towards the center of the hot spring, Rong Xianji had already donned her attire, a gentle smile gracing her features. A being unlike any mortal, she seemed to be a celestial entity. Miao gasped in awe. So beautiful. Truly exquisite. She had always been somewhat enamored by beauty. In her past lives, she had encountered countless handsome men and beautiful women. The striking appearances of her companions from Jian Mountain had gradually dulled her sensitivity to external beauty. The system cautioned, be wary of her. Do not let her beauty deceive you into lowering your guard. She is not a simple character. Just moments ago, she nearly intended to kill you. The body of a celestial fox, and that spider motif on her back is quite peculiar. I shall delve into the archives.
Rong Kar-wai smiled faintly.
Her momentary hostility concealed, leaving only allure and warmth. I thought a rogue was peering in. I nearly had a fright when I discovered it was you.
Miao,
Feeling somewhat embarrassed, chuckled. Well, if you mistook me for a rogue, that's no issue. Rong Xianji, who speaks of themselves in such a manner. Having encountered countless individuals, this was a first for her. Miao explained her arrival and naturally inquired, if my presence is inconvenient, I can easily relocate. She possessed the Golden Order of the Golden Buddha Temple, which was quite useful. Rong Xianji pondered briefly. She did indeed have certain constraints due to her possessions, making it difficult to connect with others from the Qin Sect. Thus, she sought solitude in this dwelling. However, if she were to share the space with the enigmatic Miao, how could that be? Surely, you would not dislike me, would you? As she spoke, her eyes shimmered with a purple light, celestial fox's enchanting eyes. Anyone who met her gaze would fall inexplicably in love, regardless of gender. To date, she had never failed. And even Jingming had only escaped due to the radiance of the Buddha. Let her test you. Chapter 82, Miss. You have not wiped away the sleep from your eyes. Rong Xianji fixated her celestial fox's enchanting eyes upon Miao. Miao remained unfazed. Rong Xianji's heart raced. Could it be that her powers had failed?
How could this be?
Perhaps she was feigning indifference? Yet, she sensed no effect from her gaze upon Miao. I am watching closely. I am watching. As Rong Xianji's face neared Miao's, she found her efforts utterly fruitless. Miao tilted her head in confusion. Rong Xianji rejoiced. Indeed. Before she could utter a word, Miao crushed her thoughts. Miao raised her hand, gently wiping the corner of Rong Xianji's eye, tenderly caressing the inner rim. Rong Xianji. Miao remarked, Miss, you have some sleep in your eye that you haven't cleaned away. With that, she casually used her spiritual energy to remove the tiny speck of powder. Rong Xianji froze, as if ensnared by a spell. Moment latte? Ah! She exclaimed, crouching down to retrieve a small mirror, anxiously glancing left and right. She had activated her celestial fox's enchanting eyes, and not only did they fail to work, but she had also been caught with sleep in her eye. At this moment, she had never felt so humiliated in her life. Her youthful heart shattered. Blushing, she gritted her teeth, pointing at Miao, who told you to help me wipe it away. Even with her usual composure, she could hardly contain herself in this scenario. Her stunning visage tinged with crimson, revealing a hint of youthful innocence. Miao blinked innocently. You were staring at me just now. Were you not hoping for my assistance? While she felt it was somewhat forward, the world of cultivation was rife with peculiarities. She assumed Rong Xianji might have some psychological ailment. Rong Xianji fell silent. The fact that her celestial fox's enchanting eyes had no effect on Miao was utterly unprecedented. Miao pressed on. Then why were you staring at me earlier? Is there something on my face? I was particularly mindful of my appearance when I arrived. Rong Xianji hesitated, her hands clasped behind her back, betraying a hint of bashfulness. She was usually adept at forming connections, yet now she was genuinely flustered and sweating profusely. Her gaze flickered, constantly evading Miao's, her mind screaming for an escape. She could not simply admit that she intended to use her enchanting gaze to control Miao. Could she? That would surely breed enmity. Yet, it was not the enmity that troubled her most, but the humiliation of her powers failing to yield any result. The thought of having stared at Qi Miao for an extended period, inching closer, only to receive no reaction, left her feeling utterly mortified. What was the difference between this and performing magic without effect? It was akin to defecating in public. She could only grit her teeth and force a smile. I merely found you exceedingly beautiful and, unable to resist, became entranced. Do you believe me?
Please do believe me.
Qi Miao shyly replied, Thank you for your compliment. Oh heavens! What a good person. The gods know how grateful Rong Xianji was to Qi Miao at that moment. Regardless of whether Qi Miao possesses high emotional intelligence or low intelligence, she perceives Qi Miao's willingness to offer assistance as an extraordinary act of kindness. At this moment, the Gou-Shi system interjects. She is deceiving you. She just attempted to enchant you with the heavenly fox charm to extract information.
Qi Miao replies, Iameware.
The Gou-Shi system retorts, if you know, then why? Qi Miao interrupts, because I possess high emotional intelligence. The Gou-Shi system is taken aback. Have you been possessed by a ghost to utter such words? You never behaved this way with others before. Qi Miao calmly states, That's because I was lacking in quality. The Gou-Shi system concedes, All right. You are impressive, as long as you are happy. I just found some new information after searching for a while. However, to boost our points mall sales, let me recommend a product. Qi Miao responds, Are you really trying to sell me something? The Gou-Shi system wails, Oh great lord. Have mercy. Your consumption fuels my energy, unlocking more functions. I also need to achieve performance targets. After a moment of silence, Qi Miao agrees, Fine. The Gou-Shi system exclaims, Thank you, esteemed host. It then enters sales mode, and a window appears before Qi Miao. Golden Eye, identification technique. Capable of initially detecting a person's primary information, available for lifetime use upon purchase. This golden eye is wonderful. Once you acquire it, you will be able to discern people's true natures with utmost accuracy. No more issues regarding physique or cultivation. You currently have a special task to nurture a prodigy. With this golden eye, it would be the cherry on top. Originally priced at 1 million, it is now available for just 100,000. And our system mall is currently running a customer discount event. Spend 100,000 and receive a 90,000 reduction. In total, it amounts to merely 10,000 points. That's a staggering discount of just 1/10 of the original price. Delightful, isn't it? You have exactly 10,000 points. Why not seize this heavenly blessing? Qi Miao remained silent. The discounts and reductions conveniently matched her available funds, a familiar tactic. She realized it was a ploy aimed at her. I've seen this trick in my previous life. The actual price on some treasure site is merely about a third of that, she remarked. Let us not make this difficult. I'll give you one number. Will you sell it for 1,000 points? The Gou-Shi system was immediately exposed. 1,000 points? This price cut is harsher than Pinduoduo. They can't even reduce the price of a phone for 60,000 users, yet you want to slash 9,000 from me. Are you human? Qi Miao quipped. No response? Do you fancy me? The Gou-Shi system pleaded, Sister, let me earn a little. Qi Miao then turned to the bewildered Rong Xianji. Miss, now that our misunderstandings have been cleared, may I inquire about something?
Rong Xvanyi.
Seated with her eyes closed for so long, was taken aback by the sudden familiarity. The Gou-Shi system recognized her tactic. You are trying to provoke him to extract important information, thinking it would be beneficial? He possesses a strong sense of pride. All right, 1,000 points it is. The Gou-Shi system stated, Your 1,000 points have been deducted. Your golden eye will soon arrive. This was the most emotionally devoid statement the Gou-Shi system had ever uttered, revealing its exasperation. Being tethered to such a frugal host had ruined its existence. Unfortunately, it could not restart. Rong Xianji grew anxious, unable to sit still. Having offended Qi Miao first, now that Qi Miao sought information, she sat down but remained silent. Did she still wish to pursue the matter? Biting her lip, she felt a sense of grievance. If you have something to ask, just say it. Pressured, she could no longer maintain her composure.
Qi Miao replied, Oh?
There's nothing. I merely feigned a scare. Were you frightened? If so, I apologize. Rong Xianji was bewildered. Is that even possible? Chapter 83. Truly ruthless. The two sat in silence. Rong Xianji dared not move or inquire. Her smile was stiff. I'm feeling quite overwhelmed. Unbeknownst to her, Qi Miao observed her with an increasingly enigmatic golden eye. Within Qi Miao's gaze, all of Rong Xianji's attributes were laid bare. Bone age, 19. Half-step golden core. Heavenly fox physique, exhibiting celestial manifestations. Those endowed with this physique possess stunning beauty, and their heavenly fox eyes can pierce the soul, inciting affection in those who meet their gaze, rendering them susceptible to control. However, her physique is cursed due to ancestral emotional debts. If she does not marry before the age of 20, she will face retribution, as the heavenly fox will consume her. Cultivation techniques. Yin-yang harmonization technique. Heavenly poison body. Due to her extensive use of 5 poisons to nourish her body and expedite her cultivation, her entire being is permeated with venom. The poisonous essence devours her, and the spider pattern on her back symbolizes this consumption. Once the spider fully consumes her, she will perish from the toxic explosion. The fragrance of poison emanates from her, making those who draw near susceptible to poisoning. Miao gazed at the subtitles beside her and couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister, you truly are ruthless." To refine her body with deadly poisons is something only a few could achieve, let alone someone like Rong Xianji, who inherently possessed extraordinary talent. Both ruthless and formidable. At that moment, Rong Xianji pursed her lips and asked, "Is there something on my face?" Miao shook her head, "No. I've simply never seen anyone as beautiful as you." I was momentarily captivated. Rong Xianji felt a sense of familiarity with the words, unable to refute them. However, she was nearing her breaking point. Due to her cultivation of the heavenly poison body, she was now almost entirely reliant on toxins to counteract the poison within her. Otherwise, she would endure excruciating pain and face corrosion as the spider behind her feasted upon her. This technique was her hard-won discovery, intended to suppress the curse of the heavenly fox physique. Yet, unexpectedly, it might prevent her from surviving the year. Each medicinal bath accelerated her demise. She did not reside with the Qin Sect. Not merely due to discord, but also because the heavenly poison body she had cultivated since childhood meant that those who became too close to her would not meet a good end. Let alone the fear that if she married, her husband would perish from poisoning on their wedding night. In a sense, this was fortuitous. It would both negate her curse and rid her of a man. What could be more delightful for a woman than to become beautiful, wealthy, and rid herself of a husband? Yet, she was unwilling. She desired to marry only the one she truly loved. Unfortunately, she had taken a wrong step. She intended to bathe before entering the medicinal bath, but Miao had struck a nerve, and due to the awkward interlude, she now found it difficult to excuse herself. Clenching her fists, Miao observed, "You appear to be in great pain. Is it due to the heavenly poison body?" Rong Xianji paused, her fingertips freezing, her pupils constricting as her aura surged, and 6 ethereal fox tails abruptly manifested behind her. Exquisite and captivating. The 6 fox tails, sharp as the finest blades, pointed menacingly at Miao's throat, poised to pierce. "You seek to inquire about me?" Rong Xianji's voice turned frigid, colder than the darkest of nights. Miao remained composed, sipping her tea, raising her hand with a hint of mysterious mirth in her eyes. "Then will you kill me, my friend?" In the training camp of the 10 sects, prodigies gathered. Although few were visible, countless eyes were watching from the shadows. Rong Xianji coldly laughed, her demeanor alluring. "Since you are aware of my heavenly poison body, you must also know that my time is limited. If I am to perish, taking you, a foundation of the heavenly path, with me would add some brilliance to my fleeting existence."
Miao feigned profundity.
"How can you be so certain that your life will be brief?" Rong Xianji focused intently. "What do you mean?"
Miao replied,
"Consider why others are unaware of your cultivation of the heavenly poison body, yet I am." The Go-Sure system interjected, "Because you have a cheat, pretending to be profound. The golden eye you purchased for 1,000 points has truly equipped you, sister." Rong Xianji's fox tails immediately softened. She pressed her lips together, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized Miao. Indeed, even her mother was unaware of her cultivation of the heavenly poison body. She had personally sourced the toxins, either procuring them under false pretenses or acquiring them directly. How did Miao come to know this? She released her spiritual energy, disengaging from combat, and then smiled. "Oh, how did you come to know?" Unable to think of an answer, she directly inquired. Miao replied, "I guessed." Rong Xianji was taken aback. "What?" Miao continued. "Initially, it was just a guess, a mere probe, but you revealed too much." Clearly, she had faltered upon being accurately assessed. A blush crept onto Rong Xianji's face. "You. Even if it was a guess, there must be some basis, right? With so many possibilities, why did you specifically guess the heavenly poison body?" Miao pointed to her own eyes. "Look into my eyes." Rong Xuanji gazed into them. Qi Miao declared, because. Rong Xuanji echoed, because? Qi Miao concluded, because I am remarkable. Rong Xuanji was speechless. You truly lack humility. Qi Miao retorted, will humility make me stronger?
No.
Can humility resolve your heavenly poison body? Obviously not. Rong Xuanji, gradually grasping the underlying meaning of Qi Miao's words, suddenly stood up, fixating on her. You can resolve the heavenly poison body. For years, she had scoured ancient texts seeking a cure, watching her life gradually dwindle. How could she not feel despair? Now, seeing a glimmer of hope, how could she not be excited? Qi Miao blinked.
Uh-huh.
She looked down at her hand, caught in a gentle grip. Sorry, I got too excited and lost my composure. Qi Miao smiled lightly, brushing it off. Rong Xuanji stole a glance at Qi Miao, who wore a warm smile, in the flickering light of the oil lamp. Her face shimmered beautifully, radiating warmth and an indescribable divinity. She appeared trustworthy, almost like a savior in Rong Xuanji's heart. Rong Xuanji swallowed hard and quickly averted her gaze. What was she thinking? Why were such chaotic thoughts invading her mind? Go away. At that moment, Qi Miao placed a hand on her shoulder and said, the solution to the heavenly poison body is actually quite simple, yet its simplicity renders it unbelievable. You only need to. Chapter 84. The third subject of cultivation. Rong Xuanji, filled with anticipation, was left utterly bewildered upon hearing this response. Her wide eyes were filled with skepticism.
Huh. Qi Miao remarked.
Isn't it too simple to be believed? Rong Xuanji replied, no, what you're saying is no different from saying nothing at all. This is just a conventional detoxification principle. Where's the method? Qi Miao continued, if you don't believe me, wake up tomorrow at the hour of the tiger and just follow my lead. And for today, endure the pain. Do not soak in the poison bath, as it will exacerbate the problem. After speaking, Qi Miao turned to leave, leaving Rong Xuanji standing there. Her expression complex as she watched her retreating figure. She purchased several books from the Points Mall, Understanding Toxins and the Chemistry King of 2124. The Gaucher system was dumbfounded. Sister, my dear sister, are you really resorting to a last-minute effort? This is a matter of life and death. Don't mislead her. Qi Miao replied. What's there to mislead? It's just the heavenly poison body. Throughout the past month, she had immersed herself in the library at Nine Sword Mountain, enriching her understanding of the cultivation realm and expanding her knowledge. She was, after all, a diligent young girl. The Gaucher system was keenly aware of this, noting not only Qi Miao's thirst for knowledge, but also the cunning manner in which she studied. Whenever Jin Xingfei and others sought her out, if she was uninterested, she would claim to be sleeping, under the pretense of conserving energy. In reality, she would hide in her room, secretly poring over the materials borrowed from the library. Sometimes, when they visited the library together, she would appear to fall asleep quickly, but she was merely memorizing the texts with her eyes closed. Qi Miao would say, I just don't want everyone to see that I am both talented and hardworking, as it might put too much pressure on them. The Gaucher system chastised her. You are such a sly one, pretending not to study while secretly learning, all to create the illusion that your excellent grades come from idleness. Qi Miao accepted this with glee. Yes, she relished that sense of superiority. The heavenly poison body was among the many subjects she had encountered in her readings. While it did not specify how to break the curse, she enjoyed experimenting with any challenging issues she encountered. She had deduced that, although her theories were still untested, they should not pose significant problems. After all, toxins are merely chemistry. Once the specific substances were identified, a targeted remedy could be devised. Moreover, within the realm of cultivation, what miraculous elixirs did not exist? She could even concoct pills herself. Earlier, with her golden eyes, she had discerned the root of Rong Xuanji's affliction. Now, it was merely a matter of researching targeted remedies. The Gaucher system observed this scene in silence for a long while before finally uttering, Amit Ba. Wishing you success. Wishing everyone success, ha 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 ha. The next morning, Rong Xuanji hardly slept a wink, though she maintained a skeptical attitude. She endured the pain and refrained from taking a medicinal bath, spending the night ensnared by toxins. Whenever she closed her eyes, she was plagued by thoughts of how Qi Miao might resolve her predicament. Sleep eluded her entirely. Hearing commotion outside her door, she hurriedly opened it to find Qi Miao already awake, seated in the main room, tinkering with an unfamiliar object. She pointed at it and asked, What is this?
Qi Miao replied, A horn.
Rong Xuanji was bewildered. What? Inquisitive, she pressed further. What is it for? Qi Miao explained, it's for making you sweat. Rong Xuanji was confused. For sweating? What does that mean? Before she could inquire further, Qi Miao stood, passing by her while saying, let us go. Rong Xuanji, still dazed, followed along. The sky had not yet brightened. The courtyard of the Jingxin Hall, where Qi Miao and Rong Xuanji resided, was quite spacious. Qi Miao waved her hand, casting a soundproofing spell around the courtyard. Then, she instructed Rong Xuanji, you stand behind me and watch my movements. Rong Xuanji responded with a bewildered aha. Qi Miao took a deep breath and began. The first step in detoxification requires no elaboration. From now on, you must refrain from soaking in that toxic bath, as it will only worsen your condition. I will prepare a prescription for you, and you need only follow it. What we need to focus on now is the second step, detoxification. How do we detoxify? Through metabolism. The body possesses its own detoxification capabilities, and cultivators possess this ability exponentially stronger than ordinary individuals. If you weren't so insistent on daily baths, the toxins would naturally dissipate through your daily metabolism. However, with the accumulation being too great, you cannot eliminate them entirely. You must expedite your metabolism to expel the toxins, and the best and healthiest way to do that is through exercise and sweating. To this end, I have developed a new technique that combines dance and cultivation. Aside from being slightly embarrassing, it has no drawbacks. This technique is called the third subject of cultivation. Rong Xuanji was left in stunned silence. Every word was comprehensible, yet the combination left her utterly perplexed. What did metabolism have to do with the third subject? Then, she witnessed Qi Miao press the horn switch, unleashing a bizarre and ludicrous sound. In the realm of the rivers and lakes, a smile dances upon the waves as the mundane world fades into oblivion.
Suddenly,
a darkness envelopes Rong Xuanji's vision. What is this? The melody she hears is unlike any other. Despite her frequent visits to the most comprehensive music sect in the world, she has never encountered such a sound. It evokes a sensation of chaos within the order of music. Then, a series of images flashes before her eyes. The sword rises, entwined with the grievances of the world. As the moonlight is gently brushed aside, the western wind carries fallen leaves and wilted flowers, while the blade rests heavily, making slumber elusive. You traverse the mountains and rivers as a mere traveler, yet you constantly lament the sorrow of parting, your hair frosted with the weight of a potent drink. The dance, too, is peculiar, strange yet smooth, fluid yet precise. Emerging from the Qin Sect, Rong Xuanji is well-versed in the art of dance. Yet, the performance of Qi Miao, while not wholly inept, is rather clumsy and somewhat disconcerting. It lacks all aesthetic appeal. Rong Xuanji clenches her teeth, discreetly opening her eyes a mere slit to steal another glance.
Ah!
The sight is blinding. At that moment, Qi Miao, thoroughly absorbed in her dance, exclaims, what are you standing there for? Join me. I shan't dance. Rong Xuanji retorts. Even if poisoned, she would never partake in such a dance. It would be a disgrace for eternity. What unfolds next is beyond Rong Xuanji's wildest imagination. Chapter 85. Oh my, how delightful. As Qi Miao sways to the music, the fluctuations of spiritual energy around them surge dramatically. Upon closer inspection, the spiritual energy seems to be dancing in sync with Qi Miao's enchanting melody. Is it truly dancing? How is this possible? Rong Xuanji is astounded. Throughout her life, she has never heard of spiritual energy moving in such a manner. Even more absurdly, this energy appears to be guiding the impurities within Qi Miao's body to the surface, gradually expelling them. After only a brief period of dancing, dark substances are visibly escaping her form, reeking of a foul odor, a scent undoubtedly harmful to the body. Moreover, the surrounding dancing energies are subtly entering Qi Miao's being, visibly accelerating her cultivation speed. This is madness. The world has indeed lost its sanity. How can such absurdity exist? Rong Xuanji feels a sharp pang of uncertainty within her. If this dance truly holds such efficacy, perhaps it is worth considering.
No.
How could she possibly engage in such a dance? At this moment, the young girl finds herself grappling with unprecedented turmoil. A struggle far greater than whether to marry Wenren. She shuts her eyes, muttering, do not persuade me to dance. Do not persuade me to dance. I will not dance. Were someone to encourage her now, her heart would surely flutter. The prospect of accelerating her cultivation while expelling toxins from her body is an extraordinary opportunity. What shame is there in that? One cannot forsake the chance for holistic development in the name of dignity, can they? She keeps repeating, Qi Miao, do not persuade me. Yet, Qi Miao pays her no mind, lost in her own rhythm. Does she not hear? Rome Xuanji calls out again, Qi Miao. At this point, Qi Miao is drenched in sweat, reveling in the moment. What is it? Rome Xuanji stammers, forcing a smile. I cannot dance. Please do not urge me. I heard you, Qi Miao replies. If you want to dance, I shall dance alone. Rome Xuanji is at a loss for words. Is she pretending to be foolish, or is she genuinely simple-minded? She manages to muster another smile, her stunning visage now marred by distress. I want to dance. Will you not persuade me even a little? Qi Miao blinks, but you told me not to persuade you. Then she pats her chest reassuringly, sister. Rest assured. My greatest virtue is my high emotional intelligence. I never force anyone to do what they do not wish. Rome Xuanji feels utterly defeated. How can this be? What difficulty is there in persuading her? Just yesterday, she was willing to offer assistance, yet today she refuses? Is this deliberate? Indeed, people can change. Rome Xuanji bites her lip, eyes closed. If you were to persuade me just a little, I might consider dancing. Her sense of shame prevents her from taking the initiative. Qi Miao feigns realization. Oh, I see. You wish to dance but are too shy, right? Rome Xuanji is at her wit's end, on the brink of despair. Finally, in a barely audible whisper, she admits, yes, I wish to dance. I want to save my life. Qi Miao, hearing poorly, asks, what? You wish to jump to my death? I didn't catch that. Could you say it louder? Rome Xuanji can no longer contain herself. Clenching her fists, she shouts, yes. I want to jump. I beg you, persuade me. In that moment, she stakes her dignity and all that remains of her pride.
Now.
She feels like the most vulnerable little girl in the world. Should Qi Miao press her even slightly, she might collapse in tears. Her icy demeanor shatters. Qi Miao smiles and pats her shoulder. If you want to dance, why not say so earlier? Don't worry, I've already set up a soundproof array. Today as events will remain between us. Rome Xuanji inquires, was that deliberate or accidental? Neither, Qi Miao replies. I was merely pretending. Rome Xuanji is left speechless. It can be done this way? She closes her eyes, suddenly feeling dizzy. She longs for death.
Qi Miao.
You truly are an infuriating little girl. Qi Miao comforts her, patting her back. Come on, dance. It's a matter of life and death. There is no shame in it. Rome Xuanji surrenders to her fate. All right. Soon. She gathers her spirits and begins to dance alongside Qi Miao in this so-called version 3 of Cultivation. To her astonishment, she finds herself genuinely enjoying the experience. How delightful. Though it may be embarrassing, there is an inexplicable thrill in it, especially as the effects are far more remarkable than she had anticipated. With the numerous toxins in her body being expelled at a rapid pace, she is relieved to have learned advanced purification spells to eliminate the noxious substances and odors. Remarkably effective, in such a brief time, her physical form feels significantly lighter. As she dances with abandon, she observes Qi Miao's silhouette, lost in contemplation. Such a miraculous cultivation method has never been seen in the cultivation realm. It purges impurities and accelerates cultivation. This is truly her own creation. Is there truly someone with such extraordinary talent? Having always prided herself on her own abilities, she cannot help but marvel at Qi Miao's unique approach. The creation of a cultivation technique requires immense knowledge and insight. Not only has Qi Miao devised one, but it is also so unconventional and effective. Were it not for her maddeningly immature personality, Rome Xuanji would undoubtedly consider Qi Miao the reincarnation of an ancient master, a being untouched by the mundane. Qi Miao, you harbor many secrets. Fortunately, with the soundproof array in place and their residence being quite secluded, the timing is still early. The embarrassment of the day remains known only to Qi Miao. Unbeknownst to them, however, outside the courtyard walls, a pair of ears have been privy to the entire exchange. This individual is Jing Ming. He had risen early to cultivate but sensed the presence of a soundproof array. The installation of such a barrier implies a conversation one wishes to keep hidden. Conversations meant to be concealed are inherently secretive. Secrets equate to intrigue. Upon further investigation, he discovers that the soundproof array originates from the Jingxin Hall, where Qi Miao resides. He is now certain and discreetly approaches the wall, pretending to pass by. However, the bizarre dialogue within proves too captivating to resist. With an apologetic umitba, he activates his divine sight to eavesdrop. To his astonishment, he witnesses the miraculous technique that expels impurities. Miao, indeed fascinating. He meticulously notes every movement, eager to find a secluded spot to experiment. In Buddhism, the pursuit of clarity is paramount. The clarity of the physical body is equally significant. He was but a step away from achieving the nearly millennium unattained realm of enlightenment. The step being the transcendence of the physical form. In his relentless quest for a solution, he had found nothing. To his astonishment, he discovered a pathway to enlightenment right here. How remarkable chiming was. Just then, his ears perked up at the faintest sound. What could it be? He opened his divine eye. Chapter 86. $1, can you afford it? Not far from the tranquil Heart Hall, in the bamboo grove, a group of cloaked figures, their faces obscured except for their eyes and noses, had clearly disguised themselves. They carried sword sheaths belonging to the heavenly Sword Sect and positioned themselves along the path leading to the training grounds of the tranquil Heart Hall. The leader bore a sinister smile, having thoroughly surveyed the Golden Buddha temple the previous night. With half an hour remaining until training began and chiming yet to arrive, they planned to dig a pit and set up illusions, ensuring that chiming would inevitably fall into their trap. This was all self-inflicted. She dared to humiliate him so. He vowed to ruin her reputation before the elders of the Golden Buddha temple. Although he could not take her life at the moment, minor mischief was still permissible. The other cloaked figures applauded, exclaiming, "Indeed, our young master is truly ingenious. A masterstroke. Young master, I worry we might be recognized, leading to trouble," one murmured. "What do you fear? We have disguised ourselves thoroughly. Who could possibly recognize us?" When Rinny replied, shaking the sword sheath behind him. "Very well, young master.
Now.
Less work. Dig a deep pit that she will regret." Observing the entire scene through his divine eye, Chiming fell into a profound silence, pondering whether the heavenly Sword Sect members lacked common sense. Carrying such conspicuous sword sheaths and repeatedly referring to themselves as young master, did they not fear being recognized? He closed his divine eye, unable to bear the sight any longer, and glanced toward the tranquil Heart Hall, curious to see how she would handle this situation. Chiming subtly moved his lips, and a piece of paper appeared before him, inscribed with the words, "Observe the bamboo grove." After preparing a medicinal bath for Rong Xuanji, the two emerged after a brief soak. The potency of the medicine was too strong for prolonged exposure. Rong Xuanji was utterly astounded. It truly transformed the toxins within her body. What treasures had been used in this concoction? While speaking, she furtively glanced at her spatial ring, which contained only a few spirit stones. Despite her considerable income from the Joyous Union sect and occasional bounties from the Assassination Hall, her expenses for the medicinal baths were exorbitant, at least 100 high-grade spirit stones each month. She was quite impoverished. The bath Chiming had prepared had indeed converted her internal toxins into a potent and enigmatic spiritual energy, surpassing the strength of her refined heavenly poison body. It alleviated her suffering while significantly augmenting her power. This bath was extraordinary. Chiming was even more remarkable. Just spending time with her for an hour had yielded more progress than years of solitary cultivation. Was this what it meant to be a peerless prodigy, overshadowing the masses? Remarkable indeed. However, she knew she could not afford the cost of the medicinal materials. Biting her lip, she hesitated for a long moment before finally speaking. "Chiming, please continue to prepare this medicinal bath for me. You may use any rare materials you wish. Although I cannot pay you now, I assure you I will repay you in the future." She believed that once her heavenly poison body was completely resolved, she would have the means to repay her debt. Surely, she would not live for 1,000 years and fail to earn back the money. If all else failed, she could even mortgage the Joyous Union sect to Chiming. Yet, Chiming merely gazed at her in astonishment. Rong Xuanji felt nervous under her scrutiny, stammering, "Do not look at me like that. I've been spending on medicinal baths for years, and I barely have any money left. If you think I cannot afford it, then I shall assist you in eliminating whoever you wish." Chiming replied, "Is it possible that a top prodigy like you cannot afford even one high-grade spirit stone?" Rong Xuanji exclaimed, "How could that be? I am not that destitute." Then she paused, realization dawning. "Wait, one high-grade spirit stone." Her voice nearly cracked at the words. Chiming produced an invoice and handed it to her. "Take a look for yourself." As Rong Xuanji examined the invoice, she found that these were not even particularly valuable medicinal materials. Even in the mortal realm, they were quite common, totaling only a few low-grade spirit stones. The most expensive item was Chiming's craftsmanship fee, amounting to just one high-grade spirit stone. In other words, chiming had effectively waived the cost of materials, as they were not even worth mentioning. Rome Xuanji was left speechless, her mind spinning. How is this possible? Did you fabricate a false invoice to please me? Chiming responded. Pleased you? Why would I do that? Though she refrained from uttering any harsh words, her gaze conveyed a sense of disbelief, as if to say, Are you all right? Rome Xuanji felt her face flush, wishing to disappear into a hole. Indeed, chiming status and standing rendered her devoid of any need to curry favor with her. Moreover, given her talents, it was merely a matter of time before she surpassed them, leaving them behind in her wake. Chiming had no necessity to appease anyone. Then, could it be that? She looked at Chiming, suddenly feeling as though an aura of benevolence surrounded her. So gentle.
So radiant.
Was it possible that Chiming was a naturally selfless and great person? Rome Xuanji was somewhat moved, feeling a warm current flow into her heart, nearly brought to tears. No one had ever been willing to treat her so selflessly. Everyone had ulterior motives, some coveted her beauty, others aimed to make her a pawn for their gain, while some sought to associate with her to meet more people. No one had ever cared for her like Chiming, genuinely considering her well-being and resolving her greatest dilemma. Suddenly, Rome Xuanji burst into tears. Chiming, slightly alarmed, rushed forward to wipe her tears. So gentle. At the same time she hurriedly added, Hey, do not cry. If you do not wish to repay me, just say so. I do not need your craftsmanship fee. It is not as if I am extorting you. Rome Xuanji felt momentarily seized by a mix of emotions. She produced a high-grade spirit stone and pressed it into Chiming's palm. Here.
Take it.
After speaking, she huffed and stormed off to the other side. Chiming was left bewildered, her expression questioning the absurdity of it all. It seemed that the practitioners of the cultivation world often harbored peculiar quirks, particularly when it came to their mental faculties. After a night of research and utilizing her exceptional intellect to develop this formula, was not that high-grade spirit stone rightfully hers?
Truly.
Were it not for her being a beautiful sister, she would have charged 100 from Jin Xingfei. At that moment, Rome Xuanji noticed a note that had suddenly appeared on the table. Chiming, come look at this. Chiming approached, reading, Observe the bamboo grove. Chapter 87. Too foolish to be saved. Chiming and Rome Xuanji stepped out of the room, gazing towards the bamboo grove. At that moment, the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect had nearly finished digging their pit. It was sufficiently large, deep, and ominous. Chiming would undoubtedly traverse this path, and, the moment she stepped onto it, she would certainly fall in. Chiming and Rome Xuanji squinted at the sight. What are those Heavenly Sword Sect members dressed in such peculiar attire for? Do they believe they can no longer cultivate and are planning to join the circus? Chiming mused. Rome Xuanji's gaze turned cold. It appears they are digging a pit. If we head to the training ground shortly, we are bound to fall for their trap. Is that so? Chiming concentrated her spiritual energy in her ears to listen closely. At long last, the pit has been completely excavated. A trap that is sure to ensnare Miao, inciting dissatisfaction among all due to her tardiness and leading to her disgrace. But will this inadvertently harm the young lady? Xuanji? I shall warn her. Enough of this. Quickly cast the illusion. Time is running short. Her laziness is astounding. She only managed to cultivate her foundation through sheer luck. Otherwise, who is she? Miao. Rome Xuanji. Both fell into silence. Miao. Young lady? Sister, your judgment is rather peculiar. Rome Xuanji's expression darkened. Allow me to explain. After her explanation, Miao's disdain deepened. Oh, how dreadful. Do the elders today truly favor beauty paired with folly? If you were to marry, you would be pressured to bear children. At that point, I suggest you find someone more handsome and intelligent to sire a large nephew. Then register him as your own. Rome Xuanji. Is that something one can say? Miao. I've seen such plots before. Marrying a large, foolish orange cat and bearing a large nephew. Rome Xuanji. I thank you for your insight. She would never marry Wenrini. Then, narrowing her eyes, she reflected on how little she knew of him. Who would have thought him so malicious? If he dares harbor ill intentions towards you today, he would surely not hesitate to eliminate you tomorrow. I shall deal with him. With that, her fox tail emerged. Miao quickly grasped her. What on earth are you doing, you foolish spring? Rome Xuanji. I shall kill him to eliminate future threats. Miao took a deep breath. I understand your urgency, but hold on. If you kill him now, I will be the one in trouble. Allow me to teach you what it means to truly discuss someone. Rome Xuanji. Discuss someone?
Miao smiled.
Yes, my comfort zone. The system of historical survival. Are you quite proud of yourself? Miao is coming. Quickly hide. Why is it only her? Could it be that the young lady does not favor her? When Rennie swelled with pride. Truly my woman. She knows better than to associate with those from Jian Mountain. The historical survival system fell silent at this remark. Be proud all you want. Wait until your wife bears you a hefty nephew and see if you can still smile. Moreover, from the current situation, it seems most likely that your wife will be snatched away by your enemy. The cultivation world is indeed chaotic. Life is not easy, the system sighed. At this moment, Miao had reached the edge of the pit, which, concealed by the illusion, appeared level with the ground. The disciples of Qin Sect grew excited. Here she comes. She is about to fall. Suddenly, Miao halted and turned around. Oh no, I forgot my water bottle. The disciples of Qin Sect. Abruptly, Miao reached down. So it was here all along. As she prepared to step into the pit again, the disciples were once more stirred with excitement. However, Miao swiftly drew the weeping sword. The disciples of Qin Sect. What is she about to do? Miao took a deep breath. With no one around, let me practice my sword flight. Observe how I soar. Miao flew over the pit on her sword. The disciples were left speechless. That pit had been painstakingly dug by them. All that effort wasted. Then, Miao reached another edge, turned again.
I fly.
This time, it left onlookers in disbelief. Surely Miao could not be doing this on purpose? When Rennie, impossible. She knows nothing. Then, Miao performed a series of flights.
I fly.
I fly. I fly. Fly, fly. She circled the pit, never descending, merely skimming the edge. As long as she was ready to land, she could fall into the pit at any moment. Yet she remained airborne. This is a game. Even the simplest of minds could see that Miao was doing this intentionally. When Rennie trembled with rage, rolling up his sleeves to confront her, only to be restrained by others. Do not hold me back. That wretched girl. She is provoking me. I shall slay her.
No.
Young sect master, calm down. Going out now is tantamount to revealing our hand. When Rennie, I still want to slay her. He had never encountered such an individual. Was she not blatantly trying to infuriate him? Miao caught a glimpse of the hidden onlookers. Previously, she could not see them at all. But now with her golden eyes, she could see them clearly. TSK, little brother, is your defense so fragile? She had more tricks up her sleeve. Miao returned to her original position and landed. Just as she was about to take her next action, a familiar voice called out. Miao, we were planning to call you to the training point. Who would have thought you'd be here? Hurry, let me introduce you to a new friend. It is Jin Xingfei, Ing Wuhuar, 2 disciples from Jian Mountain and Yuwuxin. Jin Xingfei's face beamed with joy. Upon seeing Miao, he rushed over. Simultaneously, Miao's expression stiffened as she pointed at Jin Xingfei. Do not come any closer. Jin Xingfei, bewildered. What is wrong? Miao pointed at his feet. There is a pit beneath you. At that moment, Jin Xingfei was mere steps away from falling, but upon Miao's warning, he halted. Miao was drenched in sweat. Yes, you. Before she could elaborate further, Jin Xingfei, hands on hips, laughed heartily, mockingly stepping forward. What pit? I see through your tricks. How childish. Where is the pit? Jin Xingfei. In front of everyone, he fell into the pit. The crowd. Disciples of Qin Sect, young sect master. Does this mean the pit was not dug in vain? Meanwhile, when Rennie had emerged from the grass, laughing heartily,
he pointed at the bottom of the pit. Fool.
All of you disciples from Jian Mountain are fools. How could you fall for such a trick? Has your brain been kicked by a donkey? He was driven nearly mad by Miao's antics. How could he let this opportunity for revenge slip away? So much, so that he momentarily forgot he was still cloaked in invisibility. All eyes turned to him. When Rennie. You cannot see me, can you? The crowd remained silent. When Rennie. I am not from Qin Sect. I do not wear their robes, you believe me, right? Then, the large sword case behind him shifted and fell to the ground. The crowd. A deathly silence ensued. Miao's face darkened as she supported her forehead. Enough talk. Act, Xuanji. She is too foolish to be saved. No sooner had she spoken than a massive foxtail appeared behind the disciples of Qin Sect, pushing everyone down. Chapter 88. Your wife is truly soft. Those in the pit yearned to escape. Yet, Qi Miao's seemingly playful maneuvers were actually a manifestation of a barrier that severed spiritual energy. Deprived of spiritual power, and with such a deep and expansive pit, how could those at the bottom escape easily? Once the illusion was dispelled, everyone looked down. Qin Xingfei was now livid. So you all dug this pit, did you? Damn it, I will kill you. Wenrinny, come on. Who's afraid of whom? You, a nobody, dare challenge me? I am half a step into Golden Core. Do you think I fear a waste like you? Then he realized that within the pit, they could not utilize spiritual power. Qin Xingfei, now disregarding all decorum, was consumed by a singular thought. Damn it, this foolish idiot really dug a pit to kill you. He was out for blood. By the time Wenrinny reacted, Qin Xingfei had already tackled him to the ground, tugging at his hair fiercely. I will pull your hair. I will pull your hair. Wenrinny was stunned, his hair being ripped from his scalp, causing him excruciating pain.
Ah.
What are you all still watching for? Come help me. Even without spiritual power, can't we 5 defeat you alone? The reality proved otherwise. They truly could not overpower him. In the past fortnight, Qin Xingfei's cultivation achievements have been nothing short of extraordinary. In terms of formations, he has even surpassed Qi Miao. And since the development of the Heavenly Flow waterfall at Jiujian Mountain, each individual has become remarkable. The combined strength of the Tianjian sect is no match for him. And every member has been left utterly humiliated. Among them, Wenrinny has suffered the most, reduced to a state resembling a balding Mediterranean. It would be one thing if it were merely a Mediterranean style. As is well known, the cultivation world favors long, flowing hair. His baldness is particularly pronounced, leaving a stark ring around the center of his head, which sends shivers down the spines of those watching from below. How ruthless! Qi Miao is equally astonished. Qin Xingfei is truly terrifying. He actually pulls people's hair? Everyone instinctively turns to Qi Miao, demanding to know who is responsible. Clearing his throat, Qi Miao urges, let's not make a scene. We should quickly bring Qin Xingfei up. With a wave of his hand, he casts a spell, and Qin Xingfei is rescued. Qi Miao reminds everyone, let us maintain our dignity. We represent the honor of Jiujian Mountain. At this moment, silence falls upon the crowd. As the Gosher system quips, one day, you too may be able to utter such words, sister. How abstract. Can Jiujian Mountain not produce a single normal person? What are you all trying to achieve with such abstract notions? The disciples of the Tianjian sect look up, their expressions a blend of disbelief and dread. Wenrinny, pointing a finger at Qi Miao, curses, you wretch, pull me up, or you will face my wrath. Qi Miao chuckles. You think a frightful creature, like you can intimidate me? Do you not realize that your fiancé, he was left awestruck by my stunning beauty last night? Everyone turns their shocked gazes upon Rong Xuanji. Is this even possible? She mutters, closing her eyes and, with a slight twinge of conscience, agrees, Qi Miao is indeed correct. When Rinny's pupils constrict in fury, his teeth clenched. Rong Xuanji, how can you betray your stance at such a moment? Rong Xuanji shoots him a glare. Unwilling to engage further, Qi Miao, seizing the moment, wraps an arm around Rong Xuanji, exclaiming, oh, you truly have no sense. All you do is bully your lovely wife. There are plenty of others who would cherish her. As he speaks, he plants a kiss on Rong Xuanji's cheek, leaving Wenrinny seething. You, as Rong Xuanji's betrothed, he has never dared such intimacy. And she doesn't even resist. Qi Miao taunts, yes, it's me. I will take good care of your wife. Are you pleased? Are you pleased? His words dripped with mockery, pushing Wenrinny to the brink of incoherence, nearly causing him to faint. Nearby, the Tianjian disciples chime in. Do not take this too far. If you do not bring us up, you will have to answer for throwing us into this pit. Qi Miao retorts. You dug the pit. How is that my fault? Not only will I not bring you up, but I might also bury you alive.
With that,
several shovels materialize in his hands, leaving the disciples of the Tianjian sect pale with fear. Do you dare? They exclaim, and Qi Miao indeed dares. Flinging a scoop of dirt down into the pit. Is this how far we have gone? Yu Wuxin gasps. Do not be so dramatic. It's merely a small scene. Ing Wuhua replies with a chuckle, not wishing to elaborate further. Qin Xingfei scoffs, observing the pit. To bury them alive would be doing them a favor.
Qi Miao inquiris.
Oh, do you have any suggestions for me? Qin Xingfei responds, I would find a robust young man to toss in, take them all down, let them bleed. Let them lose everything. A profound silence envelopes the gathering as they regard Qin Xingfei with expressions of disbelief. Qi Miao quips, you are truly ravenous, willing to consume anything. The others nod in agreement, recognizing the absurdity of the statement. Jin Xingfei, flustered, protests, "I never said that person was me." He has already suffered enough humiliation falling into the pit, only to be further ridiculed. Qi Miao presses his fingers to his forehead, not wanting to engage.
Meanwhile,
Rong Xuanji eagerly picks up a shovel, declaring, "Time is of the essence. Let us act swiftly." Qi Miao questions, "Act? For what purpose?" Rong Xuanji replies, "Did you not say we would bury someone alive? This is my forte." Having taken on life and death contracts, she has ample experience with such matters, her professionalism shining through. Qi Miao, feeling a headache coming on, says, "I never said we would be the ones to bury them." Rong Xuanji raises the shovel. "And this shovel?" Qi Miao clarifies, "It's for that person." The crowd looks puzzled. What person? They are utterly unaware. Qi Miao, with a bitter smile, explains, "He has concealed his aura and is stronger than all of you. Naturally, you cannot sense him. And how do you know? Your cultivation level is even lower." Qi Miao retorts, "Because he left a note." He produces the note, revealing that if they had not been vigilant, he could have seen their every action. Clearly, someone is stirring the pot behind the scenes. Qi Miao states, "This person has been observing us all along, and if we do not tie him to our fate, should he expose us, we will face dire consequences." The group is taken aback, suddenly enlightened. Although they consider this self-defense, it is hardly a noble act. What a thrilling predicament.
who could it be?
Qi Miao suddenly casts a glance over his shoulder. "If you do not wish to be publicly embarrassed by my discovery, I suggest you reveal yourself and cease hiding." A monk? Are you joking? Which monk could be so sneaky? In the next moment, a figure emerges, leaving everyone, save for Qi Miao, utterly speechless. Chapter 89. You wouldn't want everyone to know your true nature, would you? From the bamboo grove, a remarkably handsome man steps forth, his smile resembling that of a deity, exuding an aura that transcends the mundane. Dressed in a robe, with prayer beads in hand, he stands tall.
Amitabha.
Esteemed guests, this humble monk happens to pass by and was unaware of your presence. It appears to be fate. Everyone present knows exactly who he is. The foremost prodigy of the age, the born Buddha child, Jingming. Yu Wuxin feels a wave of darkness wash over him. This monk must have sensed the scent of the melon long ago. The others are no better off, their expressions shifting to shock and confusion, their minds clouded. The one who has been observing is none other than Jingming. Noticing their silence, Jingming gently inquires, "Why do you remain silent?" Suddenly, he chuckles and shakes his head. "It appears my timing is unfortunate. I shall take my leave." He behaves as though oblivious to the situation, calmly walking toward the training point, his demeanor steady as a mountain. The others stand in stunned silence, parting the way for him. Only Qi Miao rolls his eyes as he passes, muttering, "What a pretender. I've never seen anyone so adept at pretending." Feigning ignorance, Jingming continues on. Qi Miao widens his eyes, incredulous. "You're still pretending." She reaches out, tugging at Jingming's ear. "Try pretending one more time." The others are horrified, their voices caught in their throats, unable to utter a single word. "What are you doing? You foolish girl?" This is Jingming, the Buddhist child. You're on his turf, pulling at his ear? Do you wish to ruin your own future? Yet, Jingming's ears do feel quite nice to grasp, and they ponder the impulse to try as well. Jingming, caught by the ear, leans toward Qi Miao but does not fall, demonstrating remarkable balance. Even under Qi Miao's audacious action, he maintains an expression of compassion, addressing her. What does Qi Miao Shizhu wish to convey? This humble monk cannot comprehend. Qi Miao plays along, mimicking his tone. "If you truly cannot understand, you wouldn't allow me to grasp your ear. Should you continue this charade, do not blame me for being impolite. You wouldn't want others to discover your true nature, would you?" Jingming slowly opened his eyes, revealing a narrow gaze filled with compassion, yet tinged with indifference. Since childhood, he had witnessed the myriad of beings at the Golden Buddha Temple, listening to their wishes and gently conveying the divine messages on behalf of the deities. The Buddha shall grant you blessings. However, within him, there was only a sense of ennui. Everyone yearned for the favor of the deities, seeking blessings, some for wealth, others for power, and still others for life itself. Each had their own desires, yet their futile pursuits led them to build their faith within the temple, ultimately stemming from their inability to achieve their aspirations. If there truly were divine beings, why then did humanity suffer and plead? Such thoughts were merely the futile musings of mortals. Moreover, if humankind does not care for the lives of the smallest creatures, How could divine beings possibly concern themselves with human existence? To place one's hopes upon others is the height of folly. While the world recognized him as a natural-born child of the Buddha, none knew that he was also born devoid of emotions. How intriguing. Previously, he had only a 50% certainty that Qi knew it was him. In his golden elixir stage, he could have evaded her grasp in an instant, yet he chose not to. His pretentious demeanor served two purposes: to deflect suspicion and to gauge Qi depth. It was evident she had seen through him. She was certain it was him. She had discerned his true self. How can you be so sure it is the poor monk? In that fleeting moment when Jingming's gaze fixed upon Qi, she felt an unprecedented sense of peril. Jingming was far more formidable than he appeared. Yet, what was there to fear? No matter how terrifying, none could harm her. Whoever dared would meet their demise. She declared, "The note you gave me contained spiritual energy. Though you attempted to conceal it from others, you made a misstep. You do not understand me." With that, she opened her palm, and without any incantation, the spiritual energy flowed toward her naturally. A flicker of surprise crossed Jingming's eyes. Such potent spiritual affinity. No wonder. She was indeed a foundational figure of the Tao. Qi smirked. "It's just average, really." Jingming retorted, "Such pretense." He exhaled deeply, shedding the facade of compassion he usually wore. He fully opened his eyes, devoid of any kindness. Qi inquired, "You're not pretending anymore?" Jingming replied, "What is the point of pretending when it has been seen through?" He added, "Aside from my master, you are the first to witness me in this state." Qi remained as calm as water. Oh. Just to know." Jingming was taken aback and emphasized, "You are indeed the first." Qi replied, "So what? Should I set off fireworks in celebration?" Jingming countered, "That would be entirely unnecessary." At a loss for words, he found himself outmatched by Qishao's keen insight. He stole a glance at her, noticing she was searching for something. What was she looking for? Just then, a large shovel appeared in her hands, an enormous one. She thrust it into Jingming's grasp. "What is this?" he exclaimed. Qi retorted, "Didn't you overhear? We need to bury those from the Qin Sect. You shall do the deed."
Me?
Jingming was incredulous. "Who else? You eavesdropped, and our task today is not honorable. If you know, that implies you hold leverage over us. To safeguard my reputation, you must handle the burial, ensuring we are in this together." Jingming's expression darkened. "I am not the sort to betray secrets." Qi replied, "It's evident." Jingming pressed, "Then why go through this charade?" Qi quipped, "Because I am a schemer. If you do not provide me with a sense of security, I cannot guarantee my lips will keep your secret." Just as Jingming was about to explain that he had invoked Buddhist scriptures to obscure their expressions and words from others, Qi produced a recording stone. "You wouldn't want everyone to see you like this, would you? And you're recording?" Jingming was struck dumb. "You are quite clever indeed. I have underestimated you." Even as a master of emotional management, he found it hard to maintain his composure. With a nonchalant smile, Qi playfully pinched his ear. "Nice ears. Now get to work." Jingming grasped the oversized shovel, his expression darkening. "One moment of foolishness leads to eternal regret. I should not have meddled." Taking a deep breath, he donned the usual demeanor of a monk, smiling as he faced the future. He lifted the spell. In the eyes of the onlookers, the two were obscured by a mosaic, their dialogue encrypted. As they stood bewildered, the mosaic faded, revealing Jingming, the foremost prodigy of his age, wielding a colossal shovel. Stepping closer to the pit, the crowd gasped, "What is happening?" Jingming wouldn't he actually bury them, would he? Qi, with a smug expression, stood with her hands on her hips, shouting, "Go, Jingming! Use the earth!" The crowd was left in disbelief. "You dare call him? Are you not concerned about incurring divine retribution for leading the child of Buddha into wrongdoing?" Chapter 90. Amitabha, while chanting and burying. As the individuals at the pit's bottom saw a figure peering down, they instinctively called out, "Wretch, hurry, and bring us up." Yet upon recognizing it was Jingming holding the gigantic shovel, they felt as though they had been struck by a bolt from the blue. "Amitabha," Jingming uttered, before resolutely beginning to bury them. The Qin Sect disciples were rendered speechless. "You, Jingming, you are colluding with Qi." Jingming hurled a shovel full of dirt at them.
Amitabha.
Wan Renyi's eyes turned red with fury.
Why?
Why must Jingming side with Qi against us? You are conspiring together. Amitabha, Jingming continued to bury them. "You treacherous wretches." "Amitabha," he persisted. "You vile schemers." "Amitabha," he continued. Jingming muttered Ba repeatedly, a phrase of mercy, while committing the most ruthless act. Was Ba some form of spell?
You.
Before they could finish, Jingming slightly opened his eyes. The noise was unbearable. He set down the shovel and summoned his spiritual energy, compacting the surrounding earth into the pit, sealing it tightly. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, their minds blank. How ruthless. Yu Wuxin rushed to inquire of Qi Xiao. They won't truly die in there, will they? Qi Xiao reassured. No. The spiritual barrier will dissolve in 10 minutes, and they will naturally emerge. 10 minutes. Cultivators are not so easily perished. Yu Wuxin exhaled in relief and asked, how did you manage to make Jingming do such a thing? He knew the monk was not a good person, but he would never act so brazenly in public. Qi Xiao patted her chest. Personal charm. Yu Wuxin asked, huh? Qi Xiao explained, my personal charm has thoroughly conquered him, making him willingly serve me. Yu Wuxin was taken aback. What? Qi Xiao urged, don't dwell on it. Let us go. Time is of the essence. The crowd cast a final worried glance at the filled pit before decisively following Qi Xiao. The Tianjian sect could perish, but they could not be late. As they walked, Yu Wuxin eventually approached Jin Xingfei and Ing Wuhua. After hesitating, he asked, how is the Nine-Sword Mountain faring lately? Jin Xingfei replied, very well, thriving. Ing Wuhua pondered for a moment before giving a slight nod. Yu Wuxin halted his steps, observing the retreating figures, feeling perplexed.
Why?
Why was it that those who interacted with Qi Xiao seemed bewitched? Could it truly be her magnetic charm? He simply could not comprehend. The other sects have almost all arrived, including the Golden Buddha Temple, the Qin Sect, and the Qin Sect. Only a minute remains until the agreed time.
Puis 11e acquired.
Where are the leaders from your 3 sects? The representatives replied, we have no idea. We haven't seen them since early morning. A disciple from the Golden Buddha Temple remarked, you know how he is, always cherishing solitude, rarely accompanying us. A member of the Qin Sect added, our young master is the same. After an incident where one of our disciples behaved inappropriately towards her, she has refused to travel with us since. Isn't the Qin Sect comprised entirely of girls? Questioned another disciple. Indeed, we have female companions. Times have changed, came the reply. And what of the Qin Sect? Yu Wuxin is not one to socialize. Surely he must be fine? What is he doing? Asked a disciple from the Qin Sect. He mentioned that the people from Nine-Sword Mountain are amusing and engaging. He insisted on staying to play mahjong with them, unable to refuse their hospitality. Pu Xie let out a cold snort, his dissatisfaction evident. The other two can be excused. But why is Jingming late? He is always punctual, never absent even if he doesn't accompany the disciples of my temple. If Nine-Sword Mountain and the Heavenly Sword Sect do not arrive soon, I shall have no choice but to enforce penalties. While the Heavenly Sword Sect could be overlooked, he was reluctant to punish that charming young fellow from Nine-Sword Mountain. At that moment, a monk in a brown robe interjected, Elder, they have arrived. Pu Xie looked up, and an unexpected scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The people from Nine-Sword Mountain had come, and they brought along the leaders from the other 3 sections. Even Jingming was present. They appeared to be laughing and chatting jovially. The crowd was bewildered. What? Did they become so familiar overnight? Is there something magnetic about these prodigies, drawing each other together? Pu Xie was stunned by the sight. Am I imagining things? Jingming is truly mingling with them. A nearby young monk exclaimed, you are not hallucinating. That is indeed the Buddha's son. Pu Xie trembled with excitement, almost moved to tears. Has Jingming really formed such a close bond with that young fellow so quickly? I have never seen him so affectionate towards anyone, and he appears to be in high spirits. It had been a long time since Jingming had smiled so brightly. Though they were unaware of Jingming's true nature, they understood that he maintained a considerable distance from others and had never genuinely connected with anyone. Yet after just one night, he had integrated seamlessly with the group. They had long been concerned that Jingming's independence might leave him unsupported in times of need. They often urged him to cultivate good relationships, but he would merely nod in agreement before returning to his own affairs. This was the first time they had seen him take the initiative to engage with others. It was indeed a rare and touching sight. It was clear that the core of this connection was Miao, who had united everyone. Pu Xie felt increasingly proud of his discerning choice to pass the golden decree to Miao. He wondered how the other elders would react in the future when they accused him of acting on impulse. As Miao and the others approached, they apologized. Sorry for our tardiness. Pu Xie quickly cleared his throat, his tone indulgent no matter. We still have a few seconds. It seems I arrived early. Please take your places. The crowd was astonished. Was this truly the elder Pu Xia they knew? Previously, someone had made him wait a minute and had been severely punished. Why then? Did Qi Miao as a rival seem to warrant a different response? Had elder Pu Xia changed his disposition? Moments later, Pu Xia erupted in fury, shattering stones around him with a single strike. How audacious of the Heavenly Sword Sect. During the sect training, they made 9 other sects wait for them. Such audacity. Are they defying heaven? Punishment is necessary. They must train more rigorously. They will receive no elixirs. Their rations will be halved. Let it all be a penalty. The crowd murmured, it's just the beginning. You weren't this harsh on Nine Sword Mountain. You are being inconsistent. Chapter 91. The monks speak recklessly. After a while, the Heavenly Sword Sect arrived, each member panting heavily and looking disheveled, covered in dirt, and still dressed in their unkempt black attire. If not for their sword cases, it would be difficult to recognize them. Pu Xia shouted, you made everyone wait for a full 10 minutes. You will report to the discipline hall for punishment. And remember, you are here to cultivate, not to behave like bandits. What do you think you look like in those ragged clothes? When Ren Yi gritted his teeth, glaring at Qi Miao and the others with hatred. It's them. They from Nine Sword Mountain caused our delay. We woke up early. Pu Xia narrowed his eyes, directing his gaze at the people from Nine Sword Mountain. Is this true?
Qi Miao feigned panic. What?
Us? I don't know anything. I was in the room cultivating with Xianji. We only came out when Jin Xingfei called us. We never saw any disciples from the Heavenly Sword Sect. Her quick response left Rong Xianji and Yu Wuxin, who were still contemplating how to explain things, utterly baffled. What? You're just making things up. Rong Xianji interjected. Yes, Qi Miao is right. When Ren Yi was flabbergasted, nearly at a loss for words. You, how dare you spew such lies? Qi Miao moved beside Jingming. If you don't believe us, ask Jingming. We may lie, but he is a monk and would not speak falsely.
What?
You even know that monks don't speak falsehoods? Are you not afraid that an honest person might expose you? However, Jingming smiled and nodded. I can attest. I have been cultivating with them since early morning and have never seen any disciples from the Heavenly Sword Sect. All who were aware of the situation were left speechless. But what about the promise that monks don't lie? This is outrageous. The crowd reacted incredulously. The system of deception was indeed impressive. No wonder they managed to trap everyone together. After hearing Jingming's words, everyone from the Golden Buddha Temple unhesitatingly sided with Nine Sword Mountain, casting strange glances at the Heavenly Sword Sect. You are late and are trying to frame Nine Sword Mountain. You are utterly shameless. Though there was animosity between the two sects, this was taking things too far. The members of the Heavenly Sword Sect were at a loss for words, pointing at Qi Miao and Jingming. They are the ones spreading falsehoods. Jingming is lying. He was involved too. Yet Jingming sighed, appearing exasperated. Unrepentant. Are you mocking us? The members of the Heavenly Sword Sect were furious, wanting to lash out, but if they directed their ire at Jingming, how could they continue their training at the Golden Buddha Temple? At that moment, Qi Miao, hiding behind, exchanged glances with him, pouting and shaking her head. She even transmitted a message to him. You should say it. Go on, confess that they are trying to harm us. Don't be shy. It's only a matter of being buried in the pit you dug yourself. What is so embarrassing?
Just say it. Damn.
What a shameless person. This was a blatant provocation. If he were to mention the pit-digging incident, the blame would fall entirely on him. Especially since Jingming, the son of the Buddha, had an impeccable reputation, a paragon in the realm of cultivation. No one would believe he would personally bury anyone. Shameless. Utterly shameless. When Ren Yi exclaimed, his anger causing him to stutter, nearly spitting blood in frustration. Qi Miao blinked innocently, and at that moment, Pu Xia's voice rang out, enough. There is no need for further discussion. If you wish to continue your training, now, immediately, put on your proper attire and then face your punishment.
Van Ran Yu stuttered.
Can I change privately later? Pu Xia retorted, you're dawdling over changing clothes. Do you want me to blow them off you? Before when Ren Yi could protest further, the dark cloth covering their heads exploded, revealing their shaven heads. Surrounded by a cascade of flowing hair, the north wind blew fiercely. The long locks danced gracefully in the breeze. Everyone glanced at the disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect, unable to contain their laughter any longer. Hold it in. Now is not the time to laugh, someone urged. But then, Qi Miao burst into laughter. Ha ha. So, this is why you went for a haircut so early in the morning. Jin Xingfei joined in, exclaiming, what a marvelous hairstyle. Full marks for the stylist. The audacity of the Nine Swords Mountain disciples provoked uproarious laughter from the crowd. Initially fuming, Pu Xie fell silent as he witnessed the scene. He had to suppress his laughter. As an elder, it was simply inappropriate. When Rennie cast a pleading glance at him, silently imploring, you can't laugh, Elder Pu. If you do, how will he ever hold his head high again? Pu Xie struggled to maintain his composure, but it was futile.
Puffed.
He chuckled.
Well.
If you need it, our Golden Buddha Temple offers excellent head-shaving services, he quipped, attempting to console. Laughter erupted throughout the training venue, while the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect clutched their heads, emitting sharp cries of despair.
Ah.
Our reputation is ruined. Those scoundrels from Nine Swords Mountain. The first day of training for the 10 sects was rather uncomplicated. The primary focus was reassessing their talents, and the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect were assigned to carry the testing stone. Faced with mockery and punishment, they found the latter comparatively mild. The purpose of testing talents was twofold. Firstly, the initial assessments conducted during entry into the sect were superficial and lacked precision for tailored training. Secondly, the awakening of Qi Miao's foundation had triggered a heavenly tribulation that elevated the entire Miao Hua continent, allowing everyone to benefit from a boost in talent. Those most acutely aware of this enhancement were individuals like Pu Xie, who had ascended due to fortunate circumstances but were limited by their innate abilities. After the elevation of Miao Hua continent, Pu Xie sensed a glimmer of hope for breaking through to the Grand Master stage. Upon retesting himself, he found that all aspects had indeed improved. He had believed he would never reach the Grand Master stage in this lifetime, yet now, thanks to Qi Miao, he had been granted a sliver of opportunity. This was one of the reasons he bestowed a golden token upon her. He felt grateful to Qi Miao. Had it not been for Yan Ji's enigmatic prowess, he would have undoubtedly snatched Qi Miao away from him. Had it not been for that incident years ago, which caused Yan Ge to plummet from the pinnacle of the Grand Master stage to the Spirit Transformation stage, he would have undoubtedly been the unparalleled prodigy of his era. One person, overshadowing thousands. The impact of that incident had deeply affected Yan Ge, compelling him to hide, even obscuring his true appearance. Once, he had been prideful and unyielding. Alas, how marvelous it would be if this new generation of prodigies could rekindle the glory of the past. Elder Pu, why are you crying? A girl's voice interrupted. Offering him a tissue, Pu Xie looked up to see it was Qi Miao. He took the tissue to dry his tears and patted her shoulder, saying, Qi Miao, you must take care of yourself. Cherish this opportunity. Qi Miao appeared bewildered. Huh? This feels oddly familiar. Am I about to meet my demise again? What fresh demise awaits me this time? Chapter 92. Ascending the Root Value. Pu Xie retorted. What nonsense. Speak not of death. Quickly spit it out. It's inauspicious. Qi Miao replied. Oh, I thought I might have to return to my previous occupation. Pu Xie asked, what previous occupation? Qi Miao quipped, burying myself. Managing everything from the funeral to the banquet, I've become quite adept at it. Pu Xie was taken aback. This young one seemed to have a rather peculiar mindset. Soon, the testing stone was brought forth. Compared to the small stone Qi Miao had seen at Nine Swords Mountain, this one was of an entirely different caliber. The stone from Nine Swords Mountain was merely a small fragment, easily held in hand, while this one from the Golden Buddha Temple towered above the disciples. Crafted from translucent materials and exquisitely designed. Qi Miao whispered, are we so impoverished at Nine Swords Mountain that our testing stone is so inferior? Jin Xingfei pondered aloud. In comparison, we certainly appear impoverished. Perhaps my Jin family could sponsor a better one for our sect? Ing Wuhua, stroking his forehead, declared, this testing stone is one of the treasures of the Golden Buddha Temple, a heavenly grade artifact known as the Mirror of Rebirth, capable of directly accessing the depths of the soul to reveal all talent information. Jin Xingfei fell silent, realizing, then we cannot afford this at all. The treasure of the Golden Buddha Temple was beyond even his family's wealth. Qi Miao scrutinized the Mirror of Rebirth thoughtfully. At the sound, Ing Wuhua felt an unsettling premonition. You're not contemplating anything, are you? I advise you to behave yourself. If they decide not to indulge you, we cannot save you. Qi Miao replied, I was merely wondering if heavenly grade artifacts can withstand explosions. Ing Wuhua questioned, why do you ask? Qi Miao smiled, just curious. What if it doesn't withstand explosions? I wouldn't want to be liable for damages. Ing Wuhua stared at her, suddenly filled with a sense of foreboding. Let me emphasize once more, this is the Golden Buddha Temple's treasured artifact. Do not act recklessly. The system interjected, you should be at ease. Heavenly-grade artifacts generally produce weapon spirits, which can restore themselves with sufficient soul energy. For instance, your sorrowful sword, even if you do not actively nourish it, is now gradually recovering and nearing the unlocking of new abilities. Hearing this, Miao felt reassured. The onlookers buzzed with anticipation. I previously tested. Since the elevation of Miao Hua Continent, my root value has surged from 79 to 83. A qualitative leap. I wonder which of the true prodigies will emerge as the most gifted after the elevation. I ventured to guess Jingming, who was previously the top contender with a soil spirit root value of 95, the only one in existence. Others speculated, but what if the others experience even greater enhancements? Does no one want to speculate about Miao? What is there to speculate? Among the prodigies, she is the only one with a root value of 89, not even reaching 90. Her comprehension far exceeds that of others. Wait, is she truly 89? But she has established a foundation in the heavenly way. How could she possess such talent? Moreover, didn't the testing stone explode, yielding no accurate readings? The crowd turned their gaze sharply toward Miao. Indeed. What if that 89 result is false? What is her true talent? As the sole practitioner of the heavenly way in the cultivation world, and having accomplished so much at such a young age, her talent information was of utmost interest to everyone. All eyes were fixed on Miao. Achoo.
Miaokoft.
Rubbing her nose. It seems someone is coveting my beauty. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. As anticipation filled the air, Pu Xie finally spoke. Everyone, please line up in an orderly fashion for the testing.
Yes.
They all responded in unison, only to step back in unison as well.
Puis 11e exclaimed.
What are you doing? The crowd responded, report. The leaders go first. Pu Xie's fists clenched in frustration. Do you lack ambition? Are you not curious about your true talents? What is wrong with this generation of prodigies? While those of my time fought tooth and nail for every accolade, these youngsters seem lackluster. Someone dared to inquire, are you not curious about the talents of the leading figures? Pu Xie cleared his throat and turned to the leaders, who were resolutely stepping back. At that moment, Miao sensed impending trouble. Without hesitation, she summoned a beam of merit light.
Thump.
The crowd fell to their knees in unison. Miao slowly retreated behind everyone and then dispelled the light of merit. Wow, you all are so enthusiastic. Since that is the case, I want to compete with you. I'll go last, she declared. The crowd was taken aback, exclaiming, what? Someone is cheating. At a time of fair competition, you dare to use a control skill. However, they had no choice but to accept it. If they disagreed, Miao would surely use her dazzling ability until they consented. Among the numerous prodigies of the Sword Sect, only Miao achieved true unity of humanity and worth. What? Is your talent so low? It's infuriating. The others fell silent. Had Miao not been present, they would have started the assessment without hesitation. But the problem was that Miao was indeed there. Everyone was eager to discern the true nature of her extraordinary talent. Miao confronted them boldly. Exactly. Is your talent so meager? I feel embarrassed standing with you all at level 89. What are you doing? You lack even the spirit a top-tier genius should possess. The crowd's vision darkened. Dare to call out again? Finally, Ingwuhua stepped forward. I'll go first. He approached the rebirth mirror and placed his palm upon it. In an instant, the mirror radiated brilliant light, revealing all of Ingwuhua's talent information. Innate sword soul, mastery of swordsmanship, extreme Yin body, harmonized, spiritual power containing extreme Yin chi, ice spiritual root value, 99, soul power, 300 levels of heavenly ladder. Recommendation: focus on sword techniques to achieve the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Upon seeing this, everyone gasped in astonishment. The commotion erupted, drowning out any semblance of calm. What? Is this real? A root value of 99? The highest record in the entire cultivation world was only 97, held by the immortal of heavenly sorrow. Has it been surpassed? This is outrageous. Could there be an error? The incredibility of it all left them in disbelief. The leading figures gathered their thoughts in that moment, suddenly tense. A root value of 99 meant that Ingwuhua's talent had reached the apex. No matter how perfect a spiritual root might be, it could never be 100% pure and transparent. The spiritual root is vital for absorbing and withstanding spiritual power. A root value of 99 signifies the absolute limit. The theory is complex, yet the conclusion is simple. Even Ing Wuhua himself was momentarily stunned, his fingers trembling. His pupils quivered as he gazed at himself in disbelief. How could this be? During the elevation of Miao continent, he had sensed his talent increasing, but nothing so outrageous. Yet, aside from that, he had encountered no extraordinary fortunes recently. Suddenly, he recalled someone. He stiffly turned his head, glancing at Qi Miao. A conjecture bubbling to the surface. No way? Chapter 93, Qin Xingfei, the reincarnation of a great being. Ing Wuhua descended amidst the complex emotions of everyone. Step by step, lost in thought, he exhibited no emotional fluctuation. It was as if the root value of 99 had no bearing on him, further evoking admiration. Truly, a top-tier prodigy. So composed. Qin Xingfei squinted. Although Wuhua's emotional response has been minimal, how can he remain unfazed by such a monumental event?
Qi Miao quipped.
Perhaps the happiness struck him so forcefully that it left him dazed. The crowd reacted with incredulity. While her words were blunt, they were undeniably true.
Qi Miao what?
Ing Wuhua, nothing. Qi Miao. No, you just mentioned it directly. Nothing, just calling out. Qi Miao. Got it, trying to show off by mentioning me?
Do you like me?
The rare sight of Ing Wuhua's expression darkening visibly was akin to someone being force-fed filth.
Qi Miao. Damn.
Ing Wuhua, burdened by frustration, took a seat. The pressure weighed heavily on the other prodigies. No one had anticipated such a striking start, with Ing Wuhua actually breaking the cultivation world record. While shocked, a sense of rivalry brewed within them. They could not afford to lag behind. The second to step forward was Qin Xingfei, who took a deep breath and placed his palm on the rebirth mirror. At that moment, the mirror shone brilliantly. A myriad of colors converged, shooting into Qin Xingfei's mind. He clutched his head in bewilderment. Meanwhile, Pu Xie and others could no longer sit still. This was... The rebirth mirror could detect the essence of the soul and observe and record all beings in the present world. However, the conditions to leave a mark in the rebirth mirror were exceedingly stringent. The last record dated back 500 years.
Now,
that great being had perished after a failed ascension. Such a powerful rainbow light surpassed even that of 500 years ago. Who was Qin Xingfei's reincarnation? Such a mighty glow must surely have a record. Everyone gazed at the rebirth mirror. Fortunate wealth, innate wealth. Mysterious blessing, words manifest as laws. Reincarnation of a great being. Identity erased. Golden spiritual root value. 95. In that instant, the image in the rebirth mirror flickered. Golden spiritual root value. 96. The crowd gasped. Golden spiritual root value. 97. The crowd, again. Would Jian Mountain produce yet another person with a root value of 99? Ultimately, the root value stabilized at 98. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Suddenly, the image flickered once more. Mutated golden spiritual root value. 98. Soul power. 250 levels of heavenly ladder.
Damn.
Almost simultaneously, everyone thought this. The reason was simple. They found the situation exceedingly absurd. At that moment, all composure evaporated as they stared at Qin Xingfei, rendered speechless. Just then, bang! Qin Xingfei broke through, reaching the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. The crowd, damn. Are you all at Jian Mountain using cheats? An unparalleled prodigy, a reincarnated great being? Could you be any more outrageous? The nearby Tianjian sect could not remain composed, particularly when Rennie, whose fingers tensed and eyes reddened. Impossible. It must be due to the elevation. How could such two extraordinary beings emerge from that decrepit place, Jian Mountain? If both possessed such caliber. His gaze gradually fell upon Qi Miao. Then how terrifying could she be? Identity erased? To be able to leave a legacy for a reincarnation while erasing one's identity? How terrifying that must be. The rebirth mirror is indeed a treasure, existing for countless years. Tracing back its origin would be an unfathomable endeavor. He approached Qin Xingfei. With your previous life's legacy returned, how do you feel? Qin Xingfei furrowed his brows in contemplation. I feel a bit of a tickling sensation in my head. Pu Xie, hold it together. Hold it together. Not my disciple, still a reincarnated great being, cannot be provoked. He continued. You don't even know who you were in your previous life? As for the rest, I am unaware. Pu Xie, that is strange. All reincarnated great beings know their past identity after receiving their legacy, unless they deliberately erase it. You. Jin Xingfei abruptly retreated. I want to share my cultivation method. Pu Xie gritted his teeth. I'm not asking for your cultivation method. What do you take him for? Pu Xie pressed on. If you don't know about the past, have you experienced any other peculiar phenomena, such as inexplicably feeling a strange sense of belief that compels you to draw near? Upon hearing this, Jin Xingfei's body stiffened. Yes, there is indeed something. Pu Xie, what is it? Speak it out. Jin Xingfei slowly turned to look at Qi Miao. It's Qi Miao. Pu Xie. What do you mean? Qi Miao herself was equally puzzled, pointing to her chin. Me? Again, it's me? Why is she involved again? Does she seem like someone who gets entangled easily? Jin Xingfei nodded and spoke. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an inexplicable fondness and an unwavering trust in you. That is why, during the sect entrance examination, I believed your outlandish claims. Isn't that because I successfully deceived you?
Miao retorted.
Only a fool would believe your nonsense. Jin Xingfei's surprise was palpable. You mean you aren't one? He felt as if he had a lump lodged in his throat, making him want to give Qi Miao a good beating. Although his spirit was not entirely whole before, he was a remnant soul, not a foolish one. At that moment, Pu Xie, intrigued, turned his gaze toward Qi Miao. So, could it be that you are indeed a reincarnation of a great power? Regardless, you two must have an inseparable connection from your past lives. Come over and take the test first. I refuse to believe that the feng shui of Nine Sword Mountain is so exceptional that there is not even one inconsequential person among you. Qi Miao was taken aback. An inconsequential person has nothing to do with her. Just as her hand was about to be placed in front of the mirror of rebirth, she resisted and suddenly produced a piece of paper. What is that? Chapter 94. The Mirror of Rebirth, Ascending in a Straight Line. If you want me to take the test, you must sign this first. As Qi Miao's words fell, Pu Xie focused on the paper. Liability waiver? What on earth is this for? Qi Miao replied, just in case. Just in case? Pu Xie chuckled, then affectionately remarked, You little rascal, how whimsical you are. What could possibly go wrong in a talent assessment? Well,
Qi Miao esse gase flickered momentarily.
Let's just say something explosive could happen.
Puis 11e l'octartili. Oh.
An explosion. I have never seen the testing stone explode.
Does Nine Sword Mountain have such a thing?
Indeed, I caused it.
Ugh.
It actually exists. He cleared his throat and, with a grand gesture, clasped his hands behind his back. That must be because you used the most inferior testing stones at Nine Sword Mountain. Our Golden Buddha Temple, on the other hand, possesses the finest testing stones in the world. The Mirror of Rebirth is an ancient artifact, a heavenly treasure. Not only will there be no explosion, even if it were to explode, it would remain unscathed. Just a liability waiver? Hand it over, I will sign it. Qi Miao's talent, no matter how extraordinary, could not possibly destroy the Mirror of Rebirth. After all, even a powerful being in the transformation realm would be ineffective against it, let alone Qi Miao, who was merely at the foundation establishment stage. Pu Xie snatched the liability waiver from Qi Miao's hand and signed his name, without hesitation. Qi Miao, with a flicker of conscience, asked, Aren't you going to read the contents? What is there to read? This waiver will never be used. All right then. Qi Miao no longer hesitated and gradually approached the Mirror of Rebirth. Taking a deep breath, she extended her hand and pressed her palm against the mirror. At that moment, all eyes were upon her. The Mirror of Rebirth showed no reaction. Is it broken? Just then, everyone felt a surge of concentrated spiritual energy emanate from nowhere. Wait, what is that movement from the Mirror of Rebirth? Quickly, step back.
Boom.
A thunderous explosion erupted, and a whirlwind formed around the Mirror of Rebirth, stirring up clouds of dust. Cough, cough, cough. After a fit of coughing, the crowd looked toward the Mirror of Rebirth in disbelief. Although the surface seemed undamaged, could it be that the Mirror of Rebirth actually exploded? The most bewildered was Pu Xie. It didn't really explode, did it? He had genuinely thought Qi Miao was joking. Fortunately, the mirror's defenses were robust. It was unharmed. Wait, it seems the Mirror of Rebirth has produced a result? Indeed. Words began to materialize on the surface of the mirror. Heavenly Path Foundation Establishment, an unparalleled prodigy. Paving the way for eternity, defying fate. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Pu Xie tightened his fists. This is the first time the Mirror of Rebirth has directly referred to someone as a prodigy, and an unparalleled one at that. What does unparalleled mean? It signifies being unique and without peer. Other disciples, boasting their own prodigies, are of no consequence. The Mirror of Rebirth offers official recognition. The fact that the Mirror of Rebirth bestowed such high praise upon Qi Miao was astonishing. Qi Miao herself was stunned, not by the initial proclamation but by the latter phrase, paving the way for eternity, defying fate.
What could it possibly mean?
The system chimed in. This thing can genuinely assess your talent, but it seems to be stuck. Could you input a bit more spiritual energy? Qi Miao bit her lip, eager to uncover the truth about her innate abilities. She continued to channel her spiritual energy.
Boom.
The crowd. Why is there another explosion? Yet, upon this explosion, the previously stuck phrase emerged. Strangely, it was the aspect of soul power that appeared first. Soul power. 500 rungs of the heavenly ladder. The first person blessed by the heavenly ladder of Miao continent. The onlookers were captivated, rendered speechless by such a staggering figure. Am I seeing things? 500 rungs? 500? But she has just established her foundation, even at the golden core stage. Such heights are arduous to attain. After a moment of contemplation, Jin Xingfei added, Qi Miao ascended during the Qi refinement stage. Ascended 500 rungs during the Qi refinement stage? Don't you think that sounds absurd? Do you believe it yourself?
Ido, Jin Xingfei responded.
When she climbed those 500 rungs, she was so impatient that she cursed at the heavenly ladder, telling it to roll away. This is something all of us at Nine Sword Mountain are aware of. The others nodded in agreement, affirming his statement.
What?
Cursed at the heavenly ladder? Is there no decorum at all? As they glanced at Qi Miao, they were met with a look of disbelief. You are merely a 15 or 16-year-old girl, often playful. Yet your soul power is so formidable? Even if her innate value were negative, she could still be a top-tier prodigy. What is her actual innate value? Don't tell me it's 99 again. At this point, they could no longer view Qi Miao with ordinary eyes. Even Jingming opened her eyes, sensing the immense pressure. What could her innate value possibly be? Pu Xie, maintaining a serious demeanor, said, You, continue the assessment. Qi Miao hesitated. Are you sure? I feel that if I continue, something truly disastrous will happen. She was now closest to the Mirror of Rebirth and could genuinely sense its condition. Although it seemed intact, she inexplicably felt that it might shatter. Especially beneath her obscured view, a line of small characters appeared, resembling gibberish with illogical structure. Don't mind it. Let it explode if it must. If something happens, I will take responsibility. Today, I must see what kind of monstrosity you truly are. At this moment, Pu Xie's mental state had suffered a significant blow. He refused to believe that Qi Miao's talent could defy logic any further. With no other choice, Qi Miao could only utter, Fine. As her hand approached the mirror, she distinctly felt the Mirror of Rebirth retreat slightly. What are you doing, pretending to make a feint?
Puis 11e question.
No, it moved on its own. You must be seeing things. The Mirror of Rebirth doesn't have legs. How could it run?
Qi Miao sighed.
Hoping it was merely her imagination and not the spirit of the mirror that suddenly feared for its life. Then, she placed her hand upon it, and the abstract began to unfold. The rebirth mirror receded at a speed visible to all. The crowd, bewildered, exclaimed, Is this thing truly capable of running? Unable to contain her impatience, Qi Miao stepped forward. The mirror retreated, and thus began a chase. They darted around, a mirror and a girl, in a dizzying dance, leaving the onlookers perplexed. In a moment of clarity, Qi Miao unleashed her spiritual energy, launching the weeping sword to block the mirror's path. Finally, she made contact. At that instant, a dazzling burst of light erupted. The crowd was left breathless, entranced by the spectacle. Then, with a thunderous boom, the rebirth mirror ascended into the heavens. Chapter 95, Qi Miao's Talent, a stunned silence. The rebirth mirror transformed into a firework, exploding in the sky. Everyone gazed upward, spellbound, murmuring in disbelief. The radiant halo was mesmerizing, akin to the sudden arrival of the northern lights, and within that brilliance, clarity emerged. Yang's spirit root value?
Yes.
3 question marks. The exact value was unclear, yet all could discern that it bore 3 question marks, signifying a starting point in the hundreds. The crowd was in shock. Yang's spirit root? Qi Miao was the fabled Yang's spirit root. Had she surpassed the limits? When Rene could no longer contain himself, rising to shout, Impossible! Absolutely impossible! The masters have long proven that the root value cannot exceed 99. 99 is the pinnacle. How can there be a 3-digit value? Has Qi Miao transcended her limits, requiring no absorption of spiritual energy, generating it spontaneously? And 3 question marks at that, indicating a breakthrough that even a treasure like the rebirth mirror cannot detect. As the crowd turned to Qi Miao, they sensed a change in her aura. She had been at the early stage of foundation building, but under this inexplicable stimulus, she had advanced to the mid-stage. A golden glow enveloped her, not the light of merit, but spiritual energy radiating outward. Qi Miao scratched her head, pondering, it seems I can indeed generate spiritual energy now. Meanwhile, when Rinny's face flushed with anger as he realized that at the moment of the explosion, a ray of light had penetrated his mind. Based on Jin Xingfei's earlier situation, it appeared to be a reincarnation inheritance. As this inheritance entered her body, her spirit root seemingly began to inexplicably produce spiritual energy. The barriers within her body no longer suppressed it, allowing the energy to flow freely. Yet she remained unaware of the true nature of her reincarnation inheritance. Nevertheless, she felt a new presence within her, something round and substantial. The entire assembly stood in stunned silence, their emotions beyond description. Can we still make it to Nine Sword Mountain? This single thought lingered in their minds. They contemplated rebellion. Nothing had ever been so extraordinary before. Everything seemed to have shifted since Qi Miao entered the mountain. This was too extraordinary. The elevation of Miaohua continent could not possibly justify such a phenomenon.
No.
The elevation was indeed instigated by Qi Miao. It appeared she was inherently extraordinary. Puxi, along with the other elders of the Golden Buddha Temple and the abbot Puning, who had been observing everything through the water mirror, remained silent for a lengthy period. Puxi finally broke the silence. You possess the Yang spirit root?
Qi Miao replied affirmatively.
Puxi continued. The records indicated a mutated fire spirit root? Qi Miao blinked playfully. Yes, it was misdiagnosed as a fire spirit root. I discovered half a month ago that I am indeed a Yang spirit root. But it's alright if you still think of me as a fire spirit root. I can still ignite a flame. As she spoke, she demonstrated her ability to conjure fire with her fingertip. Puxi was taken aback. Is it possible to do that? Yet, it made sense. Qi Miao had been training with fire elements for so long that even upon discovering her true nature as a Yang spirit root, she could not switch to another element. Otherwise, she would have exploded long ago due to an imbalance of the 5 elements. Furthermore, the specific root value was of little consequence now. Puxi remained contemplative for some time before muttering, talent is a fickle beast. It was quite a pity that he had regarded her as a precious treasure. The elder was connected to her heart, yet she plotted behind his back. Qi Miao mused. The disciplined elder is quite carefree. Even monks face reprimand.
Sigh.
She embraced her own vulnerable self. I understand. Being ostracized is simply my destiny. After a while, they chose to sidestep the thorny issue of talent and instead posed a different question to regain their composure. Puxi asked, well then, may I inquire where the rebirth mirror has gone? Qi Miao remained silent, merely pointing skyward. Puxi queried, is it true that man proposes and heaven disposes? Qi Miao replied, no, it appears to still be up there, unreturned. At that moment, a stone plummeted from above, striking Puxi's head. Frustrated, he erupted. Who lacks manners? Qi Miao fell silent again. It seems to have descended from the heavens. Puxi was dumbfounded as countless stones began to rain down. Squinting at the crystalline stone that had just hit him, he found it vaguely familiar. The people of the Golden Buddha Temple suddenly froze. This appears to be the rebirth mirror? Upon closer inspection, indeed, there were no signs of the mirror above. It had exploded. Puxi was utterly stunned, standing amidst the relentless stone rain. He looked at Qi Miao, who sheepishly smiled back at him. She said nothing, yet seemed to convey everything. Puxi's vision dimmed, and he nearly fainted. Qi Miao rushed to support him, urging, please don't fall. Puxi forced a bitter smile. Is this a dream?
No.
Qi Miao silently produced the pre-signed responsibility guarantee, bearing Puxi's signature. You must take responsibility for this. Puxi's vision darkened as he fainted completely. In that moment, it seemed like he should have perished on the spot. Wu Wuhua, his face darkened, covered his face. I knew it. Whenever Qi Miao intervenes, new victims inevitably arise. Silence. A deathly quiet enveloped the scene. Qi Miao had indeed caused the rebirth mirror to explode. Indeed. What shall we use to measure now? I think you should not concern yourself with that. Consider how the Golden Buddha Temple will handle this. This is the temple's treasured artifact. The temple's treasured artifact. The temple's treasured artifact. Important matters warrant repetition. And yet it was blown up by Qi Miao. Moreover, she had previously made Puxi sign the responsibility guarantee. At that moment, Abbot Puning finally emerged, supported by a young monk. His benevolent smile remained unchanged. Qi Miao, unusually polite and demure, clasped her hands. Master Abbot. Puning smiled. What a good child. Was it an illusion? From that compassionate voice, they detected an undertone of suppressed fury. This was Master Puning, a revered monk. Qi Miao inquired, Master, how have you been lately? I noticed the young monk assisting you. Did he fall? Puning replied, he feared his legs might give way and embarrass the Golden Buddha temple again. Qi Miao was indeed an enigma, evoking both affection and exasperation. The Golden Buddha temple had never endured such a significant loss since its establishment. If it were Qi Miao's fault, she had already issued warnings. And Puxi had willingly signed the responsibility guarantee. To allow the Golden Buddha temple to suffer such a humiliation is unfortunate. Under other circumstances, it might have been bearable. But the Mirror of Rebirth is, after all, the temple's most treasured possession. What shall we do? He spoke, torn between laughter and tears. His face etched with the weight of experience. Just then, an unexpected, childlike voice echoed through the air. Big bad guy. Chapter 96. That night we were all drunk. The crowd. What is that noise? Following the sound, they beheld a young girl, clad in sky blue attire, descending from above. With an astonishingly powerful spin, she landed a forceful kick right into the abdomen of the unconscious Puxi. He let out a grunt, nearly spewing blood. What had begun as mere unconsciousness now transformed into a complete blackout. His hand fell limp, indifferent to the world. The onlookers gaped in disbelief at the girl, who appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old. Her hair was styled in 2 adorable buns, and she exuded an enigmatic aura of Buddhist essence. The translucent, beautiful blue and white lotus skirt resembled exquisite glass, yet the fabric was remarkably soft. With short, rounded brows and sparkling eyes, she was undeniably charming. Her azure pupils were as clear as a pristine lake, evoking the sensation of peering into the depths of the universe. She knelt down and seized Puxi's collar, exclaiming, Big bad old man, wake up. Stop pretending. Get up now, or I will slap you. With incredible speed, she began to slap his face. The sound of her slaps was particularly rapid. In the blink of an eye, she had delivered over a dozen strikes. Such astonishing speed left the crowd dumbfounded. Where did this little girl from the Golden Buddha temple come from? Moreover, she boldly called Master Puxi a big bad guy. Although he was not as composed as Puning, Master Puxi was still a venerable monk. While he was not renowned for his kindness, he certainly did not deserve the title of big bad guy.
Qi Miao,
drawn by the scent of gossip, leaned closer to Puning. Abbot, do you think Elder Puxi has any secret affairs? Puning, puzzled, responded, What do you mean? Qi Miao mused. I was wondering if Master Puxi secretly fathered an illegitimate daughter. A monk's daughter would be quite the spectacle. Puning shook his head. I have never heard of such a thing. At that moment, the unconscious Puxi seemed to sense the rumors and quickly opened his eyes. Rumors? You speak nonsense. I, Puxi, could never be such a vile person. Qi Miao, the little girl looked surprised.
Wow.
You managed to wake someone who was impossible to rouse. And it turns out to be my mother. This revelation stunned everyone. They gazed incredulously at Qi Miao. She pointed to herself. Me? It's me? Mother? Yes, mother. You are my dear mother. Saying this, the girl hugged Qi Miao's leg affectionately, rubbing against her. How could everything seem to connect to her? What was going on? The others could no longer contain themselves. Jin Xingfei and Ying Wuhua, too, were at a loss, visibly flustered. Qi Miao suddenly presenting such a hefty daughter, who bore a striking resemblance to the 3 of them, was indeed perplexing. Could it be that they were the likely parents? But they had no idea. Wait, is it us? Is it really us? Ying Wuhua gritted his teeth. How is that possible? Jin Xingfei remarked, but this girl truly resembles the 3 of us. Yu Wuxin looked even more alarmed. Indeed, she bears a resemblance to all 3 of you. Is this a sign of humanity's decline, or a moral downfall? Jing Ming's ears perked up. How sensational. What an ethical dilemma. He wore a mischievous grin. 3 individuals giving birth. 9-Sword Mountain is indeed a place of remarkable talent. Truly auspicious. Perhaps it is a sign from Buddha, and I might be inspired to name her. Only Rong Xuanji wore a dark expression. She trembled with frustration at these foolish men. Are your brains merely for decoration? Qi Miao is only 16. How could she have an 8-year-old daughter? Moreover, do you not find it absurd to suggest 3 people could father a child? Jin Xingfei pondered. But if it were not absurd, it wouldn't seem like something Qi Miao could accomplish. All present paused, nodding in agreement. The mirror of rebirth could fly straight to the heavens. It was indeed absurd for it to involve Qi Miao. Rong Xuanji retorted. Are you really so eager to be a father? For a moment, they were silenced. The men of Nine Sword Mountain were truly more likely to be unfaithful than Wenrini. Qi Miao, feeling desperate, heard these words and sank deeper into despair. So no one is willing to stand up for me? Even if I could give birth to such a large child, I wouldn't be unaware of having a child, would I? Am I supposed to be like Niwa, creating people with just a handful of clay? The crowd suddenly realized, what you say does make sense. Qi Miao, the realm of cultivation truly lacks normalcy. She pressed her hand to her forehead, rubbing it. Let it all end. I am truly exhausted. Becoming an unexpected mother is beyond belief. At that moment, Master Puning quietly opened his eyes, his enlightened gaze discerning something. This child is extraordinary. Qi Miao glanced at him, devoid of hope, because she is not yet of working age. Puning, what is work? I do not understand. He continued. This child is not human. Qi Miao was taken aback, then looked down at the girl, who was frantically rubbing against her. Indeed, this girl was devoid of warmth. She felt cold, almost lifeless. Moreover, her skin was unnaturally pale. Rong Xuanji was the whitest girl she had ever seen. But even she had color. This child appeared deathly white and rigid. Additionally, the girl's features, aside from her eyebrows, bore an uncanny resemblance to Qi Miao, Jin Xingfei, and Ing Wuhua. Qi Miao resembled her by 50%. No wonder everyone preferred to believe such an absurd conclusion rather than accept that the child was not theirs. Furthermore, the girl radiated a luminous glow. She clearly belonged to Qi Miao's family. Qi Miao's expression hardened as self-doubt crept in. Could it be that we all got drunk that night? But the light emanating from her is Buddhist light. Could it be that Jingming was also present that evening? Were we all intoxicated? Perhaps that monk enjoys eavesdropping on conversations and is quite the gossip enthusiast. Jingming, Amitba, the gossip has come back to bite me. At a loss for words, he offered a shallow blessing.
Wait.
Qi Miao stroked her chin, suddenly realizing something. She crouched down, aligning herself with the little girl. Staring intently at her, she noticed the child displaying a hint of a scheming smile. It seems Mother has already figured it out. Yes, indeed, I am. Chapter 97. Are you satisfied now? You cold-hearted person. The spirit of the mirror of rebirth. As the spirit unveiled the truth, some in attendance had already speculated the answer, but whether they had guessed correctly or not, the revelation struck a chord of awe within them. The spirit of the mirror of rebirth had indeed manifested such intelligence. Qi Miao exclaimed, as expected. Then she continued. The reason you resemble the 3 of us is that only we 3 conducted the test, correct? The spirit nodded vigorously, its gaze towards Qi Miao filled with admiration. Indeed. Puning, equally curious and slightly excited, inquired, is the Buddhist light surrounding you a result of years spent listening to teachings at the Golden Buddha Temple? His excitement was palpable. This was the temple's revered treasure, and he had not anticipated it giving rise to a tangible spirit. The rebirth mirror was obtained by the venerable ancestor of the Golden Buddha Temple, and it was through this very mirror that the ancestor gained renown and established the temple. Over the years, however, the Golden Buddha Temple has gradually fallen into obscurity, its significance waning. It is not that they do not wish to utilize it, but rather that they are unable to do so. For the rebirth mirror does not recognize its master. Now that a corporeal spirit has emerged, everything may take a turn for the better, perhaps elevating the Golden Buddha Temple to new heights. The spirit of the mirror gazed at Puning in silence for a moment, disregarding him entirely. Puning, mirror spirit? The spirit tilted its head and immediately clung to Chao Miao, pointing at him. Mother, bad person.
Chao Miao. Huh?
The others present were equally dumbfounded. Master Puning widened his eyes in disbelief, a rare look of panic crossing his face. Do not spread rumors. You are the treasure of our Golden Buddha Temple. If you slander them, their reputation will be irreparably damaged. Chao Miao interjected. The Golden Buddha Temple has always engaged in benevolence. How could they be considered bad? The mirror spirit loudly expressed its discontent. Those old bald donkeys. Day and night, they chant scriptures in my ear, driving me to the brink of madness. They are indeed bad people. Chow Miao, well, it seems we have a little one who does not enjoy studying. And calling them old bald donkeys, how brazen. She quickly covered the childless mouth, smiling at the members of the Golden Buddha Temple as if to smooth things over. Puxi suddenly regained his composure, rising in a fit of anger. Try speaking such nonsense again. You are our Golden Buddha Temple's mirror spirit. Now that you possess the light of Buddha, how can you blame us for reciting scriptures? You, young lady, do not recognize the kindness of others. The mirror spirit defiantly retorted, especially incensed to see Puxi. Bah! You are the worst villain. Every time it's your turn to recite scriptures, you mispronounce words and slack off, and despite my predicament, you make mother chase after me. Chow Miao felt as if she had encountered a delightful piece of gossip. The others looked at Puxi with incredulous expressions. Elder Puxi, you mispronounced words and slacked off? You are usually the strictest. Now that this matter has been revealed, oh dear. Puxi's face flushed crimson. He cleared his throat. Is it so? My eyesight is failing. After all. But more importantly, you know it was Chow Miao who caused this. Why do you blame me? I am innocent. Everyone fell silent. Chow Miao quietly produced a responsibility guarantee and waved it in her hand. The sound of paper flapping in the wind resembled the sound of a slap against Puxi's face, sharp and stinging. At that moment, silence spoke volumes. Puxi, does this even count? The mirror spirit replied, of course it counts. Mother has been hesitant, considering me, and you kept pressuring her to test me, intending for me to explode. Now I am shattered into pieces. Am I not destroyed? You cold-hearted people, I will never forgive you. I no longer want to be with the Golden Buddha Temple. I wish to die. I will die in my mother's arms. With that, the mirror spirit squatted down, burying its head and weeping. The rebirth mirror is the sacred treasure of the Golden Buddha Temple, and the mirror spirit is the darling of all. This display of tears and tantrums left everyone at a loss for how to respond. Puning looked at Puxi helplessly. Junior brother, perhaps you should apologize? Puxi, the mirror spirit immediately lifted its head, interrupting. Don't say anything. I want my mother to comfort me. Chow Miao. Huh? Puning looked at Chow Miao. Benefactor Chow, please, the rebirth mirror is our temple's treasure, crucial to our fortunes. We owe you a debt of gratitude. Chow Miao rubbed her temples. Very well. Having said that, she produced a frozen coffin from her spatial ring. The enormous coffin thudded to the ground, leaving everyone dumbstruck. The mirror spirit exclaimed, What is this? Chow Miao replied, Die now. This is the coffin I once lay in. If you die inside, it counts as dying on me. Everyone. Is it really possible to do that? The mirror spirit was momentarily stunned. Wasn't he the plan to comfort her? Before she could react, Chow Miao picked her up and tossed her into the coffin, attempting to close the lid. The swift sequence of events left the onlookers utterly astonished. What are you doing? That's the mirror spirit of the rebirth mirror. She calls you mother, and you treat her this way? Master Puning's expression shifted dramatically. He was at a loss for words. Ahem, this doesn't seem appropriate. Chow Miao. It's fine. It's just a coffin. Lying down one to kill her. Children cry, so what is the harm in a little discipline? She opened the coffin lid. Inside, the little girl had ceased her wailing. Sitting upright with her eyes sparkling with admiration, her head tilted as she smiled sweetly. Mother, I'm not dead anymore. Can you let me out? Chow Miao pulled her out by the scruff of her neck. Everyone, what a violent and direct way to comfort a child. Then they witnessed the mirror spirit, joyfully cradling her face, tilting her head, and immersing herself in bliss. I love how my mother treats me so roughly. It feels so good. At that moment, everyone collectively suffered a momentary lapse in understanding. Yong Xianji remained silent for a while. What a strange affection. This world has gained yet another eccentric individual. As the atmosphere gradually calmed, Chow Miao turned to the elders of the Golden Buddha Temple. What now? The rebirth mirror has exploded. We are left with just a child. How can we conduct any tests? Puning smiled benevolently. A minor issue. Although the rebirth mirror's physical form is destroyed, the spirit remains and has taken on corporeal form. The mirror spirit inherently possesses all the abilities of the rebirth mirror, which is actually a boon for our Golden Buddha Temple. Moreover, as long as we provide sufficient spiritual energy for nourishment, the physical form of the rebirth mirror can still be restored.
For now,
we simply need someone from the Golden Buddha Temple to contract with the mirror spirit, and all issues will be resolved. Everything is destined. We must also thank you, benefactor. At that moment, The mirror spirit crossed her arms and grinned mischievously at Puning. You old bald donkeys should not entertain such thoughts. I already have a master. You shall never obtain me. Even if you possess my physical form, you will never hold my heart. Everyone. Already have a master? Who is this fortunate individual? All eyes turned to Chow Miao. Chow Miao astonished.
Huh? Me?
Chapter 98. Are you willing to gamble with an old monk? By the way,
Everyone got it right.
my master is my mother. Hearing this, the members of the Golden Buddha Temple nearly lost their footing. Even the esteemed Puning leaned back in shock. Fortunately, the young monk swiftly supported him, preventing him from falling. Jinkong! Jinkong! My head aches so much, Puxi exclaimed, almost collapsing himself, supported by the young monk Jinkong. The rebirth mirror, the sacred treasure of the Golden Buddha Temple, has been contracted by someone from the Nine-Sword Mountain. This is truly a reversal of fortune. Young Jinkong, not even half the height of the two, was overwhelmed by a burden far beyond his years. Master, uncle, I feel so much pressure. The mirror spirit playfully hugged Chow Miao, nuzzling against her. The spiritual energy and soul power emanating from her mother were simply irresistible. She looked up, her eyes bright with excitement. Mother, when did this contract happen? On the third explosion, I was utterly captivated by the pieces of myself. Thus, I took the initiative to contract with Mother. She only needs to explore her consciousness to see the mark of our contract. Qi Miao pressed her lips together, cautiously examining the mark. After a moment of hesitation, she glanced at the two masters. Perhaps I should refrain from revealing it. Displaying it again would be akin to removing the oxygen masks from both masters. However, Pu Xie, stubborn as ever, insisted, show it to me. I must see. Even if I were to suffer a mishap, it is of no concern to you. Qi Miao replied, I've never encountered such a shameless request. Yet, since you insist. Pu Ning's eyes widened in alarm. Wait, young friend, do not rush. I haven't finished speaking. Before he could complete his sentence, Qi Miao had already unveiled the contract mark of the soul mirror. It was a small, ethereal, transparent mirror, exquisitely beautiful. This solidified the matter of Qi Miao's contract with the soul mirror. The two masters promptly collapsed in shock. At that moment, death seemed inevitable. They could not bear to face the elders of the Golden Buddha Temple after having brought such disgrace upon them. Qi Miao gazed at the mark, pondering for a long while before finally speaking, I must find a way to destroy this mark. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Jin Shengfei exclaimed, Is that truly something you would say?
Qi Miao responded,
Jin Shengfei continued, You, who are usually so eager for petty gains, now reject an opportunity that is unparalleled in the whole of Miaohua continent. Qi Miao retorted, You're out of your mind. While I may not be a paragon of virtue, I am certainly not heartless. The monks of the Golden Buddha Temple have treated me with great kindness and I owe them much. Were it any other sect or treasure, I would gladly accept, but this is the soul mirror, the treasured relic of the Golden Buddha Temple. It carries too much weight. I cannot be so despicable as to take it from them. She sighed. If only it were the treasured relic of the Heavenly Sword Sect instead. Alas, it is not. A disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect interjected, Do you not have any decorum? She looked at the mirror spirit, whose pitiful gaze prompted another sigh from her. You truly are a victim of circumstance. Just as she was about to destroy the mark, Pu Ning, having seemingly returned from the dead, intervened. His recovery was swift. The look he gave Qi Miao was unprecedentedly gentle and moved, as if he had been profoundly touched by her. He placed a hand on her shoulder, clearly having exerted considerable effort to reach this decision. Little friend Miao Miao, this mark cannot be destroyed. It must not be destroyed. Qi Miao asked, Is there a reason behind this? Pu Ning nodded. Indeed. The soul mirror's essence has already shattered, even if it can be repaired. It will take a long time. It has only just manifested a physical soul. If you destroy the mark now, it would only leave both parties severely weakened, leading to mutual loss. Furthermore, considering your previous remarks and the fact that you possess the Golden Order of the Golden Buddha Temple, I have decided to make a choice that goes against my ancestors' teachings. Curious, Qi Miao leaned in. How much of a betrayal is it?
Puis 11e, scoling.
Covered her mouth. Do not interrupt the spellcasting.
Qi Miao.
Then, Pu Ning channeled his spiritual power, his voice resonating like a bell, reverberating in all directions. I, Pu Ning, abbot of the Golden Buddha Temple, bear good news. Let the heavens rejoice. From this day forth, The Golden Buddha Temple shall form an alliance with the Nine-Sword Mountain, and the treasured soul mirror of the Golden Buddha Temple shall be temporarily entrusted to the prodigy Qi Miao of Nine-Sword Mountain. May the friendship between the Golden Buddha Temple and Nine-Sword Mountain endure for eternity. At this proclamation, everyone was left astounded. This declaration was not merely for the ears of the Golden Buddha Temple. The entire realm of cultivation would swiftly become aware. Some secretive factions watching from the shadows tightened their expressions. The Golden Buddha Temple, renowned as the foremost sect, had always maintained a stance of neutrality, never allying with or opposing any other force. The Golden Buddha Temple's power and resources were unparalleled among the top 10 sections. Yet now, it had chosen to ally with Nine-Sword Mountain and entrusted the soul mirror to a mere child. Had they lost their minds? Nine-Sword Mountain was indeed undergoing a transformation. It was well known that the Golden Buddha Temple, as the #1 sect of the world, had always upheld its neutral stance, never forming alliances or enmities. The shocking alliance was not due to Nine-Sword Mountain, but rather to Qi Miao. The Golden Buddha Temple was wagering its sect's fortune on Qi Miao. Qi Miao stood upright. Abbot, is this truly appropriate? Pu Ning smiled, his compassionate gaze filled with profound meaning. What is inappropriate about it? Your intention touches us deeply. Their decision was not made out of ignorance or impulsiveness. The soul mirror was merely one reason among many. Qi Miao's talent, the tremendous secrets she harbored, and the remarkable deeds she had accomplished within the realm of cultivation were all considered. Moreover, the heavenly sad cave was a testament to her potential. He was certain that Qi Miao's future was intertwined with the future of the entire realm of cultivation. Furthermore, the dawn of a new golden age was upon them, one that would surpass all previous eras. They had witnessed the emergence of prodigies in this generation, which signified that this world would be one of great prosperity and turmoil. The Golden Buddha Temple sought goodness and peace, but they understood better than anyone that good and evil coexist. One cannot exist in isolation. Times shape prodigies, yet they can also extinguish them. Only those who survive the trials of conflict may truly be called heroes. The defeated are left as mere bones, while the victors endure through the ages. Master Pu Ning spoke, uttering a single word, which transformed into a golden circle, enveloping the two in a radiant light. A Buddhist script barrier formed, shielding them from the surrounding crowd. Behind Master Pu Ning, a faint image of a true Buddha appeared, and his cultivation at the Mahayana stage resembled the thousand-handed guanyin caressing Qi Miao's face. Qi Miao, I wish to make a wager with you. The stakes being the entirety of the Golden Buddha Temple.